Zhang Hajin, an assassin from the Heavenly Alliance, stood before his enemies like a rock in the midst of chaos. Behind him, the army roared, thinking him arrogant, not seeing his true strength. He summoned his enemies to attack, and they threw spears, aiming directly at him. But each enemy fell as if their fate had been decided in advance. His sword was so fast that his enemies did not have time to realize that they were dead. Zhang lost track of his victims. His consciousness merged with death. The problem was that there were a lot of enemies. They kept coming at him. The air was saturated with blood, but Zhang continued to kill without regret. They shouted about his imminent death, and he laughed. "Do you want me to die?" The freedom he had been searching for 30 years was close, and he was not going to back down. Zhang vowed that he would not spare anyone if it would lead to his freedom. He warned his enemies of death, and each of his blows made these words come true, until the commanders realized that he had to be stopped. Fear shackled them as they realized that their lives were disappearing under his sword. Zhang repelled the blows, crossed his enemies' swords, and using them as a springboard, took to the air. He gripped his sword even tighter, ready to fight to his last breath, his own or theirs. Rising like a bolt of lightning, he illuminated the battlefield with energy that tore through space. The enemies screamed in panic, realizing that they were facing one of the most powerful masters. They called him the best killer, impressed by his incredible agility. The king of the assassins, Zhang Hajin, full of rage and desire for freedom, rushed down like an avenger. He struck with such force that the ground shook as if from a lightning strike. Where the enemy had stood, a funnel was now gaping, and the silence of death swallowed their bodies. "I'm so tired," muttered Zhang, looking at the sword that had taken so many lives. Looking around the field, he thought it was over, but new screams broke that illusion. He realized that the battle was ongoing. The enemies were still coming at him without a break. Zhang pulled his sword out of the ground, covered in blood, preparing for a new attack. "How much longer can this go on?" he thought, feeling his sword dull and his enemies growing in number. Were they so eager to prevent him from gaining freedom? Rage gripped him, his eyes flashed red, and he shouted that he would destroy them all. After a few turns, he scattered the enemies, and a yellow glow of energy flashed around him. Drawing his sword, he mocked being called a king, but he knew he was just a soulless dog of the Alliance. Pushing off, Zhang flew into the sky like a bolt of lightning, filling the field with energy that tore through space. The enemies began to scream, realizing that they were facing one of the 10 most powerful masters. They called him the best killer, watching him pierce the air. Overwhelmed with rage and thirst for freedom, Zhang rushed down like a vigilante. His blow was so powerful that the ground shook as if from lightning. Only a crater remained where the enemy had stood, and the silence of death swallowed up the bodies. "I'm so tired," he whispered, looking at his bloody sword. He thought it was over, but new screams broke his peace. The battle continued. The enemies attacked him continuously, not giving him a break. He pulled his sword out of the ground again, covered in blood, preparing for another attack. "How much longer can this go on?" he thought, feeling his sword getting duller, but his enemies were not decreasing. Was their desire not to give him freedom so unwavering? Rage gripped him, his eyes flashed red, and he shouted that he would destroy them all. After turning several times, he scattered his enemies, and a yellow glow flashed around him. As he walked forward, he scoffed at being called a king, even though he knew he was just a soulless dog of the Alliance. Suddenly, the pain became unbearable, and he fell down, barely able to stand. But there was another problem: hunger. For a week, he ate only a few pieces of jerky. The hunger was so strong that he felt like a hungry wolf. Looking at the moon, he thought, "I wish I had some dumplings." But the silhouette of the enemy suddenly appeared against the moon, rapidly approaching. The enemy attacked without warning, pointing his sword directly at Chan, but he barely managed to dodge. The blow was so powerful that the stone under his feet cracked in half. The enemy moved so skillfully that even Zhang did not notice his approach. After evaluating the technique, Chan realized that this was a warrior of a very high level. They fought in a duel, and Chan barely had time to dodge the quick attacks. However, the enemy's technique seemed strangely familiar to him. Watching the enemy, Chan thought, "Where have I seen such movements before?" Suddenly, the enemy swung his sword, and a wave of energy cut down 2 trees on the way. The attacks continued unabated, and Zhang could only dodge them, leaving traces of cut trees behind him. The enemy's equipment was so powerful that the sword's aura alone could destroy an entire forest. After a series of punches, Zhang landed right in front of the enemy, ready for a new round. He realized that he was facing the most powerful killer in the South Central Valley. "The Lord of Death," Zhang said, realizing why the Alliance was after him. But he hadn't expected to see the elites of the Steel Fortress. He asked the enemy if he considered himself the strongest master if he attacked him after a grueling battle. Despite his fatigue, Zhang said that he still had the strength to defeat the villain. The enemy became nervous when he heard these words, and his eyes opened wide. They both took to the air, filled with energy, continuing the fierce battle. There was absolute perfection in every stroke, demonstrating their art. Feeling the sword as an extension of his arm, Zhang struck an accurate blow at the enemy. The impact occurred in the air, and then they landed softly on the ground after the fight. Under the enemy's mask, blood appeared and slowly flowed down his face. Chan's sword was covered in red blood, the color of death. The enemy's blood covered the blade, marking the end of the battle. Chan stood with his sword down, watching the enemy slowly fall to the ground, but he knew it wasn't over yet. He closed his eyes and exhaled, preparing for the next challenge. "Come out if you've enjoyed the show enough," Zhang said. A strong scarlet-red energy suddenly began to rage around me. He realized that a demon queen had appeared before him. She appeared as a beautiful woman and smiled. "It's an honor to be a part of your memories. It's been 6 years?" "It's been a long time," she added, with a hint of nostalgia in her voice. The moonlight fell on them, creating a mystical atmosphere between the two rocks. The rays illuminated the dead bodies lying around, adding to the eeriness of the scene. The first elder of the Celestial Alliance approached, inspecting the piles of corpses. The servants reported that the bodies belonged to craftsmen from the Fortress of Steelblood. The elder was amazed that Chan was able to break through the traps and kill so many enemies. He recognized his title as the King of Killers. Raising his hand, the elder called his people to action. All the servants immediately bowed to show their devotion. He ordered us to follow the traces of the queen's demonic energy. Zhong Hajin was there. Queen Kwak Sogyo looked young thanks to her techniques, even though she was over 60. Gentle on the outside, but a maniac on the inside. As if the masters of the fortress weren't enough, they also sent this madwoman after him, ready to do anything to catch him. Clenching his sword, Zhang thought that all was not lost. He had a hidden trump card. She saw his sword and sarcastically noted that it was a shame that a man with a special relationship was pointing a weapon at her. "You can shove your special relationship far away," Chan said, asking him to stop the nonsense. "How rude," she replied, stating that she doubted his ability to throw even one punch and suggesting an easier way out. But Chan didn't want an easy option. He said that he would try as many blows as he could, and that he was not afraid of an old woman who only wagged her tongue. Her face changed when he called her old, and she promised to show him his spine if he said that again. Zhang was not afraid, and started calling her an old lady again with a challenge. He repeated this, emphasizing that she had become even more sensitive with age. Her face darkened with rage with every word he said, but suddenly she smiled, obviously planning something insidious. Her smile alerted Chan, and she began to say that the Celestial Alliance had made him the best assassin. She added that it was now clear why the Fortress of Steel Blood had sent her. Its core energy was incredibly pure and belonged to the 9 sects. Kwak Sogyo said that Zhang had mastered the martial art of the 9 sects, and that's why he killed them all, despite their attempts to capture him alive. At that moment, Chan realized why she was talking so much, instead of starting a fight. He realized that she was trying to find out the secrets of the 9 sects martial arts and dirt on the Celestial Alliance. She thought he was just a warrior, but his words made her realize that he was not that simple. Zhang asked, "Aren't you interested in the secrets of the Fortress of Steelblood?" He guessed her intentions, but she explained that she was not interested in the fortress or the alliance. She was only worried about the 9 sects combat techniques. If Zhang tells, she will let him live. The deal was offered. But Zhang replied, "Why is the Great Lakes full of incompetent bastards?" He noted that it was not profitable because he was on the verge of death. She asked if it was because of a parasite in his blood. Zhang reacted sharply to this remark. She called him a punisher for the traitors of the righteous Heavenly Alliance. The parasite in his body was a means of control that punishes treason. She noted that Zhang had refused her mercy. His life and death are completely dependent on the ruler of the Celestial Alliance, and he can never betray him. She added that by freeing him from the parasite, all ties with the Alliance would be severed, and the only thing she would require was knowledge of his technique. She also explained that, thanks to the art of the God of Death, she knew poisons and could destroy the parasite on her own. Zhang lowered his head and was silent for a few seconds, deep in thought. He stood silently, clutching his sword tightly in his hand. I only listened to her promises of freedom. All it took was to teach her the art of the 9 sects. The response was loud laughter, and Zhang spoke. He asked her if she really believed that the Alliance was only pursuing him because he had fled. This was a surprise to her. He added that as one of the 10 strongest masters, He had long known how to get rid of the parasite. He needed to become strong enough to break the traps of the Alliance. It took him many years, but now he was on the verge of achieving his goal. When she said she would let him live, he did not believe her, knowing that her words could not be trusted. He has spent 30 years with these scoundrels, and will not allow himself to be deceived anymore. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Get out of the way, you brute!" He warned her that if she left now, she could save her miserable life. She didn't understand how he could talk like that when he could barely stand up. But she was also not the type to allow herself to be humiliated. In her eyes, Chan saw that she realized that he was not going to teach her anything, and she saw in his eyes that he did not believe her promises and knew that she would not leave him alive. Finally, the Demon Queen Kwak showed her true face, shouting, "Die, you useless bastard! Die, you damn old woman!" Zhang replied to her with rage. A huge wave of pure power burst from his chest, creating a dome of aura around him. This energy spread, forming a protective barrier that collided with its power. The explosion was so powerful that it destroyed everything around it like a natural disaster. The trees fell under the onslaught of energy, shattering into pieces. But they both continued to stand, clutching swords filled with destructive energy. Kwak had long claws full of power, and she sliced through Chan's arm with them. The pain went through his body like sharp needles piercing every nerve. At that moment, the first elder appeared, holding his sword. "How long has he been standing there?" flashed through Chan's mind when he saw the elder. The elder's sword whistled like lightning, and Chan's legs separated from his body. After that, the sword cut off his hands, and they spun in the air with the blade. The pain was unbearable, and Chan was screaming at the top of his lungs in agony. The Demon Queen and the First Elder defeated him together, acting as a single force. It was the last seconds of his life. There was no chance of saving him. Blood was flowing from his mouth from numerous wounds covering his body. Without a single limb, he fell to his knees, unable to hold on. The Demon Queen took his head in her hands and sarcastically complimented him. "You look even better without your limbs." She decided that his head was also superfluous, and did not want to hear another word. After wishing him a safe journey to the next world, she beamed with joy, like a 17-year-old girl enjoying a murder. It was a real blessing for her. Was this the last moment of his life? He dreamed of a simple life, of being an ordinary man for a moment. Was it really impossible? If only there was a second chance. These thoughts were his last. The main sanctuary of the divine cult of the heavenly demon. The young man is lying unconscious on the bed, motionless. The light from the windows falls on his young body and long hair. Deep in his soul, the words resound. "If I had a second chance..." His eyes open abruptly. He wakes up. Smoke rose lazily from a pipe filled with tobacco. Nitz listened attentively to the man who smoked, and said that the divine teaching was indisputable, and that all demons would eventually fall. The man was the fourth young master of the divine cult. The doctor said that the third one had a pulse. Then the doctor added that Sarian would die that night. Smiling slyly after these words, the fourth lord blew out a smoke and calmly replied, "I see." Everything was going even better than he had hoped. In their youth, Hajin and his friend decided to take a break after a successful murder case. They were young and planning a short vacation, as the leader had ordered them to remain inconspicuous. The boy, holding a strange thing in front of Hajin, asked if he wanted to see it. Opening his hand, he showed a wooden bird figurine carved from wood. Hajin asked if the boy had cut it himself, but he heard an unexpected question in response. "Aren't you tired of being a killer?" The boy wanted to escape no matter what and spend his life free as a bird. He dreamed of settling in a distant village where it smells like fresh grass, not rotting blood. Zhong Hajin immediately said that he wanted to go to that village too, but he heard only, "It's not for us." "Why not?" he pleaded, asking to be taken with him. But all he heard in response was an order to shut up. Suddenly, Hajin became older, and blood appeared on his face. It was the blood of his friend who was lying dead on the ground, and Hajin could not understand what had happened. The words were heard nearby. "You were saved, but you refused mercy." The man told him to watch and remember. This is how all those who betray the righteous heavenly alliance end up. The parasite in his blood will judge his betrayal. The face of a demon queen appeared in front of him, shouting that the head was not necessary. Then he saw his face, full of horror. The queen raised his severed head up, holding it in her hands. He jumped out of bed abruptly. It was just a dream, and he screamed in fear. "Is this really just a dream?" he thought, clutching his head with his hands, remembering how he had just been decapitated in a delirium. He looked around, but could not figure out where he was. The room was luxurious, but unfamiliar. Suddenly he heard footsteps. Someone was approaching him. It was a girl named Yunhua, who brought a tray of food for the young master and said it was for him. But when she entered the room, she noticed that the bed was empty, although he should have been lying there recovering from his serious condition. The next moment, he appeared behind her, holding a wand near her food, ready to pierce her at any moment. Quietly, almost in a whisper, he warned her, "Don't make a sound, or I'll cut your throat." He asked, "Who are you?" and whether she was sent from the fortress of Steelblood. Stammering with fear and wide-eyed, she replied that she was his maid named Manhwa, and asked what had happened and if he was okay. The fact that she called him young master confused him even more. He ordered her not to deceive him and to tell him the truth immediately. Who brought him here? "He brought you?" Yunhua asked in surprise, barely holding the tray because she was so scared. She added that he had been here for a long time. He had been unconscious for almost 6 months due to the blockage of the chi, and only a few nights ago he regained consciousness. "What the hell is going on?" he muttered to himself, not understanding how this was possible since he was dead. He asked her once again to stop playing and tell the truth, but she assured him that it was the truth, and she brought him food to eat after he woke up. Turning his head to the right, he saw a mirror and was shocked by what was reflected in it. "What kind of a douchebag is this?" he thought when he saw a thin, emaciated guy in the mirror. The memory of the moment when the first elder cut off his legs flashed before his eyes, and it seemed to him that it was not just a dream. Then what is it? Is it reincarnation? He wondered, confused. He could not understand whether this was his previous life or something new, and how this could have happened at all. Manhwa noticed that something was wrong, because her master was silent for a long time, deep in thought. His face expressed complete incomprehension, and he could not understand where he was and what had happened to him. Frightened, he took a few steps back and stumbled into the door, which began to open. He stuck his head through the open door and held his breath, peering into the room. He could not understand how such a place could exist in Murim. A doctor and a man he didn't know were standing at the door. He had a serious face, a beard, and long hair. "Who the hell is that?" he asked himself over and over again without getting any clues. Suddenly, the man hit his knee sharply on the floor, quickly getting down on one knee. "The divine teachings are indisputable. All demons weep before you," he exclaimed. "Congratulations on your recovery, third young master," the man continued solemnly. Jong could not understand what was happening, but he guessed that it must be a demon cult in Murim. It was evening, and the lamps illuminated the room, bringing light into Murim's world. The man walked across the red carpet straight to the chair where an important person was sitting. At this point, the man repeated the same phrase. "The divine teachings are indisputable, and all demons will fall before you." He announced that the first imperial guard of the divine cult welcomed the ruler of the demons. This man was Mudam, the head of the first imperial guard. Mudam sat directly opposite his master. The gentleman asked him what brought him here today. Mudam said he had an important message. "The third young gentleman regained consciousness," he said. But there was one but. He noted that he had completely lost his strength and was exhausted to the limit. Mudam asked his master what he planned to do with the third young master. "The first Imperial Guard!" the Lord shouted loudly, and this cry echoed in Mudam's ears. The voice of the Lord was so powerful that Mudam's robe blew away as if from a strong gust of wind. The candles in the room almost went out from this powerful voice. Mudam humbly asked to express his master's will. The master ordered that no one bring any more reports until the closing ceremony, which would take place in 3 months. After that, the master closed his eyes, which glowed like hot coals, and did not say a word. As long as his eyes remained open, Mudam looked directly into them without making a sound. As soon as his eyes closed, Mudam bowed low. He said he sincerely hoped to fulfill his master's great will. The Millennium Demonic Cult, founded by Master Murima in ancient times, was the oldest and most destructive demonic organization. This cult was the strongest in the martial arts, and its name inspired fear throughout Murim, becoming a symbol of chaos. Although the Righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Steelblood Fortress are superior in numbers, these 3 forces, together with the divine cult of the Heavenly Demon, are known in the world as the Mighty Triad, with the Heavenly Demon being the most destructive of all groups. And this is where Jung ended up. He could not understand how he got here. Was this really reality? He pondered this as he looked out onto the street. But why? He asked himself again and again. And why a demon cult? He needed to pull himself together, remain unbroken, understand the situation, and plan further actions. Last night, Chan went out. He used the technique of stealth to follow people unnoticed. Having overheard the conversations, he learned that the strongest disciple of the demonic cult, the third young master, had awakened, and a new bloody struggle for power would soon begin. People discussed that he had lost all his skills after 6 months of coma due to the blockage of chi. But if there was anything left, The nickname Monster was justified. They warned him to stay away from him because he could be very dangerous. Zhang heard all this while hiding on the roof. He realized that the body he was in belonged to a master of creating problems, a real monster. How did this person ever live? Now Zhang was absolutely sure that it was a demonic cult. To escape from here, he had to think carefully about a plan. He left only for a short time, but the technique of stealth exhausted him to the limit. Looking in the mirror at his fragile body, he was grateful for at least this life, whatever it was. He looked at his exhausted arm and realized that the first thing he needed to do was restore his body. Sitting down in a meditation position, he began to breathe deeply and concentrate. Closing his eyes, he tried to feel all the energy points of his body. As he suspected, all 8 meridians were in disarray. He decided to clear this small and stagnant center of energy. Look for the truth in the midst of chaos, break through the emptiness, open the channels of life, and the world will give you good luck. After these words, the temperature in the room began to rise. The air became heavy and thick. Through the infinity technique, Chan began to expel stagnant energy from his body. His body shone with blue light, and energy flowed out of him like an ocean, restoring his vitality. Updating the techniques of the 9 sects from his past life, he created his own, the infinite technique. For a person without high status, this technique was a real salvation. At that moment, he realized that he had to follow the same path. After finishing the meditation, he began to open his eyes. He wasn't sure if this was the limit of his abilities, but even small victories are still victories. The room was eerily quiet. Time had passed since he woke up, and he could feel it. And no one came to visit him except the doctor. The girl who brought him food on a tray still trembled with fear every time she approached him. Even among demons, this scoundrel was called a monster, and Chan realized that he was a real pain in the ass. But until he understood everything, he had to act carefully without haste. 3 months have passed. The smoke from the pipe rose in the same way as 3 months ago. A question was asked of the man. 3 months have passed, and the third young gentleman is just eating and recovering. Nothing else has happened, but he is recovering quickly. Although the doctor said that the stronger a person is, the more he or she can suffer, it was very strange even for him. The 4th young master of the heavenly demon divine cult, Hong Yoman, exhaled smoke from his pipe. Afterward, he admitted that the 3rd young master always exceeds his expectations. The doctor asked what to do next. I asked the doctor when Rin would arrive. The doctor replied that it would probably be very soon. Hong Yoman recalled that Rin's last visit was about 6 months ago, if his memory serves him correctly. He felt that something interesting was coming and ordered the doctor to continue observing and reporting. At that moment, his fist hit the wall hard, breaking the silence. His hands beat on the wall. The stone, hard as concrete, did not give way easily. Zhang trained tirelessly to get his body back in shape. He practiced each punch with precision, delivering hundreds of blows in one go. Zhang mastered a 2-sided stance to attack from both the left and right. He trained so intensely that the ground under his feet, made of stone, began to crack from the strain. He also practiced energy punches, not forgetting the power of his inner energy. Thanks to constant training, his technique became more and more refined, and his punches were so precise that they cut through the air. His workouts were so loud that they could be heard even on the street. Sweat was pouring down his body because he was giving it his all. After the training, the entire room looked trashed. The floor was covered with dents, the walls were damaged, and the wooden mannequins were broken into pieces. For the past 3 months, he has been trying to get his body back to normal, and he has finally managed to expel the stagnant and demonic energy. MANHUA brought him food regularly and fed him well to support his recovery. To fully recover, he needed to eat a lot to regain his strength. But one day, when he turned the bowl over to his mouth, he felt something strange. There was a giant beetle with numerous legs in the bowl, which was disgusting. The beetle fell to the floor, and the contents of the bowl spilled out with it. "What happened?" asked Yunhua, noticing his reaction. Suddenly, he began to feel a powerful energy and heard a voice in his head. "Did you really think you could run away from the righteous heavenly alliance, you idiot?" The man seemed to hover over him as he continued. "I made you the best killer in the world. And what did you do in return? Even after you die, you will not be rid of the righteous heavenly alliance," the voice repeated, and Zhang felt the parasite activate again in his body. He felt the parasite begin to act inside, reawakening old torments. "Young master," Enhua's voice repeated it several times, and Zhang looked up at her. "What?" She just asked if he was okay. He looked at the plate and wondered if it was just a vision. Bowing, Enhua said she would leave if he needed nothing else. Zhang looked up and thought, "Is this the new life I've always dreamed of?" But one question haunted him. Would he be able to be free now? After a hard workout, he changed into his usual everyday clothes. He heard someone talking outside the door. Could it be that scoundrel from the demonic cult? He thought, listening warily. The door suddenly opened without a knock, slamming loudly against the wall. A beautiful girl came in and said, "It's been a long time." Jong could not answer because he did not even know who she was. Next to her was Yunhua, who was slapped for trying to stop the girl to report her arrival first. Because of this, Chan looked at the girl, not understanding who she was or what she wanted. Without saying anything, she simply walked into the room, glanced at Chan, and noted that he looked better than she expected. Chan realized that he needed to think quickly about how to get out of this situation. "Are you going to leave me standing like this?" she asked, adding that she would like a cup of tea. Jong decided that the best way out was to run away and said that he urgently needed to leave. At the same moment, the girl snapped her fingers. 2 huge shadows appeared over Chan. Her 2 bodyguards immediately stopped him, not allowing him to leave. They blocked the exit from the room with their massive bodies. The girl started a dialogue, saying that she needed to discuss something with the 3rd young master and did not know how long it would take. She ordered the guards to stop any attempts to escape, to which they unanimously replied that they would comply. After that, the door slammed shut in front of Chong, locking him inside. The girl sat down and invited him to do the same, noting that they had a lot to discuss. Chong stood with his back turned to her and pondered, looking at the door, not knowing what to do. He said that he hadn't had time to rest after his workout and asked her to wait until he changed. She agreed, but said it would be great if he had no other plans. One quick glance at her made it clear that she was not normal. Jong had no choice, so he asked Yunhua to come with him. Junhua didn't understand why he was saying that, but he kept asking her, "Who are you?" He explained that after waking up from chi blockage, his head splits, so he can't remember anything clearly. The girl began to cry and said, "Young master, you cannot leave us so early!" He was surprised. "Why do I have to die?" Because he had just regained consciousness. Yunhua began to explain that her name was Hong Yorin. She was a demoness associated with a religious center for inner enlightenment, working for it, and came from the Yoksa family, part of the demon cult. She was so strong that she was considered the most talented student, performed all tasks flawlessly, and was recognized as a heroine by the head of the cult himself, and is also the younger sister of the 4th young master. Chan realized that the main question was why she came to him, and what kind of relationship they had. The details remained unknown even to Ankvi, but she noted that he had met with her frequently during the last month before his coma. This meant that their relationship was clearly not easy. Jong thanked her for her explanation and asked her how her face felt after the slap. Jong assumed that she was in pain after the slap, so he asked her to go rest. Such attention from him seemed strange to Envy, because in his past life he was constantly yelling at her and wishing her dead. After that, Jong went into the room where the girl was waiting and asked her what had brought her here. She was surprised by the question and its unusual tone, because it had changed. She wondered what was wrong with him, because now he was different, like heaven and earth compared to the past. Even the sparkle in his eyes had faded. She realized that the rumors about his loss of fighting skills were true. She decided not to hide anything and get right down to business, realizing that this was the best option. She pulled out 2 pieces of paper and explained that it was a contract with seals, asking if he remembered. She added that if someone violates the conditions or finds themselves in a situation where they are forced to do so, they will be punished. The total amount of money she invested in his treatment was about 1,000 naira, and to this were added other expenses that exceeded 2,000 naira. She decided not to mention the small things, saying that they were already close. Then Chan realized that he was being supported with money and medicine by the younger sister of the 4th young master. The total amount was 6,000 naira, and she asked him to return the money immediately, or to sign a contract on when he could repay the debt. Using the situation with his condition and blocked key, she made herself look like a victim, canceled the contract, and now demanded a refund. She ignored the fact that he was bedridden all this time. Jong, meanwhile, was thinking about how to get a reputation and become rich again to solve his problems. This girl interfered in things that did not concern her. Jong said that he could easily pay off such a sum. He asked Hu to prepare paper, brushes, and ink. He didn't care if she got into trouble. The main thing was to give her what she wanted, and he was planning to leave anyway. This carefree demeanor made her wary of the 3rd young master signing contracts so easily. Although he was not overly intellectually gifted, his calmness made her suspicious. Because of this, she decided to tell Chan something else. Leaning back in her chair, she proudly declared that if he could not return the money, he would be forced to appear at her first call. She seemed intent on treating him like a loyal dog. This petty humiliation got on Chan's nerves. She got up from her chair and asked if that was all. She then explained that the contract would be in effect until she received her money, and until then they had to treat each other with respect. An insidious smile lit up her face, and she looked him straight in the eye. "Respectfully?" asked Zhang, looking at her suspiciously. He asked if she really believed that he would respect her after signing such a contract. Chan then asked Wu to call the commander of the Imperial Guard. "Why are you calling him all of a sudden?" Hong Yorin asked in surprise. The door opened, and there stood Mudam. His greeting always began with the words, "The divine teachings are unquestionable. All demons will fall down before you. I welcome the third young master." After that, he asked how he could be of service. "Get the cart ready," Zhang asked briefly, adding that he needed it. Mudam tried to remind Chan of his weak body condition, but Chan returned to him and said that he was going to the Demon Lord, and ordered him to prepare a cart and inform the Lord of his visit. He said again, "Tell him that the third disciple wants to meet his master." "It will be done," Mudam replied. He promised to send a letter to the palace, and as soon as he received permission, he would begin to prepare the cart. In a frightened voice, Yoren turned to Chan. "What's wrong?" he asked, adding that he couldn't take it anymore and suggested that she find out if the Demon Lord thought their contract was fair. She asked if he was condemning them both to death and what he was trying to achieve by doing so. Zhang ignored her question and only asked if she saw any problem with it. Yoren, trembling with fear, muttered that if the Lord found out about this contract, even Zhang would be in danger. He agreed, recognizing that he could be punished or even expelled for this, given that he had lost all his fighting skills. But he asked, "What about you? Everyone knows how wonderful your family is, but this excuse doesn't always work. The worst-case scenario is arrest, and there is no way to avoid it. An arrest for improper upbringing of his daughter could mean that the entire Yak's family is at risk." Fear did not leave her face. Tears streamed down her cheeks and forehead. Waving, Zhang said he had a walk planned and would be leaving. She shouted after him, "Wait!" She asked if he really didn't want to become supreme ruler. "As a ruler, with such a position? That's ridiculous," he replied calmly. Then he asked if she had come here knowing that he had no chance. "I'll see you at the Lord's palace," he said as she clenched her fist in anger. He had barely taken a few steps forward when he heard her question. "What should I do?" He turned and asked, "What are you talking about?" She repeated, "What do I need to do?" "Checkmate," Chan thought, turning to look at her. She asked again, "What do I have to do to keep you from going to the Demon Lord?" A moment later, Zhang's hand held the contract. He put it right up to her nose and asked her to tear it. He demanded that she personally cut him to pieces. His thoughts drifted back to his past life. Wasn't this hell enough for him? He had come here to find peace, to settle somewhere in a forgotten countryside where it smells like fresh grass, not rotten blood. He remembered the words of his friend who had once dreamed of the same thing, and these memories captured him again. Next to his friend was a little boy, also dead. People searched every corner, but found no one else. Someone else had to be responsible for the betrayal of the Alliance, so Zhang ordered the area to be searched again. His eyes fell again on the same horrific scene. A little boy was clutching a wooden bird figurine in his hand. Zhang approached him, put his sword on the ground, and sat down next to him. He carefully took the bloody bird from the boy's hand. Looking at it, he began to think about the meaning of life. Who has the right to take a life? Who can give it? Suddenly a sound came from the road, and Zhang turned his head sharply. At that time his people were already dead. Everyone on his way was killed by this guy. His gaze was as cold as ice. The guy was rapidly approaching Chan, who was sitting next to the dead boy. Like a ninja, he rushed forward with incredible speed. On his way, he killed another soldier, cutting off part of his sword. He ran so fast that it was hard to see him and grabbed the body of the little boy. Chan did not have time to realize what had happened. Only a drop of the boy's blood fell on his face. Tears were streaming down the boy's face from the pain he felt holding the dead child in his arms. "Wait!" exclaimed Zhang, asking them to listen to him, explaining that they were following orders to kill the traitors of the Alliance. "I really didn't know," Zhang repeated, making excuses, trying to find an understanding. He came closer to the guy who was crying over the dead body and, standing behind him, said again, "I didn't know." The guy could hardly contain his rage and cried loudly. He asked Chan, "Is killing people just a job for you?" "Taking the lives of others. Is it really that easy for you?" he repeated, his voice desperate. Chan came closer and tried to take him by the shoulders to calm him down. But the guy pulled away and shouted that the killer did not know what real life was. He shouted that he would curse him even in the afterlife, and that Chan's life would turn into the suffering of those he had killed. This flashback weighed heavily on Chan, reminding him of his past life. Riding in the wagon, Chan could not stop thinking about those he had killed and the curse that now hung over him. The girl was holding a handkerchief in front of her, with a strand of hair that symbolized something for her. It was the hair of the master's servants, who even helped him dress. They looked after him, following his every order. "I congratulate you on the realization of your great will, Lord of Demons," the room heard. These were the words the master heard when he entered his room. Reaching for a glass decorated with dragon patterns, he took a sip. His clothes were also decorated with images of dragons. Holding a bowl with the same patterns in his hand, he asked if it was true that the third student wanted to meet him. "Yes," the servant replied, adding that the carriage had already been sent to his residence and that the third student would arrive soon. The owner turned to the head of the Imperial Guard and asked him to listen. At this time, he was pouring himself a drink from a glass. Mudam was looking forward to being told something concrete. But the owner took his time, sipping after sipping. Then he calmly ordered the third disciple to be escorted to the demonic Pavilion of Justice. The mention of the demonic Pavilion of Justice surprised Mudam, but he didn't ask again, just watched in silence as the owner poured himself a second drink. By then, Mudam had already realized everything. He bowed and said that his master's will would be done. The owner had a hard life, and it must have been difficult for him to manage everything under the constant supervision of his servants. "Is it really winter already?" he wondered, not noticing how quickly the seasons pass. It was very cold, and Chan couldn't get used to the aura of chaos that appeared every time the doctor checked his pulse. After the examination, the doctor noted that over the past few days, the damaged veins had recovered a bit, and not only them. Although Chan was taking herbs and receiving treatment, his regenerative abilities were incredible. This surprised the doctor. The look the doctor gave him seemed strange. Why was this man staring so intently? The doctor apologized by bowing to Zhong, explaining that he was impressed by the speed of the patient's recovery. Dr. Chong had no idea of the doctor's true intentions. The doctor believed that at this rate, glaucoma treatment would no longer be necessary, and advised Chan to focus on a healthy diet and the best healing potions. Zhong expressed a desire to ask the doctor something. "What are these best healing potions?" he asked, as this was the first time he had heard of them. The doctor began to explain about these healing potions. He called it a decoction of healing herbs to restore energy, which helps in the treatment process. The broth is made by craftsmen and served only to high-ranking members of the main sanctuary. Zhang thought about it. Energy restoration? Whatever they call it, it's just medicine. If this decoction really helps, I will recover even faster, he reasoned. The doctor said he would return in 2 days and wished Chan a speedy recovery. This town seemed quite unusual to Chan. Simply put, he found him gloomy and unwelcoming. Looking out the window, his thoughts returned to the Demon Lord. It seemed that their meeting was inevitable, and Chan wondered what kind of person this lord was. There was not a single soul in Kanho who did not recognize the absolute power of the Supreme Demon. This was a well-known fact, for he was considered the most powerful personality in the heavens. He never used his powers to the fullest, but was still recognized as the most powerful creature in Murama. A meeting with him could be extremely dangerous. On the table in front of Chong were several torn papers. There was still much he did not know about the demon cult, and perhaps he should have been more careful. He remembered what Yoren had said about being rude to a high-ranking official of the Holy Demon cult. But Zhong couldn't stand it. He hadn't been reborn to be someone's lapdog. If it weren't for that damn Hong Yoren contract, I wouldn't have had to come here, he thought with irritation. His thoughts were interrupted by the girl's gentle voice coming from the side. It was Hua, who told me that the Supreme Demon Palace had sent a message that they could prepare to leave. The carriage was waiting. If that was the case, Zhong decided he had to see him in person, without question. Taking a deep breath, he set off. The wooden wheels of the carriage rattled on the road they were traveling to the palace. Soon, he arrived at the owner's house. He was told that the Demon Lord had sent him to the Demon Justice Pavilion. A moment later, he was standing looking at the giant mountains, their foothills shrouded in fog. What kind of place is this? The demonic Pavilion of Justice, he thought. What worried him even more was that the pavilion was located on top of one of these mountains, and right there, the owner was waiting for him. The wine tasted even better than usual today. Sipping it sip by sip, the owner was lost in thought. Meanwhile, Zhong approached the long staircase, thinking about the place he had been brought to. Looking around, he thought it looked like the center of a demonic cult. The large number of guards alarmed him even more. This reminded him of the moment when he was caught by the duo of the righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Fortress of Steel Blood. High-ranking masters were around. This place was like a lair of dragons or tigers, where one mistake could cost you your life. After walking a long way up the stairs, they finally found themselves in front of a door built right into the stone. Stopping in front of this door, the man who accompanied Chong said, "We're here. It's called the demonic Pavilion of Justice, but it's not a pavilion at all," Zhang reflected. However, there was no time for fear. He pulled himself together and prepared for the next step. You have to move confidently, as if everything is under control, because every step can determine your fate. The door creaked open, and they held their breath, waiting for Zhang to come inside. Stepping forward, he whispered to himself, "Don't panic, Yonghajin. You are about to meet the Demon Lord himself." After walking a few meters, his face was illuminated by a blinding light, and surprise was evident in every feature. A new world opened up before him. Flowers bloomed, and the sun shone brighter than ever. He was convinced that it was winter, but everything around him was in full bloom, as if it were the height of summer. Zhang thought, "No, it looks more like spring," as he looked at the deer calmly drinking water from the stream. This picture resembled a dream. Birds were warming themselves on the branches, and the silence was almost perfect. The bunny quietly ran up from the side, and for a moment, Chon thought he was in a dream. Maybe it's all an illusion, he thought, trying to find an explanation. Because how else can you explain that winter reigns outside this place? He had always dreamed of leaving Kanho and finding peace in the green countryside. And this place was the realization of his dream. This is probably the most perfect illusion, he thought as he approached the trees, which were full of flowers. As he touched the petals, he felt himself slowly sinking into slumber, when a loud voice snapped him out of it. "Come here, quickly!" Zhang turned around and exclaimed, startled, "Wow, you scared me pretty good!" Suddenly, a pavilion appeared nearby, which hadn't been there a second ago, as if it had materialized out of thin air. Chan was stunned. This place appeared literally before his eyes. He noticed a figure inside, mysterious and silent. In front of him, with his back to Chan, stood the owner with long braids that fell over his clothes decorated with golden dragons. As if under a spell, Zhang began to walk toward the pavilion without realizing why. He was overcome with a strange feeling. His legs seemed to move by themselves, beyond his control. Each step seemed confident, but it wasn't his feet that led him to the pavilion. It was something else. From inside came the sound of the owner quietly pouring white wine into a glass, the murmur of it filling the silence. Zhang suddenly realized that he had been mesmerized and he could not resist it. The first step is life, the second is death. The owner silently drank his wine, seemingly measuring time. Zhang began to wonder if this was how the third of his comrades had imagined this demonic pavilion of justice. His feet stopped just in front of the pavilion, which stood on the very edge of a cliff, behind which an abyss opened. His murderous instinct screamed one thing: this place was a deadly threat. His inner sense of danger told him that he shouldn't stay here. Preparing for any turn of events, he clenched his fist tightly, feeling the tension build. Zhang convinced himself that it was not his style to back down. It went against everything he believed in. If he really wants to break free from the demonic cult and start a new life, a meeting with the Demon Lord is inevitable. As he climbed the stairs, he could only see the feet of the owner standing in front of him. Will I really meet him? Thoughts were constantly swarming in his head. The ninth heavenly demon, known as the Heavenly Demon, stood at the top of the cult's hierarchy. Step by step, Zhang approached, closing the distance between them. He tried to keep his face serious, so as not to attract too much attention. This man, Li Zhongsang, proved by his very presence that he was worthy of being here. His gaze pierced so deeply that everyone who encountered him unwittingly asked himself the question, "Do I deserve to live?" Several other people stood in front of the entrance, silent and reserved as shadows. Mudam and his men came up and asked if the third owner had already entered the pavilion. "Yes," they replied, and he asked if he was worried about something. The only response was the silence that reigned over the pavilion. The servant apologized for the inappropriate question and retreated with a low bow before the first head of the guard. During the entire reign of the Demon Lord, outsiders managed to enter the Demon Pavilion of Justice only twice. The first case occurred more than 25 years ago, leaving behind a legend that has been passed down from generation to generation. This happened when the Master took the first disciple under his wing, changing the course of events. The servant immediately realized that the Mudam was referring to him as that first disciple. However, this was not the case. The Mudam explained that the first young owner became an apprentice exactly 20 years ago. This meant that there was another student before the first master about whom only a few people knew. That mysterious disciple died in the demonic Pavilion of Justice, torn to pieces as if torn by wild beasts. Mudam reassured him that if the Lord had intended to kill him, he would not have invited him to the pavilion. "And who was the other person who entered the pavilion?" the servant asked, still nervous. The chief strategist, smiling a subtle smile, answered briefly, He was an incredibly influential person who reached the heights not by force, but by sharp mind and strategic thinking. He was the second person to dare to enter the demonic Pavilion of Justice." The servant began to sweat nervously as he listened to the story, his admiration and fear merging into one. "Yes, he walked in with his head held high and with unshakable confidence," Mudam continued. "And today, the demonic Pavilion of Justice opened its doors for the third time. Now, the only question is, will the third young owner manage to get out of there alive? What's next for him? What would be the next step?" Lee poured himself a third glass of wine as if it were a normal evening. Lee Chong-san could not contain his surprise when he first saw the Demon Lord. Before him stood the master of all living beings, whose aura of dominance could be felt even from a distance. There was no hint of weakness, which only emphasized the illusory nature of this place and its absolute power. He emanated an aura of invincible power that cemented his status as one of the 10 strongest martial artists. He was considered almost immortal, a being who lived in another dimension. Zhang was shocked to the core, unable to believe his eyes. He was frightened by the very fact of the master's presence. His aura made Chan slap his cheeks to get his thoughts in order. The Lord was slowly holding a cup of wine in his hands, demonstrating absolute control. Holding out a vessel of wine to Chan, the master gestured for him to take a drink. He bowed respectfully and thanked him for his generosity. The flavor of the wine was so intense that Chan wondered when he had last had the opportunity to taste something like this. The wine felt like a healing elixir, and Zhang drank it in one gulp, enjoying every drop. At this point, Li asked directly, why did Zhang seek a meeting with him? Holding out a second cup of wine, the master asked what had brought him here. Chan realized that the master didn't like long conversations, so he decided to get straight to the point and be frank. He directly expressed his request without hiding his intentions, ready for any response. "And what is this request?" asked the overlord, looking intently into his eyes, as if penetrating his very soul. Zhang put the second empty vessel on the table and quietly began to mutter to himself, as if trying to calm himself down. He wondered why he was suddenly hesitating, since he had once been one of the most powerful martial artists. Finally daring, he blurted out a question. Would there be any problems if he left the cult? But when he grabbed his head, he realized that he had said something wrong. He should have asked for permission to temporarily go out and get some fresh air. The overlord was silent, which only increased the tension in the air. After a few seconds, he calmly asked, "Do you want to leave the cult?" Zhang opened his eyes wide, realizing that his honesty seemed to be working for him. The lord held out his vessel and asked Chan to pour more wine, keeping his expression unruffled. Zhang was so nervous that he felt control slipping from his hands. The neutral expression on the overlord's face only increased the tension of the situation. Chan's request seemed so incomprehensible that the master asked again, "Do you want to temporarily leave or permanently leave the cult?" "Don't you like being my student?" the master asked calmly, but his voice was slightly threatening. No, that's not what I meant at all." Zhang waved his hands frantically, trying to explain his words. The next question from Li was even harder. "Did you give up because your body was completely exhausted?" Zhang barely had time to answer, as Li continued to bombard him with questions about his endurance and limits. Finally, Li lowered his head and spoke softly. "This is a big disappointment." Zhang seized the chance and quickly explained that he had no plans to cut ties with the cult, but that he had just come to his senses and had lost his fighting skills. He admitted that he really wanted to get back in shape, but it was much harder than he expected. So he decided that a change of scenery and fresh air might help. The owner listened attentively, not saying a word, but his eyes were intent. Chan began to worry whether he had offended the master with his words, because this was exactly the request he had come with. Suddenly, the master became angry and violently grabbed the cup of wine, which made Chan tense. Zhang instantly wondered whether he should apologize and how to act in this situation, because his nerves were on edge. Li asked coldly, "Did you only meet with me to ask for permission to leave?" Chan, lowering his head, began to mumble uncertainly, confused about his motives. Had he really met with the master just to ask for permission to go for a walk? Despite everything, the master continued to calmly pour the wine, remaining silent. Zhang tried to concentrate and quickly come up with a suitable explanation that would mitigate the situation. Finally, he thought to say that he just wanted to see the master, as he had not had the opportunity for a long time. These words were pleasant to the master, and his face softened a little. It seemed that the Overlord's reaction was no longer as negative as it had been up to that point. Zhang continued, adding that despite his current state, he always feels obligated as a disciple, and will never be able to repay the master for even a small part of his kindness. Zhang tried to touch Li's emotions, hoping that it would move him and make him change his attitude. But the master, without any sign of emotion, simply handed Chan a bowl of wine. As soon as Zhang touched the bowl, it instantly crumbled into dust, as if it had never existed. At that moment, the master rose and, approaching Chan, stood directly in front of him. "Wow, it's huge," thought Chan, looking down at it, feeling very small. The Lord began to say that if Chan really knew his duties, he would not have dared to appear before him in such a miserable state. For a moment, a thought flashed through Chan's mind. Has he realized that another soul lives in this body? Perhaps he guessed because of his piercing eyes, which glowed blue like the sky before a storm. The master seemed to see right through him, penetrating right into his soul, and Chan couldn't think of what to say next. When the Overlord turned his back, it seemed for a moment that the danger was over, and Chan breathed a sigh of relief. The Lord walked to the edge of the cliff and looked thoughtfully at the estate that lay between two majestic mountains. He grabbed the beam with his hands, and dust began to fall from his palms like a sign of the times. Trying to find out the Overlord's reaction, Zhang said he would return in 3 days. However, he never found out whether his request was approved or whether he was now banned from leaving the place altogether. Chan stood in hesitation, waiting for some hint or word from the master to see if he could accomplish his plan. Instead of answering, the Overlord spoke softly. "The demonic Pavilion of Justice under a clear sky overlooking green fields. It's been a long time since I've seen a view like this," he said, gazing into the distance as if remembering something from long ago. But the day was already coming to an end, and darkness was slowly enveloping everything around. Li continued to pour wine as he had during the day because he always found a kind of pleasure in it. Every time he poured himself another drink, he repeated that it was a reward for his tireless work. He spoke these words to Mudam, who thanked him respectfully and assured him that it was a great honor. Mudam, sitting on his knees next to his master, would turn over a bowl of wine and drink it in one gulp to the bottom. After drinking, he asked Li what was happening to the third student. Mudam replied that the disciple was recovering at his home, trying to come to his senses after the recent events. Li asked if that was all, if there was any more news about him. While playing with his creature, a mythical sea serpent called an emoji, Li noticed that Zhang looked pretty good. According to legend, an emoji must live for 1,000 years in the water to become a dragon. Li picked up Chong 10 years ago, mistaking him for an emoji, and imagine his disappointment when he discovered that it was just a poisonous snake. But today, looking at Chan, Li saw a magical pearl on his lips, and something in him changed. As Zhang gradually moved away from evil, he began to understand the essence of death and his path to it. The demonic Pavilion of Justice is a place where evil is judged, and everyone who enters it faces their darkest sins. Those who are guilty are invited here by the Lord of Demons himself, and it is he who carries out the final judgment over them. The demonic Pavilion of Justice reflects the heart and soul of the one who enters, showing his conscious and subconscious state. If the Overlord does not like the prisoner, the formation will attack him on his orders. And as soon as the prisoner is tempted to kill, he will be killed in the most brutal way. The formation is capable of revealing the true intentions of the person entering. This is the highest level of magic that only a demon lord can break through. Li's next question was about the care of the secluded bamboo grove, whether everything was in order. Mudam said that the Elder's Court staff supervises her daily, and usually there are about 5 accidents a month, but there have been no deaths in the last 4 months. Li opened a small box and ordered the Elder Court workers to temporarily withdraw from the grove. His intention was to send the third student to a secluded bamboo grove for further testing. Mudam heard this decision, but his thoughts were full of anxiety. He did not know what to say. Leah took a small mouse out of the box, without any explanation. He placed this mouse as food for his animal, which was waiting for a treat. With a calm expression on his face, Li watched what was happening before his eyes, without any emotion. He watched indifferently as the mouse's blood flew around as if it were part of a ritual. Mudam only answered briefly, "Yes, to a secluded bamboo grove." He was convinced that this was the best place for Chan to breathe fresh air and find peace. In fact, this place was incredibly interesting, as if it had been torn out of another reality. 8 mysterious creatures lived there, each of which made the place even more mysterious and unpredictable. Walking through the dense bamboo, Chan could barely contain himself when a 2-headed chameleon suddenly jumped at him. "What is wrong with you? Why is everyone trying to destroy me?" thought Chan. trying to make sense of what was happening around him. He just wanted some peace, away from the four walls. But instead, he was thrown into a wild, almost unreal world. What did I do to be sent to this terrible place, alone? Thought Chan, anger boiling inside him. Standing in the middle of an endless bamboo forest, he broke down and shouted at the top of his voice, "Demon Lord, you are a real bastard!" If Lee really thought this place was perfect for a vacation, he is definitely a piece of shit. But the moment Zhang was seething with anger, an energy wave appeared behind him, and someone asked him to apologize, reminding him that his words about the great heavenly demon were unnecessary. He added that any rude or insulting statement against the Overlord entails the death penalty without the right to pardon. There are no exceptions, even for those in high positions. Without hesitation, Zhang replied that he should have listened better, because he did not mean to offend the master. "Oh, of course, it was just a misunderstanding," the stranger replied sarcastically, apologizing with a wry smile. Chan thought that this guy had such authority that for these dark bastards from the demon cult, he was even higher than the emperor. In fact, he was only one of the elders, but his influence was felt in every movement. After these formalities, Ma Dongping solemnly greeted Zhang, feeling incredibly important. He announced that he was now Chang's humble servant, and as the third leader of the Council of Elders of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, he was honored to be his bodyguard. In fact, Zhang was deeply indifferent to all this honor. He only wanted Ma to stay away from him. But Ma Dongping, ignoring this, began to swear on his own life, promising to protect Chang until his last breath. Chan dreamed of only one thing, that this intrusive man would finally shut up. Time passed, and Chang, having no choice, began to adapt to the new conditions and Ma's presence. However, his mind was filled with many questions and doubts about his further actions. Standing among the dense bamboo thickets, he felt hopelessly trapped, as if the palm trees around him reflected his despair. In the end, he was left alone, and his red eyes expressed sadness and depression. The situation was getting worse and worse. He saw no way out of this strange place. No matter how hard he tried, all his attempts failed, and sometimes he could not even hold back tears of powerlessness. In a fit of rage, he beat his head against the bamboo, screaming how much he hated these demonic bastards. All he wanted was to go for a walk, and they sent him into this terrible trap. Chan realized that this path would not be easy. No one promised him easy solutions, so he decided not to waste time on idle thoughts. Suddenly it dawned on him. Why does he want to leave the cult at all? Ever since he had been in the body of the third young master, he had had a bad feeling. Ta Cheon decided that one day he would escape from here, but it was impossible now, so he would have to temporarily play the role of the third young master. To survive in this body, Chan realized that he needed strength. He simply must become stronger. Otherwise, his fate will be decided without his participation. The ideology of survival of the fittest is more deeply rooted in the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult than in any other Murim groups. It cannot sit idly by, waiting to be recognized as untalented and discarded like trash. Sooner or later, he will be forced to take the path of martial arts, regardless of whether it will bring him salvation or death. And now Zhang has made a decision. No more concessions, no more compromises. From now on, he will walk with his head held high. From behind the bamboo thickets, Ma Dongping was always watching him from behind, never leaving him out of sight. But it was at that moment that Chan accidentally spotted him, and his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. Ma Dongping emerged from the thicket, only to announce that the food was ready, and asked Chang to come to the table. Zhang again asked Ma not to touch him, repeating what he had said before, he needed to be alone. But Ma persisted, reminding him that they had been here for 2 days, and in that time, Zhang had not even taken a single sip of water. Looking at him nervously, Zhang asked, "Why do you always appear so suddenly, like a devil out of a snuff box?" "Yes, master," Ma replied with unwavering calm, making Chan think that this guy was really impenetrable. Time in this place seemed to fly at breakneck speed, and every moment seemed like a lost chance. And so, 3 days after entering the lonely bamboo grove, Zhang decided to start with the infinity technique to strengthen not only his body but also his soul, in preparation for the challenges ahead. Meditation became an integral part of this process, helping him to find harmony and strength within himself. The circulation of chi energy during the infinity technique was completely different this time, and the feeling of power awakened every part of his body. "Have I really reached the level of circulation at the third power level?" ran through Chan's mind as his body was overwhelmed with new energy. There are 5 stages of the infinity technique. In his previous life as an assassin king, Chan reached the top of the 4th stage, where the unity of martial skills and physical condition of the body is more important than even enlightenment. And yet, even in this weakened body that had experienced chi blockage, he was at the top of the 3rd stage of power, literally a step away from the 4th. Perhaps this guy really is a genius. In addition, the cleaning technique was activated automatically, enhancing its achievements. This technique purified the air around them, absorbing the turbid chi that stagnated in the space and turning it into a part of its power. The air around him became crystal clear, and the absorbed turbid chi energy became part of his power through the infinity technique. With the purified air, his ability to absorb strength increased significantly, which accelerated his progress through the strength levels. This meant only one thing: he would return to his previous level much faster than he could ever have thought. He felt this progress in every cell of his body, as the power gradually filled him. And at that moment, Chan realized that he was ready to take the next step, to rise to the next level. The transition to the 4th stage of power became a reality when, during meditation, an explosion of blue flame, which was chi energy, burst out of his body, flying straight into the sky as if to symbolize his rebirth. It was 5 days after he entered the lonely bamboo grove, and his recovery was impressive. Now everything was ready. His body was completely restored. Every part of him was filled with new strength. The damaged blood vessels and vital organs healed, becoming even stronger than before, making life in the grove much easier than he expected. Even his hair became deeply dark like starless nights, a testament to his recovery and growing strength. In addition, he ate to his heart's content, because Ma took care of all the food issues, providing him with everything he needed. Sleep became an integral part of his recovery, and Chan enjoyed this time while Ma Dongping was doing other things. And now, he was able to use the abilities he once had in his previous life again. In his past, as an assassin king, he developed an incredible sensitivity that often saved his life. Frequent encounters with death and the experience of a hired killer left a deep imprint on him, forcing him to be always on guard. Martial arts, which enhanced this sensitivity, became his main weapon and the best tool for survival. His greatest power was the 6-power technique of the heavenly grid, which he had mastered in his previous life. The first form of this technique was the all-seeing gaze, which increased the sensitivity of all 5 senses to the maximum, turning them into a real weapon. This form allowed Zhang to view the entire space around him without having to turn his head. Zhang was delighted with this ability, realizing that it was the fruit of his hard work and experience. But at the same time, he began to hate himself for getting used to this place and new circumstances so quickly. And again, Ma suddenly appeared from behind the bamboo thickets, addressing him. He came again to tell us that the food was ready, and once again scared Chan, who was sure that Ma was deliberately choosing moments to show up unexpectedly. Sometimes it even seemed to Chang that Ma was only pretending to be an idiot to deliberately mock him. After sunset, the demonic monsters became more and more active, which is why Ma Dongping said it was time to return without waiting for danger. Finally, they went home, and Chan was able to focus on the main thing, laying the foundation for the development of his fighting skills. He realized that if he combined the knowledge from his past life with the abilities of this body, he would quickly return to his former power. Ma Dongping walked behind Chang, closing his eyes, sensing something suspicious in the air around him. Among the dense bamboo thickets, he noticed a strange energy that made him wary. Is it a ghost? He thought as he began to scan the space around him. Meanwhile, thanks to the infinity technique, Zhang almost completely recovered, regaining his lost strength and energy. He came up with the idea to try to take to the skies and test his new abilities. He jumped up and unexpectedly regained 2 of his skills that allowed him to fly with ease. The boundless technique completely restored his body, and the technique of the 6 heavenly powers restored the sharpness of all his senses, bringing them to perfection. He was flying over the bamboo trees at an incredible speed, bouncing off each trunk. But there was another important thing that needed to be done. The dark energy of Qi, created by combining the hidden techniques of 10 great sects, required his special attention. These 3 martial skills became the basis of his art, which made him a legend and the king of assassins, Zhong Hajin. With these abilities, he will be able to become strong again in the shortest possible time, regaining all his former strength. Flying through the bamboo treetops, he had another brilliant idea. What if he could master the dark shadow Chai technique? The divine cult of the heavenly demon, where he was the 3rd young master of Soryang, might have stored exactly the knowledge he needed to master new techniques. Although he was no longer Zhong Hajin, It was certain that there was some kind of unique art of the celestial demon cult left, and Zhang was curious about what kind of technique it was. He came up with an interesting idea and realized that he had to contact Donpil immediately. As soon as he said Donpil's name, he instantly appeared, ready to help and asking what issues needed to be resolved. Zhang asked if there were any of his brothers who had not mastered the art of the heavenly demon cult, or perhaps had mastered another martial art that was not demonic. Donpil, a bit embarrassed by the question, apologized as he thought it was almost impossible to answer. Zhang continued, asking what would happen if he refused to learn the art of the celestial demon cult. Donpil admitted that he would like to know the answer himself, but he could only assume one thing. If young hosts and hostesses do not learn this art, the consequences can be serious. The Overlord will no doubt be very unhappy with this decision, which can cause unpredictable events. After that, Zhang again turned to Donpil with a new task. He ordered him to go to the library immediately and get the necessary knowledge. At the library, Donpil had to declare that he had come with the permission of the third young owner and get access to the materials he needed. He was also tasked with finding and bringing back all the secret manuscripts on the art of the celestial demon cult that he could find. Chan had an interesting idea, and he decided to act immediately without delay. Donpil, as always quick as a flash, was already in the library in a short time, running errands for his master. Donpil sat in front of the Mudan, insistently asking for the secret manuscripts, emphasizing that this was a personal request from the third young master. Mudan was intrigued, because the third young master had to know all these manuscripts. Perhaps he wanted to stimulate himself to new achievements. After apologizing for his persistence, Donpil dared to ask a rude question that had long tormented him. As a bodyguard, he believed he had a right to know the true purpose of his protection, so he decided to be straightforward, even at the risk of being disrespected. He asked if it could be that the third young master had lost his memory after encountering the chi block. Mudan could not give a confident answer to this question, leaving it without a clear explanation. Mudan only recalled how the third young master had once been incredibly talented, but also greedy and arrogant. He saw people of lower rank as nothing more than dust under his feet, but after returning from the chi blockade, he became a completely different person. Yunhua also noticed a change. Sometimes his actions seemed distracted, as if he were in his own thoughts, not focusing on the world around him. On top of that, the fact that he came out alive from the demonic Pavilion of Justice was a real miracle, which confused the people around him even more. All these details made the Mudan think deeply about the changes in the young master. After much deliberation, the Mudan told Donpil that he understood his concerns, but reassured him that there was no need to worry. The young master is not just anyone, but one of the potential heirs to the cult. And even if he has indeed lost his memories, this does not change his important status. Mudan noted that this is why protecting heirs is a complex and important task, and that is why he chose Donpil. After these words, the Mudan held out a key and asked Donpil to take it, giving him access to secret knowledge. He reminded them that they had only 3 days and asked them to mix this key with other tests, taking 3 to 4 secret manuscripts to study. However, the Mudan still had one more question he wanted to ask Donpil. He asked if Donpil had already informed the young owner about the secluded bamboo grove. Donpil replied that he hadn't yet, but he planned to do so today. Mudan, with a worried sigh, asked if Donpil realized how dangerous this place was, and asked him to take care of the young master's safety. The task was extremely important, and although the bamboo grove was a deadly place, Donpil was ready to do everything possible to avoid any mistakes. Mudan couldn't help but wonder what the Demon Lord saw in the third young master that made him decide to send him to this place. The secluded bamboo grove is a demonic forest that existed before the creation of the divine cult and stretched over hundreds of thousands of mountains. The 1,000-year-old assassin who killed many demons during the reign of the most powerful first celestial demon played a key role in the cult's formation. It was this grove that helped the cult become one of the most powerful sects. For some people, this grove is a huge gift, an incredibly valuable and desirable treasure. For others, it is a curse that brings only horror and despair. The master was putting the third young master to the test for the second time, allowing him to leave the demonic Pavilion of Justice. Mudan stood and gazed into the distance, thinking about it. He was extremely curious about what would happen in the secluded bamboo grove, and this question haunted him. Meanwhile, in the most secluded bamboo grove, Zhang stared in amazement, hardly believing his eyes, and began to count the books. 1, 2, 4, 17. There were so many books in front of him that he couldn't even count them. and he didn't understand why they brought him so many. Dongpil, smiling, said that it was not much, because he had chosen only the most important ones. Zhang, clutching his head, asked, "You call that a little?" There was so much information that Chan felt like he could absorb it endlessly, but time was running out. He realized that if he considered the art of the Celestial Demon Cult inferior to the art of the Celestial Alliance, he would never be able to understand its true nature. One must be impartial in this regard. Donpil said that out of 17 texts, 3 should be returned in 3 days. 3 days? Why 3 days? Asked Chan, squinting his eyes suspiciously. Donpil explained that these 3 books describe the 10 great demonic arts, and these secret texts are available only to the first, second, and third young masters. Dongpil understood. The 10 great demon arts are the pinnacle of martial arts in the heavenly demon cult. If Zhang mastered just one, he would be able to dominate all of them, even if he didn't remember it now. Zhang noticed Donpil's thoughtful gaze and leaned over to ask him why he was looking at him like that. Donpil, lowering his head, immediately apologized for his disrespect, embarrassed that he had been staring at his master for so long. Then he decided to ask if Zhang really didn't remember any of these secret techniques. Suddenly, Zhang slammed his hand on the table and began to rise, claiming that he had completely lost his fighting skills after blocking Qi, as he had already explained. Clutching his head in his hands, he confessed that his mind and heart were not what they used to be. He felt that they were both in a secluded bamboo grove, as isolated as he was. With a grim expression on his face, Zhang said again that he had to act, but he felt completely helpless. He admitted that he needed to relearn the demonic arts he had forgotten, and begged Donpil to help him regain his former power. Zhang called Dongpil his last hope and asked him to bring the cult's weapons at dawn to begin training. Listening to the sincere words of the third master, Donpil could not help but cry and snot, and his lips trembled with emotion. He asked himself, "What the hell is this? Why am I crying?" With an earnestness that Zhang had never seen before, Dongpil solemnly declared that he was willing to put his life in his service. Confused, Zhang mentally begged him to stop because it was already too dramatic. From time to time, Donpil approached the corral and watched the animals, using his keen sense of smell. He predicted that in 10 days, they would become much stronger and more dangerous. But for now, everything was calm, and he was sure that everything was going according to plan. They were currently in the safest area of a secluded bamboo grove, so there was no reason to worry. Meanwhile, Zhang sat at the table, carefully studying each book, trying not to miss any important details. Donpil, seeing through the window how the young master was immersed in the study of secret manuscripts, decided not to disturb him so as not to distract him from his concentration. He was well aware of his task, which was to bring the weapons requested by Jiang as soon as possible. Zhang would read through mountains of books, sometimes even falling asleep over them, so exhausted was he from his intense studying. The Dark Shadow Qi, belonging to Zhong Hajin, although not widely known, was still among the greatest techniques in the Murim world. It may not have been equal in purity to the techniques of the Great Sects, but it was undoubtedly one of the best of its time. Demonic art, on the other hand, was completely different. It placed destruction above purity. This art was focused on achieving instant results, neglecting stability and durability. It focused more on aggressive attack than defense, on true power rather than flexibility. And yet, many of the methods of demonic art echoed the techniques of professional killers, which Chan was very familiar with. Reading these texts made Chan think about a lot of things. Because it was so similar to his past life, these techniques were undoubtedly incredible. But he simply could not master them all now because of his physical exhaustion. However, one question kept running through his mind. What could he do to perfect his Dark Shadow Qi technique using these 10 great demonic arts? Having decided to get a book about true demonic art, Zhang hoped that it would be the key to his further development. The true demonic art was one of the main ones, along with the demonic burning art, and was considered the foundation of demonic techniques. Its perfection surpassed even some of the 10 great demonic arts. Still, he hesitated, whether to continue reading the book or to try to feel his own strength and feelings first. In the end, Zhang decided to choose the second option, to feel the energy inside himself. The limitless technique worked well at such moments when thoughts were swarming in my head, helping to organize them. He even managed to sense someone's presence nearby, which made him wary. Zhang assumed that it was Dongpil who had returned and was watching him as usual. But a warning flashed through his mind. He had to be careful. Because although Dongpil seemed naive, he was watching his every move. After a great workout, Zhang decided that he had enough for today and started to rise to rest. But suddenly, he had a strange feeling as if the ground beneath him began to move, making him lose his balance. "Is that Dongpil doing something over there?" thought Zhang, turning his head and asking, "Are you back already?" But the eyes he saw in front of him did not belong to Dongpil at all. And worse, the creature had no beak, which only increased his anxiety. "What the hell is this?" asked Chan, looking at the horrific monstrosity in front of him. The creature immediately began to approach him at an incredible speed, giving him no time to react. With one punch, she knocked Chan down, leaving him lying on the ground in a helpless state. The creature pierced the fence made of sturdy bamboo, shattering it into pieces and leaving behind destruction. "What the hell is going on here?" flashed through Chan's mind as danger loomed over him. Amidst the dust cloud, an ominous silhouette with 3 heads could be seen moving forward. The creature looked truly terrifying. A giant monster in the shape of a rooster, but with 3 heads. 4 powerful paws with sharp claws added even more fear to its appearance. Her wings were so huge that they were the size of a man, ready to take her into the sky. The 3 heads simultaneously looked in different directions, and the scream coming from her mouth resembled the sound of a broken gramophone, eerie and cutting to the ears. "What kind of horror is this?" Chan was in complete astonishment as he looked at the monstrosity, which looked like a mutant from the underworld of the great King Yahello. The events that were happening seemed so ridiculous that he began to doubt the reality of everything around him. Before he could even blink, the creature rushed to attack with incredible speed, carrying deadly force with it. It was only because of his speed and agility that Chan managed to dodge at the last moment, saving his life. However, the creature was so fast that a gust of wind from its movement unbuttoned Chan's clothes, forcing him to come to his senses. When he got up from the ground, he saw the monster rise into the air right above him, and it seemed that its size had increased even more. It now had 6 legs. Her scream resembled a martial art because it was so powerful and piercing that it struck every nerve. The sound wave from her squeaking was so strong that it nearly knocked Chan off his feet, forcing him to struggle for balance. Meanwhile, Dongpil, carrying his swords on his back, which clattered with his every step, confidently walked toward the hut. He believed that he had taken enough weapons, including various types of weapons, including swords, which should have been extremely useful. On the way, he thought about the fact that the 3rd young master had always used swords, and, as a skilled swordsman, could even create his own unique style. Who knows, maybe the memories will come back when he picks up the sword again, Dongpil thought, although he was not sure whether to help bring back Zhang's old brutality. The 3rd young master used to humiliate Dongpil constantly, causing him problems even over trivial things like food he thought was inedible. Dongpil recalled those times with horror. He wished that the old 3rd owner would never return, hoping that the new Chan would remain as he is now. But suddenly he stopped himself firmly. "Enough. I'm just a guard. My job is to serve, not to give in to emotions." Suddenly Dongpil stopped, smelling a pungent odor in the air that he could not ignore. It was a strong smell of blood, so piercing that it was impossible not to notice it. Soon after, he heard a loud cry, like a rooster crowing, coming from somewhere nearby. At this time, Chan fought with all his might against the creature, not having a single thought of escape. He tried to strike with his hands, but the rooster did not give him a chance because of its aggressive cries, which confused him. After another blow, the rooster managed to grab Chan's hand with its sharp paws like ticks. 3 heads were already preparing to grab him by the neck, and paws were lifting Chan up, trying to tear him off the ground. "You're completely out of your fucking mind!" shouted Chan, barely escaping and delivering a powerful blow to one of the creature's heads. However, his kick hit only one of the 3 goals, which only irritated the rooster and made it make even more angry, piercing sounds. The creature became even more enraged, screaming so loudly that the air around it trembled with vibrations. Trying to find a foothold, Chan gritted his teeth, resisting the strong wind that rose from the powerful beats of the rooster's wings, and at the same time defending himself against the sonic attack. What kind of rooster is this? Does he use sound art? He thought, trying to comprehend what kind of monster he was dealing with. Damn it, this mutated rooster is incredibly strong, thought Zhang indignantly, realizing the scale of the danger. It will be difficult. If I had a weapon, everything would be much easier, he thought, regretting his lack of one. Zhang quickly assessed the situation and asked himself, what can I use as a weapon? His eyes fell on a piece of fence lying in front of him, and it seemed like it could be useful for an attack. The rooster, crowing loudly, was rapidly approaching, leaving Chan no time to think. But this time, Zhang decided not to fall into the same trap a second time. He grabbed the piece, jumped high into the air, and was ready to turn the rooster into a future kebab with his attack. The rooster crowed even louder as Zhang delivered a powerful blow, aiming straight for the monster's back. The bamboo stick saved Chan for a moment, allowing him to hit the creature, but it turned out to be an illusion. The stick broke into pieces when it hit the rooster's stone-like back. Is he dead or not? Wondered Chan, sitting on the rooster's back, trying to figure out if he had finally managed to defeat this monster. However, the rooster's eyes remained wide open, showing no signs of defeat. At that moment, Chan realized that the rooster was still alive and ready for another attack. Quickly reacting, Chan jumped off the monster's back, avoiding another danger. But the angry rooster threw him down with such force that Chan flew into the bamboo fence like a doll. The impact was so powerful that the posts on the other side of the fence cracked as if they were made of paper. Chan, hitting his back against the fence, slowly slid to the ground, barely able to hold on from exhaustion. Meanwhile, the rooster kept crowing, getting louder and shriller. "It really hurts," Chan said, holding his shoulder, unable to hold back an irritated comment about the stupid chicken. He realized that he could not break through the monster's defensive feathers with physical strength alone. It was useless. Although Zhang never thought he would have to use such a powerful technique against an animal, he had no choice. As the rooster approached again, Zhang realized that it was time to change his strategy. When the monster almost came close, Zhang shouted, "Attack!" challenging it to a final battle. At this point, he activated the second form of the 6 heavenly powers technique. This technique, known as hypervision, allowed him to accelerate his thinking process to a superhuman level through chi energy. The world around him began to slow down in his eyes, giving him an advantage over the enemy. Running closer, Chan noticed a weak spot in the rooster, right where its heart should have been. Jumping at him with a new bamboo stick in hand, Chan shouted, "That's it! That's it! You're dead!" and began to attack. He aimed directly at the place where the rooster's heart should be, delivering powerful blows. The stick did not pass through the skin easily, but Zhang continued to increase the force of the blows, even began to twist the stick to penetrate deeper. Now this rooster will no longer wake anyone up in the morning and annoy them with its crying like a broken alarm clock, Zhang thought sarcastically. After a while, Donpil burst into the hut and saw that everything around him was destroyed, as if after a storm. He held a sword in his hand and was ready to help his young master, although he was late. Covered in rooster blood, Zhang sat on a rock and said sarcastically, "At last you have returned." Dongpil, frightened, ran up to Zhang and asked if he was okay, worried about his condition. "What are you fussing about?" said Chan, looking at him calmly. When Dongpil saw the corpse of the rooster with 3 heads, he whispered in horror, "This is the heavenly lotus." He explained that this was the name of this amazing creature known for its danger, and added that it was more important to treat Chan's wounds now. Zhang looked at his dirty body and replied with cold calm, "This blood is not mine." And it was indeed true. Apart from a few scratches, Chan had almost no serious wounds, although the azure lotus was as dangerous as a wild leopard. Dongpil asked with admiration if Zhang had defeated this horrible monster himself. Chan looked around the area and, convinced that no one else was there, asked Dongpil with interest if there was a large cauldron. When he found out that there was a cauldron, Chan asked him to fill it with water, add bamboo sprouts and bring it to a boil, as he was going to cook dinner for them. But it didn't end there. Holding out a bamboo stick covered in blood directly to Dongpil's face, Zhang demanded an explanation. He wanted to know how Dongpil knew about this bird, what kind of secluded bamboo grove it was, and why he didn't know about it himself. Dongpil began to explain that the secluded bamboo grove existed before the creation of the celestial demon cult. Compared to other mountains, it has the densest spiritual chi energy, which circulates only in this area. This unique feature of the grove is that the dense chi energy is spread throughout the entire area, but its greatest concentration is observed here, in the bamboo zone, and it only increases over time. This energy penetrates the trees and soil, making them much stronger and thicker. Bamboo sprouts grow much faster than in natural conditions, which allows the growth to be constantly renewed. In addition, some plants acquire special properties. They become stronger and sometimes acquire toxic or healing qualities. These herbs can be either poison or elixir, as their energy density is extremely high. In order for their beneficial properties to become available to the human body, they need to be processed through dozens of cycles. Most of the cult's demonic elixirs are made from bamboo that grows here in this grove. Unfortunately, however, mass production of elixirs is not possible here due to limited resources. The most valuable bamboo grows deep in the bole of the grove, but the main problem is that dangerous spiritual beasts live here. One of these animals was this giant rooster, which Zhang had already boiled and cooked for dinner. But, Donpil added, the azure lotus, despite its strength, was the weakest of these beasts. Moreover, some mid-level beasts are as strong as top-level martial artists. They come to this forest twice a year to gather divine bamboo together with the first guardian and other high-ranking masters. But even for these masters, the bole of a secluded bamboo grove is an extremely dangerous place. The bamboo fortress where they were now is considered the safest part of the secluded grove. During his story, Dongpil added that he did not think it was time for the azure lotus to ferment, and apologized for failing to properly protect Zhang due to his own overconfidence. He not only built a palisade around the bamboo fortress, but also added an octagonal wall outside to strengthen the defense. Zhang reassured him, saying that Dongpil had fulfilled his duties more than enough and that he shouldn't worry about what had happened. After that, Zhang handed Dongpil a bowl of soup with a large rooster thigh in it, so large that it could barely fit in the bowl. Just imagine, he cooked this monster and is going to eat it, Dongpil thought with a bit of shock. Is this even edible? He wondered, looking at a piece of meat in his bowl. However, his doubts quickly disappeared and he began to eat, satisfying his hunger. In less than a few seconds, Dongpil had eaten everything and was already asking his young master for another portion. From everything that was said, Zhang realized how dangerous this place was, and that he was sent here by the demon lord Li Zhongsang himself. Thinking about it, Zhang came to the conclusion that he needed to master the demonic arts as soon as possible to have a chance to survive. During the dinner, Zhang unexpectedly brought up the topic of the octagonal wall that Dongpil had built, noting that it turned out to be very functional, even if it was built a little bit incorrectly. The third young owner recognized Dongpil's work. It was not just a compliment, but an obvious fact that did not require further explanation. Dongpil began to suspect that Zhang had studied formations before, because such an understanding of these structures could not have appeared by chance. Formations, like martial arts, cannot be mastered only by reading books. You need practice and deep understanding. The more Dongpil got to know Zhang, the more he admired him and asked himself new questions. Zhang seemed to be a much deeper person than one might think. Zhang finished reading more than 10 secret manuscripts on the demonic arts in just 3 days, which was impressive to Dongpil. Moreover, he defeated the Azure Lotus, although he did not fully recover from the Chai blocking. Zhang could seem frivolous and reckless, but when he became serious, he had such a powerful aura around him that it was almost impossible to get close to him. Dongpil noticed that Zhang was not very upset about losing his martial arts skills due to the Qi blocking. After weighing it all up, Dongpil concluded that there was something more he didn't know about Zhang. Dark Shadow Qi is a martial art that Zhang himself created by combining 10 secret techniques from the Great Sex. However, the true demonic art is the foundation of everything, and the nature, character, and quality of his Qi will depend on how he learns it. What if he could eliminate the imperfections of the dark shadow of Qi through the true demonic arts, thought Zhang. It was like a drop of ink staining clear water. Demonic art was this ink, especially true demonic art, which was the ancestor of all demonic techniques in the celestial divine cult. For the development of the dark Qi shadow he had recently created, this was the perfect complement. Perhaps it was fate that he ended up in the heavenly cult with his dark Qi shadow. And now it's time to get started. The true demonic art and the dark shadow of the Qi, can they become one? Zhang wondered if it was possible to combine the basics of a demonic cult and the secret techniques of 10 major sects into a single invincible system. While Zhang was training non-stop, Dongpil was cleaning the yard without distractions, giving the young master peace of mind to train. Dongpil couldn't help but think that 12 days had passed since the third young owner had locked himself in his room and ordered no one to disturb him. His curiosity kept him busy, and he was constantly thinking about what Zhang was doing while everyone else was in the dark. Meanwhile, Chan immersed himself in meditation, where it seemed that all the opposites in his life merged together, confirming the truth. Opposites really do attract. He realized a new martial art that was formed during meditation. This art turned out to be even more destructive than the dark shadow of Qi, but at the same time more stable than true demonic art. Opening his eyes after a long meditation, Zhang felt that everything was ready. The demonic energy was rushing through his body with extraordinary power. It was something new for him, something he had never experienced before. A strong wind rose outside, caused by the powerful energy that had spilled inside the building. Donpil immediately felt this sudden influx of demonic power. Zhang decided to name the new martial art Dark Shadow Demonic Art to symbolize the combination of both worlds he had comprehended. Meanwhile, the bamboo grove hid dangerous monsters, and one of them was approaching the fortress. Donpil was not at a loss, and with one stroke of his sword, he cut down a giant gorilla that tried to get too close. However, he decided not to prepare it, leaving the body as it was, as he no longer had the strength to act further. This walk turned out to be difficult even for him, but Donpil, thanks to his strength, still managed. However, after a while, when they decided to take another walk, Donpil felt that his legs were almost unsteady and his strength was leaving him. He suggested that it would be wiser to return to the bamboo fortress for rest and safety, feeling that the walk had become too exhausting. A third said he had heard that the Xingjing were herd animals. These amazing creatures, which looked like a dog, a pig, or a monkey, but with a human face, had an interesting character, reminiscent of capricious Mama's sons. They killed only 3 Xingxing, but Chong realized that this was not enough because their pack could have been much larger. A sudden piercing sound cut through the silence, and Dongpil shouted to warn Zhang of the approaching danger. It was a huge flock of Sinkines that was rushing at them, breaking even bamboo stems on its way. There were an incredible number of them, and Donpil, frightened, begged the third young master to retreat. However, Yang remained calm and replied, "Relax," even though he knew Dongpil was right. He had been fighting all day, and his internal energy was almost exhausted. However, there was no time to retreat. He needed to hone his new technique and push his limits to get out of this situation alive. His eyes lit up with red fire, and confidently telling himself, "I will become strong," he prepared to fight. "Dark Shadow Demonic Art," Chong said, and his sword flashed with demonic energy. He was ready to face the flock of Xingjing. Meanwhile, in the estate of a demonic cult, Li, reading the report on the third young master, could not believe that he was hunting for azure lotuses and Sinsen in a secluded bamboo grove. This aroused the owner's deepest interest. But he knew that if the third man killed the black dragon, the animals would react with loud screams that would not go unnoticed. After that, the master turned to the techniques that the third man was studying, and the Mudan listened attentively to his reflections. The owner explained that the bloody flame technique was too sharp and the grip of heaven was too heavy. Neither of them was suitable. The red phoenix might have been a better option, but even with good eyesight, it was difficult to master. After weighing all these aspects, Li assumed that Mudan had given the third 3 secret manuscripts on the demonic arts. Mudan confirmed that they were Blood Flame, Seizing Heaven, and Red Phoenix. Li believed that in such a state, the Red Phoenix could become poison to the body due to the blockage of Qi, and therefore it would be difficult to handle this technique. He also speculated that the third one might be proficient in other demonic arts, and asked the Mudan if he had given Chong access to secret manuscripts from the secret library. Mudan fell down before the Lord and began to apologize, saying that he had entered the secret library without permission and was ready to be punished for his actions. Lai calmly asked him to get up, reminding him that the Mudan had the right to access the secret library, so he shouldn't worry. However, the Mudan felt guilty for not informing the Lord of this act. Li then asked him if he regretted giving the third young master access to these manuscripts. Mudan quickly realized that he shouldn't regret it, because his actions had a purpose. He took full responsibility for his actions without trying to justify himself. The host ended the conversation by expressing respect for the Mudan's decision and his courage to take responsibility. Meanwhile, the Xingqin watching the battle bugged out their eyes as Zhang leapt upwards with his sword in hand, slashing at his enemies. He struck with superhuman speed, destroying his enemies one by one, while the Lord's chorus continued to pour the drink into the vessel, creating the perfect contrast. Zhang did not stop, his sword mercilessly scattering the monsters in all directions, demonstrating the power of the new technique. Li, still thinking, asked the Mudan, "Do you know why a child's fight is more terrible than an adult's?" Mudan answered simply, "Because children don't know when to stop." Li confirmed, "That's why it's frightening. They believe that honor is more important than anything else, and they will not stop, no matter what the circumstances. When a child realizes the line between life and death in battle, he turns from pure ignorance into a real man. Until he realizes this, he remains a child." Meanwhile, Ma Dongpil did his best to support his master and protect him as effectively as possible. Suddenly, words were heard. "Mr. Ma, be careful," and Chong shouted, noticing the impending danger. A strong attack was rapidly approaching Ma, threatening his life. Donpil didn't have time to dodge, but his owner was ready to protect him. 3 Sinsons, raising a terrible roar, rushed at him with the speed of lightning, like a furious whirlwind. The young owner reminded his bodyguard not a single second of losing vigilance. Their lives were in the balance. These Sinsons decided to win by numbers, trying to trap them. The continuous use of the demonic art of dark shadow was exhausting, but Zhang was ready to make his way to the heart of the forest at any cost. Suddenly, he noticed an extremely fast monster rushing out of the darkness. Mr. Ma didn't even have time to dodge, as a powerful hoof strike caught him off guard. The force of the blow split his eyebrow, and he flew backwards like a feather in the wind. What the hell? Where did this beast come from? Flashed through Chan's mind. A horse with tiger stripes appeared in front of him, and it looked even stranger than he could have imagined. Its huge fangs immediately made Chan realize that this beast was not joking. This was not the chicken that Dongpil had fought last time. Over the past few days, Chan had mastered his abilities quite well, but one blow from this monster knocked him down. This beast was much more dangerous than anything that Chan and his bodyguard had encountered before in this forest. Looking into his predatory snake eyes, my only desire was to run away as far as possible. But Zhang was not going to run away. From the very beginning, he decided that it was time to show his strength. Closing his eyes, he began to concentrate. But a sharp jolt to the forehead from the beast knocked him off balance. The impact was so strong that Chan was thrown several dozen meters, knocking down everything from trees to bamboo stems in his path. His sword slipped from his hands and began to spin in the air like a sentence, while Zhang himself flew backwards, unable to hold the weapon. This was clear evidence that the beast's previous attack was not even at full strength. But it also meant that Zhang would have another chance, and he would definitely not be held back a second time. However, as soon as he was about to try to get up, his body refused. He could not even move. Damn, he thought as he looked at his right arm hanging limply. It was broken, and the pain came only with time. Meanwhile, the only sound in the silence was the sound of the approaching tiger's hooves. In a few more moments, Chan would not even be able to strike. Everything was going according to plan until this monster showed up, Zhang thought, feeling bitterly disappointed. In this forest, any loss of vigilance could result in death. At the same time, a sword was rushing through the air like lightning. He crashed into the tiger's mane, but bounced off it without causing any damage. "Hey, monster, come here, I'm here," Donpil boldly shouted, trying to distract the beast. The tiger horse turned its head toward Donpil, forgetting about Chan for a moment. Despite the pain, Chan tried to set his broken arm, realizing that his bodyguard would not be able to do it alone. But Donpil didn't give up, challenging the beast to a fight again and again, forcing it to come closer. Donpil looked absolutely confident in his abilities, as if he was offering the horse to end this fight with a single blow, exhaling air from his mouth. He exhaled, inhaled sharply, turned around, and rushed in the opposite direction, leaving no time to think. The horse was foaming at the mouth like a madman and racing after him like a real monster. She chased him along a path through the bamboo forest, stepping on his heels with every step. When Donpil saw a small opening among the trees, he did not hesitate and rushed there, as if his hope was leading him there. There was a surprise waiting for the horse, which he had prudently prepared in advance. A few steps before the trap, Donpil jumped up, easily jumping over it while the horse suddenly lost the ground under its front legs. The bamboo cracked under the tiger's hooves. There was a large hole underneath that he hadn't noticed. At the bottom of the pit, sharp bamboo stakes shone predatory, and the animal fell heavily on them, piercing its body. Donpil went to the edge of the pit to make sure the threat was eliminated. But no, everything turned out to be much more complicated. The tiger's eye was open, and it was still alive. Making eerie noises, the animal jumped up sharply, desperately trying to get out of the pit despite its wounds. Surprisingly, he didn't even notice that his body was pierced through and through a real living monster. But because this beast dared to injure his master, Donpil decided that its fate was death, and he would cut off its head to punish it. The monster did not give up. It kicked so hard that the bamboo flew in all directions, and it seemed that it was about to get out of the pit. When Donpil saw that half of her body was already on the surface, he decided to postpone the plan to cut off her head, and stepped on her heels to try to stop her escape. 8 months later, the divine cult of the heavenly demon, session of the Court of Elders. The first head of the Court of Elders, Li Gunsan, scratched the back of his head and sighed. It was quite difficult. The second head, Ji Yan, remarked with a smile, but it turned out great. They discussed changing the security, but decided not to do so in order not to create discomfort for the protected object. As for the appearance of the patriarch of the demon sword family, They had no idea why he had come today. Lee noted that he was not a key person, so he might just want to discuss something with the cult leader. He also mentioned a rumor that the eldest son of the Demon Sword family might become a disciple of the Demon Lord. Lee assumed that it was just a rumor, but considering that 2 of the master's disciples are already from 7 families, it doesn't seem incredible. The loyalty of the Demon Sword family is hard to overestimate. He emphasized that if the cult trusts this family so much, their influence should be taken into account because they have a strong army and an important position in the cult. But the question is, will the master accept another disciple if there are already 7? Everyone understood that this decision depended solely on the will of the Lord. In the end, they agreed that the number of students would most likely not change. Ji Yan hinted that this question concerned the 3rd young master. Having experienced the blocking of his abilities, the 3rd young master had lost his fighting prowess and was now stuck in a lonely bamboo grove. He was a long way from victory, and that was no exaggeration. This is a really dangerous situation, the first head of the Court of Elders admitted, raising an eyebrow. The second head added that the bamboo grove is an extremely dangerous place, and no one knows when the 3rd young master will be able to return from there. And if the Lord doesn't give permission, he might be locked up there forever, Ji Yan added with a grim expression. Lee slammed his glass down on the table and said, "That's enough." He immediately asked Ji Yan to shut up, because if someone heard this conversation, it could turn into a disaster. Lee explained that this was why they sent the 3rd chapter. He was best prepared for the mission in the lonely bamboo grove, and it was ordered by the master of the Court of Elders himself. However, their conversation was interrupted by a voice coming from behind the door. The servant said that the 3rd head had come to see them. "Donpil is here," they said, and immediately ordered him to be let in. The 3rd head, Ma Dongpil, politely greeted the elders, entering the room with confidence. The 1st and 2nd chapters were stunned by what they saw. They could not understand what exactly had happened. What is this sinister desire to kill? They thought with alarm. Dongpil radiated such a strong thirst for blood that the elders could hardly recognize him. It was impossible to hide. What the hell has happened in that lonely bamboo grove over the past 8 months? They asked themselves as they watched him change. The 1st head handed Donpil some herbs, for which he calmly thanked him, maintaining his cool calm. But Donpil was surprised to ask why he needed these coniferous cave tea leaves. The 1st head explained that he was only fulfilling the order of the young master, who had ordered him to bring these leaves, noting his diligence. Donpil replied that the harder he tried, the better it would be for the young master, adding that patience was his greatest strength. The 1st and 2nd heads offered to have a drink and a chat, but Donpil politely declined, apologizing for his busy schedule. They realized that nothing could be done if he was busy. They believed in his diligence and wished him to be careful on his way. Donpil thanked them, wishing them to take care of themselves, and left with cold calm. Both heads felt the same thing. The bloodlust radiating from Donpil was so unnatural that it could not go unnoticed. Lai expressed his opinion that this was just the result of living in extreme conditions. They were sorry, but also happy that he looked healthy. However, they were sure that this was the same 3rd chapter, and he would return much stronger than he was. They believed in his strength. Meanwhile, Donpil moved through the forest at an incredible speed, jumping from one bamboo tree to another like a shadow. He was amazed at the ease of his movement. His abilities now far exceeded what he had 8 months earlier. The difficult experience in the lonely bamboo grove opened up a new level of skill for him. Suddenly, while driving, Donpil felt something unusual. He stopped, peering more closely into the forest, because he felt something or someone moving nearby. What kind of beast is this? Thought Donpil, peering through the long stems of the bamboo trees. But he could not see anything in the dusk. However, he could feel heavy, measured footsteps that told him it was not a Sinsen, but something much more dangerous. He cautiously reached for his sword, sensing that something big was approaching. His plan was simple: destroy the enemy before it got too close. Plunged into deep concentration, Donpil waited. At any moment it could appear. But the situation changed abruptly when a young Master Zhong appeared before him, whom Donpil had not expected to see so soon. Zhong had already returned, although he had said he was in no hurry, and even advised Donpil to rest and socialize with his friends. Donpil thought that the owner would stay in the city's bamboo garden. However, during this time, Chon caught another Lucia, a creature from Chinese mythology that caused many problems. He was bored, so he went for a walk and saw Donpil nearby, remembering the last battle that still kept him on his toes. "Well, we're having horse for dinner tonight," Chon said, smiling slightly. After that, he did not hesitate to ask Donpil to wash the pots as soon as they got home. Donpil wanted to remove the splint from Chon's right arm, as it appeared to be healed, but the owner resisted. Chan kept his hand in his sleeve all the time, complaining that it still hurt. He couldn't even make his bed or eat on his own, and when he went to the toilet, he would shout from there that his arm was in a cast and demand help with any small things. It had long since gotten dark outside, and Jung was sitting deep in meditation, while Dongpil was washing the dishes. Chan's meditation reached a completely different level than before. His energy was much stronger. Who would have thought that he would have defeated the Lucia on his own? No one would even believe that he managed to survive the chi blockage. This place was teeming with dangerous creatures that even the best masters could not defeat. And Donpil could not believe that the young master could handle them alone. He kept repeating to himself that he had to be there for the young owner in any situation. After a long wait, tired of wondering how much longer the meditation would last, Dongpil approached Jung from behind and, as often happens, startled him with his unexpected appearance. "Well, what do you want to say this time?" asked Chan irritably, barely holding back his emotions. "Young master, I know you are strong, but you promised not to go to dangerous places alone," Dongpil replied with concern in his voice. Jung scratched his head and asked, "What should I do then? Time is running out." Dongpil was confused and did not understand what was being said. Then Chan began to explain that this place was already dangerous, and that it would become even more dangerous over time. The words sounded mysterious, and Dongpil still didn't fully understand what they meant, but Jung continued to explain. "A high concentration of spiritual chi not only gives rise to bamboo and monsters, but also changes human bodies," said Chong in a serious tone. "We trained hard, but under normal conditions it is impossible to achieve such a result in 8 months. That's why this place is becoming dangerous. The damage from excessive qi can be as deadly as its lack. Perhaps bamboo and monsters have already adapted to these conditions, but the same cannot be said for humans." After that, Jung began to slowly remove the bandages from his arm and asked Dongpil, "How long do you think this arm should have taken to recover? The bones were broken and displaced. It should have taken at least 2 months. But it healed in just a week, and the wounds from the battle with the Lush disappeared in 2 hours. Is this normal?" asked Jung to Dongpil. But he was silent, not knowing what to say. When the skin tears, the body usually heals the wound. But what will happen if this process accelerates dramatically? What if the body continued to heal even after the wound had already healed? "Boom," Jung said, adding ironically, "It's just going to explode." Hearing this, Dongpil silently swallowed his saliva, feeling anxiety gradually take over. What you went through in the lonely bamboo grove was definitely beneficial. But the human body can't take it in the long run, Jung continued. "In 2 or 3 months, the concentration of spiritual chi will become so powerful that our bodies simply cannot withstand it. So we need to leave this place before that moment comes, unless we want to die." But Ma Dongpil reminded Jung that they could not return home without the Demon Lord's permission. Jung explained that the Overlord had only sent him here, but had not set any time frame for his return, or the length of their stay. Then he asked Dongpil, "Do you really think that I have been here all these 8 months just because of the Overlord's order?" Chan explained that it was actually his own request, and the master simply granted it. "If we defeat 2 more monsters, we will reach the heart of this bamboo grove, a place where no one has ever gone before. There, the cult leaders grow spiritual bamboo," Jung added, with a hint of mystery in his voice. Jung believed that in the next 3 months he should obtain this spiritual bamboo, and shared his ambitious goal with Dongpil. A bright moon was shining its rays on the ground, illuminating everything around, creating a unique atmosphere of mystery and tranquility. The maids hovered around Chan, washing his hands and helping him shower, performing all the rituals. They carefully combed his hair, as if creating a work of art from every movement. Every part of his body was thoroughly washed, as if preparing him for something important. Jung smoked a pipe, but he felt uncomfortable. He couldn't sleep. The 4th young master of the heavenly demon divine cult, Hong Yimun, also could not sleep knowing that Syrian, the 3rd master, was still alive. The master told him that without reaching the pinnacle of the demonic arts, they would not be able to survive in a lonely bamboo grove for even 3 months. He described a lonely bamboo grove as so dangerous. Hong Yimun sat in front of his host, not fully understanding what he wanted to convey to him during this unexpected call. Then the owner asked him if it was true that he wanted to ask the younger owner a question. "Yes, my lord. That's right," the 4th answered, a little nervous. "Okay, I understand," the owner replied briefly as if he already had a plan. The heavenly demon, who existed behind the clouds, whose presence cannot be comprehended by the human mind, remained indifferent to the fact that his disciples were ready to destroy each other. It seemed that he wanted to convey to them that in order to become his heir, they had to overcome their own weaknesses and disputes. What kind of world does a master look at? The fourth young master only wanted to see the world as the master sees it. He longed to see this world through his eyes, to comprehend all the hidden secrets. Li then calmly told the fourth that he thought the third owner was doing quite well. This immediately aroused the indignation of the fourth when he realized that Syrian, this scoundrel, had not yet died. He survived the chi blockade and even the medicine couldn't break him. The fourth thought with rage. And now it is so strong that it survives in a lonely bamboo grove. How is this even possible? After that, the owner told the fourth man that he was going to call him for a meeting in the near future. At this point, the fourth owner was numb and did not know how to react to the news. Even while bathing in hot water, he could not get this conversation with the owner out of his mind. It haunted him. He could not understand whether this meant that all his efforts to destroy the third master were in vain. Furious, he shouted, "Syrian, this time when you come back, I will kill you!" Meanwhile, Dawnpill had completed all his errands. 5 bags of herbs were already on the table to eliminate the cloudiness. He even fulfilled a special order and brought cave pine tea, knowing from Chan that its aroma could scare away monsters. The constant clashes with the Azure Lotus and other monsters became too exhausting. So Dawnpill decided it was better to avoid these encounters. Dawnpill didn't understand why the third owner needed herbs to eliminate turbidity, but he decided not to ask too many questions. Zhong carefully examined the cups that Dongpill brought, and satisfied with their quality, asked him to bring more at the next opportunity. Dawnpill could not give a clear answer, as he was not sure whether he could do it. This month, the pharmacy at the Demon Lord's court carefully controlled the ratio of ingredients for a supreme healing brew that includes these herbs. Since this was the main ingredient, Dawnpill realized that it would take at least 2 months to get a new batch. Wait, a supreme healing broth? Asked Zhong in surprise. The herbs to remove the cloudiness will be used to make it? He added, to which Dongpill nodded. Didn't the doctor make me drink this decoction for 3 months after I woke up? Chan began to recall, a little worried. Herbs to eliminate turbidity are able to cleanse the body of any turbidity that was known to everyone by the name. They were even given to patients who were almost dying from the effects of blocking the chi, saving their lives. These herbs were so powerful that they could even attack demonic energy. They could be given to healthy people, but for weakened patients it could be fatal. Any doctor with medical knowledge would never prescribe such a decoction to a person in critical condition. After a moment of thought, Zhong asked Dawnpill, "Have you ever heard of a silk clarifying needle?" It was an acupuncture technique used to tense muscles and restore balance when the body became too weak. Dawnpill used this procedure several times before important missions, after warming up his body with the circulation of inner art. The procedure didn't seem too complicated, and as far as Dawnpill remembered, it did produce excellent results. At that moment, Chong realized they had applied a superior healing decoction with herbs to remove the opacity to his body, which was in a critically weakened state, and at the same time used a silk clarifying needle, which further strained his body. Who could have been behind it? There was no reason to doubt that the doctor would have acted on his own. It had to be a high-ranking official, or one of his students. At first, Zheng thought that the girl could be a demon associated with a religious inner enlightenment center, and possibly a member of the Jocks family, one of the 7 families of the demonic cult. He also recalled that Yunhua had told him that Tai was the younger sister of the 4th young master. The next question that popped into his head was, "Fourth, you damned master! How dare you try to kill your elder brother, even if it was because of the struggle for the throne?" The 4th host once asked a doctor if he knew the most difficult way to get into a cult. The doctor was surprised to ask if he meant a lonely bamboo grove. The lonely bamboo grove was impregnable. Even the highest-ranking representatives could not enter without the teacher's permission. The question for the 4th was not whether he could enter it himself, but whether he could place his eyes and ears there. The doctor explained that he had heard that the control of the strategist general over the organization is so strong that even the elders cannot interfere. But the 4th objected, saying that it was easy enough to get in if you knew the right way. The strategist general in charge of the military department was recognized as a genius of his time. He could change the course of events by figuring out who had infiltrated the army and identifying those involved in the power struggle, but he never prevented anyone from joining the ranks. After these words, the doctor realized what the most likely outcome would be. Yes, this is the Court of Elders, an organization that operates separately from the rest, its purpose being to protect the Demon Lord and the cult. Unlike other structures, the Court of Elders remains unchanged, regardless of the political situation. Trying to touch them is tantamount to challenging the Demon Lord himself. That's why no one pays attention to them. They are untouchable and do not depend on changes in power. The fourth, ignoring this fact, made a fatal mistake in his plans, not realizing that he was playing with fire. The doctor was not sure that he understood the fourth host correctly, but he repeated with cold confidence, "The third one is still alive." "How is this possible?" the doctor asked in surprise. He could not understand how it happened, because the third one had been sent to a lonely bamboo grove more than 8 months ago. The fourth explained that they had sent someone experienced and talented to accompany the third. Even so, the doctor thought it was incredible, because even the elders should have been on their guard in a place like a lonely bamboo grove. The body of the third one was in good shape before being sent, but it was still the body of a civilian who had not mastered martial arts. What kind of magic allowed him to survive for 8 months in such a place? The fourth, thinking about it, looked out the window and then turned to the doctor and ordered him to gather his men and prepare enough weapons. Neither the poison blocking the chi nor the demon forest could kill this rascal. The fourth decided that today was the last day of waiting before the decisive moment. The doctor asked the fourth if he planned to personally participate in the battle. The fourth owner refused, saying it was unnecessary. He didn't think the battle should turn into a dogfight. In addition, there were those who were ready to execute his orders without asking questions. The doctor realized who exactly the fourth one was planning to involve. Those who had long harbored hatred for the third one even before the blocking of the chi. The fourth just decided to add his swords to the game to speed things up. The doctor asked if a teacher allows his students to do whatever they want, throwing them into a real hell. The fourth thought the idea was brilliant, and he smiled, realizing that the plan had every chance of success. Meanwhile, in a lonely bamboo grove, Zhang was about to head into the heart of the forest, where the spiritual bamboo was waiting for him. Dongpil suggested that he calm down a bit, emphasizing that they didn't even know what dangerous herbs were growing in these places. Zhang sarcastically asked what difference it would make if he did. Regardless of the dangers they faced, time was running out, and Zhang was not about to give up on obtaining the spiritual bamboo. When Zhang reached for his weapon, Dongpil suggested that he ask the teacher more about who lived in the grove and how best to prepare for the encounter. However, Zhang brushed it off, saying that knowing this or not was irrelevant. He then asked Dongpil if he understood why the Demon Lord only sends the highest ranks to collect spiritual bamboo. If it were possible to prepare, the master would send anyone. But the point is to send those who are equal in strength to the elders. For Dongpil, this was another argument against going to a dangerous place. Dongpil exhaled, calming down a bit, and told Zhang that he had already become incredibly strong, having reached great heights. But in his opinion, Zhang has not yet reached the level of the elders. Zhang realized that Dongpil was right. He was no match for the 9 great demonic elders, the most powerful in the cult. However, he had a unique talent that no one else had. His dark shadow art is the phantom of the dark god, as well as a hidden assassin technique passed down to him by Zhang Hajin, the king of assassins. During the war, when he survived as an assassin, he mastered this hidden technique and was unrivaled in it, becoming one of the best killers in the world. He hadn't had to use this technique in the grove for the past 8 months, but now he was ready for a new challenge. For Chan, this grove was a training ground, not a real battlefield, but the heart of the lonely bamboo grove, full of secrets and dangers, was no longer so. Now it was a place where he had to achieve his goal, on the brink of life and death. Since he had transformed the dark shadow art, he could no longer use the dark god phantom, no matter how much he wanted to. That's why he needed herbs to eliminate the clouding. He needed to suppress the demonic energy in order to activate the phantom of the dark god. Once he takes these herbs, he will have only half an hour. But given the size of the lonely bamboo grove, 30 minutes will be more than enough time to reach its heart. Going outside, Zhang asked Dongpil to stay here and promised that he would return soon. However, Dongpil answered decisively, "No, young master, I will not allow it." Zhang ordered him to leave, but Dongpil refused, saying he could not obey such an order. If Zhang wants to leave on his own, he will have to defeat Dongpil first. Zhang agreed that Dongpil could accompany him to the entrance to the heart of the grove, but he was not allowed to go any further. They arrived at a place that Zhang had already visited before. It was the place where he hunted Lucia. He was sure that this was the entrance to the heart of the lonely bamboo grove. There was a terrible rotting smell, as if something was decomposing nearby. Worried, Dongpil exclaimed, "Young master, look straight ahead." Before them lay numerous corpses of monsters. The worst thing was that they all died, losing their lives due to bloody vomit. Chan pointed to one of the corpses and said that there were several unknown creatures among them. One of them looked like a leopard, similar to the Meiji, which is known to occupy the top of the hierarchy of a lonely bamboo grove. Dongpil had heard that these creatures were second in possession of spiritual power in a lonely bamboo grove, and even the elders had never seen them. When asked by Zhong who was the first, Dongpil suggested that it was probably the creature that lay further away. It is called a divided snake because of its characteristic appearance. It was a snake with two tails, and although it was Dongpil's first time seeing it, there was no doubt that it was the monster. It was strange why this powerful creature, despite its small size, looked so invisible. At first glance, she didn't seem very strong, and she didn't even look poisonous. However, no matter how strong she was, Chong believed that in the end, she was just another corpse among many. But there was something strange about the way these creatures died. Looking at the mountains of corpses of monsters, it seemed that something had killed them, but there were no visible wounds on their bodies. The spiritual bamboo, which grew near the heart of the grove and was supposed to be blooming and strong, was dried up and lifeless. The question arose, who could have done this? It seemed that the life itself had been sucked out of everything around. Zhong felt the wind suddenly change around him, and it became surprisingly fresh and disturbing. Dongpil immediately noticed a change in his host's behavior and asked what he had seen, but Zhong ordered him to keep quiet. Dongpil did not understand what exactly had happened, because for him it was just a gentle breeze. The problem was that Chan would not let go of the strange feeling of threat that was creeping up every minute. This sense of unease came straight from the heart of the lonely bamboo grove, where a mysterious threat lurked. Chan, feeling that the time had come, turned to Dongpil with an order. He said he was going on alone and ordered Dongpil to stay here no matter what happened. Dongpil had to wait and in no case follow him, even if the situation became critical. Focused and serious, Zhong looked ahead and thought, "This is it. My moment has arrived." Meanwhile, in the chambers of Li Zhongsang, his shoulders were gently massaged by the girls, and he enjoyed their touch, completely relaxed. With his eyes closed, he indulged in the pleasant sensations, but his mind was occupied with a question. "Why have you come to me?" He addressed this question to the jackal, who came to him through the power of communication and thoughts. The owner believed that there was no longer any reason for them to meet, but the jackal was furious, and his face was distorted with anger. He growled loudly and fiercely. From this, Li Zhongsang concluded that the jackal would soon appear before him not only in his mind, but in reality. The loud roar of a jackal was heard right in the room, and the maids scattered in fright in different directions. "Call the first guard!" the owner sharply ordered, sensing that the situation was escalating. After a while, the first guard was already sitting in front of him, ready to listen and act. As ordered, the first guard arrived and listened attentively, waiting for further instructions from his master. The owner asked if there were guards who went to the heart of the lonely bamboo grove while he trained in seclusion. "No, there were none," the first guard answered without hesitation, confident in his words. He added that if such an important incident had occurred, he would have reported it immediately. After that, the owner asked if it was true that the third one had left with the third head. Li Zhongsang also recalled that the third one was a very talented young man. This is true. Although he is young, he has already been recognized as one of the 10 strongest masters in the Council of Elders. His talent and experience led the Mudan to decide that he was ideally suited to serve the third young master. The owner couldn't understand how even such a gifted third head could make so much progress in just 8 months. After all, everyone has their limits. Today there was only 1 day left before the full moon. And that's why the jackal decided to appear, Li Zhongsang realized, his anxiety growing. The maids, meanwhile, began to recover from the unexpected and frightening visit of the jackal. They apologized to the lord for being frightened and falling down. Li Zhongsang reasoned that the third one is so blinded by his greed that he goes straight to his death without realizing it. The maids returned to the master and began to massage his shoulders again, trying to restore his calm. But the owner never stopped thinking that perhaps, thanks to incredible luck, the third one would actually succeed in his ambitious mission. Li Zhongsang believed that the third would be able to descend from the top of the mountain after surviving the ordeal. Meanwhile, Zhong did not restrain his energy and boldly went to meet the unknown, ready for anything. But this terrible CI that saturated the air made him anxious and suspicious. With each step towards the heart of the grove, it became stronger and heavier, pressing on his body and mind. If things continue at this rate, it will soon be difficult for him to even walk straight. It was incredible. He had never felt such powerful energy before. However, this feeling was similar to what he had experienced recently. It was reminiscent of his first meeting with Li Zhongsang, when he first felt a similar aura. At the time, this aura was so oppressive and ominous that it seemed like death in its purest form. The wind, which had no purpose, was as powerful and threatening as Li Zhongsang, but along with the threat was a huge opportunity, a reward for those who could withstand the test. Even when he surrounded himself with demonic energy, he could feel himself getting internally damaged. Assessing the situation, Chan realized that he could not take it much longer. What kind of powerful creature is waiting in the heart of the grove if he can't even manage his own energy? There was no other choice but to use herbs to eliminate the turbidity and suppress the demonic energy. After that, he will be able to activate his hidden equipment and prepare for a decisive clash. The effect of the herbs instantly spread throughout Chang's body, and the demonic energy that had been protecting him before began to gradually dissipate. Now he could breathe more easily, and the wind seemed to pierce his body. He entered the state of the Dark God Phantom using the art of the Dark Shadow. It was a hidden technique that the world's best assassin king, Zhong Hajin, had mastered at the height of his fame. At this time, Dongpil stood in the same place where Zhong had left him, and felt the wind and demonic energy around him begin to disappear. What happened to the young master? He thought, filled with anxiety. When the wind finally died down, Dongpil noticed that Zhong had already disappeared, as if he had vanished into thin air. Zhong continued to move forward, not feeling any obstacles in his way. Everything around him seemed to be flying through him, as if he were a ghost. He looked like an invisible man, moving easily and unnoticed, like a ghost. Pressure no longer bothered him, and that was the power of this technique. If things continue as they are, he will be able to reach the heart of the grove before the herbs run out. But the bamboo grove would not let him go so easily, challenging him with its mysterious powers. And Zhong accepted this challenge, as if calling on the grove to reveal what it hides in its heart. Step by step, he was getting closer to his goal. But suddenly his leg was no longer transparent, and he suddenly stumbled, as if something had stopped his movement. Zhong flew forward and fell straight to the ground. Oh shit, that wasn't supposed to happen! He couldn't believe he had stumbled while using the phantom of the Dark God. It seemed impossible. What is this, a spiritual stone or something? Damn demon forest! Shouted Chan, irritated by his failure. However, when he turned his head back, he saw something unexpected. A small yellow ear peeking out from the ground. Then his eyes rested on an even cuter tail that was gently wiggling. What the hell? He asked himself, looking at this amazing creature in front of him. It turned out to be a little fox cub that he had tripped over. It was sleeping soundly, and did not even wake up from his fall. What a sly asshole, thought Chan, looking at this cute creature. What is this fox doing here? Especially such a small and cute one. But Chong remembered Donpil's words. The deeper he goes into the lonely bamboo grove, the more strange creatures he encounters. So this fox cub could not have been here by chance. Given the nature of this place, you can't judge by appearances. Even the cutest creature can hide danger. He reminded himself that he could not let his guard down even for a moment. However, Chan could not hold back his smile and even blushed at the cuteness of this fox. It was so charming that I just wanted to pet it. The fox cub almost bewitched Chan like the nine-tailed fox. But he quickly gathered his thoughts and decided to continue on his way. He promised himself that when he returned, he would try to wake him up. Chan had a long and unexpected road ahead of him. After walking a little further, he came across a dead end, which made him wary. He began to wander around, wondering if he was lost, and the lack of a passage only increased his suspicions. However, this could mean that he was looking at the spiritual bamboo he had been searching for so long. The same bamboo that at first seemed to him a dead end. But something in all of this seemed too simple to Chan. He had stumbled upon this place too easily, even though its spiritual energy was truly impressive. Chan felt the greatest concentration of chi in one place as he raised his hand. This place was home to the strongest spiritual bamboo in the entire lonely bamboo grove. He realized that if he cleansed just 3 stalks of this bamboo, he would become the strongest master of inner energy. But which 3? He couldn't be that greedy. His body wasn't strong enough to take that much ki. He decided to take only 1 stalk to achieve his goal. More would be excessive. Not far away, he noticed something strange. A single stalk of bamboo stood apart from the others. But why was it alone? Zhong came closer and started pulling, trying to pull it out by the roots. His spiritual energy was so pure that purification did not require additional techniques. Since he had decided to take only 1 stem, he thought this might be the one. At that moment, the ears of the fox who had been sleeping began to move slightly. Meanwhile, Chan had almost pulled the stem out of the ground, feeling the approach of success. And when the root finally appeared above the ground, the fox's eye opened. It woke up, and its anxious behavior showed that it had sensed something. Meanwhile, Chan had already begun chewing on the soft, fragrant plant he had just plucked. But it was strange that when he started chewing, he felt nothing. How could this be? After all, this plant must have been filled with spiritual energy. He expected to feel a wave of chi fill his body, but nothing happened except a faint warmth in his chest. Disappointed, he threw the plant on the ground and stood up. Reaching for his sword hanging from his belt, he began to draw it. He planned to cut down real spiritual bamboo. Swinging his sword, he struck, and sparks fell from the bamboo. But after the impact, there was not a single mark on the bamboo stem. This amazed Chan, as the impact was strong enough to shatter even the hardest surface. Is my sword really that weak? He thought, examining the blade with distrust. He struck again, this time with more force. He even suggested that the spiritual bamboo in this place might be quite different from what he expected. But again, blow after blow, and no change. It seemed as if he was hitting unyielding metal. This began to seriously irritate Chan, who felt that his patience was already at an end. However, Chan was not going to give up and decided to cut down the bamboo, no matter what the cost. He allowed the blade to follow his own desires, putting his aura into the strike as if it were an extension of his body. "Here it is, the blade of the moon," shouted Zhong, and swung with all his might. A ringing sound was heard, and a red ribbon of energy remained behind the sword. With this mighty blow, he finally managed to cut through the giant bamboo. He put 90% of his strength into this blow, and it would have been surprising if the bamboo hadn't fallen after such a blow. The impressive-sized bamboo fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chan tapped the trunk and realized that this bamboo was so strong that it could even be used as a weapon. It was hard to imagine how much spiritual chi had accumulated in this bamboo to make it as hard as steel. The more Zhong learned about this place, the more it seemed amazing and mysterious to him. While he was looking at the felled tree, a fox cub reappeared next to him, attracting his attention. It sat there looking like a cute little animal, showing no signs of aggression. But the unexpected appearance of the fox cub made Chan startle, and he quickly jumped back. In the big eyes of the fox, one could see a question mark, with which it looked at Chan. When Chan calmed down a bit, he realized that it was the same fox. But how did it wake up and get here so quickly? Chong realized that he had been so focused on the spiritual bamboo that he hadn't noticed when the fox cub woke up and came closer. The fox cub, sitting on the ground, gradually came closer to him. Zhong asked him, "What do you want?" while reminding himself, "Don't let your guard down, Zhong Hajin." Although the fox cub looked extremely cute, he knew that it was a creature from a lonely bamboo grove, and although he had no bloodlust, he decided to be wary. However, its hypersensitivity suggested that everything was calm. The fox cub was so small that even if attacked, it was unlikely to be harmed. Zhong couldn't help himself and decided to pet him, at least a little. When he reached out to pet the fox cub, it grabbed his hand with its little teeth and began to play like a little cub. After a while, Dongpil joined Zhong and made sure that the latter had indeed obtained spiritual bamboo. The spiritual chi emanating from the bamboo was amazing, and the bamboo itself was extremely strong. Zhong even had to use his sword aura to cut it down. The fact that the bamboo trunk was so flat after the impact was easy to see. Donpil even began to doubt whether he could cut down the bamboo like that, even with the best blade. However, the young owner succeeded. "What about this fox cub?" asked Chan, pointing at the little creature. The fox cub followed him tirelessly up to this place, as if he had no plans to leave. Zhong explained to Dongpil that he found the fox cub sleeping in the center of the grove. He also recalled how a fox almost bit off his finger when he tried to pet it. However, when he looked at his hand, Chan noticed that the bite mark had strangely disappeared completely. "How dare you bite the young master!" shouted Dongpil in rage, drawing his sword, but Jiong stopped him in time. It seemed that Donpil was ready to attack even a cute animal to protect his master. Fortunately, Chan calmly asked him to calm down and come to him near the cut bamboo. The bamboo was too big to carry back, so Zhong offered to peel it on the spot. He placed his hands on the bamboo and began to use his limitless purification technique. It was interesting to watch because the equipment looked very unusual. Dongpil watched closely as Zhong performed his technique, watching the energy gradually absorb into his body. In an instant, all the impurities disappeared and the air around them became amazingly clean. This not only showed that Zhong possessed a unique technique, but also that he had a deep understanding of the art of qi. The more Donpil watched his host, the more he seemed like an experienced warrior who had been hardened by years of battle. Despite his young age, Chan absorbed the energy from the bamboo with a skill that only martial arts veterans can do. After some time, the bamboo was completely dried, and its energy now belonged to Chan. The bamboo became so dry that it began to disintegrate into small pieces. The more it crumbled, the more it looked like dust, and the longer Chan carried out this process, the less bamboo was left. Chan's body was completely immersed in absorbing energy, as if he were drinking the life force of this bamboo. He drank energy like water, fully concentrating on his technique, but suddenly he opened his eyes wide. The process was over. "Everything is ready," said Chong. "The juice of the spiritual bamboo is now the best elixir." "Excellent work, young master." Donpil praised him, showing respect for Zhong's skills. Zhong replied that it was not difficult, but Dongpil considered it so valuable that he even hesitated to use the elixir first. Zhong asked him, smiling slightly, "Aren't you tired of being so accommodating?" But Donpil insisted, "It's yours, and it's only right that you drink it first and enjoy all the benefits yourself." Zhong couldn't believe that Dongpil would continue to be so modest and tried to convince him, saying, "We're on good terms, so please drink this quickly. You saved me more than once, so you fully deserve it. I even think I should give you everything, not just half of it." Donpil's expression showed that these words made a deep impression on him. Zhong felt that it was partly his fault that they were stuck in such a dangerous and horrible place because of him. But Zhong also acknowledged that Dongpil had done an excellent job. These touching words touched Donpil deeply. Unable to contain his emotions, he shouted loudly that he would protect Chan until the last day of his service, and no danger would touch him except over his dead body. Laughing, Zhong asked him to just stop these speeches and finally drink the elixir. "Yes, after my service is over, I will never forget your great mercy. I will remember until the end of my days. I, Dongpil, will return to the Court of Elders as soon as we leave this place, but your name will always remain in my heart," he shouted, without holding back. The precious juice splashed in a huge bowl made of bamboo. Unable to resist, Zhong poured the entire elixir directly into Dongpil's mouth. "Swallow, you dumbass!" he shouted, forcing Donpil to drink, wanting to see the result. But at that moment, Chan felt something approaching. The energy that filled the air did not let him rest. When Dongpil started coughing from a sudden swallow, Zhong warned him that someone was coming. And it was not just one creature. It seemed like a whole group was approaching. "What the hell? I can smell something in the air, too," Zhong muttered, looking around tensely. None of them understood what was happening, but Chan was still holding the giant bowl with the elixir in it. Focusing all his attention, Donpil felt that all the creatures of the lonely bamboo grove were approaching them. Donpil realized that all these creatures were gathering around them, forming a circle. At first, he had to act quickly, so he drank the entire elixir in one gulp. He then asked Donpil if he remembered the map of the area well. Dongpil answered in the affirmative, and Zhong smiled, feeling grateful that his friend had proved so reliable. Then Zhong looked at the ground and was surprised. He saw that the fox cub was still with them, despite all the threat. Even stranger was the fact that the fox was sleeping in the middle of all this chaos. Zhong could not leave it behind after it had come all this way with him. "Dongpil, catch!" exclaimed Zhong, and the fox flew right into Dongpil's arms. He ordered Donpil to hold the fox and run away, making sure that it would not get hurt, while he decided to stop the enemies. And now many creatures appeared right in front of them, ready to attack. Zhong closed his eyes, immersing himself in his power, fully concentrating on the battle. Now it was not the creatures who were approaching him. It was he who was pulling them toward him, ordering them to come even closer. Donpil, on the verge of hysteria from worry for his young master, begged him to go forward, promising to block the enemy's path on his own. However, Zhong sternly explained that when he gave an order, it had to be carried out without further ado. Then he hit Donpil hard, so hard that he flew backwards without even having time to object. Donpil held the fox tightly, covering it with his body, because that was his master's order. He felt the power of Chan's punch to the fullest extent. His master's skill was as impressive as a real martial art of the highest level. Meanwhile, a three-headed rooster was flying at Chan from behind, ready to attack. Zhong quickly made a threefold slashing blow with his sword, which hit the rooster directly, disarming it. "I wish he had stayed in the chicken coop instead of deciding to attack me," Zhong thought, with a slight chuckle. His absolute killer king technique, which he had been forced to hide during his training in the demonic arts, was now fully revealed. He no longer held back, using all his power in battle. Meanwhile, on the top of the cliff, Li stood admiring the scenery, feeling something unusual in the air. He realized that the jackal, the owner of the lonely bamboo grove, had left the spiritual world and disappeared. But why this happened was difficult for Li Zhongsang to understand, a question that required deep reflection. He could only speculate about what could have happened in the grove. Soon, a bamboo forest appeared in front of him, stretching right next to his place on the mountainside. Lee decided he had to check what was going on and went to the grove. When he saw the third young owner there, he immediately realized what the reason for the change was. He couldn't help but notice a striking change in Chong after blocking Qi. To be more precise, it seemed that the third young owner had become a completely different person. His essence, which Lee saw in the Pavilion of Demonic Justice, was full of death. As he watched the third one easily deal with the monsters, the great ninth celestial demon Lee Chongsan thought, "Third, have you been to the afterlife?" Meanwhile, Zhang was already confidently walking over the bodies of the slain monsters without stopping. Lee poured himself some wine, calmly contemplating what was happening. He was pleased that he had once invited the third to the Pavilion of Demonic Justice. However, he could not help but notice the presence of a jackal wandering around. Lee turned to the little fox, asking, "What did you see in the third young master?" At that moment, the third one held his sword very tightly, ready for any blow. His eyes were filled with rage and lust for killing, and his fangs were half exposed, emphasizing his readiness for battle. "It's pretty big," Chan said, wondering if the beast was the head of the grove or its owner. But there was no answer. The huge cat swung its paw, and Chan only managed to dodge the blow. The fact that the cat attacked during his greeting made Chan angry, but he also noticed that it was extremely fast. "How I hated this forest," he thought, recalling how many bamboo stems he had to jump over to avoid the monsters. This encounter was the strongest threat of all, and the size of this cat was truly impressive. Zhang realized that he needed to act radically, so he chose to jump up, trying to outdo his opponent. In a leap, he hit the cat's face, knocking out one of its blades and showing all his strength. The cat growled, sensing the threat in the eyes of the guy who knocked it down. However, such a powerful leap did not allow Chong to stop, and he knocked down several more bamboo stalks on his way. If you combine demonic arts with a footwork technique like the Ascension Jump, it could be a great attack. However, when he looked back, he felt a little disappointed. This disappointment was due to the fact that he had initially thought this cat was one of the strongest in the lonely bamboo grove. Looking at the fog, he said, "Stop hiding! Come out! I don't have time to play with you." Bright eyes and the silhouette of a giant cat began to appear from behind the curtain of fog. A smile appeared on Chan's face, feeling challenged. The cat, with dozens of kilograms of mucus flying out of its mouth, roared, with only one blade on its face. Now she became even faster, and this time Chan was unable to dodge her attack. The impact was so strong that it knocked down bamboo in its path, this time not on purpose. At that moment, another giant cat appeared. And then, there were 3 of them, and they were all approaching the place where Chan broke the bamboo with his body. The blow was very strong, and Chan lay on the ground, coughing in pain. His eyes filled with rage. "These damn giant cats have decided to die," he thought, feeling angry. The attack was so powerful that another such blow could have sent him straight to King John in the afterlife. Although Chan had already killed many animals in the grove, he believed he could handle these cats. However, his demonic energy was now felt in a completely different way, which made this battle special. This is all because of spiritual bamboo. His spiritual chi has not yet fully transformed into demonic energy. It weakens the power of the demonic energy, which makes his arts less effective. But the cats did not wait and roared loudly, their roars vibrating in the air. In addition, the monsters continued to press inexorably, and he had no herbs left to dispel the fog in his head. The hidden technique would no longer help. "Damn it," he thought as they rushed at him so fast that he barely had time to dodge. But their claws left deep marks on his back. They attacked on instinct alone, and although they did not reach the level of the masters, they did a lot of damage. Delay is death, and they did not give him time to think. So he stopped thinking and decided to act, to beat them until he defeated them. He put the first tiger on the ground with a precise punch, as if knocking the dust out of an old pillow, but he definitely could not beat them one by one until they all fell. If you keep knocking them down one by one, it will take forever because there are more and more of them. He met the eyes of one of the monsters and realized that there was no other way. Fighting them alone is a waste of energy. You need to gather all the demonic energy and put them all down in one fell swoop. And he did it. His body began to glow with red light. The energy inside him was boiling, and with a loud scream, he promised to kill them all. Punching the ground, he triggered the rock explosion, and red flames flew around him. The wave of energy swept them off their feet. They could not resist its onslaught. From a height, it was possible to see how a real wave was formed inside the grove from his impact, sweeping away everything in its path. Meanwhile, Dawnpill was fully engaged in rescuing the little fox. He ran through the forest until he was in a safe place where he could catch his breath. He was running so fast that his face was already shining with sweat, but that didn't stop him. But when he looked back, something unusual caught his attention. The forest began to tremble, as if the trees themselves were in danger. Donpil gently put the fox on the ground, sensing that something was brewing. He wondered if it was the young owner who had caused all this chaos. He could not even imagine what was going on there, but he felt uneasy. The fox cub looked at him with big, trusting eyes, as if it understood his every move. Meanwhile, Chon wandered around with his sword in hand, trying to find a way out of this trap. The powerful demonic art had exhausted him, and now his legs felt heavy, as if chained by a ton of iron. He had to get out of here as soon as possible, otherwise he might meet other wild animals. As he walked forward, Zhang left marks on the bamboo so as not to lose his bearings and get lost. Touching the stems, he felt that the bamboo was completely dry, devoid of life. Looking around, he realized that all the plants in the area were as dried up as the bamboo. In the depths of the lonely bamboo grove, among the dead monsters, it was as dry as at the entrance. Isn't this where I came from? He thought, looking ahead, not realizing that danger was already looming behind him. He turned around sharply, his movements quick as lightning. A giant snake appeared before him. Its teeth could paralyze any person with fear. The enraged creature immediately rushed at Chon, wrapping its two tails around his arms and grabbing his sword with its fangs. The snake clutched Chon's sword and hand so tightly that the blade began to rust under its venomous bite. The snake squeezed the sword even harder, breaking it into 2 pieces. It was especially frustrating to lose such a wonderful weapon. This weaned snake was legendary. It caused drought. Perhaps it was because of him that the bamboo withered. This meant that he was stronger even than the Meiji. Although the snake didn't look gigantic, its strength was enough to knock Chon off his feet as it wrapped itself around his body. This vile June did not give Chon the slightest respite, constantly attacking. He could not tear the snake away from him, because his hands were tied by its tails. All he could see was a huge mouth opening right in front of him. At that moment, a sharp blade pierced the snake's head, almost hitting Chon. Donpil appeared at the last moment, saving him from a fatal bite. He struck the monster's head just in time, dealing the decisive blow. After that, Donpil easily grabbed the snake with his hand and threw it aside like an unwanted toy. Donpil was overwhelmed with joy. Chon was not seriously injured. Dongpil's sword frightened Zhang so much that he almost fell over from shock, barely able to stand. What an asshole, Chon grumbled, for he had ordered him to get out. But how could a guard abandon his master? Donpil firmly promised that he would not leave Zhang behind and would get him out of here at any cost. Suddenly, the bamboo began to tremble violently, and leaves fell like rain from its tops. The noise was getting louder. The enemy was closer than Zhang could have imagined. Damn it! There are even more of them than I thought! There's a whole horde of them! Dongpil, how far is it to the exit? Asked Zhang. Donpil replied that it was about 2 kilometers. It was too far to escape. The animals would have caught up with them in that time. If Zhang wanted to survive, he had to end it here and now. Dongpil, however, suggested that they be detained, and Zhang was ordered to move on. Don't talk nonsense, Zhang replied. We'll get out together, and Dongpil had to agree. Even if one person stays behind to buy time, it won't help. There are too many of them to get rid of the pursuers. They were furious. Their roar filled the forest, and nothing but death could stop them. There was no choice. Either Zhang and Dongpil would kill them here or die together in this cursed place. Zhang understood these rules of the game perfectly well, and was the first to rush at the giant cat, striking it with a good blow. Suddenly, his friend's last words came to mind. Zhang Hajin, do you know what life is? At this point, he answered himself with a bitter smile. Hell no, I don't know. He was scattering monstrosities left and right, feeling like nothing more than a tool in someone else's hands. And that's why, damn it, he wants to live life to the fullest now. He decided that he would become so strong that no one else would dare to touch him. This time, he will live freely, something he has dreamed of all his life. But suddenly, when he was fighting the enemy in front of him, the unexpected happened. The cat appeared behind him and with its sharp claws hit him right in the back. The blow was so strong that his body was thrown several meters along the ground. His back was hitting the stones that were in his way in this ruthless forest, and the claws of the beast came closer and closer, scattering stones with their powerful blows. Damn bastards, thought Zhang as the claws dug into the same spot as before. It seems that this cat needs a special punch to teach him a lesson. Gathering all his strength in his fist, Zhang shouted, I will not die! And struck a powerful blow. He had to strike immediately, because the cat's claws were already just a few centimeters from his face. It was the same cat as the last time, with one missing click. The explosive blow of the rock pierced a huge hole in the head of this monstrous creature. The shockwave was so powerful that the cat was thrown back by the force of the impact. Its face was blurring and melting like plastic under a burning fire. Zhang was breathing heavily, exhausted from the effort of the attack. He put so much force into that punch that he could barely stand up. Seeing this, Don Pil, filled with anxiety, ran up to him, asking if he was okay, and saw only pieces of the giant cat's body. "Man, I can't even stand anymore. Maybe you can carry me on your back?" asked Chan half-jokingly, feeling his legs give out. Don Pil only replied that it would be problematic. At first, Zhang didn't understand why it should be difficult. But when I felt a strange wave passing under my feet, I began to guess why Don Pil refused. New hordes of monsters appeared before them again, appearing out of nowhere. Dong Pil did not hesitate to say that this time he would be the bait and that Zhang should get out immediately. One of the cats had 3 eyes, one on its forehead and 2 normal ones. It was a frightening sight. Damn it, at that moment, flashbacks from his past life began to appear in front of Chan's eyes. He remembered how he had managed to rise from the dead after a horrible death, and this gave him hope that he would not give up this time. In this life, Zhang could not afford to die as senselessly as he had before. Dong Pil begged him to go out the way he came in. Meanwhile, the 3-headed cat, which looked like a creature with a weak bladder, crept closer and closer, leaving a slippery trail behind it. The fox's good-natured eye looked at them intently, as if trying to say something. They both stared into that single eye, not understanding what it meant. The fox cub came closer and started walking around Chan and Dongpil, and they couldn't understand what was happening. Why was the fox walking in circles so strangely? It was suspicious and disturbing. And then his little eyes suddenly changed, becoming sharp and piercing, as if it were turning into something else. There was a deafening thunder, and lightning struck right where they were standing, scattering bright sparks. Everything around was illuminated by a dazzling light, whose rays spread over a considerable distance. After a while, the fox was sitting on Chan's shoulder, licking his head with its warm tongue. It would run over his body and then sit next to him, trying to wake him up because he was in a deep sleep. They lost consciousness from a lightning strike, and the world around them seemed to stop. But then Chan began to slowly open his eyes, trying to understand what had happened. The same fox cub was sitting in front of him, looking at him with its piercing eyes. What happened? Did I die again? Thought Chan, completely confused and unable to understand what was happening. The pain that pierced his entire body was clear proof that he was still alive. After that, Chan looked closely at the fox cub, trying to understand what kind of creature it was. The fox cub jumped on it, playing as if it saw it as its master. With fear in his eyes, Chan asked himself if the fox was planning to eat him. The fox cub put its little paws on his abs and gently, almost lovingly, looked him straight in the eye. In a panic, Chan started shouting to Donpil, begging him to do something. But Donpil was unconscious and lying motionless. At this point, the action shifts to the capital of the heavenly demon cult. All those present knelt down, shouting loudly, "Long live the Lord, long live the divine cult of the heavenly demon. We are moved to tears by the blessing of the sacred god." Each of those present bowed his head in deep respect. Without exception, from the youngest to the oldest, everyone honored their lord. Li Chongsan sat on his throne, and not a single muscle on his face moved. With a cold, stony gaze, he looked around the room, showing no emotion. The first question he asked after pouring himself some wine was, "What are the costs of this year's Mara festival?" "About 57,000 yang," Mudam replied with a bow. "That's 12,000 naira more than last year," he added, with some concern in his voice. He also noted that the special military forces were on duty, so the number of participants in the festival should have been much smaller. However, it is still unclear why costs have risen so sharply. He expressed a desire for an explanation and turned to the master of the inner organ of enlightenment. Taking a few steps forward, the master agreed to explain the situation. She said that 4 of the cult's 7 most influential families would be present at the festival, with the Demon Sword family taking center stage. These families have been protecting the cult for hundreds of years. Because of this, she deems it appropriate to demonstrate their dignity and generosity by rewarding them. Her name is Xiao Yong Shim, and she is the master of the inner enlightenment organ of the heavenly demon divine cult. Mudam added that the dignity of the cult is confirmed by its long history. They have won in the past and will continue to do so for another 1,000 years. If the heads of families take part in the ancestral rite, they will be honored to taste the drink of the 6 heavenly spirits prepared by the Lord himself. The dignity and generosity of the cult are expressed through the Lord, not through financial expenditures. so he ordered to cut spending on the celebration. She apologized for her incompetence and promised to submit new proposals by noon the next day. Taking a few steps back, Seo Yongshim took her place among the others. This completed the progress reports from the internal and external demon heads. However, the head noted that the first of them seems to be still training. Mudam explained that he had not even left the third hall of demon guards yet. What about the second one? The head asked curiously, waiting for an answer. The fourth young gentleman took a few steps forward to give his report. The second young master of the divine cult of the heavenly demon is Kwang Pyong. Li asked him if he planned to return to training. Kwang Pyong calmly replied that martial arts had become an integral part of his daily life. He also pointed out that learning behind closed doors is meaningless until the world changes. His words surprised many people. Others noticed how confidently he spoke about his fighting skills in front of the Overlord himself, which was quite bold. There's no need to train those who already know their place, Li said. Kwang Pyong was allowed to act as he saw fit. Everyone knew that the Overlord was very strict in his assessment of combat skills. But this compliment to the second young master came even though the first young master was still in seclusion. Many people began to believe that Kwang Pyong had a good chance of becoming the best contender. After bowing and thanking, Kwang Pyong returned to his seat. The floor was passed to the fourth young gentleman, who also stepped forward. "You've changed a lot lately," Li said, noticing his progress, which showed he was working hard. The fourth bowed and thanked him for his praise. However, the next words of the Overlord sounded like a warning. "But it is too late." The master continued, "If you want to surpass others, you will have to train even harder, and even then, it will be difficult to reach their level of skill." The fourth could only reply, "I will take this into consideration, master." Li Zhongsang urged him to devote himself completely to the business, without being distracted by other thoughts. Despite these words, the fourth reassured himself that he should not panic, because the master had always been strict with him. He decided to focus not only on martial arts, but also on using the power of his allies as he continued on his journey. It was the turn of the fifth, which also took a few steps forward, proudly raising its head. She came out with a confidence that showed her determination. The fifth young lady of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult is Ju Suyung. "Very good," Li Zhongsang said, recognizing her progress. He added that there are limits to how much her martial arts can surpass her natural talents. After this meeting with the senior courtmaster, the Lord asked her to choose one of the 10 great demonic arts. He also noted that she will never forget this gift of generosity. The fourth, watching this, felt jealous because of the praise Ju Suyung received, and even wondered if he should change his plans. After that, a little girl came out, and the master noticed that she neglected her health. Since the sixth was absent, the seventh young lady of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, Che Yumin, spoke next. Li reminded her, "Cult is not a place for spoiled children," which was a warning she needed to understand. "If you were stronger, you wouldn't be in this situation," he said, reinforcing the importance of strength in this world. He added that she will have to work even harder if she wants to achieve something more. And a serious question was asked of such a small girl. "Are you afraid of death?" With tears in her eyes, she summoned all her courage and answered, "No." "I never taught you to rest," he continued, emphasizing his ruthless philosophy. He warned everyone that if they wanted power, they would have to make even more efforts. "The most important thing is to learn to cross your own boundaries." He tipped his glass of wine and asked, "Have you all understood?" His gaze was ruthless. Putting the glass on the table, he continued, preparing to make an important statement. He noted that the third young gentleman was late, but he knew that he was already approaching and gave permission for him to enter. The third young master, Sorian, responded to the call of the holy bishop. His footsteps confidently walked on the red carpet leading to the throne. His brothers and sisters looked at him in amazement, not believing how he could recover so quickly. They were also amazed that he had made it out of the secluded bamboo grove, from which few people return alive. He spoke in a proud voice. "Greetings, master." Without looking away and looking him straight in the eye, he thought to himself, "It's been a long time, Lord of Demons." When his gaze settled on Chan, he couldn't help but notice the powerful demonic energy that was bubbling up inside him and wondered, how long has he been practicing to achieve such strength? When the word excellent came from the master, everyone present was amazed. It was the highest praise he had ever given. The Overlord asked Sorian how he liked the lonely bamboo grove, and whether it was a good place to get some fresh air. Chan, with a smile and a bit of sarcasm about having heard a lot of strange things before, replied that it was surprisingly fresh. Li Zhongsang met these words with a subtle smile. With his hands on the armrests of the throne, he said, Come with me. I wonder where he is taking me. And will you come with me? Thought Chan, assuming that perhaps he had answered too harshly. But he did as he was told and returned from the grove. Just as he had been told, the Lord ordered the first guard to take care of the rest of the assembly. He announced to everyone else that the royal assembly was over and they could go home. Following the overlord, Chan feared that this madman might send him to an even more horrible place, for he had survived the lonely bamboo grove. Meanwhile, on the street, So was discussing the need to revise the costs that needed to be recalculated. She ordered her subordinates to do it immediately, because it was an urgent matter. Her husband, however, was more interested in why the strategist general was not present at the meeting today, and he asked if she knew anything about it. She replied that she knew nothing, except that the general was always busy. She didn't believe it was the Mara festival, and she had heard that the northern traditional schools had recently started some very interesting things. She thought that this was probably the reason. However, whoever they were, the man had never met a sane craftsman who complained about traditions, and he assumed that they were probably doing something stupid again. After these useless conversations, another man approached them and asked what had happened to the third young master, because it was the first time he had seen the Demon Lord give such a high rating. The second man explained that he had heard that he had experienced a Kui blockage, but it was not apparent. The fourth was thinking about the fact that the third had not only returned alive, but had attracted everyone's attention. What did the master see in this bastard? He thought to himself. He believed that he should have killed him when he was weakened after blocking the chi. At that time, the overlord was already on the scene with Zhang. Chan was eagerly waiting to hear what the master would say. They found themselves back in the gazebo. The cozy garden did not look like a place suitable for a demonic cult. Li asked him to sit down. A moment later, Zhang was sitting in the chair across from him, experiencing mixed emotions. He survived 8 months in a hellish, lonely bamboo grove, but now there was no point in being afraid, because he had followed the order and hadn't done anything stupid. Traditionally, Li poured him wine again. Zhang thought for a moment. When was the last time I drank alcohol? And then Li suddenly told him that he still needed to learn the Black Dragon Mountain movement technique. Chan didn't even know what kind of equipment it was, and it was difficult to ask in such an environment. He also felt uncomfortable drinking wine. Li, noticing his condition, remarked, "I see that you have added something new to your true demonic arts. It looked like a martial art of the Buddhist school. Can he really understand everything just by looking at me?" thought Zhang anxiously. Chan knew that Li was incredibly strong, but could he really see through martial arts? It was incredible. Perhaps Li is angry because Zhang changed the true demon art without permission. What should we do now? However, all these fears turned out to be in vain, because Li praised him, saying that it was a good job. Not everyone can create a martial arts technique that exceeds the level of the 10 greatest demonic arts. Zhang felt uncomfortable, and replied that it did require a lot of thought and effort. Li asked him how he came up with the idea of using Buddhist art. Zhang explained that he tried many different approaches, and realized that this one was the most suitable for achieving strength. The results were indeed remarkable. But Li noted that Zhang was not known for his foresight in the past. At this point, Chan did not know how to respond to this comment. However, Li continued by saying that demonic art may lack some power or influence, but as a basis, it remains the best technique of their cult. And if Zhang had thought a little more, he would not have had to combine demonic arts with other techniques. Li added that Zhang planted a flower bed where a tree should grow. However, he noted that everything turned out well, as Zhang managed to achieve excellent results. Having said that, Li said calmly, "Zhang, you can go." Zhang was surprised. He had poured him wine, and now he was just sending him away. Why the hell did he even invite him here? He talked about his martial arts. Couldn't you just send a letter? If he stays, Li might start asking about other things, but it's probably best to leave while you can. "Then I will go," Zhang said, bowing. Li, pointing to a bottle of wine, told him to take it with him. "This is your reward for the work you've done. Who would have thought you would add Buddhist art to create something new? You really surprised me," Li added. The leftover wine cheered Chan up a bit. Li reasoned that Zhang probably didn't realize the difficulties faced by the higher demons, and it was just a coincidence. He also wondered if the third master would ever see Chan again. If so, this winter is going to be very interesting, Li thought, keeping his intrigue alive. Meanwhile, the chariot's wheels rattled against the stones it was traveling on, creating a quiet accompaniment to their reflections. Being around the overlord was unbearably difficult, and the more Chan thought about it, the more ridiculous it seemed. He is the lord, but he gives a half-empty bottle of alcohol as a reward instead of a full one. Riding in the cart with Dongpil, Jong kept complaining about the Lord while Dongpil snatched the bottle from him and said it was a drink of the 6 heavenly spirits. Dongpil explained that this drink was only for the chosen few, and he couldn't believe that the Demon Lord had personally given it to Jong. The drink of the 6 heavenly spirits is a high-class cult alcohol enjoyed by all the lords. It is a special drink given only to those who have made great achievements. The opportunity to drink it is a great honor and glory. In addition, this drink is made by the Demon Lord himself, and it is simply impossible to buy it for money. Tired of Dongpil's stories, Jong said, "Let's have a drink when we get back." But Dongpil replied that this was impossible because once he escorted Jong to the residence, his service would be complete. After that, Dongpil had to return to the Court of Elders. With sadness on his face, he told Chang that it was a great honor to work for him. Shaking the bottle, Chan asked, "You really don't want to try this drink?" But when Jong said, "All right, I'll drink it myself," Dongpil began to shout, "Wait, young master, please let me think about it." And so, after a few minutes of driving, they were already at the residence. Stopping in front of the gate, Jong said, "I'm finally back. It was nice to see this place after such a long time." A fox cub suddenly ran out next to him, and I wondered how it got there. Chan recalled how he himself brought him out of the forest and took responsibility for taking care of him. A smile could be seen on the fox's face after these words, which made the moment even more pleasant. This was their home now, and Jong opened the gate through which they entered with the fox. It had been a long time since Jong had seen Manhwa, and now the place looked different. Suddenly, his head felt like it was pierced by lightning, and an unpleasant premonition gripped him. Panic was evident on his face. A sense of danger was incessant. The fox cub, lying in his arms, began to whimper as if it had felt something too. Jong felt a strange, heavy energy around him and could not understand where this ominous aura came from. Was someone here? He thought, looking around for answers. Judging by the smell, the unknown persons had left quite recently, leaving barely noticeable traces. From the smell, Chan also realized which direction they were headed. How did they even dare to hide in my residence? Who are these people? His thoughts were becoming increasingly tense. Suddenly, Hua peeked out from behind the door and asked if he was back. Her face was filled with mixed emotions, fright and joy at the same time, because the Lord had returned. Jong met her with a smile and said softly, "Yes, I'm back." She fell to her knees before him and said, "The divine teaching is unquestionable, and all demons bow down before you. Congratulations, third young master." He smiled and asked if this was really necessary. With tears in her eyes, she told me that she had heard about something terrible happening to him in a lonely bamboo grove, and could not believe that he had come back alive. Judging by her reaction, she had really been waiting for him all these months, while he hadn't even mentioned her. He asked her if she was okay. She replied, unable to hold back her tears, that everything was fine. She was just incredibly happy to see him safe and sound. Although he had been gone for 8 months, the place was clean. She came every day to clean it, so he could come back at any time and feel comfortable. If Manhwa is okay, then those people are just watching, Chan realized. Calming down for a moment, she said that she needed to heat the water as she had just learned of his return. It would take some time, but first she offered him a snack. But Jong would have preferred to wash his face first. He was eager to wash away all the dirt of the lonely bamboo grove. After a while, he was already lying in the warm water, and the tension gradually receded. But the feeling of someone's presence did not let him rest. Is it really him? The one who kept his eyes on me during the meeting? The one who caused my chi to be blocked? Thought Jong. The 4th young owner is Jong Imun. As soon as the thought of Imun entered Chong's mind, he was seized with anger, and he began to punch the water and shout, "As soon as I catch you, you're dead!" First, he had to figure out how the divine cult of the heavenly demon functioned, because he had only known that the demon lord was in charge. With so much information, he had no control over the situation. He could not predict how the overlord would act, so he decided to find out who he could turn to for help. After that, he planned to get them on his side so that he could enter and leave the cult at will. Thus one day he will be able to leave here and become free. At least there is one piece of good news. He is now the 3rd disciple of the great demon lord. No one must know about his plans, but his high status should serve as a reliable support. He decided to climb the social ladder and only then allow himself to enjoy freedom. It was a great plan, strategic and thought out to the smallest detail. Meanwhile, a 4th young gentleman was smoking his pipe when a doctor came in and advised him to smoke less for the sake of his health. Recently, the 4th one had hardly smoked at all, and thanking the doctor for his care, he promised to quit when the time came. However, The doctor came not only to talk about smoking. He wanted to ask why the fourth man ordered his men to retreat from the residence of the third young master. The doctor understood that the fourth man usually acted reasonably, but this time he did not see any logic in his actions. Instead of explaining, the fourth man just kept smoking, not finishing what he had started. "I didn't know," the fourth young gentleman finally said, breaking the silence. "I didn't know how the third one would react. That's why I told him to come back," the fourth admitted. "I thought I had everything planned, but I was wrong." The doctor was surprised that the fourth one admitted his mistake. This rarely happened. The fourth saw the third for the first time at a meeting after the chai-blocking incident, and he had changed considerably. He seemed to have regained his strength. However, this was not the reason why the fourth one deviated from the plan. The third one looked like the Saurian he had always known, but something had changed in him. He seemed like a completely different person. His gaze was directed directly at the fourth, as if he knew everything he had done. The fourth explained to the doctor that he needed to rethink his plans and thoughts before proceeding. The doctor immediately realized that this was a lie, because the fourth one was clearly confused by the changes in the third young hostess. "What do the subjects do after my order?" asked the fourth, trying to hide his confusion. The doctor replied that his subjects were complaining about deviations from the plan and asked what to do next. The fourth ordered to give them some money. They are obsessed with money, just like the third one. Everything will be fine as long as they get it. After weighing everything up, the fourth realized that attacking Saurian now was not the best idea. He was at a dead end and no longer knew how to proceed. Meanwhile, the table was set with delicious food, and on it was the very bottle of drink that Donpil admired. "What is all this?" Dongpil ran into the room and shouted. And there was Zhong sitting on a chair with Hua next to him. Zhong began to yell at Dongpil with a smile to get on, because Anhua had prepared all this. The girl sat next to him, trembling, and asked the owner if he was sure she could eat with them. She believed that she should eat after him, as the rules say. Zhong angrily shouted at her to stop talking nonsense and just enjoy the food. Dongpil and Anhua sat down at the table in silence, inhaling the incredible aroma of the dishes in front of them. They poured the precious drink and clinked their glasses together, feeling the solemnity of the moment. Unable to contain their hunger, they immediately started eating, enjoying all the goodies on the table. To play a joke on Donpil, the girl pushed him lightly, and as he started to fall, Zhong started pouring alcohol directly into his mouth. The fox also enjoyed the leftovers by crawling under the table. The friendly, pleasant evening was gradually coming to an end. All the dishes were already empty. Not even a drop of alcohol remained, although Chan did not refuse another drink. Dongpil was clearly drunk, which was easy to see, and Zhong even suggested that he stop there. Donpil barely moved his tongue in denial and said he was still sober. Because of this, he asked the girl to bring more drinks, and she immediately ran to fulfill the request. Before the drinks were brought, Zhong asked Dongpil for permission to ask one question. The blushing Dongpil waited for Zhong to formulate his question. Zhong asked if Donpil knew anyone who knew the ins and outs of the organization. Donpil named a few people who were fairly well informed about the cult's affairs, but in terms of relationships between people, he knew little. However, he had heard that the chief strategist in the military department had a lot of information, although it would be difficult to meet with him. "Who else can I talk to about this?" asked Zhong, trying to gather more data. Donpil advised him to turn to a master of religious inner enlightenment. At the same time, a fourth young gentleman was talking to the doctor, asking him to send a letter to the master of religious inner enlightenment, Seo Yongsim. The fourth young gentleman wanted to invite the master of religious inner enlightenment, Seo Yongsim, to dinner the next day. The doctor warned him, explaining that this could be dangerous because, knowing her character, one could assume that she would try to avoid interfering in conflicts between students. The doctor warned that if he hastily asked her to cooperate, she might be indignant, and it would be extremely dangerous to make an enemy in the person of a master of religious inner enlightenment. The fourth was aware of these risks, but realized that he needed to take risks now. He believed that now that the lynx had turned into a snake, it was necessary to change the weapon, to act using other methods. At this time, she was sweeping up the garbage in the street, thinking about the events of the previous night. She was shocked that Zhong had drunk so much last night, and was now standing in front of her practicing kicks. She recalled how they drank to the brim, played drinking games, and how unusual the woman who participated in the evening was. And now Zhong is on the court honing his kicks and knees with incredible accuracy. He was demonstrating a technique she had never seen him do before. "He's incredible," she said in a gentle voice, holding onto the broom handle and admiring his skill. As expected, not everyone can be a disciple of the Demon Lord. But how did he manage to achieve this? In her eyes, he was just another young master. At the table, Dongpil provided some very important information for Yong. The strategist general is an expert in what Yong is looking for. After all, he is the head of the army and the most powerful in the blood cult. However, Dongpil also noted that it would be difficult to organize a meeting with him, especially if you are not a lord, because the strategist general has been very busy lately. Dongpil also noted that the Court of Elders is a very influential organization, and it was they who ultimately protected the Demon Lord and the entire cult. In a drunken state, he began to praise them, calling the Court of Elders the best organization of the heavenly demon divine cult. Chan realized that this was just delirium due to the excessive amount of alcohol he had consumed, and he did not hope to hear anything useful. However, unexpectedly, Dongpil mentioned the name of Seo Young Sim, a master of religious inner enlightenment who, according to him, is definitely well versed in these matters. It is responsible for the internal circulation of the cult's money and has enormous influence. If she is responsible for finance, she probably also has extensive information about the relationships between people in the organization. However, Dongpil noted that Seo Young Sim would not just share the information, as it is forbidden to disseminate data containing personal opinions. Their conversation was interrupted by Hua bringing drinks, which pleased Dongpil more than Zhong, as he was hoping to hear something else useful, but the moment was lost. However, Zhong realized that Seo Young Sim would be a difficult person to talk to. The one who manages the cult's finances has a lot of authority, and if he can't get close to her, things might not go as he planned. The fourth realized that Chan was wrong when he thought he would return to a safe life after leaving the lonely bamboo grove. Whether within the cult or outside of it, there will always be those who prey on it. So Zhong decided to devote all his time to training and realized that he needed allies to watch his back. In his past life, he had already learned that it was dangerous to fight alone without friends. Because of his intense training, Hua was constantly busy cleaning up, as the stones from his punches flew in all directions. Finally, Zhong stopped and said he was tired, believing it was due to the excess of thoughts in his head. Looking at the floor after the training, he realized that he could not leave any traces that could indicate his actions and plans. All his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Hua, who told him that Dongpil was on his way. However, Dongpil did not just walk, but almost ran to him, clearly in a hurry. He brought Chan the sword he had mentioned earlier. The sword was to be similar in length and weight to the one Zhong had used before. The sword looked really impressive when Zhong carefully took it out of the scabbard, admiring its beauty. As soon as he waved it, a powerful energy spread around. It was only a light swing, but what would happen if you hit it with all your might? After that, Zhong said it was time for him to leave. Dongpil, surprised, asked where he was going and got an answer. I'm going to build my future. The fox settled comfortably on Chan's shoulder, ready to accompany him on his journey. Zhong invited Dongpil to join them, emphasizing the importance of the upcoming events. At this time, in the high-end pavilion, the Spring Flower Pavilion, a fourth young gentleman was waiting for someone special. It was a master of religious inner enlightenment, Seo Young Sim, who arrived and greeted him with respect. He immediately invited her in, saying that he had ordered the best dishes to be prepared, but he wasn't sure if she would like them. The Spring Flower Pavilion is under her management, and she knew exactly how delicious the food is here. She agreed with a slight smile, realizing that the fourth was trying to impress her. The fourth young gentleman did not immediately realize that he had invited the owner of this place, and playing the role of the host, he could not stop laughing. In a moment, they were sitting across from each other at the table, and the atmosphere was becoming tense. Seo Yunsim was unclear why she was invited, but she decided to take her time and find out in conversation. He replied that there was no particular reason. He just wanted to treat her for her hard work for the cult. Lowering her head, she modestly replied that it was nothing and not worthy of much attention. The fourth was already thinking about how best to approach the case and what to say so as not to ruin everything. Seo Yongsim is a woman who has lived for decades on the battlefield called the Divine Cult and has risen to the rank of Master of Religious Inner Enlightenment. She's self-confident, knows her worth, and must be handled with care, just like the chief strategist. It is not easy to organize a meeting with such people. When the servants left, she prepared for a serious conversation, ready to find out why he really wanted to see her. The fourth one did not hide the fact that he needed her help and asked her directly to lend him a hand. She thanked me for the drinks and politely replied, "See you later." However, he couldn't help but ask if his request would cause her any inconvenience. The problem was not the inconvenience. According to her, she does not take sides when it comes to candidates. She also noted that her department manages the internal affairs of the cult and if they lose their neutrality, it will shake the entire structure of the cult. She cannot allow this to happen. A fourth thought that although she had great influence, her agency was only one of many cult organizations. In his opinion, she was exaggerating her role in the conversation with the heir. So he decided to move on to Plan B and explained that she was mistaken. He was only asking her for support, not to join his side. But from her point of view, there was no difference between support and cooperation. And she made it clear that she was not going to support any of the candidates. It was her demonstration of loyalty to the cult and its neutrality. He suddenly said that she would change her mind. After thanking him for the treat, she decided to say goodbye. But after taking only a few steps, the fourth young owner said he heard she needed the rare four-leaf clover of the green turtle. This plant is extremely rare, and even in Yunnan, where most of the herbs of the cult grow, it is almost impossible to find. It is found only near the eastern seas. He offered her this clover, saying that he did not need it. It was obvious from the way she turned to him that she was interested in the offer. However, he was careful not to say how he learned about her need for this plant. This question was important to her, and she asked insistently, adding please, to answer her question. Then he proposed a deal. She had to give him something in return, since he was losing the rare clover. She thought that his words sounded like a hidden threat, and she told him so directly. He explained that he was in a difficult situation, and just hoped for her understanding. He emphasized that for successful negotiations, one side must offer something useful to the other, and he believed that the four-leaf clover of the green turtle was a perfect example of such an exchange. She looked at him silently, considering his proposal. Her hands slowly reached for the table, pulling the chair back to sit down. A satisfied smile began to appear on the fourth man's face as his plan began to work. Sitting down, she said, "Okay, I'll listen to you first," and asked him to clarify what he wanted. "It's nothing special," he replied, adding that it could be seen as a simple friendly favor. However, he asked her to give a secret order to one of the servants. Coming closer, he quietly asked in her ear if she knew a servant named Manhwa. Manhwa works at the residence of a third young master, and he wanted her to order this servant to report daily for 3 months on the actions of the third young master, if possible. When she asked him if he planned to do anything about the third, he just said, "I thought you didn't ask questions you didn't want answered." She warned him of the danger that would arise if she was caught doing this. "Just don't get caught," the fourth added coldly, leaving her to her thoughts. "It's not that dangerous," he assured me, asking me to act as usual without attracting too much attention. Even if there was a problem, he claimed that the solution would be simple and painless. "The truth is as light and elusive as tobacco smoke. Get rid of the pipe, and no one will know who smoked." At that moment, Ankva's ear suddenly scratched, as if she felt that someone was remembering her. However, the conversation did not end there. He suddenly asked her to stop lying. She began to explain that she didn't even know who Manhwa was and couldn't force her to spy. "Then find someone else who you can force and whom you trust," he insisted, not losing his persistence. He also asked me not to say that it was impossible, as he was sure that if she wanted to, she would find a way. Her cheeks trembled with emotion. She was already feeling the pressure and realized that he would not ask a second time. However, the temptation to get the valuable herb was too great. His words that her silence would be taken as consent came at the exact moment when she was silent for several seconds, thinking it over. After that, the fourth said that the deal was considered concluded, smiling confidently. Meanwhile, his men were standing guard when they suddenly heard a noise nearby. The head guard of the fourth, seeing Chan in front of him, suddenly screamed in surprise. Chan stood there with a fox on his shoulder, asking the guards how long they were going to sit over the old cups. At that moment, both Mrs. Seo and the fourth young gentleman sitting in the pavilion heard Zhong's voice. Stepping on the threshold, Zhong said that his patience had already run out. He brought only cheap wine with him, and his cup was empty, which looked ironic in the context of the situation. Ms. Seo thought that his appearance was quite spectacular, and it only added to the drama of the moment. The expression on the fourth man's face showed that he was also stunned by Chan's unexpected appearance. Zhong handed them a flask of wine, and asked if they would continue to drink from those old cups or join him. "I had to sweat a lot to find you," he said. "I was wondering where you could be, but it turned out you were here, in such a beautiful place." Seo Yong-sim bowed respectfully in front of Zhong and greeted him, observing the formalities. But Zhong stopped her, saying that he did not need such formalities, and asked her not to do so. The fourth began to get angry, shouting at the guards, accusing them of not following orders and letting Chong in. Zhong approached the fourth and calmly told him that he had come to talk to the Master of Enlightenment, asking him to calm down. However, the fourth man was not going to calm down and said that the Master of Enlightenment was now talking to him, emphasizing that it was very rude of Chan to barge in. Jong ignored his words and approached Seo, asking if she wanted to join him for a second event after this meeting. As he was ignored, the fourth became even more nervous and reached out to Chan to stop him. At this point, Seo apologized to Jong for the situation. She explained that she had already accepted the invitation of a fourth young gentleman. However, Jong persisted and asked her again if she wanted to join him after the meeting. She was puzzled and did not understand what the third young gentleman was up to. Jong decided to clarify and asked if it was because she needed the four-leaf clover of the green turtle. There are usually two reasons why someone seeks this rare clover. Either to rapidly reduce yin energy through peaceful depletion of yang energy, or to correct a malfunction in the 9 yin meridians. Both of these situations can only be resolved with the help of the green turtle quatrefoil. A person like Seo Yongsim knows this for a fact. So, she found herself in a situation where this clover was indispensable. Chong suddenly asked, "Did someone you know earn a lockout after trying to study yin explosions?" "How did he find out about this?" she thought, looking at him in amazement. Chan let the fox run around on the table and continued to explain that he did not know how serious the patient's condition was. But if he was not yet on the verge of death, the quatrefoil could even be dangerous. Taking a few goodies from the table, he added that this clover could mix yang energies instead of dampening yin, and that could lead to complications. He expressed sympathy for her worries about the patient, but warned her not to rely on herbs without question. In her eyes, Jiang looked like an extremely kind person. "Is this the third young master I knew?" she wondered. Yesterday, a fourth asked, "Has eavesdropping become his new hobby?" However, Jiang calmly replied that he was just standing outside the door and overheard a conversation about the green turtle's four-leaf clover. The fourth said that such behavior was unworthy of the third young master of the divine demon cult. Jiang slammed his hand on the table and asked, "Is this true? Does he really think that this behavior is worthy?" He then asked angrily, "Is trying to secretly kill your brother to gain power considered proper behavior for a fourth young master?" Stammering, the fourth asked, "What are you talking about?" Chan explained that the answer is simple. If the fourth one really doesn't know, then he is a fool who cannot control his subordinates. And if he's just pretending to be a fool, then he's just dishonoring his name. Chan could understand the circumstances, but he asked, "Don't you think it's too much to treat even your younger brother so cruelly?" The seventh young hostess, who had just turned 10, was only a child, and when he heard about it, he was deeply shocked. How could the fourth ask her to do such a stupid thing? The young hostess looked very weak, and it was the fourth who made her so. Backing down, the fourth said that he would not tolerate slander, trying to justify himself. But Zhang realized that without evidence there was no point in having empty conversations. He addressed the next question to the woman. "What are you going to do now? Has this deal lost its meaning?" She got straight to the point and asked if there was a way to improve the condition of the chi blockage, noting that the spirit pavilion only said to observe the patient's condition. Jiang explained that it is not difficult. He himself once fell under chi blockage, but was able to recover despite attempts to poison him when his medication was switched. The fourth continued to address the Master of Enlightenment, asking if she really believed in this nonsense. However, the woman has already realized that if all this is true, she no longer has any reason to stay with such an evil man. She thanked the fourth man for the invitation and said she would pay for herself. With a proud expression on her face, she left this fool, clearly deciding to break up with him. Zhang told the fourth that he would also leave, taking his guest with him. He looked at him, seeing him only as a weak and indecisive fool who could barely restrain himself from anger. As he followed the woman, Zhang asked her if she had an aversion to cheap wine, to which she replied with a smile, "Of course not. It's fine as long as the cup is clean." The fourth master was alone when his servant approached him. The servant appeared so suddenly that no one even had time to stop him. Now that everything had gone wrong, the fourth had no choice but to act alone. He wanted to avoid personal interference, but now he felt compelled to do so. He convinced himself that it was Zhang who started the conflict, and now he would have to make him pay for the humiliation and pain. Meanwhile, Zhang was telling the Enlightenment Master about the methods of treatment without asking him to consider it a great favor. He explained that the process would not be easy. It would take 3 days to understand and begin treatment. Big changes will be noticeable only after a few months, and, depending on the patient's condition, it can take up to 6 months to restore mobility. Listening to this, she asked if he was serious. Zhang reiterated that it all depends on the patient's efforts and attitude. If the patient's condition is not critical, and they have proper training, they may be able to move normally in 6 months. 6 months was a long time. But given that the doctors at the Spirit of the Blood Pavilion were unable to prescribe treatment, it was great news. Jung's words inspired confidence, and she decided to put aside her doubts and be honest with him. Chan listened intently as she began to speak. She asked a simple question. "What do you want to get from me in return?" After a while, the girl, tired of the tension, stretched her arms, feeling relieved. She finished the long and hard job of cleaning up after Chan, pleased with her efforts. Hugging herself, she praised herself for a job well done, feeling pleasantly tired. Suddenly, she heard loud explosions or blows behind her. She was unclear what it was, but she guessed that it might be related to the young master. Without hesitation, she ran in that direction, trying to understand what was happening. Running to the door, she grabbed the handles, preparing to open it and find out what had happened. It was as if she was struck by lightning, and she stopped talking in mid-sentence. "The bath isn't ready yet?" But she didn't finish. Eyes full of ominous darkness stared at her intently. The fourth was waiting. Behind that door was someone whose appearance she could not have predicted even in her worst dream. In a bucket of water, there was a weapon covered in dried blood, a terrible reminder of past events. He tried to calm her down, although she couldn't take her eyes off the hook on which the horrible things were hanging. He quietly explained that she shouldn't worry, because he had brought her here not to harm her, but to tell her something important. His fingers slowly wrapped around the nasty bug, making her shudder in disgust. This bug was no ordinary bug. It is a poisonous, slow corrosive insect, a dangerous parasite that insidiously invades the body. It begins its insidious attack 2 days after entering the body, gradually eating away at the host. The parasite moves to the internal organs, devouring everything in its path and causing terrible suffering. But the antidote could save you if you drink it in time. Holding the sword at the girl's throat, she asked him with fear why he was telling her all this. He explained that she had to come here every day and report on the actions of the third young master for the sake of the antidote. And all this must be a strict secret. No one must know about their agreement. She was held by her braids, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Small and fragile, she could not understand why she was being treated so cruelly. They told her not to be afraid, holding a disgusting beetle in front of her face, assuring her that as long as she followed their orders, she was in no danger. She was coldly informed that if the parasite got into her eye, she could lose her sight. In desperation, she begged the young master to save her from this horrible trap. Meanwhile, Zhang was having a leisurely conversation with a woman who kept asking questions about what he really wanted. She was well aware that his arrival was not accidental. He needed something. His knowledge had saved her life, and now she was ready to give everything she could in gratitude. The words ingratitude made him think, plunging into his own memories. Zhang saved lives even when he was a killer. He recalled the days when he quietly eliminated the enemies of the righteous Heavenly Alliance master. His subordinate ran up to him, saying that they had found 2 frightened girls who had served the dead. These girls were very young and trembling with fear of what was happening around them. But fortunately, their names were not on the blacklist. However, the men who found them decided that they had the right to decide their fate at their own discretion. They abused these children like real monsters until Zhang came over and asked them to stop with cold politeness. He calmly explained that the task had been completed and asked them to let the girls go, because bullying them was a waste of time. But the man objected, not seeing any futility in this activity. His only goal is to get as much money as possible from the sale of these children. Zhang was even asked not to interfere in these matters. But the scoundrel reminded Chan that he had once killed his best friend's wife and children without regret. Was it too late to be kind? An outburst of anger, and Chan, without restraint, simply stabbed him in the back. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him to let these words pass through his soul, as if every sound was cutting him from the inside. They repeated in my head over and over again. I killed my best friend's wife and children. He killed his friend's wife and children. These words haunted him, and his hand with the sword began to tremble. They had no right to say such things, and Chan broke down. In a moment, they were lying on the floor, lifeless. Their punishment came quickly. The blood that flowed from their bodies became a punishment for the children's cries, which they ignored. Turning his back on the girls, he coldly asked them to walk 10 kilometers east to the nearest village. The girls hugged each other, amazed by what they saw, and could not say a word. Zhang insisted that they flee as quickly as possible before he changed his mind. He had once killed their family without regret, and now they saw him not as a savior but as a hypocrite. They begged him to kill them too, because they did not feel grateful for this salvation. Through their tears they shouted at Chan, calling him a monster, no better than those he killed, and wishing him to burn in hell. He realized that his actions were hypocritical, killing their relatives, and then pretending to be a savior. For this, he was ready to curse himself even after his death. He was not upset by their insults, even after he tried to save them. The fact that his entire life, which he had once considered strong, had turned to dust, was bitter. This made him feel indescribably sad. Coming back to reality, Jong calmly told Seo that he didn't need anything from her, as if all these conversations hadn't happened. It looked strange to her. At first he hinted that he wanted something in return, and now he suddenly changed his mind. She even began to think that he was just giving her his knowledge without any hidden agenda. It was difficult for him to explain why he was helping her as if she were his equal, not just a servant. She was looking for a rare green turtle's quatrefoil, and it was obvious. The one who needed it was extremely important to her. If it was someone who was his enemy or a scoundrel, he would not hesitate to ask for payment. But if this person was important to him, he did not doubt his kindness. Knowing this, Jung did not want to make a deal by trading someone's life, because saving a life for free was the only right thing to do. In her eyes, the third master did not seem like the rude and cruel boor she had imagined. She seemed to be talking to a good merchant, not a young master of a divine cult. She couldn't understand why he was being so friendly to her, especially considering that he hadn't even seen the man. At this point, Jong calmly poured wine, preparing to answer. He explained to her that in this world, people can kill people they have never seen without hesitation, so why not try to save a stranger? After having a drink with her, he felt some relief. The tension seemed to disappear. He had no idea that she might have met a fourth young master, and the thought sobered him up a bit. It was obvious that the heirs would fight and betray each other, but such things are never discussed openly. She couldn't help but think that Jong wanted something else from her, because otherwise, why would he have revealed his weaknesses to her? The cold, cruel, and ruthless third young master was a man who had always been interested only in first place. That's who he was in her eyes, and she couldn't understand what made him change. She speculated that it might be due to the chi blockage that affected him. Another reason could be his loneliness, like a lone bamboo in a grove. But whoever he was, this new young master was a complete stranger to her. At this point, he really wanted something in return. So he asked her to serve light meals at the restaurant more often, and asked if the Center for Inner Enlightenment was also responsible for catering. Although the food was delicious, it lacked spices, and he hinted at her to think about people with different taste preferences. After that, she said that she was beginning to guess what he really wanted. She was sure he wanted to know more about the other young masters and ladies in the cult. Her expectations of the Master of Inner Enlightenment were quite high, because he looked very serious. But as he put the cup on the table, Jung calmly replied that this was not entirely true. He explained that he is interested in all the relationships that exist within the cult, not just individuals. The moonlight penetrated through the night darkness, illuminating the path our heroes were walking. Having gathered all their belongings and the necessary books, they were ready to move on to the next stage. The young gentleman expressed his sincere gratitude to everyone who helped make this evening unforgettable. Their support was invaluable. However, Jong said goodbye to Lady Seo Eun-shik, wished her good night, and was about to leave. The ninja, hidden behind a mask, quietly asked the Master of Enlightenment if there was any danger if the information she had passed on fell into the wrong hands. So Eun-shim confidently reassured her advisor, explaining that she was aware of all the risks, but knew for sure that she had gained more than she could lose. The young host walked next to Dunpil, wondering if it was worthwhile to have a third round just the two of them. Dunpil thought it was too late, but the young man tried to persuade him to have another drink. So Eun-shim watched the young master walk away, thinking that she now knew everything she needed to know about the influential people in the cult. However, after meeting this young man, her convictions were shaken, and the young owner was left alone to decide what to do next that night. The Master of Enlightenment ordered the counselor to immediately report to her any news about the third master, no matter what happened. The next day, the young owner decided to tackle all the books that had accumulated, although it was not an easy task. These books, or rather the documents from So Enshim, contained secrets about the most important people in the cults and their hidden connections. Chan perceived the information with some distrust, realizing that it was the subjective vision of only one person. However, even if only part of this turns out to be true, this knowledge can be invaluable. At first glance, everything looked like a classic vertical organization structure, with orders coming down from the Demon Lord. However, Mo Ensign's investigation revealed a different picture. She uncovered all the hidden alliances, betrayals, and intrigues, as well as the power struggle that involved even those who were supposed to remain independent. Reading these documents made him realize how complex human relationships can be. Turning the page, he came across the name of the commander of the Demon Rage Squad, which caught his attention. This mention seemed particularly interesting, so he concentrated, reading every word. But suddenly, his faithful friend distracted him by reminding him that it was time to eat. A few minutes later, the young owner was sitting comfortably at the luxuriously laid table, ready for a gourmet meal. While tasting the dishes, Jong noticed that the food was not as rich as usual. It seemed more bland. When he remarked, the owner replied that it was because they had started buying softer ingredients, as he had recently requested. He thought it was funny because he hadn't meant it seriously, and they had fulfilled his request. At that moment, the girl ran up to the fox, poured food into a small plate, and asked her to try it. She called the fox Mistress of the Forest, which surprised Chan. He didn't understand why she called it that, because it didn't seem to have a name. Jong emphasized that indeed the fox has been living with him for a long time, but he has never named it. He suggested that Mrs. Anhwa come up with a name for the fox, but she didn't know what to say. Looking closely at the fox, Anhwa noticed its large ears and suggested naming it Ears. Or, looking at her fluffy tail, she suggested that we could call her Tail. After hearing these options, Jong decided that although they were cute, these names were more suitable for a little girl than a serious man, so he decided to come up with something else. After thinking about it, he decided to name the fox Zolotets. The girl remarked that this name was not too different from her options, but Jong insisted that it sounded perfect. He turned to the fox, asking if it liked the new name, and the fox purred in response. Jong thought it was genius to come up with a name so quickly, but Anhwa's mistress clearly did not share his enthusiasm. Before he left, he warned Anhwa that he would not be there tonight, and that she would have to organize dinner on her own. Finally, he reminded her to never forget about dinner and to always take care of her health by eating right. The young owner left her, and she remained standing, full of hope for his soon return, wishing to see him soon. Soon, the action moved to the training camp, where another story unfolded. One of the young men who trained at the camp showed incredible results, inspiring admiration from everyone around him. His martial art had improved to the point where he could knock down the wall in front of him with a single blow. After he struck the wall, a deep dent was left on the wall, a testament to his incredible strength. This young man quickly adapted to the situation, changing his tactics on the fly, which showed his out-of-the-box thinking and thirst for improvement. If he continues to do so, he will surely succeed. His training was closely watched by the three-headed master, who praised the young man for his powerful technique and determination. He turned to the Demon Guardian's sword, which was glowing with red light, and noted with surprise that he hadn't expected to see him smash through a wall from such a distance using a basic technique. It was the second head of the Guardian Court, Ji Yan. However, the Demon Guardian's sword itself admitted that its abilities had not yet reached the ideal and needed to be improved. Nevertheless, Ji Yan emphasized that the young man had grown considerably under the mentorship of the third young master, and now he had become not just a capable, but a truly talented fighter. The second owner, watching the training, decided to address the young man and say a few important words. At that moment, a third young master entered the Guardian's yard and said that he was looking for him, to which the second master replied that he was busy training, but was ready to join. He also noted that he intends to attend a meeting of the Fierce Demon Squad today. Hearing these words, the expression on the face of the sword guard changed, and without waiting for the conversation to end, he abruptly rushed forward, as if sensing danger. Danpil was well aware that his friend, the third young master, should not get involved in the affairs of the Fierce Demon Squad, because they were all real madmen. The Fierce Demon Squad was famous for their cruel nature, which was reflected in their name. They were known for their unpredictable and ruthless nature. Their fighting style was based on the principle of absolute brutality, without compromise or pity. This was the most brutal unit in the cult, known for never stopping until the enemy was destroyed to the last piece. And for them, there was no difference between friend and foe. This group gathered outside a tavern with their army, preparing to spend the evening drinking themselves into unconsciousness. One of them broke down the door so that their team could go inside as if they owned the entire building. But when they entered, it turned out that the tavern was almost empty. No one was visible, only silence reigned around them. One of the scoundrels shouted, "Where's the owner? If he hasn't opened up yet, we'll open his face ourselves!" It was the second squad leader, named Changwan. Changwan looked ahead and saw a man sitting with a fox. The man was calmly playing with her, not reacting at all to the presence of dangerous killers in the institution. The young owner acted as if he hadn't heard Changwan's shouts and threats at all. But Changwan couldn't stand it. went over to his desk and tried to get his attention with a sharp blow on the table. He wondered why this young man was ignoring him so much. Could it be that he had a high rank or belonged to some kind of cult? Without looking him in the eye, Jung Ha-jin replied coldly, "Yes, that's right." Chang-won remarked that perhaps the young man did not know that they had rented the entire facility for the evening, and continued to look at him with a challenge. Chun Ha-jin calmly emphasized, "Rent and intimidation are different things. If you have a lease, I will leave. If not, I will stay." Such insolence from the young man was unheard of, and the furious Chang-won was ready to punish him without delay. But before he could strike, he was stopped by a woman who suddenly stepped forward. She was the one the young owner was waiting for, and she appeared just in time to save the day. It was Hong Ren, the youngest and at the same time the most brutal squad leader in the cult. She, being the commander of the fierce demon squad, decided to deal with the impudent young man herself. Hong Ryung first turned to Chang-won, asking why he was acting so ridiculously in public, and ordered him to stop it immediately. She then turned to a young man who seemed quite funny to her and sarcastically asked if he was so stupid that he didn't realize who he was dealing with. How could this young man not know such legendary warriors as they did? To which he calmly replied, calling them all a bunch of madmen and psychopaths who lacked basic manners. Hong Ren stared at him in amazement, not understanding how he could behave so defiantly in front of such powerful people. Or did he really want to die? She came to the conclusion that his status was probably not ordinary, or that he just wanted to provoke them into a fight. However, the young man did not even pay much attention to her, continuing to play with the fox. It seemed funny to him because he didn't touch them, and they created the conflict themselves. He offered her a seat if she had something to say, but Hong Ren wasn't going to listen to this arrogant madman. As an argument, the young man said that his neck hurt because he had to look at it from the bottom up, and it was too uncomfortable. Looking up, he felt her demonic energy, which seemed powerful and dangerous. These words, full of insolence, made her furious. He clearly did not respect her status, and she began to boil with anger. Ha-jin felt that Hong Ryong's demonic energy surprisingly seemed sweet and even pleasant, which he hadn't expected. Looking around, he saw the waiters frantically bringing the food under the watchful eye of the owner of the establishment, who was urging them on, demanding caution, as the dishes were prepared for very important guests. However, upon entering, the owner noticed that the young man sitting in the center of the hall had attracted the full attention of the fierce demon squad. Realizing that the commander was going to kill the guy right at the table, the owner rushed forward to try to stop her. But the squad's reaction was instantaneous. One of the soldiers put his sharp sword to his neck, threatening to kill him. The second commander did not hide his dissatisfaction with the fact that the owner dared to say anything at all. He demanded that the owner give 30 reasons why they could not kill this young man, and only then would the old man have a chance to stay alive. Feeling the cold of the steel against his neck, the owner of the establishment was in deep despair. All he could say was, "He is the third young master of the divine cult." Hearing this, the fierce demon squad was amazed to learn that this young man was a disciple of the demon lord himself. After that, they immediately left him alone and returned to the banquet, asking the owner when the rest of the food would be ready. Exhausted by the difficult mission, the squad ate, drank, and had fun as if it could be their last day. The demon lord's disciple and the commander of the fierce demon squad sat down separately from the others. The warriors could not understand why the third young master was here, since they had all heard rumors of his energy blocking. Some have suggested that it may still be weak, and if a tense situation arises, they could gain an advantage by intervening at the right time. However, the second member of the squad restrained his colleagues, emphasizing that this was not just a young man, but a third young master, a possible heir to the overlord, and they should be careful with him. One of the warriors of the demonic group could not accept the fact that this young man, even the heir, could achieve something, especially in such a young body. For him, he was just a weakling who chose a place not according to his strength, the divine cult. The possibility that the heir to the demon lord could defeat their battle squad seemed so ridiculous that it would be a blow to their reputation. The young host's raised glass of alcohol towards the commander of the fierce demon symbolized not friendship, but the beginning of dangerous negotiations. The soldiers knew that Jung Ha-jin had known about their arrival in advance, but he seemed to be ready for something more than just a meeting. Hong Ren, looking him straight in the eye, asked sharply, "What do you really want?" Jung Ha-jin was glad that she got right to the point. He didn't like long and meaningless conversations. Her words escalated the atmosphere between them, like distant storm clouds preparing for a storm. He coldly suggested that she and her unit surrender voluntarily to avoid bloodshed. Hearing this young man's insolent words, Hong Ren's anger grew. Her squad had never surrendered, and such a proposal was insulting to her. If he was seriously offering them to surrender, the fierce demon commander was ready to kill him on the spot. However, the young owner continued, adding that if they gave up now, their misdeeds would be perceived as minor infractions, self-criticism, or a pay cut. No one would suffer seriously. This young man's audacity worried the squad leader. He appeared out of nowhere and demanded too much. Does he know something more than he seems? Hong Ren insisted that they had not violated any laws and there were no grounds for the charges. But Zhong Hajin responded with a counter-question. If that's true, why do the fierce demons spend so much money every month? He emphasized that even the heavenly demon army spends about 800 nyan per month, while the fierce demons exceed this amount by more than twice. Sao Ensim, who was in charge of the cult's finances, provided Zhong Heijin with all the necessary information, including budget records. He discovered that the fierce demon squad, this uncontrolled mob of scum, could not have a budget larger than the main army, which made him suspicious. This hinted that the money was coming not only from the official budget, and that there was one person involved who was capable of such a cunning intrigue. With this in mind, the young owner decided to put pressure on them, assuming that the funds had appeared by accident or through corruption. He suggested that the money could have come from, for example, a secret meeting with someone important. If they handed over the name of this person, he promised to help them avoid trouble. In return, he demanded only one thing, the name of the person who gave them the money. Hearing this, the commander of the fierce demon realized that from the very beginning, the young man's goal was completely different, and that he saw them as pawns in his own game. This outraged her to the core, throwing her off balance. Her pride was wounded. She reasoned that this young man had no proof, and if he came to teach her how to manage her finances, he should show her proof first. After drinking a glass of sake, Jong Hyun only speculated. If a crime has no evidence, is it really a crime? Or is there something else that complicates the situation? In her opinion, it was the third owner who complicated everything, turning a simple conversation into a dangerous game. She decided not to answer his ridiculous questions, got up, thanked him, and headed for the exit. However, he stopped her with words. You didn't distribute all the money you received from the fourth young master to your squad, did you? According to Chong, this excessive spending caught his attention, and now the situation has become too suspicious. He emphasized, everyone knows that you don't get the kind of money you need to afford such expenses. If an investigation is launched, your subordinates may not be able to avoid arrest for taking bribes. If the situation comes to that, your unit can either be disbanded or reorganized, Zhong added coldly. Hong Ryong was already tired of this young man, who only added to her troubles. Hong Ren could barely contain herself after making such a bold statement. She could not risk harming such an important figure as the young heir. However, his words that he was not afraid at all and that the bruises were nothing caught her on the nerves. Unable to bear the insults, one of the soldiers of the unit rushed at the young man and started an attack. But Zhong reacted instantly, not giving the attacker a chance to succeed. The drunken warrior, furious, said that he would leave him a bruise. However, the young man deftly dodged his blow, redirecting it to the other side with ease. At the same time, Zhong accumulated energy in his hand, delivering a powerful pneumatic punch that hit the attacker with relentless force. The warrior flew off, punching through the wall, and it collapsed under his weight. The guy apologized for hitting him too hard, saying that he didn't mean to do so much damage. Hong Ren, seeing such audacity, began to boil with rage. Although she had no intention of resorting to violence, this time the situation got out of hand. Regardless of the possible consequences, she rushed into action, deciding to deal with the young man herself. Her punch, filled with powerful energy, hit the young master, but he managed to block it, even though it flew several meters away. Noting her speed and strength, Zhong realized that this fight would not be as easy as he had hoped. By stopping and kicking the ground, Zhong left a deep impact mark. He recognized that the girl was indeed a skilled craftsman. Hearing these words, Chan felt a little uncomfortable and asked her to watch her words because he was not interrupting their rest at all. He reminded her that it was her stupid subordinate who attacked him first. He added that their ridiculous pride prevented them from recognizing their own mistakes. These words finally ignited Hong Ren's rage. The soldiers on the second floor who were enjoying alcohol did not understand what had happened and why their leaders suddenly started fighting while their deputy was lying unconscious. Her hand was filled with demonic energy, and if this impudent young man dared to oppose her, he would pay dearly for it. Attacking him, Hongren reminded him that it would be better if he stayed at home resting, because if his energy hadn't recovered from the lockdown yet, he should have thought twice before coming here. Her anger grew. This unworthy heir had ruined her entire evening and destroyed her vacation. Her punch hit the young master's body, although he partially dodged it. But hearing the words about the blockade made him smile. They didn't even know how long ago it had happened. He grabbed her by the head, got close to her face, and coldly remarked that she should pay better attention to what was happening in the cult. Its head received a strong blow from the young owner's hand, causing it to fly backwards. She was thrown to the side with great force and hit the wall, leaving a dent in it. It was a light, warning blow, and Zhang was clearly playing with her, not fighting seriously. After recovering from the blow, Hongren quickly got to her feet, and she no longer cared that there was a third young master in front of her. After that, she decided that she would turn him into a corpse, because it was a direct assault on her pride that she could not forgive. The young man felt only excitement from this fight, encouraging Hongren to show everything she could do. News of the battle quickly spread to all the important places, causing waves of surprise. By the time his brother received the news, he was already aware of the situation. The situation looked strange and extremely dangerous. The brother decided that the boy might need help and was ready to stand between him and the fierce demon commander. "What are we going to do with this impudent man?" the servant asked the second master. He answered calmly, "Don't worry. The fierce demon commander doesn't say too much, but if the third master has hurt her pride, she will only withdraw more." He added that if they decided to fight, it was even better. He would see who would win, although he understood perfectly well that there will be no winners in this confrontation, as the battle promises to be very fierce. A sphere of pure energy exploded from Hongren's palm, her demonic green jade art leaving no doubt that she would show who the real winner was. With a maneuvering stroke, she released an arrow filled with energy, which spread around and headed straight for Chan. Looking at this powerful blow, the guy sarcastically remarked, "We're indoors, so why use an explosive punch?" When the jade demon arrow reached its target, the wall of the building was pierced through. The force of the impact was staggering. Zhang skillfully dodged the blow, noting to himself that when this girl is angry, she is indeed blindingly dangerous. The rumors about her strength were clearly not exaggerated. He was not against fighting, but preferred to avoid destroying other people's property. The owner of the restaurant, seeing his restaurant collapsing, fainted and fell to the floor, foaming at the mouth. The young master ironically remarked that she could have simply used the money of the fourth young master to compensate for all the destruction. But Hongren was no longer going to listen to his nonsense, and tried to silence the heir at all costs. For her, his words were not funny at all, and she believed that only a scoundrel of that level could say such things. She delivered a strong blow, which sent Chan flying and crashing into the wall, destroying it. Although it was unpleasant, he decided that he would avoid such powerful blows in the future. Continuing the fight, he skillfully dodged her every attack, playing with his opponent. No matter what techniques she used or how hard she kicked, none of her blows brought the desired result until she kicked him in the head. This blow sent him flying again, and he felt its power on his own body. He was hurt, as the blow left a noticeable bruise on his face, which caused him irritation. Hongren took advantage of his loss of balance and flew up, intending to silence him once and for all. The young owner realized that with each blow she was getting stronger and more dangerous. Her power was so impressive that it forced him to defend himself, giving him no chance to counterattack. However, Zhang decided that this could no longer go on and delivered a powerful kick filled with demonic energy. But Hongren skillfully held her ground and had no intention of retreating, and the fight only got tougher. The guy wondered why the fourth master was giving her money. Her fighting skills were impressive, and he doubted she could be bribed. He hadn't had such an exciting fight in a long time. He wanted to understand why she had agreed to accept handouts from the fourth master. The warriors watched the battle with admiration. They were the disciples of the demon lord, and the battle was really exciting. Suddenly, Hongren turned to the fierce demon squad, urging them to listen to her. She said that their dinner was ruined because of her personal problems. She assured them that she would take care of everything, even if she was punished. She told them to enjoy what was left of the evening. Her words sounded cool, and the soldiers began to think about them. They raised their fists in the air, shouting that the fierce demon squad was the strongest. Everyone was shouting, "Commander, go ahead! You'll make it!" Not doubting her strength. The divine cult of the heavenly demon consisted of interesting and strong people. Watching her, the guy felt funny at her sentimental words. He was naive not to expect such a talented person to accept the benefits of a fourth master. Perhaps he should have just beaten her to make her listen. At that moment, Zolotsa the fox ran up to him and began to meow. Jung was upset because Zolotsa had disobeyed an order and run out here. Hongren accumulated pure energy in her hand and was annoyed that the boy was distracted during the fight. The energy enveloped Hongren, and she realized that the guy had underestimated her when he had entered the fight. Jung saw that she was accumulating the energy wave in her palm again. At the moment when she was about to strike a fatal blow, the fox cub was between them, in the way of the attack. The girl promises to kill the third young master and explodes with the power she has accumulated. But Jung, not for himself but for the fox, tries to divert her attention. He asks Hong Ryong to wait, explaining that Zolotets is his sweet furry friend, and offers to take him to a safe place first. However, these words only made her angrier, because to her, this fox is a worthless creature. She took his words as a mockery, and seized with rage, launches her powerful technique directly at the young man, ignoring the presence of the fox cub. Looking at the defenseless creature, the boy realizes that it may suffer because of their conflict. He calls for Zolotets and does everything he can to save him. Activating the hyper-vision technique from the heavenly power of the six powers, he instantly grabs the fox in his arms. Holding it, Jung tries to dodge the blow, but he takes the attack on himself, protecting Zolots with his body. Hongren's incredible technique covered the entire space, and her radiance lit up the night sky. After the strike, only chaos and ruins remained at the site. Hongren rejoiced, believing that the young man had fallen right into the center of her attack. The warriors watched in amazement as she demonstrated her incredible strength. Hongren was sure that the intruder was finished, because no one could survive such a blow. She invited the soldiers to continue the evening. The soldiers shouted with joy, celebrating the victory. The young owner was lying at the scene of the attack. Not only did he survive, but he became angry with Hongren, vowing never to forgive her. When the girl saw that the young man could still speak, she told the soldiers to take him to his residence. When the soldiers came to take him away, they joked that it would have been better if he had gone on his own, because he was too heavy to be carried. One fearless warrior came closer, started mocking Chan, and asked the commander if it wasn't too cruel. He laughed, thinking that the young master would not be able to appear in public anymore. But suddenly his face was covered by Chan's hands. Overcome with rage, the young man stood up and, using his technique, sent the soldier flying through all his comrades. The soldier crashed into the squad leader, breaking through several walls and destroying furniture. Both landed against the wall, not expecting such a sharp turn of events. The jokes were over, and the young master, seized with anger, felt his strength growing. He didn't care about himself, but he felt sorry for his little pet. This little creature named Zolotsa, which he held in his hands, was too precious to him to allow it to be hurt. The young owner's friend finally rushed to the building, where, according to his assumptions, the third owner was supposed to be. Approaching the entrance, the young owner's friend saw the holes in the walls and realized that he had to get him out of there immediately before the situation got worse. The fierce demon soldiers lay crashing into the walls, forming craters after being hit. Hongren couldn't understand how this brazen young man had survived her powerful attack. He was struck by the demonic art of green jade, but he still stood on his feet, radiating incredible energy. She used all her strength without holding back, but it was not enough. A friend of the young owner ran inside and asked if he was okay, suggesting that they leave immediately. But the ground shook as demonic energy flared up around Zhang. He ordered Dunpil not to stop him. He would not leave until he had defeated everyone. Danpil begged him to stop, not to do anything stupid, and just go home. Returning to Hongren, Danpil asked her how she knew he was the third young master of the divine cult. Hongren sharply replied that it was none of his business and ordered him to get out. But at that moment, Zhang's fist was already in her face. By letting her guard down, she received a blow that struck at her dignity and pride. It flew out of the building like a ball bouncing in the air. An incredible sight. When it hit the ground, it bounced like a stone on water, flying a long distance. Hongren couldn't understand what had happened and why such powerful energy was coming from this young man. She couldn't even see his movements. With her experience in combat, she didn't understand where he had learned to fight so skillfully in such a short time. Zhong Haijin turned to her coldly. "Did you think that by raising your worthless hand to Zolotets you could leave here alive?" The girl realized that the situation was serious. She had planned to be lenient because of his status, but now she saw that he didn't care if he survived. Meanwhile, Danpil was running around shouting, "Stop! Stop!" But no one listened to him. Suddenly, blue energy began to radiate from Hongren's eyes. She activated the fierce demon divine fist technique, determined to kill Chong. Rushing at him, she said he was a dead man. However, the boy stood still, not even trying to dodge her blows. thousands of her fists came down on him. She screamed, "Die! Die!" ruthlessly delivering blow after blow. But despite all these blows, he remained unharmed and calmly asked, "Are you done?" In fact, all this time, he had been dodging her attacks without taking any damage, and slowly approached her. With a single movement of his hand, he sent a red aura into her back, dealing her a powerful blow. She fell, hitting the ground and rolled down. For Zhang, her movements seemed too slow, as if in slow motion. Rising and dusting herself off, she called him a little ratty little thing. Hearing these insulting words, Zhang could no longer stand it. His rage filled his fist, and when he hit the ground, he released an incredible force that destroyed everything on its way to Hong Ren. She couldn't understand what was happening when the ground beneath her began to collapse, forcing her to jump up. The guy, seized with rage, did not listen to her at all, having only one goal, to destroy her. Hong Ren, confused, walked forward, not knowing how to defeat him. She might have thought he looked like a rat, but she wouldn't have dared to call him Zolotets. She was sure that she could easily defeat him with the fierce demon's divine fist. But all her blows flew past him. None of them harmed him, except for one kick. At the moment when she was sure of victory, the guy took a punch and, flashing a red light, boldly asked if she knew who she was dealing with. Her powerful divine fist could not pierce his demonic energy. But how is this possible? The young master's blow was extremely hard and fell on her with incredible destructive force. Flying in the air, she realized that this young man was incredibly strong. If all of the master's disciples are like this, it is really dangerous. In her entire career, she had never met such strong people, and now she was lying on the ground like a piece of trash. The guy kept attacking her, and her every attempt to dodge only increased her fear of death. She had never met such powerful opponents in any of her battles, and now it could all be over. She went through many dangers, but she could have died because of a fox. Her soldiers watched their commander being beaten, and they felt very sorry for her, but they could do nothing. It was especially humiliating for her. Looking at herself from the side, Hong Ren realized that she looked miserable and could do nothing. At that moment, her whole life flew before her eyes, and the young master's fist flew straight into her face, announcing the end. She remembered her fallen fierce demon squad leader, and her life flashed through her mind in an instant. She recalled how she joined the cult as a child because her family was destroyed from all sides, and neither her family nor others liked her. She didn't care how she was treated, and she survived as best she could. After the breakup of her family, she joined many cults until she ended up in the Fierce Demon Squad, a group that no one cared about. She did not give up, and fought to the last, even as a child. No one pitied her, and she remained a stranger to everyone. She fought, won, and never gave in. Having gone through many battles, it killed many people. She killed to prove that she was a real commander. That's how she survived all this time. Once she had to fight a former squad leader. He was an incredibly strong opponent, but she defeated him at the cost of incredible effort. Having lost an eye and suffered great losses, she took his place. She started building her Fierce Demon Squad. Under her leadership, the unit gained respect and became an important part of the cult, which was now revered and protected. No one else dared to speak their name without due respect. Right on the battlefield, she realized that she could die, and when the fist was approaching, she gathered all her strength, activated her inner energy, and repelled the attack. The soldiers began to worry about their commander, not understanding what was happening to her. The demoness threw Chan aside, forcing him to retreat. He calmed down and said with a smile, "Look what happened to you," as she gathered her strength after his blows. Her endurance was amazing. Hong Ren had risen to a new level, and he had clearly underestimated her. There was an incredible aura around her. She looked at him like a hunter at his prey. She repeated, "I am the commander of the fierce demon Hong Ren, and I will not surrender." Her inner strength was so powerful that the ground beneath her began to crack and collapse. Zhang noticed that her aura had changed, turning blue, just like her sword. She had reached a level where the sword obeyed her will. As a student of martial arts, he decided to also demonstrate his weapon, filling himself with power in anticipation of battle. His sword appeared in her hand, and he encouraged her to show what her sword was capable of. Thanks to his hypersensitivity, Zhang was able to understand Hong Ryong's feelings at that moment. When she filled her sword with an incredible aura and vowed to destroy it, she was filled with anger, anxiety, and stubbornness. She felt a sense of honor, but she was also driven by a fear of losing the recognition she had gained over the years. He realized that it was all about her desire for recognition. Looking at her, he realized that she already realized her defeat. Although he thought she had lost her mind, he had some common sense left. As a winner, he decided to teach her a lesson. Standing in front of her, he prepared to deliver a crushing blow. He told her to watch carefully, because they were about to face the wall of reality. As her blow approached, he countered it with his hand. A powerful blow illuminated the darkness with a bright light. Zhang stopped this incredible blow with his palm, protecting himself, but everything was collapsing around him. Hongren breathed heavily while holding the sword, and her aura began to fade. She asked him how he was feeling. The guy couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at his hand. It had penetrated his defense, even though he had used dark energy. He saw how deep the wound was on his arm, which was supposed to be protected by a steel wall that turns the arm into an invincible weapon. Looking at Hongren, he realized that she was much better with swords than he had expected, since she was able to pierce his defense. A few minutes later, red blood began to flow to the ground. It was Hongren's blood. She spat it out, not realizing what had happened. Chan admitted that it was amazing, but her strength was gone, and she could barely stand. The guy, feeling great after the fight, offered Hongren a choice. She had two options: to surrender and admit that she had received money from the fourth young master, or to give her life for trying to kill the third young master. Hongren abruptly refused, shouting at him to shut his mouth, calling him a bastard. Observing her reaction, Chan realized that she clearly did not like the option of death, especially when someone else dictated the terms. Although he was being rude despite her vulnerable ego, he intended to keep his promise. Tired of the conversation, the girl asked him to end it right there. A powerful blow passed near her head. It seemed like the end, but Zhang only hit her eye patch. When Hongren opened her eyes, she realized that she had survived despite her plight. The guy noticed that she used to look like a mad dog, but now she looks more like a sheep. He wondered why she hadn't dodged the blow, but Hong Ryong was no longer strong enough to fight. She lowered her sword, accepting death. Recognizing that she had lost and had to die, because all her battles always ended in the death of one of the parties. She said that her life was full of dangers and constant struggle. She always lived on the verge of death and never regretted it. She knew that one day she would die by someone else's hands, just like those she killed. She assumed that the day had come, to which Zhang asked if she really believed that. Hong Ryong replied that she didn't know if it mattered, because she didn't see the point. Zhang looked over at her, observing her miserable condition. Raising his fist, he hit her with all his might. The blow left a significant dent in Hongren's body, but it was only a punishment for her disrespect and all her other offenses. Hong Ryong warned him that if he let her live, she would not become his obedient dog just because he spared her. Zhang was not going to contact her anymore because he had already crushed the bait and believed that he could use her to put pressure on the fourth young master. Their fight was an accident. After the battle, Chan approached the owner of the establishment, trying to wake him up. He left a few coins for repairs, though he doubted it would be enough. He sternly warned Hong Ryong that if she stole money from him, he would kill her, although he noted that she was not a street hooligan to do such things. The young owner jokingly said that hooligans were saints compared to them, and calling her a fool, he walked away. He also took his friend Dan Ping with him, because they had a lot of things to do. The soldiers of the fierce demon squad ran up to their mistress, asking if she was okay. She replied that she was not. She calmly accepted her defeat and said that they would clean up, order drinks, and maybe even dinner, as planned. Hongren was holding a bandage that had been covering her eye for a long time. She used to think that all the young owners were scoundrels and deceivers, but now she realized that the third one was different. Walking away with his friend, Zhang apologized for the attention he had caused by being silly. He did not expect the situation to become so serious. His friend almost had a heart attack. Hongren wiped the blood from her face as she watched the young master leave. She couldn't accept that he had called her stupid, because she thought of him as a young idiot with brute strength. At midnight, the fourth young master meditated under the moonlight. The fourth young owner was lighting candles for meditation, enjoying their aroma. He had been accumulating energy for a long time, cultivating. Everything around him was shrouded in divine smoke. He pondered the situation, confident that the transfer of money to the commander of the fierce demon squad had remained secret. Although it is said that all secrets come out sooner or later, this secret was not supposed to be revealed. The only one who could know about it was the Master of Enlightenment. According to her, she had no intention of interfering in conflicts between the heirs, although his brother Sorian might have been able to make her change her mind. But it didn't matter anymore. Soon no one would see him again, he thought. His incense was saturated with a deadly poison that penetrated every cell. He planned that this smoke would paralyze his body and he would die during meditation, rising above the ground. The seventh young master was lying in his bed, with incense candles filling his room with smoke. The smell made him feel worse and worse. and he didn't even eat anything for a whole day. Everyone realized that the situation was serious, and the guy could not even sleep without these candles. These candles were handed down by the fourth young master, who ordered them to be lit at the bedside of the seventh young master during sleep. The doctor brought candles and asked the girl not to ask too many questions. But how could she put them by the bedside if she didn't know if they would cause any harm? Manhwa did not dare to do so. The doctor had already told her that if she did not take the antidote, in 2 days the parasites in her body would start acting up, causing unbearable suffering. The question was not whether it could do it, but that it had to do it if it wanted to survive. The memories filled her head with fear and sounded frightening. She could not tear herself away from these memories, losing her sense of reality. When the young owner called Ankva, she immediately came running, and he asked her to bring some food for his pet, Zolotets. Manhwa immediately fulfilled his request. When he brought the food, the guy noticed that something was wrong with her lately. Manhwa looked tired and depressed, and while stroking his pet, he decided to find out what had happened to her. He also noticed that the fox was behaving strangely, as if he were upset for no apparent reason. The fox ran up to him, not realizing that he was in danger. The chi energy when he picked up his pet seemed strangely connected to him. The guy thought about it and decided that it was nonsense, because sharing chi energy with an animal is something unrealistic. But looking at the fox, he realized that it was no ordinary animal. In his eyes he saw a divine reflection, and it seemed that these eyes belonged not to an animal, but to a living person. Suddenly, people burst into his room, claiming to be from the criminal court, knocking on the door and demanding to open it. His friend ran into the room and told him that the criminal court was looking for him. It seems that the commander of the fierce demon squad has surrendered. She confessed to disrespecting the third young master and trying to kill him. The boy could not understand why she did this. Soon after, he went to the room where she was being held in custody. It was cold in the dungeon, and the woman was chained. But why did she do it? The young owner told her that he had already forgiven her for her crime by hitting her. But she, sitting chained, looked away, showing complete indifference. The guy could not understand why she made such a fuss. It annoyed him. Why did she have to make such a choice? Hongren exploded with rage, saying that she was here for a reason. Zhang did not understand why her actions were so strange. Couldn't an attempt to kill a young master and his pet be forgiven? If she didn't want to live, she could have just told him, and he would have killed her himself. The woman, feeling pain in her chest, was offended and asked him to end it if he wanted to. Zhang realized that she was really out of it and asked her to pull herself together. He remembered their fight and was sure he hadn't hit her on the head. So what went wrong? Hong Ryong screamed that he hit her too hard. Sitting in front of her, Chan leaned over and asked her to stop talking nonsense, saying that she needed to get to the point. What was she really up to? But she had no reason to say all this, and it was quite unexpected. The guy looked at her seriously. Hongren's hand shook as she made a promise to the fourth master. The whole plan was for the sake of a promise. But if she intended to keep quiet, why did she confess? Why did she make him come here? Then he realized that she could have confessed to harm him. But he knew that she was the commander of the fierce demon squad for a reason, didn't he? The guy called the guards standing outside to come to him. He ordered the release of the unit commander, despite her attempt to kill him. When asked why he decided to do so, Zhang said it was just a lesson because he liked her. Her face had such a look that he could not contain his power, even if it was dangerous. She was still a cult follower. Her actions seemed senseless, but given the circumstances, he could not just let her go. However, he exploded in rage, realizing that the person involved had to answer. After that, the guard understood his arguments and was about to release her. Zhang looked at the woman and offered to have a drink together, but she didn't say anything and just sat there silently. If she doesn't say anything, I think it's a positive answer. When she has time, let her come over and we'll have a drink together, he said. And don't forget to bring a snack so as not to burden my servants, he added with a smile. The young master and his friend gathered to discuss an important question. Why the commander of the fierce demon squad made such a rash move. In Chan's opinion, it was a matter of survival, as she had taken money from the fourth young owner. She confessed to this, saving her life, because she could not fulfill the promised services and reveal the truth without involving her squad. Zhang understood her character. She would rather kill herself than allow her subordinates to be punished. After the battle, he left, and she could not confess, pretending that nothing had happened. However, there were too many witnesses. Someone had to take responsibility for the destroyed restaurant, otherwise things could have gotten worse. Hongren had reason to worry, especially because of the witnesses who knew about her relationship with the fourth young master, Hong and Mooney. If rumors of her bribe had spread, her unit would have suffered losses, and she would have been out of favor. So Hongren decided to surrender to the court to assure the fourth young master and other witnesses that everything was under control. However, Zheng believed that she could have easily died for trying to kill the third master, and did not understand why she took such a risk. This thought did not leave him, because what she had done seemed insane. She probably lived with the idea that every day could be her last. Despite the risks, she trusted her luck and got what she wanted. She considered her decision justified because she was protecting her subordinates. Zhang saw her as an eccentric, but at the same time felt that she took good care of her people, even though she was prone to madness. His friend was amazed by the young master's insight. Sometimes it seemed that Chan was older than his years. As they walked to the door, the atmosphere was tense but incredible. The guys were tired of the fact that the door always opened without warning, and no one knocked. Huaran appeared on the doorstep, not in the best of looks, but ready to accept the invitation to have a drink together. She asked for a drink, clearly deciding to accept his offer. At this point, she also brought a snack, although no one expected it. It was impressive, because these dishes did not look like a typical appetizer. They looked so elegant, as if they had been prepared by a famous chef. Did she really do it herself? Everything looked incredibly delicious. Huaran, who was always ready for the unexpected, asked if everything was okay, adding that they could not eat if they were in doubt. Zhang quietly whispered to his friend that although he thought she was strange, she might be the best cook that no one knew about. The guy poured the promised drink and was preparing to ask a few questions. However, the woman suddenly decided to drink from a bowl, saying that the taste was not the same from a small glass. She drank the whole bowl in one gulp and felt great. But how did she manage to down such a strong drink in one gulp? But despite everything, Huaran kept her eyes on him. She asked why the man behind the young master was just standing aside. The young master also drew Donpil's attention. If he was not going to leave, he should join him or take a rest rather than just hang around. But Donpil could not leave his young master. If the commander lost control, he would have to intervene. The woman noticed that he was even more loyal than Guanyon, and perhaps even loved him. She found it funny that Donpil thought he could stop her. He had better know his place. Donpil decided not to respond because he realized that it was a pure provocation. The young master joked that in his condition, victory would be an easy thing to achieve. But the woman just laughed. It was complete nonsense. Why had she come to him at all instead of going to rest? He could not have imagined having to open the door at such a moment, and he hesitated. What would happen if the fourth master found out that she had been drinking with him? But the woman waved her hand lightly. Now is not the time to worry about such trifles. Young Zhang was in great danger. What was she talking about? The woman continued, saying that as far as she knew, the fourth master was well versed in the dark arts. Some people under his rule are ready to do anything to get paid. At that time, in the domain of the fourth master, his servant asked if he could contact the commander of the demon squad, but he decided that this was impractical. If the commander could not defeat Syrian, she could not win now. It would only be a bad decision given the situation with the third master, even though that girl was released because of him. The fourth master had been thinking about her betrayal, but now that it had happened, he had to act. He looked at the poisonous incense and wondered what was wrong with it. However, his maid did not give any news for 2 days, which seemed extremely strange. She had only one faithful servant. Clutching the poisonous beetle in his hand, the fourth master decided to prepare another surprise if she did not put the incense. He laughed ominously, hoping that this gift would please the man who had so brazenly ignored his own home. He would show him who was boss. Soon it became clear that the fourth master had bribed many people in Zhong Heijin's house, as the woman said. Of course, some of them now want him dead. But why is she telling all this? In fact, she belongs to these people too. Looking at her glass of alcohol, she decided that this was her payment. Yes, she will pay the young master by not killing her. He accepted this payment, and the conversation with her became much more pleasant. When he asked if she wanted more alcohol, she immediately agreed, asking him to fill the glass to the brim. Later, under the moonlight, the young master went to practice. Huarang and Dongpil watched him from the mountain, and she decided to ask, "Does the young master always behave like this?" Dongpil warned her to refrain from criticizing him in his presence. She was outraged by this remark because she did not intend to criticize. He showed her his workout, even though she said she was going to leave. However, when he asked her to stay, she was amazed by what she saw. He always speaks with such fervor, as if he doesn't know any better. and seems even more dangerous than Murim himself. If this world needs new heroes, where survival depends on constant readiness, you must always be on your guard. He decided to show not only his strength, but also his weaknesses. Huaran understood that the world was dangerous, but what does it mean to show your weaknesses? Despite his vigilance and resilience, the young master sometimes gets worried. He believes that true freedom begins with honor, even if his path is already set and does not depend on the opinions of others. It is a feeling that he is going his own way. Donpil is sure that this is the philosophy his friend lives by every day. Thinking about his words, they sounded legendary. To gain true freedom, you need to reveal yourself, and honor is the first step. She had never met anyone like him. It was hard to even imagine that someone could think like him. He was younger than they were, but when it came to studying, age did not matter at all. Even if one does not focus on the technique of celestial elevation, it still blended perfectly with demonic art. Initially, he did not plan to use the celestial ascension technique he learned as an assassin, because he wanted to fully indulge in the demonic arts of the dark shadow. But now everything is going perfectly, and there is no need to abandon the assassin's technique to master the demonic arts. It wasn't arrogance to separate martial styles. If he needs to kill, he will use the killer technique, and otherwise he will use the suppression technique. It all depends on the enemy. The demonic arts have opened up new horizons for him. By studying other arts, his horizons broadened and his capabilities increased. After the training, those who watched began to applaud. It was impressive, but why are they approaching him? Maybe they want to get drunk? That would be a great idea. The young master smiled and called Huaran a drunkard, asking if she was going to drink again. She even made a hangover soup, or rather manhwa, the most effective of all. But perhaps it will remain uncooked because she has already fallen asleep. Huaran offered to continue tomorrow, but the young master, not supporting the idea, advised her to go home and drink as much as she wanted. When he returned home, he was suddenly frightened when he saw his maid in such a state. Manhwa was lying on the floor, unmoving. He anxiously called her to wake up and asked her what was wrong, but she only replied that her stomach was hurting unbearably. Her internal injuries were obvious. The young master realized that something was eating her from the inside. She cried and, choking on her tears, admitted that she could not do what she was asked. He didn't know what to say because he didn't understand what had really happened. However, her condition was rapidly deteriorating, and now his first priority was to save her. Meanwhile, good news was brought to the fourth master's house. Preparations for the festival are complete. Even if small adjustments are needed, they can easily handle it. He was pleased with the result and thought the work was excellent, so he offered the guy in front of him a drink. Hearing this, the guy took the offer as a great honor, to have a drink with the master. Without rising from his throne, the lord extended his hand to the table. He took a jug of alcohol and a glass and handed them to his guest. It was a high-quality feng shui, and the demon lord's servant sincerely thanked him for this drink. But before he drank, he raised the glass to his lips and asked how the third master was doing. The servant replied that he hadn't heard anything about him since the incident with the commander of the unrestrained demons. However, the master clarified that he was not interested in what the third master was doing, but how he really felt if the servant did not understand the question. He emphasized that he meant changes in his life, but now there was nothing special to mention about the third young master, and the boy was satisfied with this answer. Holding a high-quality feng shui in his hands, the master thought about his rascal brother. How could he have survived at all? Why didn't the jackal choose the third one? How could this have happened? Perhaps it was fate, but these thoughts haunted him. He reflected on the jackal, which, unlike other creatures, appeared in the fantasies of the creator of the lonely bamboo patch. The jackal is a mystical creature that repeats the cycle of life and death. After it leaves its adult body and returns as a cub, it absorbs the life force around it, making it one of the most unholy creatures in the world. But there is another reason why the jackal is considered vicious. Wherever it appears, war has always broken out. There are legends that tell of a jackal that provokes wars. Therefore, its appearance always causes fear and anxiety. It is considered one of the greatest disasters that can befall this land. And now that the jackal has chosen a third lord, this has caused even more concern. He watched carefully as the third master tried to heal his maid, trying to understand what was wrong with her. Her body was engulfed in a poisonous energy that resembled the effects of a poisonous insect. Her wounds were not so serious as to be life-threatening. However, the young maid, not having the necessary skills, would not have been able to withstand the poisonous energy inside for long. He set out to remove the poison. First, he had to use a purification technique of boundless power to enhance the healing process. He had noticed that Manhwa had been very disturbed lately. And now the reason was clear. Poisonous insects make people lose their minds. His experience told him that this was the case. Who could be so cruel as to do this to a mere maid? Suddenly, her condition deteriorated sharply. Her body began to swell and her eyes were bloodshot. Red ketchup splashed out of her mouth, smearing around, making it seem like her end was near. But finally, the poisonous bug crawled out of her. He held this strange creature in his hands, which was gradually decomposing. This beetle was not just causing harm. It was controlling her and endangering her life. It was something like a blood-sucking parasite. Whoever did this obviously wanted to get Manhwa to harm him. There is only one person who could have sneaked up on him like that. This was the fourth master Hongamun. Even looking at the candles scattered in the room, one could suspect him. Hworin decided to analyze the candles and realized that they were spy tools. She even assumed that the fourth master might have drawn her into this game. She couldn't be sure, but these incense. She had seen similar ones in the residence of the fourth master, and the maid had the same. This could mean only one thing. If she suffered from a poisonous insect, it indicated that she was being blackmailed. Manhwa probably knew about the danger, but she followed orders anyway. This is incredible fidelity. But why did the fourth master do such a stupid thing? Hworin, holding the incense, asked if this guy really belonged to a divine cult. There is only one reason. What exactly was bothering this guy? This is a struggle for inheritance. If all other heirs disappear, the last one left will become the new demon lord. Meanwhile, in Hongamun's residence, incense enveloped his room. He called the chief doctor to his office for a reason. He was worried about how the third lord would react to Manhwa's death. However, the fourth master was always prepared for the worst-case scenario. Xinhua, in turn, could not determine which scenario would be the worst in the young master's mind. But if something went wrong, he would be responsible, so he asked to be left alone. The fourth master, smiling, assured him that there was no reason to worry. This would not happen. He had personally foreseen all possible options. In any case, it was only a matter of time before one of the plans would be realized. Shu Yimong, meanwhile, had arranged people around the third lord's residence, confident that events would begin soon. But what happened next on the street was a surprise to them. A powerful demonic surge of energy shattered their defense line. The unexpected blow made the ground tremble and their hearts freeze in terror. The sky trembled with the sound of the destroyed gates of the fourth lord's residence. A third young lord appeared at the site of the destruction. He broke down the gate, and even the soldiers did not have time to realize what was happening. Standing in the center of their domain, he shouted, "Come out, Hongamun! Why are you hiding like a cowardly rat?" Hongamun did not hide and came out to his brother. He was outraged by such rudeness and asked if the third master, as a representative of the divine cult, was not ashamed to behave in such a disrespectful manner. He emphasized that he should behave with respect and grace. However, the third master remained silent, keeping a note of intrigue. Hongamun pointed a finger at him, wondering what had brought him here and why he appeared with such a strange expression on his face. The fourth master, like an angry beast, was filled with energy when he saw his brother. After all, his brother is a real scoundrel whom he must destroy. At that moment he ran at him, hitting him hard in the face. Hong Imun was not expecting such a greeting, and losing his guard, was hit in the face. His lip was bruised and he started wiping the blood from it. He admitted that he was a little nervous because he had heard that his brother had become a different person after awakening Qi. But these rumors turned out to be false. This boy remained the same bully who acts blindly. Jonghyun was tired of hearing this fool's nonsense and ordered him to come closer, because he was going to tear him to pieces so that he would stop pulling his dirty tricks. The fourth master emphasized that if he started this fight, he should not expect to be respected just because he was his older brother. Just 8 months ago, he was on the verge of death, and now he was standing in front of him, filled with energy. Using the demonic art of the Serpent King, his brother was filled with demonic energy that enveloped him like a shield. It was the first time in his life that Hejin saw the Jocks family's demonic art. It was an impressive technique, and my brother rushed to it very quickly. The advantage of this art lies in speed and agility, although the strength of the blows is not so great. The fourth master's first shot missed the target, which angered him. Although his legs moved very well, this did not stop our hero. The fourth master, Hong Imun, could not understand how his opponent had such strength. Perhaps it was because he had become a disciple of a demon lord. But the fourth master was sure that he could not cope with him. Even though he used a rather unusual footwork technique, it was nothing to his majesty. And yet his brother's movements were completely unpredictable. He grabbed the demon brother's arm and twisted it. Looking at his opponent's nails, the guy was amazed at the manicure. After all, if he had struck him, he could have killed him. Suddenly, the fourth master declared that it was over. He explained that there was poison hidden under his fingernails, which had affected Hedjin. A bloody blow swept across Hedjin's face, infecting him with poison. Although he pushed back against this blow, he dodged it. Yet this wretch has injected poison into his body. And if he does not use demonic art to burn this poison, the poison itself will burn him from within. It will be so painful that Hedjin will want to die. The only thing he will be able to do is to survive, but remain crippled as before. It was quite cruel on his part, but an incredible thing happened. The guy started moving. Moreover, he did not just start moving. The energy began to leave his body. Did his rascal brother think that he could defeat the Third Lord with such insidious poison? He quickly scattered the debris around him, and let the fourth master know that the serpent's poison had been neutralized. But how can the demonic art of the Serpent King be neutralized? The guy, filled with demonic energy, completed his mission even with broken limbs and wounds in his stomach. The small amount of poison was now insignificant. An incredibly strong wave of chi energy erupted from him with such force that the warriors, even before they entered the battle, began to choke on blood. And then the fourth master saw that this was not just a powerful demonic energy. He felt a sense of alienation and terror that he had never felt before when he saw the 9 great elders. But could this mean that his brother had reached the highest stage of the demon? At that moment, he quickly moved to his fourth lord, and only the sword of unknown people saved him from death. People in masks began to appear from all corners. These were the Black Guardians of the Hall of Justice who stopped the fight. They saved young Master Hong Yimmun from sudden death, and his servant breathed a sigh of relief. Hong Yimmun looked into his brother's eyes with fear. Hedjin, in turn, felt incredible hatred for him, but he was stopped. The commander of the 7th Detachment of the Black Guards of the Hall of Justice intervened in the fight, and ordered Hedjin to go with him to the Hall of Justice for starting the fight. The commander of the 7th Detachment of the Black Guards of the Hall of Justice came forward and said that the boy would have to go with them to the Hall of Justice. But why did they react so quickly, as if someone knew in advance that this would happen? The servant of the 4th young master was amazed at how quickly everything happened. It turned out that it was Ocho, that little insidious rat who knew that the situation would not turn out in favor of the 4th master and had prepared in advance. It was hard for Hedjin to stop, but he still accepted the will of the guards, although he decided to retreat for a moment. He grabbed the bastard by the head and squeezed his face with his hands. Showing the poisonous insectoid he had fed to Ankfi, he said he had brought it specifically for him to return to him. Hedjin assured him that he would make sure he swallowed it even if he had to force it deeper. His brother's cries for an end to this outrage had no effect. This old man begged for forgiveness and salvation from his young lord. But at this point, our hero remembers that the 4th master he serves is well versed in poisons and will definitely find an antidote. The old man will be cured in a few days and will probably prepare another insidious trick. Nevertheless, he decides not to do so because his actions will be futile. Filled with the energy of the demonic creature's chi, he sticks 2 fingers into the bastard's ear. It was so powerful and destructive that at that moment, the old man lost consciousness. He falls to the floor in front of numerous witnesses who are holding their breath. Wiping his hands of blood, the young master declares that he is done and ready to go to the Hall of Justice. They put ropes on him that felt like skin when they were dragging him. Soon they found themselves in the Hall of Justice of the divine cult of the Heavenly Demon. The young master was ordered to follow the commander. They had already finished the discussion, but he did not know where they were taking him, because it was not the side of the prison where Hongren was kept. Soon the young master felt pain in his stomach as the poison he had been holding back with demonic energy began to spread. His insidious brother Hong Yimmun used a martial art with a poison that caused hallucinations. Under the influence of this poison, he may have honed his art by fighting imaginary opponents. Perhaps this is how the Jackson family trains. He had heard that there were many unusual techniques in the demonic arts, but this approach was very strange and took time to understand. Soon they came to a bridge where they were waiting for the 4th lord. At the moment he was in front of the door, he smelled 2 people outside the door, and one of them was definitely Hong Yimmun. The second one's aura was too blurred. It was gloomy, but at the same time hard and soft. It was an incredibly unpleasant energy, but when he looked inside, he saw their faces. Soon, when he entered the house, he saw his brother, who reported everything to their father. They entered the Hall of Justice, and his brother Hong Yimmun met him with an offended look. Before him stood the Lord of Justice in his own person, who was going to consider this issue today. He was the head of the Hall of Justice, the Gugu. And when he looked at the young master, he thought that he was just an ordinary person. But this old man was anything but ordinary. His appearance was completely ordinary, and there was nothing in his energy that could attract attention. Because of this, he was sure that this man was not as simple as he seemed, and was definitely hiding something. Anyway, after a long journey, the young master was offered to sit down if he was not tired of the interrogation. The guy realized that he couldn't just sit there and told the boss. But Hugo asked what was wrong. The fact is that there must be a reason why they were both summoned here. He didn't quite understand what the reason was, and he wasn't going to talk to those who hid their true identity. He was sure that this person was wearing a mask, like all the Black Guardians. But this mask was not ambiguous. That's what set it apart. The old man asked why the boy thought he was so unusual. The fact is that this is his real face. But the old man wears a mask that is 10, maybe even 100 times thicker than the ones worn by the Guardians. It seemed obvious, but he continued to hide himself. His brother sat there and was confused by Hedjin's words, because he did not understand what he was talking about. The old man was amazed by the boy's words. Suddenly, his face began to change, splitting into parts and twisting. It was a mystical art of bone compression. His face began to change suddenly. Unexpectedly, the transformation revealed the true face of this old man. The guy was the third to notice this transformation. Now he asked if he was satisfied with his feelings. The real owner of the Hall of Justice stood before him. The owner of the hall decided to start a dialogue. He was curious how they survived in a lonely bamboo cleft for 8 months. Apparently, their unsurpassed sense of smell played a big role, but the guy insisted on getting to the point, considering it empty talk. Hong Yimun never expected his brother Syrian to see the true face of the owner of the Hall of Justice, as it was simply unbelievable. The host began his dialogue by briefly explaining the reason why they were here, because of their conflict. Although the issue of what had happened had already been resolved, Sorian was curious about what it was all about. Based on these words, he agreed that the conflict between them should be stopped, but the Lord wanted them both to promise that from that moment on, the conflict would no longer arise. His brother began to justify himself, claiming that he had never wanted conflict, and even if he had, who was this Lord to tell them what to do? He explained his position by saying that he was a disciple of the Demon Lord, and had no one to answer to but the Lord himself. Although the ruler agreed that he had no authority to impose anything on them, he still expected them to promise. The fact is that they, in turn, do not have the right to subjugate other people, and instead tried to control the commander of the combat unit with the help of money. When he heard these words addressed to Hong Yimun, he became very worried, realizing that his cases had been solved, but he continued to pretend that he did not understand what was being said. The master slammed his hand on the table, saying that he had a lot of evidence, and it could not be denied. He is sure that everyone knows that the world is not so simple, and everything here is subject to superficial things such as status, and relationships. It was at that moment that he felt threatened, and this threat came from the ruler of justice himself. The Hall of Justice protects the laws of the cult on an equal footing with the Court of Guardians, but they are different in nature. The Court of Guardians focuses on general perception. In other words, they have no choice but to act without delay. But they are different. They are an organization that actively defends the cult, imposing punishment as they see fit, and in special cases, passing sentences. This does not mean that they have the right to subdue them. However, as a person who defends the cult, he can give these two guys experience that they do not have. After saying these words, he turned to the third young master. At that moment, the third master saw the food on the table and the alcohol in front of him and was having a great time, despite the words of the master. As he ate his meal, he said that he did not want to create conflicts, and that it was not that difficult to promise. Volodar emphasized that he was not here for jokes. The third gentleman said that he did not want to make enemies in the Hall of Justice, because he had no particular desire to fight with anyone, and preferred to live peacefully. The third gentleman then noticed the bottle, which was incredibly tasty, and asked what it was called. The owner replied that he had made it himself. Hyejin emphasized that it was very good and suggested selling the drink. The owner agreed and offered to send a few bottles to his residence. A creative dialogue ensued between them, and they began to discuss the exchange of various goods and ways to express gratitude to each other. At this time, Hong Yimun, sitting in front of them, felt uncomfortable because he realized that he was in a bad situation. Soon the master turned to the fourth master and asked him what he thought about it. but he suddenly got up from the table and threw his chair. He shouted furiously that it would be a humiliation for him, and he would never agree to it. No matter what, he is not going to stay here any longer. He left the room, leaving behind an atmosphere of unresolved questions. The third gentleman added that you should close the door when you leave. The Lord calmly sat down in his chair, noting that he had said all he had to say. If Hyunjin wanted to ask something, he could do so at that very moment. The young gentleman refused, thanking him for the drink, but still had one question. He noticed that the owner was good at the martial art of bone compression, but was there a reason to use it when meeting him? Because this man did not look like someone who would test or joke with them. Hearing this question, it sounded quite interesting, but the owner did not answer. Realizing this, the young master said that the owner was not obliged to answer if he did not want to, and said goodbye to him. At that moment he left the building, and nothing happened. He never received an answer to his question. A lot of time had passed since then, and he had rarely met people who were so difficult to read. But this guy had a very familiar smell, and maybe he was the one he was thinking of. Soon the carriage for the young master was ready, and he needed to think about something in private. He went into the forest, angry that a mere ruler of the Hall of Justice could threaten the young master of a divine cult. He decided that if the owner thinks everything is so simple, he is mistaken. The guy is not going to let this situation go and has already prepared a gift for his brother Soryan. He will make sure that no one interferes this time, and he will remain neat and focused while plotting his dastardly deeds. But a voice came from behind the bushes and addressed him with a laugh. "Look at this bloodthirsty bastard! He looks like he's ready to kill someone right now." When he asked who's there, he saw his brother holding a glass of alcohol in his hands. My brother suggested that we go up to him and have a drink together. Rising, the young master got to his feet and, turning to his brother, said that the owner of the Hall of Justice had annoyed them a bit today, but had shown himself to be excellent at making alcohol. Hong Yimun looked at the young master suspiciously, not understanding what he was up to, and wondered if he was going to do something right here in this forest, on the grounds of the Hall of Justice. Yongim, in turn, assured his brother not to worry, as he was only offering to have a drink and end the interrogation. They sat down next to a bottle of alcohol. But Hong Yimun kept getting angry because of his brother's voice reminding him of last night's ruined evening. He tried to pull himself together. He just needed to calm down because this guy was just his victim. Hong picked up a bottle of alcohol and asked what he wanted to talk about, but the young master replied that it was nothing special. He just thought they had never really talked from the heart. Recalling their childhood, they often talked, but our hero felt that they had stopped talking for real since he grew up. He asked what his brother was planning to do next, whether Hong Yimun was going to follow this dirty path, and why he was making his life more difficult. The fourth master grimaced at these words, for it was obvious that his brother was not asking because he really wanted to know. All of them, the 7 children, will one day fight in a fierce battle, and from the moment they became disciples of the Demon Lord, they also became enemies. That's when their battle began, and why ask such questions in the first place? To this question he replied, "Of course they will fight. But they don't have to kill each other, do they? But why did he stop him for such a conversation?" The young master just wanted to know what his brother thought about it. Hong Yimun warned his brother that he would understand if he looked at the royal family of these lands. The fate of those kings who could not become rulers was doomed to a miserable life. And it was better to die than to live like that, and they are no exception. To avoid such a fate, you have to kill even your brothers and sisters to become a lord. Hearing this answer, Zhong wondered if he was really afraid of it. If he wants to gain power, does he kill out of fear of being killed? After these questions, the fourth gentleman slammed his bottle on the ground loudly, as he had lost all appetite. If his brother had invited him just to ask such questions, he was leaving. But the third lord assured him that, given what the Lord of Justice had said, he did not want to live a life of battles and chaos. So what would they do in this difficult situation? Maybe his brother would try to kill him again? To this question, the young demon replied that yes, he would definitely try to do so. Yong-hyun leaves everything to chance, but he is sure that things will not go the way his brother wants. And yet, what will his response be? At that moment, the dark energy of the fourth lord enveloped the forest. He was filled with rage, losing the point of hiding his intentions, and decided to tell everything honestly. Suddenly, the bottle of alcohol burst from Hong Yimun's energy. He solemnly promised that one day he would kill his brother at any cost. After these words, the third lord exploded with his aura, and his energy struck Hong Yimun. The night forest was filled with the bright light of demonic energy right on the territory of justice. Hong Imun was shocked that his brother was attacking him again. And suddenly, he is not going to be attacked a second time, and does not understand what is going on. Jung recalled the words he had said recently that his brother was definitely going to kill him. How could he possibly let him leave after hearing that? Not wanting to waste any more time, he decided to kill him right now. The owner of the Hall of Justice reflected on this situation for a long time. The two young masters have left the scene, and the owner of the Hall of Justice realizes that the fourth master will most likely not listen to his words. Still, he has no doubt that the childish antics of people like the third young master could complicate the situation, and he cannot even predict how he will behave. Soon after, the commander of the third detachment of guards knocked on his door. He came in because he had urgent news for the owner. Apparently, the third and fourth got into a fight again, and it happened so quickly that the owner could not even predict it. Jung Haijin attacked first, allowing his brother to strike. Activating his snake technique, Hong Imun looks at his brother with contempt, wondering how he could dare. It was a big mistake to underestimate the power of the Fourth Lord. But, according to Soryan, his combat technique does not require time to prepare, which is why Hong Imun will not be able to react to the attack. Hearing these words, Hong Imun filled his body with the energy of a poisonous snake and transformed right before his eyes, turning into a monster-like creature. He is going to punish the scoundrel for going against him and making a mistake. He rushes into the fight, trying to strike first. He promises that he will definitely kill his brother Soryan, flying above him. But when his palm approached the young master, he counterattacked, telling him to just try. A fierce battle broke out between them, illuminating the forest with incredible chakra. In the wreckage and dust after the collision, our hero saw his confused brother, but thought, how was he going to kill someone with such clumsy equipment? Hong Imun, on the other hand, was not going to listen to gossip and threats. He continued his attack. The young master knew from his experience and skills that his brother was much stronger than the commander of the rampaging demon squad. He was confident that he could kill Horan in 10 attacks. But the boy also realized that although he could have defeated him, the poison was preventing him from concentrating, and he could not finish the fight until he dealt with this poison. Hong Imun roared at the top of his lungs, calling his brother Soryang a real bastard, and the young master thought that his brother's tone was no longer so respectful. But how can he earn respect when Hong Imun is about to wipe this scoundrel off the face of the earth, seeing his calm face showing no emotion? When he punched Soryan, he instantly deflected the blow and said that he needed to be faster. Soon, the second shot flew by, and Soryan asked how it was possible to do anything when you were so slow. These ridicules sounded like a knife in the heart for the young master. He was already losing his temper, flailing his legs and arms, and his kick was aimed directly at Soryan's head. He shouted, "Just die, you fucking bastard!" wishing his brother would die. But when he swung his leg, it seemed that Soryan would not be able to dodge the blow. However, our hero suddenly disappeared into thin air after his attempt, and his brother was 10 meters away from him. Because his brother's strokes were too slow, Soryan told him that he was only showing him once, and he needed to open his eyes wider. If he wants to kick someone, he has to do it like this. The young lord's punch struck the belly of the poisonous serpent with a vengeance. This was a technique of heavenly vengeance. The blast wave threw the young master aside. The blow was so strong that the fourth master felt it. But he was more interested in how Soryan moved so much that he did not notice his movements at all. Looking at his serpentine brother, he realized that the energy between the divine reaping 10 heavenly steps, the heavenly retribution technique, and the dark shadow demonic arts was quite good. Jung Haejin hadn't had the opportunity to try out all these techniques in real life before, but now that he had seen them, he could appreciate them. At this moment, the fourth master's eyes were filled with hatred. He rushed into the attack, seeking a living death for Soryan, because this little scoundrel used him to test his martial arts. And he did not intend to wait for mercy. The demon serpent's technique flew with incredible energy, and the earth shook and shattered from such a blow. Soryan, in turn, dodged this demonic blow, emphasizing that it was useless. Such a technique would not work on him. Couldn't his brother realize this even after seeing his footwork? His demonic brother laughed at his words, saying that Soryan had not changed at all. Although he was older, he always looked down on everyone, including the fourth master. He always looked down on everyone, but he never had the opportunity to climb up himself. These words sounded in the young master's head. What does up mean in this situation? His demonic brother began to accumulate a black cloud over the young lord's head, which was the strongest form of the poisonous palm of the serpent and the shadow. At this point, his brother won't be able to simply evade this technique. So why doesn't he try to do something with his dumb footwork? A demonic cloud of poison fell upon the young lord, and an ominous silence ensued. Hong Imun realized that his brother would not survive, because the palm's poison had penetrated the wounds on Soryang's body that he had left earlier. He remembered that he had put all his hatred into the machine, which brings death to all living things. Now his fate is to die, suffering from the effects of poison. A poisonous cloud enveloped the entire space around the young lord, and he could not even breathe. The poison penetrated his wounds and skin even when he held his breath. Who would have thought that this scoundrel possessed such a terrifying technique? The sooner you get out of this poisonous fog, the better. Taking his demonic sword, the boy pulled it out of its sheath, and with explosive energy he ran out of the poisonous fog. Looking around, he did not notice the rascal. But not far from him he heard a cry. "Help me! Save me! Lord, please!" It was Manhwa, but why was she here? He takes her in his arms and tries to wake her up, because she shouldn't be here. She should have stayed recovering from serious injuries and shouldn't have been able to move yet. But suddenly her eyes glowed with purple demonic power. She struck a blow that passed by the young master's head, barely hitting it. It became clear that the fourth young master had reincarnated as Manhwa. But what the hell? Our hero's pupils dilated incredibly. He did not understand what was happening around him. The princess appeared in front of him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Jung Haijin. It was the secret demon queen. How did she get here? And now that he was unarmed and powerless, she had come to take his head. Jung looked at his hands and saw that they were gone. He also looked at his legs and realized that they were gone too. What had happened? What was the effect of the poison? It turned out that everything that was happening was the effect of the poison on the body. It misled the minds of those who inhaled it. The fourth young master laughed at his poor, wicked brother, enjoying the illusions of the snake's poisonous palm. The guy was disappointed that he was just watching all this. He said more than once that arrogance will not lead to anything good. Hongimoon decided to kill his brother right now, because he was going to do the same to him if he didn't finish him off at that moment. Breaking the silence, the fourth young master's hand was filled with demonic energy, and he rushed toward Jung Haijin like the wind. But with a lightning-like movement, Chan grabbed the snake by the neck. It was unexpected. How could a person filled with poison and suffering from illusions see an attack on himself? Hongimoon saw that his brother had gotten out of the illusions, but how did he do it? After all, he was completely immersed in them. Jung explained that when he saw his brother's true face, he felt as if he had been doused with ice water. Perhaps it was the secret technique he had been hiding all along, as insidious and vile as its owner. The blow was dealt to a snake-like scoundrel. Did he really think he could gain power with such a pathetic trick? The ground trembled from Chan's punch, and the snake-like enemy was thrown far back when it collided with his fist. Our hero has completely eliminated the poison from his body, all thanks to the poison he received earlier when he was an assassin. He trained resistance to many types of poison, and thanks to this skill, he was able to get out of the illusions. He was grateful for all the training he had gone through to get rid of the blood parasite. Hongimoon got to his feet, not understanding what kind of nonsense his opponent was talking about. He would have to be at the level of elders to remove the poison from the snake shadow's palm, and even then, it could not be done so quickly. As he dispersed the snake's venom, Jung walked closer and closer to the fallen Hongimoon. Hong noticed that it took him longer than he thought, but he didn't think it mattered. However, he would undoubtedly get into more trouble than he expected. So he decided to show his brother the real demonic art he possessed. Standing in front of each other, they could feel the tension in the air. It seemed that only one of them would come out of this battle alive. The sky trembled with the sounds of energy generation around the young lord, a true revelation of the art of the demonic dark shadow, the spiritual guardian of the castle of the underground dungeon, the first form of the ninefold sustained blade technique at death. 6 continuous hell winds, like lightning, struck from all directions. The young master's body began to fill with power. Dazzling energy burst from his eyes, and the sky was covered with red lightning. His brother could not stand on his feet in the face of such powerful chi energy. The whole forest was enveloped in its destructive energy. Looking at Chan, his brother couldn't understand how he was able to do it without even lifting his blade, just standing still. But his body had already begun to tear itself apart, even without any action on Chan's part. This technique broke the core energy barrier that supported the demonic Snake King's art like a piece of paper. The guy didn't even move, but his body was already filled with incredible strength, capable of destroying even mountains. Hongimoon, seeing his brother standing motionless, realized that this was his only chance to behead the scoundrel. and decided to pounce on him with his claws. But Zhang looked at his brother and said it was over. He activated the triple strike of the unlocked heavens, and a shadow punch sliced through space, stopping time for Hong Yi-moon forever. After the blow, the snake-like scoundrel lay choking on blood, and Chan asked if he had any last words. But after a long and painful silence, our hero realized that, of course, he had nothing to say. This is real death, when people's lives disappear without a trace, like tobacco smoke that dissipates into the air, and the thought of Hong Yi-moon's life ending so peacefully haunted him. And then, when Zhang decided to end it all and said goodbye to his brother, bright flashes of energy broke into the battle with screams, "Stop!" A formless energy enveloped his sword and did not give him a single chance to strike. It was the owner of the court who watched this fight and reminded them that they had promised not to create conflict situations. He could not bear to look at it any longer and ordered the third master to lower his sword. His rapture of emptiness prevented him from even swinging it. The owner of the court skillfully controlled the movement of the object without even touching it. This skill requires deep knowledge of martial arts. And yet, if he is the master of justice, why is he so unpleasant? The boy holding the sword in his hands could not get rid of this bitter taste in his mouth. Why should he be kind to someone who tried to kill him? The Lord of Justice said that they were now on his territory, and even though they were both young masters, he could not allow them to fight here. The young master remarked that perhaps this man did not know his place, and perhaps he wanted them to tremble in fear of the courtroom, regardless of his position. He broke the bonds of the formless energy, apologizing that he didn't want the man to stop him. This was an impressive trick by the third young master. He had just broken the chains of internal energy with a single blow. But despite this, is he ready to be at odds with the Hall of Justice? This could entail great responsibility. When he heard the word responsibility, Zhang emphasized that he was not the one who needed to worry about responsibility. Instead, let that scoundrel from the court worry about her. And without hesitation, the young lord broke into battle against the ruler of the court. Swinging his sword, he flies close to the face of the court's ruler. The master notices that the boy is really strong, and the depth of his demonic energy is extraordinary, although his skills do not yet match this energy. However, Zhang was not going to stop. He stood out for his strength among all his peers. At that moment, when they were fighting, their speed of movement was on par. The Lord of Justice saw in Chan's technique the shape of a nine-fold steady blade of death. The Lord of Justice felt fear, because it was the end of an endless journey, and when the sword technique came down on him, he didn't know what to do when faced with such power. Feeling the ruthless energy of the blade, his hands began to burn. His body and face began to go numb, and the blood was tearing him apart from the inside. At that moment, there was an incredibly powerful energy explosion. The owner of the court was able to react to him and retreated. If he had stayed a moment longer, he would have been burned alive. The Lord of the court felt that he had expended too much internal energy. If he had used even more demonic art, he would not have survived. Looking at the battlefield, which had been destroyed by such a powerful blow, the Lord did not understand why Zhang did not continue to attack. After all, this skilled fighter could not have missed such a chance. But in the background, another picture opened up. It was a long-term strategy aimed at distracting the ruler of justice. At this point, Zhang approached the face of the fourth young master, and although the Lord of Justice tried to stop him, the sword still passed through the villain. The eyes of this serpent forever knew suffering, and he did not go unpunished. Only hatred and fear were felt in his gaze. Zhang decided that he had to deprive him of everything he had. He has to pay for his sins and for his unworthy actions in life. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He had to see it through. By blocking the Chai energy, Zhang activated a demonic gaze that fell upon the snake-like brother. At that moment, a phrase of despair was heard, and the sword was pulled out of Hong Yi-moon by the young master. Streams of blood began to flow from him. Red blood flooded the ground, drop by drop, like water from a river. Zhang destroyed the poison core that was larger than his energy core. Hong Yi-moon's muscles would remain weak and small forever. This happened because he maintained his muscles through mystical arts instead of training his body. This restriction is a punishment for developing his martial art using only illusions. Sheathing his sword, Zhang ended the fight. Although Hong Yi-moon would not die immediately, he would be bedridden for several years. Even if he manages to recover, he will have to start training from the beginning. Zhang plans to send him some medicine and acupuncture needles. The head of justice stood behind him, and the soldiers came to his aid, wondering if their master was all right. Zhang realizes that his case is bad, and it seems like they are going to arrest him without any problems. Soon he was locked behind bars and chained so that he could not escape and could not move. After that, the Lord of Justice comes to him and just keeps silent. They were silent for a long time, saying nothing. Perhaps he would remove the shackles and chains from his neck and hands so that he could speak, for his wrists hurt. The young master was not going to run away anyway. Looking at the guy, the judge said that he was now in custody, which means he is a criminal, albeit temporarily. And that is why he cannot fulfill his request. Perhaps the guy realized this. But he emphasized that when he said it would be difficult, he really meant difficult. Chan noted that the Lord was thinking very narrowly as a master of the criminal law hall, and as a private citizen, he did not want conflict within the clan. It was at this point that he became a mediator between them. However, there will be no more conflicts, he promises looking down. The Lord of Justice noted that conflicts arise because of people, and now that Hongamoon is incapacitated, his proposal is no longer relevant. The young master was tired of the shackles, and activating his power broke them, emphasizing that in any case the situation is now as the master sees it. Then why is he saying right now that everything is complicated? Looking at this young man, the ruler was more and more amazed at his strength, because he easily broke the forbidden sea iron. The young man stood up and expressed his respect for his master, saying that if he hadn't respected him, he would have run away before he could have even looked after him in these handcuffs. Still, the young master believed he had done his best, given his status as the third young master. The judge wondered what this guy would do if he was released at that moment. He didn't give a precise answer because he didn't think anyone would drag out the conversation with meaningless theoretical questions, but he was obviously wrong. And yet, passing by the Lord of Justice, Zhong promised that he would keep an eye on him. Of course he can do it, but let him not get in his way because Zhong Haijin does not want to be at odds with the criminal law hall. Self-confidence is, of course, great, the owner confirmed, but noted that Zhong has not been officially appointed as the heir. He is just one of many candidates. In response, the guy said that although it meant nothing, he was leaving the prison. The Lord of Justice, after meeting this guy, was impressed, because this person was extremely complex, dangerous, and incredibly strong. The martial art of the third young lord was more powerful and cruel than the martial art of the demon cult. The sword technique he saw clearly belonged to the orthodox faction. But how could the young lord master it? Perhaps he was just like the Lord of Justice himself. These thoughts haunted him. The young master in turn returned to his house and did not stop eating, asking for more food. The food was so delicious that he couldn't stop. He hadn't eaten normally for a long time and had been suffering in the dungeon all this time. His friends looked at him as if he were hungry and had returned from prison, asking him to take his time, assuring him that no one would take his food away from him, and asking if he had been fed at all in the criminal law room. The guy said that they only served some disgusting things, like stale rice and wild vegetables, which he could not eat. Donpin asked whether it was over, whether there would be revenge from the Fourth Lord or higher officials. But now it's over. Hongamoon can't even move anymore. The entire top management turns away when it comes to the fight between the candidates, so he thinks nothing will happen. Rising from the table, he officially declared that everything was over. And now that all the issues have been resolved, everyone should return to their organizations and continue their activities. This is especially true for Donpil, who has spent too much time with the young master. But he, in turn, must not forget that he is not just a member of the Guardian Court, but the third leader, and he had better get back to work. The squad leader should also return to his duties, commanding his squad. Sensing the tension, Huaren said that she was already doing that and didn't need any dialogues or advice. But still, the young master believes that everyone should go about their business no matter what. With that, he concluded the dialogue and left, wishing everyone a good evening and seeing them soon. Huaren, talking to Dongping, remarked that the young master was really heartless to leave so coldly. Huaren noticed the sadness on Donpil's face, although he did not admit it. But then what happened to his expression? As he turned away from it, he felt sad. He felt that the young master had just said goodbye to them as if it were the last time, and they will never see each other again. Soon after leaving the building, the young master saw Ms. Anqua in front of him. She did her job diligently and swept the street. With tears in her eyes, she saw the young master. He told her that he was back, and that he was fine. In gratitude, she grabbed his leg, leaned against it, and begged, thanking him for saving her. He, in turn, was happy to see her, and everything went well. She was happy that he was back safe and sound, and tears rolled down her face. The young master was also happy, and at that moment a cute fox cub ran up to them. Soon the action moves to a field where the grasses were blooming. There was a demonic heir who asked how the fourth master was doing. They answered that he was in a bad condition. His energy core was destroyed, and his body was held together only by physical strength. If he is lucky, he might avoid disability. However, the demon was surprised that the fourth master had survived at all, and he wondered about the likelihood of his full recovery. They said that the doctors at the Blood Spirit Pavilion concluded that it was virtually impossible. Even if he managed to heal the poison and all the internal injuries healed, the energy core would remain too damaged for him to return to his previous state. With that, all the information was transmitted, and the demonic heir let the servant go. He thought that the third lord would kill him, but in fact he let him live. However, the thought did not let him rest. Why did the third lord change his mind at that moment? Perhaps he wanted the fourth to suffer the same fate. After all, the personal meeting with the master of the Inner Enlightenment Center and the fight in the main law hall had created so much chaos over the past few days that the third master had done more than could be expected of one person. No matter what they say about all this chaos and how he managed to achieve his goals, the demonic heir was interested in how this chaos would affect the struggle for the succession. Hong Yuitong, the son of the family patriarch Jeosha, had the same talent as any other child. But since it all began, his mind began to distort, and his bright personality turned into a mask. The fourth, in turn, became as cunning and venomous as a viper, like all those who inherited the true blood of the Jeosha family. But this did not matter until his talents were revealed. The problem was that Hong Yumong did not pay enough attention to developing his talents. He did the minimum. He was strong for his age, but no more, and that was the reason for his defeat. The third young master was quite different. There was a time when he looked like the fourth. But after awakening from the blockage of Ko, he began to strive to do more, not less. This was the invisible but significant difference that decided the outcome of their fight. And at sunset of that day, the situation in Murim is getting worse. Soon, Manhwa told the young master that he had guests. Of course, he was not expecting anyone, because he just wanted to rest. But it was a lady with an interesting hairstyle, So Shim, who came to find out how the young master was doing. The unexpected meeting with the center's master, who never comes just like that, surprised him. She came with a request, or rather a favor. Could he move in with her if he had time? Jung was shocked by this proposal and did not understand what she meant, but the conversation turned to the martial arts method he had taught her. Although not much time had passed, the difference was already noticeable. It was a real martial art. If there are already noticeable changes, this is a good result because, for many people, it is not easy. He suggested that she was very talented. This is true, of course, but she chose this student as her successor. But was it okay for her to tell him that? But what did it matter? She wasn't supposed to tell anyone, but the guy wondered if she was trusting Mr. Zhang too much, to which the woman confidently replied, raising her psychic glass, that she did not trust people, but only the situation. And judging by the situation, she doesn't think they will ever become enemies. But what kind of situations does she mean? Her student's recovery is going well, so why is he needed at her residence? Apparently, it also has to do with the child. The woman understands the final decision in the center of inner enlightenment, but the child carries the answer and responsibility for commanding and executing decisions. Because of this, she is practically inactive. Her hands are tied. If this situation continues for more than a month, it will cause serious damage to the cult. And this, of course, does not sound good. The master of the Center of Inner Enlightenment, with a big ego and the best understanding of the cult's work, has asked him for help. Looking at her, Zhang sees that she will do anything to try to destroy him, all for the sake of the Central Inner Enlightenment. It is not easy to cooperate with a master of Central Inner Enlightenment. Therefore, looking into her eyes, he realized that she would not take no for an answer, and this situation was stressing him out. Still, Yonghyun decides that it's better to make a deal with her. He's sure she'll feel burdened if he just unilaterally helps her. The woman would be grateful for his consent, but he also wanted something in return. And he wondered what exactly this interesting woman could offer. Although the situation required careful thought, at first nothing occurred to him. The Center's master, their noble and merciful leader, manages the cult's means and existence, controlling all goods that come into the cult from the outside, and she learns about them in 2 to 3 weeks. The guy takes her hands and starts pulling her toward him, promising that he will personally take care of her most valuable student's recovery so that he will fully recover within 2 weeks, despite all the obstacles. But at the same time, he thought that he had finally gotten an infinitely incredible chance to escape from the demonic cult. Donpin sat and cultivated on a stone in the forest. In his mind, he heard the young master's words that everything had settled down and that he should return to his organizations, especially the master's words about Dongping. The master stated that he had been with him for a very long time, as he was the third leader of the Guardian Court. And yet, Dongping should not forget this, even though he is used to being around the young master, hardly paying attention to his work. He still has to figure it out and hopes to see the young master again. Soon, Dongping's peace was broken by a man who disturbed him. He apologized for disturbing him, but he wanted to see the first supervisor who would be arriving soon. The first leader turned to Dongping for a reason. He was overwhelmed with business and quickly got to the point. He knows that the Demon Army commander's escort will arrive in 3 days, and Dongping's duties have changed. Perhaps he was aware that the Center of Inner Enlightenment sends members of their sect every 3 months to deliver important supplies, and this month was the guy's time. Now he has to accompany the cult members responsible for the delivery in connection with the upcoming festival. Things in the sect are quite chaotic. The head does not think this will happen, but given the situation, he cannot let them go alone. After 2 weeks, all the important details will be written down on the sheet that needs to be burned after all the data is filled in. Donpin accepted his lord's order and took responsibility for successfully completing any task he was assigned. Let's return to our hero, who has already been to the territory of the enshrinement. She brought him to a woman who was in a rather difficult situation. Her name was Jua, and she was as skilled in her work as she was in martial arts. She was known as a genius when she first joined the cult. She was simply responsible for a part of the center, but she also performed the functions of a supervisor, which no one knew about. The Center for Inner Enlightenment practically collapsed after she got sick, because she had so many responsibilities and was so good at handling them. Looking at the girl, the boy realized that she looked about his age and had already reached a high leadership position in the organization of an Inner Enlightenment Center. In addition, in a few days she had partially deciphered the technique of boundlessness and used it quite skillfully, which was impressive. Our hero took Jukva's hand, wanting to assess her condition first. Having activated his demonic power, his energy filled his body and at the same time analyzed the girl's condition. For the other, it was the first time in my life that I saw such amazing demonic energy, which was used in a completely different way. But the quality of this energy was incredible. She could not stop thinking about how the boy could use demonic energy to heal. However, after a while, the guy began to radiate a completely new strength. It was easy for him to compare her boundlessness technique with his, since she had partially mastered it. If he just removed the toxic energy now, everything would be fine. By increasing the tension, the toxic energy began to leave through the bloodstream. A few days later, the girl began to open her eyes, looking much better. The day before the end of 2 weeks, Yuva finally regained consciousness. She woke up, opened her eyes, and saw a beautiful world of sunlight. Manhwa turned to her with a joyful greeting. Before Juva's eyes was the joyful face of the young lord who had healed her. After the healing, Yunhua told the young master that he could ask for anything. His request was quite interesting. He wanted her to take him to the delivery department unnoticed by the cult leader. It was such an absurd request that she even found it funny. The guy understood this perfectly well, knowing that she wanted to make a deal, not just provide a favor. She couldn't just back out of this deal because she had already made a promise, and as they say, the ship had already sailed. At this point, Yunhua started to get angry. She felt bad, and told the boy to shut up. He was surprised to hear her say such harsh words, because she used to be quite reserved. However, the young master's self-confident face symbolized his superiority in this dispute. He successfully completed the task and tried to cure the young receiver. As he diligently performed this task, the woman had no choice, although she kept repeating no and literally spewing fire from her mouth. Running away was tantamount to him wanting to deceive the sect leader, and she would never pretend not to see or even hear it. But the young master explained that he was not deceiving the sect leader. He might be deceiving other members of the sect, but not the leader. Manhwa thought about his words, trying to understand what he meant. The guy explained that the cult leader is not interested in his disciples at all. He just reigns over them, but does not dominate them, because he is and will be God, and he knows it. However, according to the woman, the leader is not the only problem. If someone finds out that a candidate for the role of receiver has infiltrated the delivery department, others will become suspicious of the center of inner enlightenment. The young master knows about this and realizes that the woman has the power to dispel these rumors. He was right, because she does have that kind of power. Based on this situation, she agrees with him. However, she asks him not to interrupt her and to wait until she finishes her thought. She explains that the situation is much more complicated than just political reprisals or hidden malicious rumors. If things go wrong, other cult organizations may intervene in the candidate's affairs, which could destabilize the divine cult. She wonders what the young master expects if he doesn't care who asks her after she helps raise a man from the dead. Zhang no longer wants to discuss the value of life. He doesn't like to feel indebted to anyone or anything like that, but it should be a transaction, not a favor. These words sounded very insolent towards the woman, but she had no choice. If she really made the deal, the life of a precious person would be at stake, and she had to keep her end of the bargain. The boyfriend was happy with her decision, believing that it was a wise choice. However, she needs some time to think about it and find a way to proceed. She is concerned that she wants to take over the delivery department when she is not fully recovered, and that will take more time. Although she has recently recovered, she is already eager to take on this important role. But her physical condition does not yet allow her to fulfill such duties. She, of course, said no, but very bluntly. In this case, if the circumstances are such, why not do it? Asks the young gentleman. The next day, he visited Juhua, going to her residence. I asked for permission to enter, noting that she was really strong if she moved so easily. The girl, however, had no idea who he was, to which the guy replied something like, "Doctor." However, Juhua was more interested in the young master's personality than in his work. Given the circumstances, we can say that his personality is the person who helped her free herself from the blockage of qi. The girl stared at him with her big eyes, realizing that this was the same person who had taught her martial arts techniques. She expressed her gratitude for his help, but the guy asked if she believed him when she didn't even know who he really was. In her opinion, bowing is not a problem, especially since the center of inner enlightenment is not a place where suspicious people can get in. The guy nodded, agreeing that she was right. But he wondered if she believed what she saw, or what she felt. The guy noticed her insight because she quickly assessed the situation. He felt that she was stubborn, but flexible at the same time. Zhang came closer, saying that if she restored her basic energy and spent half a day warming up, she would be able to hit the road safely. Suddenly, Yenshin burst into the room, disturbed by her scream. The guy assessed the girl's condition and said that it was better than he expected, and the woman would not have to worry. Yenshin, for her part, noticed that the girl had just come out of bed rest and asked her what she was going to do next. Juhua, hearing the words of her teacher, the center's master, replied that her main duty was to command the delivery department, and she had no idea how she had suffered for the past 6 months because she was unable to fulfill this duty. She would rather die than lie in bed uselessly and asked for permission to join the delivery department. And soon they finally hit the road. Almost half a year has passed since the killer woke up in the body of the third young master of the divine cult of heavenly demons. And finally, he will be able to breathe fresh air after a 10-year break. In addition, he has everything he needs to escape, and perhaps he will be able to escape forever. His assigned location is somewhere in the Jiangxi area, which is not a bad place to be. There are 2 hideouts for hired killers in Jiangxi, which makes this place strategically important. Of course, they are both quite far from the neighboring areas of Guangdong province. But with his current abilities, he can get there if he runs for 3 days without rest. If he manages to do that, it will be great. Soon after, Juhua left with the young master. She apologized for her rudeness because she didn't know that the third young master would be traveling with her. However, she thanks him for being there for her today. The guy didn't immediately understand what she meant, and the girl began to explain that if it weren't for him, she would never have freed herself from the blockage of Chai energy. Still, the guy did not seek fame and believed that he should not be thanked because he had just learned about the method by accident. The real savior was the center master. For all the arguments that the girl tried to express, the guy put his finger to her lips, stopping her. He felt a familiar energy that was both heavy and serious. He could not believe that this had happened, and whether it was really what he thought it was, because the energy belonged to a person present in the squad. The ambiguous energy he knew belonged to the third commander, Dongapil, who is the court guard, and will accompany them to their destination and back. Jong Hyun was shocked that at the very moment when he was planning to escape from the demonic sect, Dong Pil was supposed to be the court's guard. Dongapil was in full command of this unit and ordered his soldiers to take positions in front and behind the column, respectively. The guy was very tense when he saw Dongapil accompanying him and thought that with so many experienced warriors, this escort was unnecessary, which was very bad for his plan. The young woman noticed that the young master was worried, and in order not to give away his concern, he began to ask her about the state and circulation of chi energy in her body, even though she had only been practicing for about 2 hours. He took her hand just in case and put his fingers to check her condition. At this point, the girl fell asleep, because he, as a doctor, knew that sleep was the best medicine in this situation. She was better off with some sleep. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice that sounded unexpected. He turned around because he recognized the voice, but could not believe that it could be the third young master. The sounds came from the carriage, and he heard Donggapil call out to him, recognizing the young master in that voice. Dongpil rushed to find out what Jong Hojin was doing here, and whether he was part of this month's delivery team. In response, the young man kept telling him to stop speaking out loud and communicate with him using the technique of whispering separately, asking why the delivery team needed an escort. The fact is that the atmosphere doesn't seem quite right, as the Mara festival is just around the corner, and because of this they were tasked with accompanying the delivery team. The young gentleman wondered if Donpil was on some kind of secret mission, but they needed to look into the matter more thoroughly. The guy wanted to make an agreement with Donpil not to tell anyone that he was here, and not to let anyone know about his presence at all. He understood that everything was going very well, but he did not even realize that the closest person to him in the sect would be here. Now that everything had happened, he wondered if he would be able to escape at all, and he was resentful of his life because it was not going the way he wanted. In the dense forest, you can hear the screams of a man who, the more he thinks about one thought, the more it makes him furious. How could they have assigned such a worthless mission to a squad, along with these bastards? The man standing in front of the commander informs him that they are still a very well-prepared organization, and he had better choose his words. It was Oh Kyung-hwa, the captain of the Steel Will Squad, who could not stand the words of his subordinate and believed that he should watch his tongue. He'd better remember why he was appointed vice-captain in the first place, despite his poor sword skills and tactics. The captain had better stop talking nonsense and get him his drink. They are in the Iron Blood Fortress, and are still the most powerful among the other factions. Neither the Celestial Union nor the Demon Cult can do anything to them. Robbing the Demon Cult's delivery team will be easy. They have to work hard to establish a connection with these beasts, which are called the Palace of Southern Wild Beasts. These scoundrels really live up to their name. They are just beasts. He watches these beasts devour everything in their path, and there is no one who can cooperate with them, because they are real beasts. It has been about 10 years since they last saw people from the Demon Cult, and the delivery squad goes along with the team. The commander hopes it will be fun. Opening her eyes, Juhua saw the bright light of the setting sun. She slept for a very long time and finally woke up. Hearing the young master's mutterings, she was frightened and warned him that he had better be careful, as he might be reprimanded by Master So if she stood up suddenly and pulled a muscle. Looking back, she noticed that it had already happened. She had slept for half a day. In fact, the young master had recorded how much she slept, and she slept for a day and a half. It was very good that he put her to bed, as her body was too exhausted from all the activity right after releasing the energy blockage. Even if she has prepared her energy and chi circulation, she still has not achieved full recovery. She should rest more. Still, she feels rested now, and she will be fine. As a gift, he throws her a box, sure that she is hungry after 2 days of sleep. This box contained rice balls and dried meat, personally prepared by the delivery team. She had better eat and be satisfied. The girl's gratitude knew no bounds, but it was thanks to her that the young master was here. Suddenly, Goldie appears, reaching out to the hands, asking to be picked up. Juhua was afraid of this cute fox because it suddenly appeared and scared her. The boy offered the animal something to eat, noting that it was a good boy. The girl was interested in what this young fox was doing in the arms of his young master. He was a student of Jung Haejin's whom he met by chance. She had never met a person who had a fox as a pet. After a long ride in the carriage, he wanted to get some fresh air. When he went outside, Donpin called him and he went to meet him. He apologizes for calling the young master right into the forest, realizing that he should not have done so. Jung realizes that after a long friendship, he doesn't need to be so formal with him because he's not as stressed. Donpin asked if the boy had experienced any inconveniences in the carriage, but he replied that everything was fine. and asked what could have bothered him. Donpin called the young master to the forest because he thought he should know about it in advance and began to rummage in his pocket as if hiding something. Soon he showed a leaflet saying that it was a message for the judge of the guards before he left, and he believed that this was why he was appointed to this mission. The young gentleman realized that based on this situation, it could be serious. He immediately opened the letter, unfolding it, and if it was true, his hands were shaking. In one of the houses, an old man was telling how beautiful the world was when the first elder was still alive. In those days, there was a world full of depravity, and they already knew that the weather was quite cold, and the further south you went, the darker it got. Of course, this was in the north, where it was cold, and looking at the cloth lying on the table, he realized that it was not meant to be worn. It was just meant to be useful. While drinking delicious tea, the old man asks the merchant how he lives in Jiangxi, to which the man replied that the land is always good, but that's not all because he has a life, and now times are hard. The old man asks what the problem is, and is told that the festival of demons is coming up. He doesn't know exactly what it is called, but the old man tells him that if he is a professional in Mara's affairs, this festival is the greatest event in the world. The old man heard that they would be collecting valuable things everywhere, and because of those bastard robbers, everything would be quite chaotic. And with this in mind, the man who came to visit the old man decides to leave. The elder promises that he will put in a good word with the higher-ups when they return, as this man has enough experience in managing a sect. But since the Alliance is a new environment for him, he will look for something suitable for him in the position. The kindness with which he said this had no bounds, and this man thanked the elder for his position. And yet, then the man's voice said that he did not know who might have heard it. But there were rumors that the old man's cultivation had reached the realm of enchantment, so he advised him to be careful, as he was afraid that the members of the evil demon cult might do something again. The old man laughed when he heard these words, saying that even though he was old, he was still cheerful. Even if the head of the demon cult came and scolded him and told him to get out of his sight, it would be a joke, and he didn't need to worry about it. This was the first elder of the righteous heavenly alliance, Cheol Il Rayong. We return to our young gentleman, who was horrified to read about Chul Ilwan in this letter. In his memory, he recalled a fragment from when they met. This old man came up to him and asked him what it was like to be a hunting dog for the leader of the alliance in their day. Zhong Hyejin, in turn, turned to the old man, emphasizing that despite his age, he was still doing such a good job, which was impressive. Well, for him, a young warrior, Chul Il Won, his work is nothing compared to the efforts the old man made to take a position in the Mori alliance. Still, the old man admitted that for a warrior, he had a rather long and snaky tongue, which was appropriate for an assassin. In any case, it looks like it's time for him to retire, because he is no longer as careful in his work as he used to be. They say that he is called the best master in the world of martial arts and so on, but this is very stupid for an assassin. Still, why is the old man upset that some assassin is more valued than he is? He shouldn't worry about him. He doesn't care what society thinks of him. In turn, the old man looked at him and said, if he calls himself the world's best martial artist, why shouldn't he take that nickname if the warrior pulls him up? But at that moment, Chan didn't want to talk to him at all, but old people like old people anyway, and give him advice. It is better for soldiers to be on the alert, because danger can come at any time, and he suddenly attacked him with his incredibly fast maneuver in the last moments of his life. That old bastard cut off his right leg, and he remembered that old bastard as a damned unworthy freak. Hyejin clutches the letter in his hand, but the thought of the old bastard haunts him. Rage fills his eyes, and once in his life he has this opportunity, he will put an end to that bastard no matter what, even if he is nearby. On her way back to the residence, Hongren came running back from an assignment and brought a snack to the young master, wanting to have a drink with him. But after running around the room, she couldn't find him and turned to Anhua, who was still sweeping the yard. Anhua, as usual, had been sweeping the same yard for 10 days. When Hongren asked where the master was, the maid replied that she couldn't even imagine. But Hongren didn't even feel his immediate presence. Where could he have disappeared to? But all the young master said was that he was going to train. But what kind of training is it when they are so strong? Where else can he train more? She realizes that the Lord must be up to something, because his sword is still at home. He can't go to training and leave his sword at home, and the smell was very suspicious. And she definitely suspected something and wants to get to the bottom of it. We return to the carriage of the young master, who had been trying to calm himself for a long time. He felt his thoughts were confused and unable to concentrate on any plan of action, despite the fact that this used to be his strong suit. Whether Jong Il-won is around or perhaps not, this old man has only one goal. This was necessary so that the young master could freely escape and find shelter throughout the central district, to resume his martial arts, earn money, and then leave the country. He should not forget about the main goal and never give up on his dream. His dream is to kill the old man. He wants to tear the bastard to pieces. Shu noticed that the young master was trembling, as if in convulsions, and it was clear that something was wrong with him. Then the fox jumped from Ju's hands into the young master's arms. She leaned against him, purring and cooing as if to comfort him. He had never seen an animal show such love for him in such moments. Their squad finally arrived at the designated place, and Donpin talked to the soldiers. They had already reached a certain level and could go back. However, this squad was walking along with an escort because some demonic bastard decided to rob a divine cult, and yet they cannot let their guard down until they complete their mission. But if you think about it, the patrol group is late, and they've been waiting for them. Normally they don't like to idle around, but Donpin decided that the terrain had delayed these people. After 30 minutes, the soldiers ran out and shouted, "Captain!" When asked what happened to them and why half of the team was gone, the soldiers reported that a serious battle was taking place at the transfer point. Donpin was shocked by this message. But who are they fighting? In fact, they didn't even know. There was a fight in full swing when they started to retreat, but among the attackers were experienced martial artists. Hearing this information, the young master could not stand such arbitrariness, realizing that this is the movement of that cursed old man. And these are not just experienced martial artists, but divine warriors. He wants to meet that old bastard as soon as possible. The attacked city was reduced to ruins, and the soldiers lay lifeless among the rubble. Important items were stored in this building, but everything was stolen. These are just rare medicinal ingredients. Why would they buy them in bulk? The Mara festival is almost here. Are these actions really necessary? What else can they do? Soon the captain reports that there are no survivors on the enemy side. As planned, they pack up and prepare to burn everything around them. But there were losses on their side as well. Some soldiers were wounded. The captain was furious at the information he heard. How helpless their unit was if they were wounded by such a weak enemy. Some of the soldiers even ran away. And this angered the commander when he heard that about 5 men had escaped, although they were not too far away. The commander sharply attacked his subordinate for his negligence. Instead of chasing the fugitives, he ordered them to load the goods and leave the place. Soon, the commander heard screams from under the rubble where the wounded soldiers were lying, almost at the end of their last breath. The captain noticed one of them. It was the same guy who had suffered from his palm strike. His green robe immediately stood out on his clothes, indicating that he belonged to an external or internal cult. The boy only whispered, choking on his wounds, that the god of demons would not let him go. How funny it was for the commander to hear these words, because these bastards worship a demonic god, and their cult has long gone mad. If they like the demon god so much, why don't they all die and go over to his side? And if he doesn't have the courage to die, the commander will gladly help him by kicking him. He emphasizes that if this demon god really exists, then let him meet him in the afterlife. Soon, the soldier loses his life, and the commander continues to laugh at him, saying that he should meet his god who killed him. At the same moment, someone's foot steps on the commander's territory, and the guy wants to meet the very demonic god whom the cult worshippers so blindly honor. This big guy walks right up to the commander's back, radiating a silly but powerful energy. You can see that this big guy has great strength, but he lacks intelligence. Approaching the commander, he says that he needs to feed his children and asks him to order his subordinates to bring something here. However, the commander is enraged by the impudence of this scoundrel, who dares to give him orders, although in the big man's opinion it is just a request. The commander received an order that his unit would be responsible for this case, and he needed to fulfill his promises. The captain was furious, because, if you think about it, the Zdorovic had already eaten so much that the number of victims was beyond counting. But the Zdorovic did not remain indifferent to the commander's words, emphasizing that they were only asking for more food. If they are going to break their promise, they will have to face the consequences. After looking at the beast, the captain decides not to spoil his relationship with it, given its size, because beasts like it always need to be fed. He offers to roast the demonic cultists and provide them with new food in the near future. As the commander leaves the health center, he mentally swears that he will bury these bastards as soon as it's over. He despises these filthy creatures from the courtyard of the southern savages. Suddenly, dozens of hungry, healthy dogs flock to the man, craving food, surrounding him from all sides. Soon, the squad led them to the place where the battle was taking place. and the commander, seeing this sight, was simply horrified. It seems that the buildings were destroyed to erase any traces that might have been left after the attack. It was all done in a hurry, but as one of the girls said, it could have been done better if they really wanted to get rid of the traces. Dongping was sure they couldn't have made a mistake in launching such an attack. But still, Ju noticed the sloppiness in the work. It could have been a trap, or they could have quickly hidden in a very good place where they would not be found. What to do now? Perhaps you can send a message to the nearest branch, but given the distance, it will take a day and a half to reach the command center. The girl needs time to think about everything, and the first thing to take care of is the corpses. It is too long and too late to wait for orders from higher commanders. In this case, it is better to deal with the situation yourself, and then report back. In any case, the cult has a strong influence in Jiangxi, and they will be able to figure out the enemy even if they are not in a hurry. Dongping calms the girl down, emphasizing that she needs to exhale because he has heard that she has recently recovered from a qi blockage. And of course, this was made possible by the doctor who came with her. She has regained most of her martial arts skills, and the guy is not obliged to treat her as a patient. Looking at this girl, Dongping realizes that she is still trustworthy. If she had been impatient or obsessed with success, she would have acted differently a long time ago. She quickly recovered from the qi blockage. By master or doctor, she meant the young master. Suddenly, when he heard a vibration, Dongping realized that the young master was calling him to come to the carriage. He had been waiting for him for a long time, and when he went inside, he realized that this was not just a meeting. He brought the young master the very blade he had asked for. The young owner was wondering if they could find the tracks about 20 kilometers to the northeast, because the enemy is quite strong. It is important to deal with him, avoiding total conflict as much as possible. Dongping didn't understand what the master meant, but the guard's primary task was to safely escort the delivery team to the cult with the goods. Before they could find out who their enemy was, they needed to move as quietly as possible. However, Dongping noticed that the young owner was not moving quietly. He didn't want to answer stupid questions, so he decided to hurry. At that moment, the young master set off on his mission with incredible speed, pushing off the ground. Moving quickly, he realized that apparently the demon cult had a great influence in Jiangxi, where the first elder of the righteous Heavenly Alliance was located. The demon cult's delivery squad was completely looted, and the young master had to find out what the hell was going on. His faithful fox, who did not retreat a single step, went on the journey with the young master. The hungry dogs greedily ate the pieces of meat they were given for a snack, feeling cold and hungry. These creatures were so greedy that they devoured everything, leaving no bones behind. In any case, the captain was waiting for the person they had been expecting for a long time. Soon he heard his voice, and he appeared right in front of him. He suggested, "Perhaps it's me you're waiting for." The dogs around him became alert when they saw the stranger, and wanted to tear him to pieces. Before them stood the head of the righteous Heavenly Alliance, who had not seen the captain of the Steel Will squad for a long time. The captain asked him what had kept him. The elder replied that he had some business to attend to, but hoped he was not so late as to cause the captain's anger. Looking around, the head of the Alliance saw some very interesting soldiers in the captain's unit. He spotted one of the legendary beasts surrounded by wolves. Although he was not sure about their fame, he recognized that these beasts were quite strong and were extremely irritated by the presence of the elder. The warrior himself, sitting surrounded by these dogs, could not stand the presence of the head of the Alliance. He did not answer the head's question about his name for a long time, but eventually he said his name was Yul Liang. The elder said that while he was a favorite student of the Beast Palace, unlike the martial arts of the Central Plains, the martial arts of the palace are quite unusual. It is said that when the enemy lets his guard down, even a martial artist can be defeated. Now that the elder is looking at him, he realizes that this potential qi energy is so strong that even the greatest martial artists of the Central Plains would not be able to withstand 10 of his attacks. However, the savage seemed to be too polite, and the head of the Alliance did not like being interrupted during a small talk. They were surprised that they even knew who this man was. Of course, each of the 4 outer wall palaces is an organization filled with interesting martial artists. Right now, they are being quite quiet, but it would be wise to know how they might organize themselves because it is not known whether they will become enemies or allies. The captain did not understand the elder. If they were allies, they should work together. If not, he thought, they should simply be destroyed. But the elder noticed that the captain still needed to work on his character if he wanted to achieve something more in life, and not just live it as he was now and then die. In any case, He believes that this small talk is enough. The elder expected to receive the promised goods for which he had come. Of course, this is not a personal request, but an order from the top management. This is an important mission, and the captain was forced to cooperate with the Beast Squad because of this. He brings a valuable product to the town that the elder needed. The head of the Alliance held in his hands what he had longed for. A jade pendant known as the Jade Calamity. According to the captain, it's just some trinket, and they've come a long way to get it. However, for the head of the Alliance, this thing was of great importance because, as they say, one man's trash is another man's treasure. And the commander has to think about what is really important to him. The commander begins to realize that he is being deceived, and no one is giving him straight answers. Soon the deal finally came to an end, and the commander thought the elder should have a drink before he left. He would have loved to talk to me for old time's sake, but he was very busy at the moment. The captain jokingly offered to join the Fortress of Steelblood just for fun, but the elder did not like this joke at all. He reacted angrily when the commander put his hand on him and offered to join the fortress. However, the captain did not see anything wrong with this, as he was naturally trying to lure an influential person to his organization. Eventually, the elder understood the joke, thanked him, and left. However, the commander emphasized that the elder should still consider his proposal. The head of the Alliance turned to the commander and humiliated him, reminding him that the captain was not in a position to make such suggestions, as he was only a squad captain. Feeling the tension, the captain understood the hints and was a little upset about the situation. He just wanted to make a proposal, but the elder suddenly closed his mouth with his hand. To be more precise, he pierced the captain through with his hand. This elder turned out to be completely unpredictable. He decided to kill the captain, repeating his own words. If they are allies, they should work together. If not, he should simply destroy them. To begin with, the elder decided to find out who his enemies were and who his allies were, leaving the captain to correct his miserable character in the afterlife. The captain's soldiers saw their master pierced through. He fell to the ground, lifeless, bleeding to death. Soon the elder turned to the squad, asking how many of his henchmen they had already killed and what they thought of it. The warriors did not understand his question, but a predator appeared in the background, and the elder asked if his dogs were full and ready to eat another portion. The soldiers were horrified to see this scene, realizing that they had suddenly found themselves in the place of the victim. Then, the predator replied that they would gladly accept the offer and would not refuse to have a little snack. It was not a good day for the soldiers. Their captain was killed, and they had to unpack and be ready because the new commander was a vice commander. All this time, they were waiting for the arrival of the first elder, who was far away and could arrive only in half a day. One of the soldiers asked if it was normal for the elder to go alone, and who knew where he was going. Perhaps he went to receive bribes somewhere near the base of the demon cult so that he could travel unaccompanied. The vice commander, however, advised his soldier to keep his mouth shut. After all, the first elder went almost to honor his mother's memory, and all he told them was that the Alliance was asking why they stayed in the center of things. Everyone got answers to their questions because all these warriors depended on the first elder. Because of this, they have to be alert and attentive to prevent any information leakage, because if something goes wrong, they will be in big trouble. One of the soldiers noticed an incredible gust of wind ahead, but the commander emphasized not to be distracted. However, when the commander looked in that direction in the forest, he really saw something strange. It is unclear what gust of wind caused the trees to bend and even collapse. It was our young master who was rushing forward, no matter what, swinging his sword and cutting down everything in his path. He swiftly rushed through the trees, approaching the villains who had robbed them. Clenching his hand, he filled it with demonic energy, preparing to attack. These villains, who decided to steal their treasures, will have to face their doom, which is approaching them unexpectedly. And without even introducing himself, he's going to kill everyone in this place. A huge demonic explosion fell on the entire forest. The energy flared up at the point where the young master pointed his sword. Soon, all the soldiers were defeated, and Jong Hyun was holding one of the idiots by the neck in his hands. All he could say was that the elder was going to visit his mother's grave. But for our hero, this was incredible nonsense, and he threatened to kill him if he did not tell the truth. However, all this warrior knew was this. The first elder of the righteous Heavenly Alliance leaves his attendance, and it looks very strange and suspicious. And since he's here, he could have killed that bastard Jung Il-ran before I left, but he's not here. At the very least, he will just take his leg away. And at the moment he thinks about him, the young owner felt pain in his right leg, which had been cut off by this scoundrel in his past life. He continues to move toward the scoundrel, deciding that the son of a bitch will wait for him. The young warrior will certainly find him and kill him, We return to the battlefield, where the soldiers lay decapitated and immobilized, their bodies being eaten by dogs. The head of the Alliance said that the Predator had made a wise choice by allying with the Elder rather than the Steel Fortress. Everyone would rather ally with someone who treats them best than someone who looks down on them. The Predator was grateful to the Master for the medicine he brought. They helped restore some of his functions, and he hoped that he would soon be able to get back on his feet. However, the Predator noticed the thing that the Elder had received, and he wondered what it was. The Elder emphasized that if it was a jade calamity, it's better for him not to know about it. All he needs to know is that it is a treasure that will be useful in his work. The Predator asked if the Elder was going to use the stone against the leader of the Righteous Alliance. The Elder gestured to be quiet so that no one would hear or guess his intentions. He wanted to make a surprise. In turn, the head of the Alliance emphasized that the wolves brought by this Predator have a great appetite, and these animals are able to defeat the swordsman, which is simply incredible. The Elder had seen all kinds of occult research, but had never heard of such techniques. However, Predator explained that the Great Beast Ship technique is not an occult study. It teaches animals to develop an inner perception of power, just as humans do. These wolves are able to perceive and understand orders just by the movement of their warrior's hand. They are connected to the Blood Warriors through their souls and energy core, allowing them to carry out even the most detailed orders. The Elder asked with interest if this was possible, and was very surprised to learn that Predator worked with such animals. The Elder had the idea of using these wolves to his advantage to capture the city of the leader of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance. Suddenly, one of the wolves howled at the top of his lungs, signaling the presence of a stranger nearby. When asked by the Elder what had happened, the Predator replied that it seemed that the commander of the Bloodwolf squad had sensed human energy belonging to demons. But what are the demons doing here anyway? And based on the amount of energy, Predator assumes that there could be about 100 of them. The Elder asked if these wolves had already tasted the blood of demons. They're going to ambush us nearby, because they missed a few meals, and it would be a good meal. The head of the Alliance realized that they would start hunting because of the approaching Mara festival. However, they will never be able to match the pack of bloody wolves, because there are so many of them, and among them are very powerful demons. If so, the Elder will show them what he is capable of when the wolf pack fails to do the job. They will not lose anything, even if it takes a little time. The Predator is already promising that everything will be over by sunset, and the energy that envelops him symbolizes readiness for battle. Don Ping and his squad go in search of the villains who robbed them. Suddenly they climbed a hill and the boy looked around. He abruptly stopped his squad and ordered them to halt and stop moving. The warriors also felt it. They were surrounded by not demonic energy, but it was extremely cruel. The energy charge was so strong that it was clearly not human, and the pronounced smell of blood indicated that many people had died at their hands. Don Pin looks at the edge of the mountain and sees a strange sight. The huge man radiated powerful energy, and behind him stood a pack of predatory animals ready to attack. The guy didn't even know who they were, but if they were the ones who attacked their caravan, then things were certainly bad for them. The commander orders his wolves to tear these soldiers apart. A squad of bloody wolves attacks from all sides, attacking the soldiers. Don Pin orders his soldiers to disperse and take up defensive positions. Now they will fight. And Zhu, in turn, accumulates energy in his hand, creating a fiery sphere in his palm. But the wolves didn't care. They attacked with all their might, ignoring the rules of battle, and spared no one on their way. The warriors could not cope with the attacks of the huge wolves because they were not prepared for this and were overcome with fear. Don Pin realizes that things are going extremely badly. He wonders what to do because these wolves are bigger than cows, and where did such giant monsters come from? Even though he killed these monsters one by one, the superiority of these wolves was felt in their fight, because after striking them several times, he realized that the skin of these animals was as strong as steel. His skill is strong enough to cut through stones using only internal energy, but he couldn't leave even a scratch on the body of these wolves. Even if he had tried to energize his sword, these wolves were moving too fast for him to do so. Simply attacking directly will not work either. What should he do then? A huge wolf stood in his way, its eyes glowing with demonic energy, and it was ready to eat its enemy. Suddenly Dongping heard Zhu's words, ordering him to move away and not to disturb her. She was going to use the lunar demon art, and the explosive energy from her palm was directed at this wolf. Facing her, the incredible chakra began to destroy the wolf. After fighting off one dog, others appeared. Although the soldiers were worried about the warden, he asked them to stay inside so as not to disturb the members of the Guardian Court. Given this situation, it is not a clean fight for them, and it is better to retreat because these wolves are far from ordinary. At this rate, they could all die. The Court of Guardians can protect the delivery team from the wolves, but they cannot kill them all. He assured the warden to stop worrying. Everything would be fine. The third detachment of the Guardian Court, united in formation, runs towards the battle. The soldiers march to the attack, fearing no one and nothing. But the wolves spun them into a whirlwind of battle, because their speed of attack was extraordinary. The warriors also began to spin to make the wolves dizzy. Thus, the wolves could not get closer, as the soldiers spun like a top, not allowing anyone to pass. It was a rather interesting technique, and the elder noticed that the soldiers clearly lacked combat experience, judging by their performance. They created a defensive formation, using its features for their own benefit, attacking the wolves. Everything is still going according to plan in the Blood Wolves squad, and they are well aware that this formation will not be able to stop them, although it can delay the time. Despite all his efforts, the Predator sees this squad as just a bunch of amateurs, and his wolves will be able to easily destroy them. The soldiers cannot even foresee how terrifying the Blood Wolves can be. The warriors circled for a very long time trying to resist the wolves. I wonder how long it would take the Chief Elder to do it. Meanwhile, in the forest, a squirrel is munching on a nut. Suddenly, something flies past her at breakneck speed, and with it, her nut flies to the side and the squirrel herself flies in different directions. Our young master is wandering around the forest, not knowing where they hid and where the hell young Ilryong is. Dongping fought many wolves, and the fight was quite interesting. Although his warriors created a defensive formation and used it to their advantage to attack the wolves, they would not be able to hold out for long. After all, an army of wolves, like a horde of endless troops, is coming at them. Over time, the wolves began to anticipate the attacks of the soldiers. This made the situation on the battlefield extremely dangerous. The tension on the battlefield grew, and the young warrior attacked the wolves with incredible strength, tearing them apart with his blows. By shouting the phrase to the heavens, he created an incredible wave that threw the wolves aside, saving Ju from the dangerous creatures. They needed to get closer to the formation. At that moment, she saw the young master's incredible technique, and his aura was really powerful. It looked dangerous, and you could see from Dongping that he had used a lot of strength. He looked quite tired, as this technique took a lot of his internal energy. Inside, Dongping felt everything getting heavy and his breathing becoming erratic. What should we do now? The soldiers are getting tired, and if they just defend themselves, they will not achieve anything. On the battlefield, the voice of their commander was heard. "Break the formation and get out of here!" The order was to disperse the troops and run to their branch as quickly as possible. It was a really boring choice that the Elder and the Predator looked down on. When the Elder asked what to do now, Predator replied that they were doing much better than they expected, because the wolves had also been injured. But if they are still not exhausted, the wolves remain members of the cult. They cannot allow the soldiers to return to the cult, as this could lead to serious consequences. Therefore, they need to destroy these villains in a beautiful way. Will the Predator decide to show all the warriors this horror? The heir to the palace of the southern wild beast had been silently watching the battle all along, not responding to the Elder's incitement. This monster boy just rushed into the fight with incredible energy. Dongping already had a lot of problems, and then he felt such extraordinary power. Soon, the explosive energy hits him in the body, and he flies off to the side. This scoundrel hit their third leader and knocked him out. He must be a martial artist, and he has to stop him no matter what, Ju thought. This beast's hand was shrouded in ice equipment, but he easily crushed it. He was interested in fighting such warriors, who would certainly die at his hands. He laughed, considering this martial art a child's play, and crushed the technique. The girl's equipment, which had been used so hard, easily collapsed under the pressure. And from that moment on, this big guy starts his game of pain, delivering a crushing kick to the girl. The Elder had been watching the battle all this time, and realized that the enemies were no match for him, and if things continued like this, the demon cult would decline. This beast grabbed the girl by the hair, but she turned her body in time to avoid being hit in the critical point, and he praised her for her quick reaction. However, all warriors must listen to him carefully if they do not want to see their leader eaten alive by wolves. It is better not to even dream of escaping. The warriors saw their leaders destroyed by this rascal. The beast gathers a group of bloody wolves and orders them to prepare for battle. More than 10 of them were killed or maimed in a fight with the soldiers like insects. They did a good job and killed many unworthy soldiers. Of course, he cannot simply raise more wolves. but he is not so kind as to forget how much time and effort was spent on their upbringing. One of the soldiers, holding his sword, demanded that the scoundrel immediately put the woman down. A predator surrounded by wolves noticed that a dog was barking from the other side. The predator points his finger at the warrior and orders his wolves to attack and kill him. Don Ping gets up from where he was attacked and shouts to his warrior to stay still. But the damn big animal swallows the warrior like a toy. Looking at this scene, the predator enjoys the sound of cartilage breaking in the mouths of his dogs. He holds Ju by the hair and forces her to watch his subordinates being eaten. Having spent all his inner energy, Dong Ping empowers his sword and tries to attack the predator, but it flies by without hitting him. The predator dodged and noticed that this rascal still had the strength for such a technique. The young owner and squad leader realizes that this is the end. It was his last attack that he was capable of. However, the predator recognizes the boy's determination and slams him into the rocky ground. Feeling the destructive force on his body, the boy realizes that it is enough to overcome a first-class martial artist. The commander realizes that his entire unit will die right there if they don't escape. The predator pushes Dong Pin to the ground again, as if playing with his life just for fun. He throws it up and walks away, leaving it to fall. The soldiers look with fear at what has happened to their leader. He was pressed to the ground and did not move, covered with stones. The predator turns to his dog warriors, who have been waiting for this moment all along, because it's time to eat. Ju orders the soldiers to take care of themselves and inform the sect of what is happening. The predator notices that they have begun to move and tells his warriors that there is food for them everywhere, and they can eat as much as they want. He also calls for help for his predatory warriors. At his call, animals from the surrounding forest came. Wolves, tigers, and bears, eager for fresh meat. They surrounded the hopeless soldiers, and they realized that their bodies would be torn to pieces and they would die in such a miserable way. The elder looks at this interesting scene. The beasts of the demon cult are submitting to real predators. Jianghu, riddled with illusions, where swordsmen flee with their families, cannot tolerate injustice and romanticize joint adventures on a sailing boat during friendly meetings. But Jiangsu is only one of the boundaries of the world. It's not just what they like or what the elder approves. The world revolves around one rule that the bastards of the demon cult are so fond of proclaiming. Only the strongest survive. And there is another rule: eat or be eaten. This is the rule of predators, and in the end the elder reflects that people are also animals. It doesn't matter if they tear someone to pieces, or if they themselves are torn apart, or if they deceive other people. Kill them. They kill us in order to reach the top. And morality and ethics mean nothing in the world of beasts. Doesn't this mean for many beings in this world that they are struggling to rise to the top? The elder's thoughts take on a philosophical tone. Don Pin did survive and began to get back on his feet. His health failed him, but the boy shouldn't have to work so hard. He will die anyway, just like everyone else. At this point, the guy is thinking about what to do in this difficult situation. He, as a squad leader, cannot save his men and fulfill his duty, and the situation on the battlefield looks terrible. What should he do? Following these thoughts, he needs to find a way to get out of here. The situation is getting critical, and we are running out of soldiers. We need to think fast. Still, there must be some way. They can't all just die like that. And when the monster wanted to kill Ms. Ju, something incredible rushes past and cuts the beast in half. The sword, which was circling like a shuriken, rose up. Together with this sword, the young master rose into the air. He grabbed his sword when he fell, and skillfully rushed to save his soldiers. The girl was amazed at the appearance of the young master. Needless to say, everyone was amazed by the appearance of the third young master on the battlefield. Of course, there were many strong beasts that were incredibly resilient, but the young master began to chop them up like vegetables for a salad. No matter how hard they tried to surround him, Choheijin thought it would be great if everyone attacked him together. And when they did, a stream of lightning energy pierced the heads of these creatures. The predator could hardly have foreseen this turn of events. He was amazed by the strength of this young man. The young owner successfully landed on the ground. He came here to kill only one guy, but when he looked around, he saw a whole mountain of enemies that he had to get rid of as soon as possible. The young master's unit suffered huge losses on the battlefield, and everyone was happy to see him. Don Pin was still alive, but the appearance of this guy seemed like a real miracle. The predator looked at this young man, but he really had no time to celebrate. Our hero promised that he would kill at least everyone before he left. After that, he turned his attention to the elder, whom he had wanted to meet for so long. And finally this scoundrel came into his field of vision. He pierced the elder with his eyes, who also tensed at the appearance of the third young master. The thought of young Ilrin haunted the young man, and he wanted to kill the vile old man, shrouded in demonic energy. Looking at him, he asked him to wait a little while, and he would make a decoration out of his head. Excitement was burning in the young master's eyes, and he would definitely do it in the next chapter. Before we get to the battle, we move to the main courtyard of Seo and Shim. At that moment, a guest came to her, with whom she was discussing important information over a cup of tea. The guy pressed her, saying that one of her many virtues was honesty, and asked if she intended to give it up. She remembered that she had already said something similar to him, and her interlocutor would have been caught off guard if she had suddenly changed the subject in this way. The guy thought it was all a bit unexpected. He was talking about the third young master. He was the general strategist Hoyo Sung. Perhaps he was spying on this woman and suspected what she had done to the third young master. Or perhaps he was taking it in his sights, because the position of general strategist is a rather lonely position. That's why he's been following what's been going on lately. And it's been entertaining. If not for his position, he probably would not have been able to survive here. He pressured the woman, convincing her that she knew something. A cold-blooded dictator. One of the best cult killers. That's what people have been calling her lately. In recent days, she did not justify this nickname, but the strategist said it right to her face. She, in turn, did not see anything wrong with that, because people have different opinions. The general strategist exclaimed, "Reduce my workload, evil leader, and increase my salary." In this way, he tried to emphasize the irritating cause of all his problems. If something goes wrong, the strategist will be able to manipulate it as he wants. He behaves impulsively, but he is a very dangerous person. He had the cunning of a traitor to the divine cult. The strategist wondered if the internal educational center was violating its neutrality and supporting the third young lord. She has repeatedly emphasized her position. She will not interfere in the struggle for the throne. As if she would do it personally, the strategist catches her. These were special provocations to test her and see if she would break under pressure. However, he could not interfere with the choice she made, because he knew perfectly well how the sect was taking care of her and trusted her. The woman, in turn, was grateful for such a great trust. But this was the only reason why he was interested in pushing such a devoted person. To send the young lord outside the cult and not say a word about it. He asked her not to take it as sarcasm or a threat, because he was not going to take action under criminal law, but there was something to it. He was sure that she had her reasons. But why is he so interested in the third young owner? To all this, he replied that it was just innocent curiosity. All the members of the divine cult focused their attention on the third young lord, because as a candidate for the heir, he is rapidly becoming stronger and more influential, and this attracts attention to him. He eliminated his limitations in an interesting way, and won his place, which is something that bothers many people. And now Yenshin has taken her by surprise with this adventure. She tells the strategist that she hasn't told him anything and can't describe what he's really like. This third owner has to meet him himself. The strategist caught her in the act of saying that he had never heard her talk about anyone in such a manner. She is confident in her words, and says that he can verify this whenever he wants by meeting with him. The strategist really intends to meet with him, but every time he gets a little bored, something interesting happens. He thought that he would treat him to tea when he returned, and then take care of all the business he had until the young master returned. The atmosphere on the battlefield changed, and the corpses of miserable creatures were lying along the roadside. The survivors of the squad were amazed by this way of fighting. Even the head of the Alliance did not believe that this man also belonged to the demons. It was very strange. He attacked the wolves, but all his bloodlust was directed at the elder. The elder felt this urge for blood when the boy looked at him. The predator said that it was simply incredible how he was able to kill a pack of bloody wolves before his eyes. He could not find a place for himself. The young master answered him that if this was a band of bloody wolves, why was their leader even obeying this old man? The predator was not going to listen to the dead man, believing that there was no point. Behind him stood a wolf filled with the demonic power of this predator. He confidently stated that, not knowing where this scoundrel came from, he would kill him anyway if he also belonged to a demon cult. At that moment, the fox peeked out of the young owner's clothes, catching the scent of wolves. She jumped to the ground and ran away. Clenching his fist, the predator orders the leader of the bloody wolves to attack. A large, toothy creature headed for the boy, just behind him. This scoundrel used the connection between wolves through the energy core, but the young master did not notice that Goldie was standing behind him. The moment she saw that she was being attacked by this creature, she transformed into a cruel beast and screamed. The radiance coming from her blinded the leader, who was already preparing to attack. People and soldiers began to cover their ears from this fox's squeak. What kind of power is this? Everyone was amazed, not understanding how it happened. How could such a small creature do such a thing? After the sound died down, the little fox Goldie stood in front of the huge leader, whom she destroyed with her scream. She put it on the wolf's head with her cute paw. Climbing on his head, the fox was going to either fall asleep or just sit there. The predator did not understand what kind of animal it was. He had never seen such unusual creatures. It was a completely different creature in the skin of an animal. The force with which she screamed startled even the passing crows. The predator saw this fox as a mystical creature, divine but also demonic, capable of causing all sorts of mysterious events described in legends. It cannot be compared to any beast from the palace of the southern doors and beasts. Even the king of tigers looks pitiful in comparison to this creature. This mystical creature reminded the boy of legends. The young owner looks at his pet Goldie and realizes that she is a truly unusual fox. He was not harmed by this scream. It was a cry that was meant to strike fear into all creatures in the vicinity. When the young owner was admiring the fox cub, the predator distracted him. All of this made him really angry. He was afraid of the guy, asking himself who he was walking around with such a monster. Using the phrases of his opponent, the predator asks, "What is the point of talking to a dead man?" And rage fills his body. He declares that he will tear the boy apart. Activating the divine fist technique of the southern wolf, he goes on the attack. But such tricks do not scare our hero. He counters the blow with his divine demonic fist and easily repels the attack. Moreover, the predator's blow is reflected back at him, and his divine fist loses in this clash. In a moment, his muscles begin to twist, and his bones crumble right in his hand. After this impact, a huge cloud of dust rises up. The steam came out of the predator's hand, and he just coughed. He could not feel his left arm anymore. It was smashed into pieces. And it wasn't a matter of internal energy or skill. This guy was much higher than that. The predator was always sure that he was superior to everyone except the main bear. But at that moment, the young master disappeared. With explosive power, he suddenly appeared and struck this scoundrel, and the predator could not understand how he could lose to a demonic cult member. The predator stopped the blow using his body and was badly injured. The young master, looking at him, remembered the words about the sect that controls the beasts. A sect as strong as the great sects of the Central Plain. The Southern Wild Beast Court was one of the strongest forces in the area. But in his opinion, this predator has nothing to do with real power, and its capabilities are just a disgrace. This means that the young master can kill him, and he says goodbye to him. With a wave of his sword, he sentences the beast, ending its existence forever. Looking at the result of his stroke, he sees that the stone against which the scoundrel was leaning has been cut along with his head. When the elder saw this incredible power, he began to worry a lot. After all, the heir to the Southern Court of Wild Beasts was shamefully murdered by this young master of the demonic cult. After he finished with the scoundrel, the boy looked directly into the elder's eyes. He had been waiting for a long time for fate to bring him together with young Ilrine, and he began to approach him. He was going to destroy him forever and take away his miserable life. The demonic warrior rose up above the old man. He could not pass by such a scoundrel. Just like in his past life, he could not simply start a new life now, because his leg, which he had once cut off, continued to hurt. He could not forget it even in this life. Now he was going to cut off the same leg that the old man had cut off that day. He attacked the elder with hatred, shouting, "Give me back my leg!" The whole place erupted in flames of battle. The old man, faced with this little demon, did not understand how he could resist him at all. Feeling his energy, it was no joke. The young owner, tensing up, jumps on Jung Il-ren, shouting furiously, "Old man, give me back my leg!" When Jung Il-ryong meets this strong warrior, he does not understand where this powerful demon came from, because his blows split the earth. The ground shook as the young master struck the Alliance's head. It seemed to Jung Il-ryong that the boy was misunderstanding something. The fact is that those who attacked his group of people were a pack of animals, and they had nothing to do with this old man. Given the situation, the old man reminds the young master that he has already dealt with the wolves, and that fighting them is pointless. The old man emphasizes that it is necessary to be frank, because the powerful triad can be at odds with each other to a certain extent, which defines political territory. This means that you don't always have to fight to the death. What does the young master think of this? Perhaps you should stop here, put away your sword, and go home. The young master's ominous face was filled with rage and hatred. After these words, he began to laugh, realizing that people do not change. The old man again uses the same trick on him as in his previous life. His evil tongue is still the same, and the young master understands why this old man is afraid to fight for the first time in a long time. Jong Il-ryong does not remember ever meeting them, much less, in his opinion, being strangers. But in fact, they had met, and they knew each other. The ground beneath Young Hajin shook as he began to burn with the fiery energy of a demon. He looked the elder in the eye and warned him that they did not just know each other. At the same moment, the boy disappears from the old man's sight. Considering what he said, the head of the alliance focused on the speed of this young man, feeling that the speed of his movements was too fast. He skillfully took the young master's blow with his sword. The moment their swords crossed, the elder felt the incredible power of this demonic creature. But the boy would have been disappointed if the old man had died from one of his blows. The head of the alliance does not understand where this demonic young man came from. Could it be that the demon cult has created another generic demon that is stronger than he could have expected? However, the elder cannot lose, so he activates a technique of incredible power, which splits the earth and fills the air with heavy smoke. Thousands of sword blows are directed at the young master from different directions, but he skillfully twists his sword and deflects all these blows as if they were just toys for him. Pushing off the ground, he makes an incredible leap forward. In order to get closer to the cunning old man, he uses aerodynamics, lowering his body lower than the old man's, and in this attack he suffers internal damage. It was a hidden technique, white funeral fencing, although the white sword dance may look beautiful. In fact, it hides a deadly thirst for blood, similar to the poisonous bites of a snake. And if Jong Il-ryong doesn't remember this technique, the ninefold controlled blade technique of the third form beta is a devastating force for all enemies. By activating 8 bloody lotuses of cold hell filled with icy air, the bloody blow of the Great Red Lotus counteracts the elder in an incredible way. The old man can only beg the boy to stop. The impressive technique of the blade struck the old man to the core. His old body was hardly expecting this, and he had seen this technique only once in his life, in only one person. The old man realizes that the person who possessed this technique possessed the most terrible and secret technique. It was a weapon of the righteous Heavenly Alliance that destroyed all possible masters under the command of the leading powers. And now this technique has fallen on the old man like a bolt from the blue. It filled the battlefield with blood and made an incredible revolution in this battle. The young master stood holding his sword and looked confidently at his victim. The old man realized that this was the legendary technique of the assassin king Jong Haijin. But how could this young man know it? The old man hid in the rock and came out to save himself. He looked at the boy and wondered who he was to use the blade technique of that rascal Jong Hyun. At this point, the boy rejoices, because at last he remembers who is standing in front of him. We return to the soldiers who survived the battle. They collected the goods they managed to save, 7 boxes in total. They confirmed that all their contents were safe, which was a great relief. Soon, Dongping approaches Manager Ju and asks her to take one important thing. He puts a pill in her hand that is supposed to keep her alive, and the sooner she takes it, the better. Looking at this pill, she recognized that it was actually a very valuable thing, and the third commander was also seriously injured. But instead of taking it himself, he gave it to her. He explains that even though he has been injured, he will be able to get more of these pills when he returns. He's going to stay on guard, so he asks her to circulate his chi energy. This is a big gift for Manager Ju, and she is very grateful to the third squad leader. At the same time, Dongpin feels responsible for not being able to protect anyone properly at such an important time. Turning around and looking at the young master, he was amazed that he had to get help from him again. Don Ping doesn't even know what to say when he loses his right to a bodyguard after returning to the sect. However, Don Pin had never seen the young master in such a violent rage before. When the guy appeared on the battlefield, he felt such a deep resentment that it was felt even beyond the distant mountains. Now the search was complete, and Ju asked the demon transport squad to guard her, and the commander himself was to help the young master in battle. However, the guy looked confident enough to realize that he would not need his help. Although it would be right for all the demons to go to help the young master, not just him, since he publicly holds the position of leader in this group. Although this was the case, the only person who could help the young owner was Don Pin. Their conversation was interrupted by Goldie the Fox, who ran closer and started barking. He squinted his eyes at Dong Ping and looked at him very strangely. He seemed to want to tell him something, and Dong Pin paid attention. The fox wanted to lead the young boy Dong Ping along to show him something. Meanwhile, the old man recalls in his thoughts how he once killed Jong Hyun. He cut off his leg and then killed him in an even more brutal and miserable way than anyone else. But did they really raise the heir to that famous assassin in this world, and a demon from a demon sect at that? The old man was filled with rage, because now it was a matter of honor. He asked the boy again, "Who are you anyway?" The young master did not really want to answer, but if the old man was so curious, let him try to find out with his sword. It was clear that the head of the alliance had released his white lotus energy. The old man attacks the boy in a rage, shouting, "You little bastard!" The energy in his words overwhelms everything around him, and his sword is filled with magical power. This was the art of white burial swords, one of the 10 greatest swordsmanships of the orthodox sects. Fencing that contains enlightenment when there is a lack of strength, and the sharpness of the sword is overwhelmed by the inner power that restores its power. Enlightenment revives the sharpness of the sword. The old man realizes that this is not a body that will lose to some enemy. A powerful blow falls on our hero. He laughs ominously and takes all the blows, saying that with the old man's level of enlightenment, he cannot affect him either before or now, even with the use of funerary fencing. It's time to summon the demonic energy, and the boy wants to tear this rascal to pieces by summoning all the demonic energy, even the one hidden in his walls and veins. An explosive wave covered all living things as the dark shadow of the second stage liberation demonic art filled the young master's body. It was a demonic vision of the higher levels and the earth. The old man's pupils dilated. He could not believe that this was even possible. The guy was filled with energy and moved in an incredible way, possessing such a powerful force that destroyed the white burial sword in one fell swoop, and it was impossible to describe the weight of its blade. He was a true enlightened rascal who surpassed him at a young age. A furious blow fell on the old man. He could not stand it, and began to attack the demon, although he was in no hurry, for the old man had to be buried. But when he started to move, he felt that his movement slowed down, as if the combination that was involved had stopped him. He felt as if he had fallen into the water, his arms and legs became heavy, and he had difficulty breathing. And there was this young man standing in front of him. He felt his body slowing down, and the whole world seemed so slow in front of this old man. What kind of demonic art is this? He wondered, seeing his movements fall apart. Looking at this young man, he became afraid. The young master looked at him with clear eyes, devoid of bloodlust, and succeeded in this short life he was living. Despite this, the young owner's explosive energy was diverted. The old man could not do anything about this energy. Its surge was so great that the old man was disappointed to believe that the world had slowed down. And at that moment, there was a huge explosion that filled the entire space around. The old man was trembling with fear from such absurdity. It was incredible. He realized that this was no longer a joke and seriously asked the young man if he knew who he was. He said that he was the first elder of the righteous heavenly alliance. But what does the young owner care about this scoundrel? The sword of our hero crosses with the sword of the old man. The legendary sword that the old man inherited cracks under the blow of this demon sword. The white crane's sword showed a crack. This enormous blade, surrounded by monstrous demonic energy, fell upon his sword with such force that it could have broken a mountain. The old man, having deflected his blow, jumped back a considerable distance, not believing that a boy under 20 could be such a strong warrior. The out-of-breath old man stopped, thinking, and then Jong began to talk to him. Does the old man know why he chose such a huge sword? The fact is that he knows very well that at a certain stage his white funeral swordsmanship is particularly weak against heavy blades. Moreover, if he were stronger than him in enlightenment, the old man would no longer exist. The boy, in turn, scattered his body in different directions. He disappeared into the unknown, and no one could predict where he would appear. It was like the disappearance of the heavens. In an incredible way, the old man's hair, which had been gathered in a pigtail, was suddenly cut off. If he is the leader of the Righteous Alliance, he should have known the footwork of the assassin king Jong Haijin, because in an incredible way, the guy got close to him and cut his hair. Our hero started talking to him after he changed his direction, moving from martial arts to politics. He hadn't fought for so long that he was rusty. A year ago, this head of the Alliance used a formation to avoid combat because there was no ambush. And I wonder if with this level of talent, he will be able to outshine Dam Xuan and take on the role of leader of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance. After hearing these words, the old man was 100% convinced that this guy was indeed Jong Haejin in a new guise. The young master, in turn, does not know which old man he is talking about at first, but if he wants to know, he will definitely find out after he takes his leg from him. With an incredible and quick movement, the boy cuts off the leg of this old man who had done the same to him in a previous life, thus getting even. Red demonic energy filled the entire space on the battlefield. The head of the Alliance hit the ground like a stone and bounced to the side, but without his leg. The old man admits that he misjudged the situation. This kid was the first person to cause him such serious damage since he joined the righteous Heavenly Alliance. No one else had ever been able to master martial arts like that. The old man realizes that he shouldn't have fought him in the first place. He wants to live, and because of this he had only one thought in his head: to run away. The guy's condition has clearly changed. Unexpectedly, our hero felt that his whole body was bleeding from the strain he was under. After spitting out everything that was inside and overwhelming him, he felt that he did not have enough demonic energy left. The demonic discharges of the higher levels of heaven and earth that he had opened were trying to close again. If he continues to move in this way, a small amount of residual demonic energy may cause the chi to be blocked. He needs to find a way to restore the demonic energy. And yet, before his eyes opened, primal energy, and he needed to use it. Primordial energy is the essence of life force. The old man sees that the boy's breathing has suddenly become more intermittent. Although he was sure that the boy had used up most of his internal energy, the martial art of this demonic rascal was still not complete. The only reason he was able to corner the old man was because of his unusual martial arts technique. If his internal energy runs out, the old man will probably win because he is on a much higher level. It is illogical for a child from a demonic cult to be superior to this old man. He decides to use his last chance to destroy his opponent. Nevertheless, using his supernatural strength, an incredible whirlwind of fencing swords fell on the young master, and the old man shouted that the boy's days were numbered. But the demonic rascal was filled with power and did not allow the old man to even approach him. He simply swept his sword like a laser beam, and the point energy pierced the old man through. The old man was still in a state of shock when he realized that he had been pierced through and through like a flower pot. The boy just wanted the old man to finally leave him alone and disappear from his life and his thoughts forever. The hostility and sincere desire that pushed him through hell every day in his past life were his desire for freedom. And now he needs nothing but that. His desire to kill his offender was so strong that he wanted to kill him again and again, even when he was lying dead in front of him. Looking at this scoundrel, his rage did not subside. The fox had been watching this incredible sight all this time, and Dong Ping finally found her on the mountain. After the young owner had used up all his energy, he fell down. Forgetting his rage and resentment, he lay next to this old man who was scattered in pieces, and it was at this moment that Don Pint appeared. Soon after, a report was provided. Only 5 survivors remained in the center of the battle, and about 20 people were killed in the 3rd detachment of court guards, for a total of 27 dead. Ju apologizes to the center's master because even though she was careful, things got complicated. The center's manager does not understand why she is apologizing, since the people who attacked them are to blame. In turn, Ju has flawlessly fulfilled her mission, and she needs recognition, not punishment, which should be a comfort to her. Despite this, if she is tired after the mission, the woman directs her to the restroom to give her something to eat. Realizing that the boy had recovered his martial arts skills by more than half in just 10 days and had dealt with all the monsters on his own, killing 80 members of the demonic cult, Ju was amazed. The woman realizes that the 3rd young lord is an incredibly dangerous man, and she will soon have to meet him again. The 3rd leader of the guards came with a report to his commander, justifying himself by saying that he did not have enough strength to defend his squad. His commander told him not to think that way. He wouldn't have even put him in the position if he thought so, because he was qualified. The commander will visit the families of the victims himself. But feeling his duty, the boy also decides to go, because he has to do it because they are members of his unit. The report he wrote for the master of the court security guards doesn't bother him much. He was in charge of the mission, and because of that, the commander must take responsibility. A commander has to defend what he said and what he is willing to die for, and that is their job. The commander went to the window, realizing that in any case they had to take some responsibility as leaders of the squad. As a result, he will order that another courtmaster be appointed to replace Dong Peng, and Dong Peng will be relieved of his duties as a court guard for the remainder of his sentence. The guy accepts this sentence. Since that day, the 3rd leader has been suspended from his job indefinitely. As the acting authorized courtmaster, he was issued secret orders, and will not be reinstated as the 3rd leader until this directive is fully implemented. Don Pin felt a pain in his heart because the indefinite suspension was really painful. But he would not have been surprised, even if he had been expelled. However, when the commander announced that Dongping would now be the personal bodyguard of the third young master, the disciplinary action was complete. The commander gives the boy a chance to continue his work, and Dongping's main task was to learn a lot from the third master before returning to their units. Meanwhile, the young owner was in his room, sleeping soundly. When the fox jumped on him, he realized that he was back here. Perhaps he even woke up in horror, thinking it was a dream, not reality. But then he realized that he had lost consciousness and was brought back to this hateful prison. At that moment, Dongping put him in a carriage and took him back, which was very uncomfortable. The guy threw the fox off him, offended by the fact that he had been gathering information for so long to escape. And then the circumstances developed in this way. And yet, he could not be like everyone else when he heard the name Zhong-Il-Ran. Everything he saw was colored in blood. He could not even imagine how deep his resentment was, that he was able to plunge into himself and discover the demonic side. But is this what he really wants? Freedom? Or perhaps it was more like revenge? Soon the young owner was disturbed by a very familiar voice. It was Dongping who had just come here. The young owner assumed that Dongping was very hungry and offered him a meal together, and the guy had to tell him something beforehand. At this point, Dongping began to swear to the young master as his loyal servant, devoted to his protection as a personal bodyguard. Yonghyun was surprised that this happened, because he did not need a personal bodyguard. But it seems that Dongping has been appointed to fulfill this function, and this was just terrible news, because he is also going to live here. And now his dream of escape, which was once a symbol of the freedom he longed for, will now constantly haunt him. They went out for a bite to eat, and Manhwa made the best lunch. They thanked her for her skills, because everything was delicious. Undoubtedly. Even Dongping appreciated her delicious ramen recipe and gave her a thumbs up in approval. The young master could not help but think that, although he had returned alive from that battle with Zhong-Il-Ran, he was extremely dangerous. Unlike the spiritual guard gates of the underground prison of the demonic arts, the gates of the higher heaven and earth of demonic vision are on a different level. They explode with the demonic energy itself, which accumulates limitlessly in the demon's essence, negatively affecting his body. A replacement is needed until his demonic dark shadow art is complete. It would be nice to have a skill that works against different types of martial arts, like in the fight with Zhong-Il-Ran. Soon after, he asked his bodyguard, Dongping, if he remembered when he first brought him the blade and where he got it from. Dongping reported that it was from the Demon King's weapons cache maintained by the cult. The information provided by Suong Simon mentions weapons depots. The Mind Demon's weapon vault is where most regular cult members obtain their weapons. However, the Demon King's weapon vault holds valuable and cherished blades, and only captains of combat units are allowed access to it. And for persons of higher rank, divine weapons are sometimes kept there. It is the sect's best weapon storage facility with very limited access, which is only available to cult leaders and their successors. No one else can get in without the cult leader. The young master needed permission to enter the demon weapon vault, and he asked if the boy knew how to get there. His bodyguard was not sure, but assumed that each member of the cult leader was given a single opportunity to enter the vault. This means that he may have already entered the place at some point that he cannot remember, and now he is not allowed to enter again. He imagines this third master before reincarnation, who may have already been there, and because of this, he is no longer allowed to enter this time. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in their ears. It was Hong Ren, calling for the young master. She prepared a snack and offered to have another drink. The young owner refused, saying that she had to be busy at work, but she put off everything to come here and asked him not to be so cold. The guy said he needed to go to a certain place and asked her to come back later. Hong Ryong asked where he was going, and the boy encouraged his bodyguard to protect him from her curiosity. She did ask where he was going, but they did not want to tell her right away. It was only when the young man admitted that he was heading to the weapons storage facility that someone suddenly came to visit them. An unfamiliar man walked right through the gate and invited them to go to the Heavenly Demon Weapons warehouse together. This guy walked out the gate and 7 years have passed, maybe even 8 years old. His glasses sparkled in the sun. The man didn't stay long and asked me to bring him a cup of tea. They were stopped by a strategist who prevented them from going to the weapons depot. But before they did, he offered to have a cup of tea. The young owner, for example, did not know who the man was and thought he was just in the wrong place. Dongping emphasized that he is the chief strategist, and then the young owner realized that things were bad. The chief strategist explained that he hadn't seen the young owner for a long time, and perhaps he was even a little offended that he wasn't recognized. Looking at this man, who is the second in command in the divine cult, one had to talk to him. The strategist, however, wondered why they were going to the Demon King's weapons storehouse, and not the Heavenly Demon's weapons storehouse. Come to think of it, the young master had already been there before, and that's why they're going to the Demon King's compound. The strategist suspected that the sword he received last time no longer served him. The young master has heard that they usually use a rather unusual sword technique, and so he changes his weapon. However, this information caused anxiety for Chong, as he did not understand the content of this conversation. Why did the strategist come here in the first place? He soon suggested that he could help the young owner. He offered to use his expertise to help him enter the celestial demon's weapon vault. Everyone who was around the young owner, including him, was impressed. But is this even possible? At first glance, it seems strange, but he was not facing some vagrant, but a chief strategist, and he could really help him get into the vault. However, most likely, he expects something in return. Of course it's unpleasant, but life is such that you have to get something in return, and the young owner seems to understand this. And, of course, you have to pay for everything, but what will be the price? He stated his goal, to spend the whole day talking to him. He just wants to talk to him and have a drink in the evening. The young owner asked him not to come so close to him after such statements. After all, the strategist was behaving rather strangely, and it seems that he has some strange plan. Soon the young man changed his clothes, and all that was left was to wait. As the young master was changing, he turned to his bodyguard, Dong Pil, and ordered him to visit the master of the Center for Inner Enlightenment to see if he had met with him while they were away. If the security guard has already met him, let him ask what they talked about. Perhaps the master said something about the young owner. The general strategist is very different from everyone he has met in the divine cult. His words seem frivolous, but still carry a certain meaning. He has some secret plan, and he appeared right after the young master returned from the divine cult. It seems that he met with the master of the Center for Inner Enlightenment, probably because he found that the young master had left the place and gone outside. Zhang wanted to avoid meeting him. The reason is that as soon as he saw his face, his instincts told him to avoid this man. The Heavenly Sect's 6-power technique reacted so violently to the appearance of a chief strategist who had not actually studied martial arts. However, the strategist was interested in whether the young master was ready to go, and if so, it was time to go. Walking alongside the boy, the strategist asked him how he had dealt with the bandits. This man told an incredible story about how on his first vacation he went to enjoy nature and was robbed by bandits in the city. These words oscillated between a lie and the truth. The strategist skillfully concealed his true identity in nature. His politeness towards the boy was quite surprising, and on the way he called the young owner a hero. It seemed that the strategist had earned a vacation to get away from here, but he had ducked out unnoticed. At this point, Jong Hyun realizes that the strategist knows this. The young master asks him not to run to the Lord about this, and the boy does not even lie if he knows the truth. And in any case, what is his true reason for coming to him? The strategist's reason was simply an opportunity to satisfy his curiosity. He couldn't help himself when it came to his inquisitiveness. And, stopping abruptly, he kept the intrigue in their conversation. The dialogue begins with the fact that they still have a long way to go to the demon's weapon warehouse. But the young master has no choice but to stop. Since this was true, the strategist set out on this journey alone. In turn, feeling superior, the young master put his sword to the strategist's throat. The atmosphere between them became extremely tense, and everything on the bridge changed in an instant. He didn't look the strategist in the eye and wondered if he was ready for his head to fall into that beautiful stream. The strategist did not expect such a turn of events, but predictability is not an interesting situation for a young owner. If the guy has already put his sword to the strategist's neck, he should at least tell us the reason why he is doing it. He doesn't know the real reason, but he understands that the strategist appeared in his life not out of curiosity or goodwill. The strategist explains his point of view by saying that the young owner does not know what is going on, but if he feels that something is wrong and there is a threat, then he tries to find out. In the guy's opinion, the threat is not just a threat. The young owner is ready to kill him for such impudence. But the strategist did not believe these words, because if he was ready to kill the chief strategist of the cult, he would not escape the consequences, even if he became the third young lord. The guy was not going to put up with it, but the strategist asked him to put the sword away, as it could be seen as a betrayal. For the strategist, it didn't matter if he died now, of old age, or in some other way. He would die sooner or later. The strategist was no longer satisfied with this rhythm, and he decided to count to 3. Although he did not feel the determination in the young master's sword, He really believed that he could die from his knife. The young master asked him one last time why he had come, and if he did not answer normally, the young master's sword would pierce his head. If the strategist says again that it was out of curiosity, it will be a fatal mistake. Soon swallowing the lump in his throat, the strategist reveals his real reason. You should not answer a question with a question, because if the strategist continues, this will be his last chance. As mentioned earlier, how did he know about the other intentions? It was just the young owner's intuition. He has a sixth sense. He knows very well that logic and emotions often collide, and his emotions tell him that he will not have any difficulties. When the strategist heard about the sixth sense, he was amazed because he did not expect to hear it from anyone. The strategist recalls a time when he was with a lord who did not even see his skills, but nevertheless appointed him chief strategist. The lord had his reasons, but at least I would like to hear some words from the strategist to explain his position. At that moment, the lord said that this was his sixth sense. He emphasized that a strategist should take this into account. The world is not built on the basis of logic alone. Smart people like him often forget about this. Lord emphasized that strategists should work on their intuition. Logic can give answers to questions of the present, but intuition can answer questions of the future. Logic guides and supports wisdom in the present. Hearing these words, the strategist recalled the situation with the Lord. He had not even bowed when he met the imperial prince, but now he could not refrain from worship. Unlike the prince, who only gave him orders and taught him a lesson, this lord was remembered differently. And when he didn't know the answer to some questions, the strategist advised him to ask someone else. Maybe they knew the answer. The young owner did not understand what the strategist meant. The strategist admits that he just wanted to see how he would react if he put him in an uncomfortable situation. For example, forcing him to enter a weapons storage facility, and then telling him that he does not actually have the right to enter. And then the young master realized that this man wanted to send him there, and then claimed that he had entered without permission. If that had happened, even the disciples of the Demon Lord would not have been able to escape disciplinary punishment. Entering its restricted area is a serious crime. Looking at the beautiful nature of the stream, Jong-hyun tells him that he is a very evil person. This was not new to the strategist. He had often heard himself called a psycho. Nevertheless, he makes an impression, and the young master suggests that they part ways, sheathing their swords. But what to do with the celestial demon's weapon storehouse or drinking with the strategist? The young owner is not going to drink with a man who planned to send him to prison just for his pleasure and curiosity. The strategist, on the other hand, expects him to stay for at least a few words because he hasn't slept for several nights to meet this day. But the young owner asks if there is at least one reason to worry about it. Then the strategist says that he sent soldiers to escort the Master of Central Enlightenment and thought that this was done to warn him and tell her to keep quiet and keep her mouth shut. It was strange because he knows about it. And this strategist is not just getting in his way. And yet the strategist does not trust the Master of Central Enlightenment and, given the situation, would like to be treated better. Despite the situation, the young owner agrees to drink with him as much as he wants. But first, you need to look at the composition of the weapons. And the strategist was shocked to hear these words. The young owner decided to use his help. Soon, the guy comes out with a bunch of weapons on his shoulders, and the strategist is shocked because he only took one thing. But the strategist said that they had sent him there only once, and not for him to take everything. He felt uncomfortable, because the situation with the guy was very difficult. He looked like an immature child. However, the strategist realizes that he will not know whom he has met without meeting him in person. The Master of Central Enlightenment was right. It seemed that some strange martial artist who had gone through hell and back had entered his body. The strategist was overcome with such thoughts. He thought for a long time until the young master called him to follow him. Since the strategist is very busy, he will not hesitate, since he has already chosen to live with him out of the demon pavilion. Anyone who could harm the divine cult was believed to be the reason why the demon lord left him alone. However, the strategist realizes that he does not know what consequences his actions will bring. Tomorrow, he will have to meet with the demon lord in person and report everything. The young master was practicing in his place with his new training weapon, but a breathless Dongping disturbed him. Dongping was surprised to see all the weapons the young master had taken. He could not believe that he had managed to take more than just a couple of items. When Dongping took a closer look, he noticed that the young owner had found a very important artifact. It was the Blade of the Seven Knights, officially named the Blade of the Burning Night Dark Demon. It was known for its rather simple appearance, but at the same time, it was an interesting artifact of the seventh heavenly demon. There were also twin blades, northern winter winds of red and blue colors. Twin meteorite blades, thanks to their owner, truly embody the term divine weapon. The uniqueness of these blades is that they are not demonic weapons, which is why even martial artists from orthodox schools seek them out. Dongpin was impressed by such a unique and magnificent weapon, but the young master liked it only if it was suitable for battle. Dongping made it clear to the young master that he was not concerned with the glory of these swords or their history. He was more interested in whether the swords were suitable for the young master. Holding a huge sword in his hands, the young master asked Dongping what he knew about this object. Dongping in turn had never seen the sword, as the young master had found it in a remote vault. The young master let Dongping hold the sword. It was a really heavy sword weighing over 30 kilo. Of course, it would be difficult for the young owner to use it for long battles, but there was something attractive about it. There was nothing like it in any other weapon on the shelves in the corner. So, he wants to appropriate it and call it the Dragon Blade. A young master asks his guard for a name for his sword. The guard apparently does not know much about names and chooses them only because of the way they sound. The young master impresses his bodyguard with his weapon skills, and the bodyguard is surprised to see how easily he holds on to the bamboo sword. His skill is truly impressive. As a sign of gratitude, the young master gives his guard an interesting sword, asking him to take it. Holding the gift in his hands, the young master asks his friend to keep the sword. He trusts his friend's opinion, since this sword is not suitable for him, and Dongping will be happy. The sword is suitable for the heavy and serious style of Dongping martial arts, so the young master chose this sword for him. Dongping didn't know how to thank the young master for such a gift. The sword that Dongping was holding was one of the 5 great demonic swords of the divine cult, and one of the 10 great demonic swords of Jianggu. This is a truly rare weapon of legendary level called the Sword of the Silent King. The Sword of the Silent King is also known as the Sword of Silence. It does not unleash its demonic powers until it finds a worthy wielder. Once it feels that it has found a worthy wielder, it unleashes incredible power. This sword was specially chosen for Dongping by a young master from the Celestial Demon's weapon vault, and he cannot express his gratitude without offending the favor. Dongping thinks to himself that he will defend the master for the rest of his life, but for a long time he cannot express any reaction. The young master begins to think that Dongping doesn't even like the sword. Suddenly, the young owner takes a pose of gratitude. He shouts that Dongping swears to be the best and most loyal member of the demonic cult. This motivation looked much better and more interesting than nothing. As usual, someone unceremoniously knocks on the door. It was a message from the palace of the demonic god. They called to the young owner to open the door. It sounded pretty horrible, because getting a message from a cult leader was not what the guy wanted. After a while, Chon hurried to the demon lord. As soon as he entered, the lord asked him to sit down. The lord also offered to drink something in front of him. The boy held out the cup, and the bottle poured alcohol by itself. He hoped that the lord would not ask about his secret escape. The lord began the dialogue by noticing how hard the young master was training. The lord emphasized that the third young master was very strict with his brother. The guy threw out all the alcohol, fearing the consequences, but it really happened. The fact is that the demonic art of the fourth serpent is a newly reworked version of the martial arts of the Choksa family. Although he was stubborn and had enough experience, few people took his age seriously enough to invent new martial arts. It started badly, but gradually improved over the course of 3 years. In the end, the demonic art became quite formidable, and the leader spoke of it. The young master did not understand why the lord was so talkative today and what exactly the lord wanted to convey to him, whether it was a reprimand or a sentence for what he had done. The lord asked if that was all he had finished. After all, his demonic art cannot be called complete. He used up his talent and squandered it on his plans. People who are unaware of their own talents are simply ignorant. The lord hated them. He didn't like ignorant people. The lord continued to say that he was disappointed with the fourth master. He should not have wasted his life like that. When the young owner defeated him, it came as a surprise to everyone. The lord, of course, knew about the ambitions of the fourth, and that he would never take his place. But he did not expect this man to withdraw from the struggle for the throne so quickly. Nevertheless, he repeats that he has an aversion to the ignorant, and asks his son if he knows what kind of people are admired and respected. These are the people who challenge his expectations. And the third young owner did just that and more. Therefore, the leader of the demonic cult admires and respects him. The realization that the best demon in the world respects him exceeded all his expectations. It was hard to imagine this, even in my dreams. Admiration and respect are hard to come by. But a great man like him tells a young man that he admires and respects him. When the boy heard these words, the excitement of it made him proud. He bit his lip to regain his composure, feeling disgusted with himself at the same time. He was raised from childhood as a secret weapon of the righteous Heavenly Alliance, and lived as a faithful dog of the Alliance leader. He has experienced many horrors and may call himself miserable, but now he's been recognized not just as a man, but as the lord of the divine cult of demons. He hates himself for enjoying this recognition so much. A single compliment from a master made him feel proud, but all his life he just dreamed of living free. Will he ever be able to break free? But he can recognize the human side of himself, because his level is a level to be proud of. As a martial artist, perhaps you shouldn't be so strict about your emotions. Emotions are a natural phenomenon, not something to be worried about or ashamed of. After all, even unwanted emotions are part of it. But the highest lord was evaluating the boy. He was impressed by what he had done. Contrary to his expectations, the lord analyzed him from head to toe, and he felt that the boy was overcome with a sense of pride. The lord stopped his excitement, but accepted it as part of himself. The lord appreciated that the boy was growing and changing every day, and that was why he was great. And these words made the young master smile. He had never expected the lord to say such a thing to him. He decided not to be modest and said that he was simply unique. Last night, the chief strategist came to see the lord. He told him that Jonghaejin had visited the celestial demon's temple, and they went to the playground, where the lord asked if the boy had tried all the swords he had taken. Filling his hand with demonic energy, the young master seized all the swords. The lord would have been disappointed if he had chosen some relic weapon without knowing where it came from. Suddenly, swords flew in their direction. They stuck into the ground like arrows. It was the capture of emptiness at the highest level of its manifestation. He simply transferred the weapon from the entrance here by the power of thought. The demon lord was impressively strong and brought these swords as a reward for the boy. Let the young master choose the sword he likes. This look at the young master seems to offer him a deal. And at that moment it seemed that the lord was asking him for something. Lord said that one day he would teach the boy a trick. The young master watches and begins to realize that his instincts attack as soon as the lord finishes speaking. The only chance to defeat Jongsang is to attack him by surprise. The explosive energy tore the earth in half. After the explosive reception, the young master watched to see if he had achieved his goal, but the lord remained unharmed and seemed to not care. However, looking at the marks on the ground, the attack was perfect. This meant that he did everything right. The lord didn't even block or dodge. But why did he stay fine? The lord raised his hand and said that it amazed him. He said that he would teach the boy something, but did not ask him to attack him. Lord thought to himself that the guy had pinpointed the moment when he was vulnerable, and it was a unique insight or perhaps intuition that he was born with. But analyzing the guy, the lord comes to the conclusion that it was a bit stupid on his part. It was something like an instinct that leads to death. He saw the boy's fear like an animal's. I wanted to ask him one last question. Does he plan to attack with the art of hand-to-hand combat after the finishing blow, and why did he stop in the first place? Lord read all the intentions in a split second. There was no particular reason to stop. The guy just had to do it. The lord saw that he had not stopped because he knew about it. If he had rushed forward, he would have been caught by its barrier. Was this also an instinct? The lord orders the boy to get ready for the next round. He repeats that he will teach him. The guy doesn't even know what he has, and he will have to learn something. This time he asks to attack him with the intention of killing him. The young master could do it too, and he should openly manifest the dark demonic art of Ada. Given his condition, he activates divine steps that shorten the 9 heavens. He does something unexpected, and this impresses the lord even more and gains his trust. Zhang devoted all his energy to training, fully immersing himself in the process. Li watched carefully, noticing the potential that was emerging in this young man. His every movement was confident and had a graceful beauty. Meanwhile, Hong came to see her young master. She immediately ran to the maid and asked where the young master had gone. She replied that he had gone to the palace of the demon god. She was immediately curious, because she didn't understand how he could be busier than her, especially if he was unemployed. Hua was irritated, thinking that Hong was treating the young master with disdain. At first glance, it seemed to Hong that the maid was afraid to tell her this. She couldn't even hit her, because Hua seemed too small. So Hong decided to hold back. At that moment, Guang appeared and said that he did not know when the young master would return, asking her to come back. At first, Hong asked Guang to stop talking nonsense, not realizing that he had been appointed as the young master's bodyguard. She was even more surprised to see that the boy was wearing a gift from his young master on his belt. Hong was even more angry because the gift was only for him. Guan didn't know what to say to that. Hua constantly begged Hong to leave, and Guang waited patiently for the young master to return, as he could not cope with this woman. Li urged Chong to get up while he was lying on the ground. It was hard for Chong to even move. Even the unbroken network formation of the righteous Heavenly Alliance was not so bad for him. He is still only half as strong as in his previous life, but every time he gives it his all, it happens again. Nevertheless, he learned a lot from fighting such a powerful warrior as Li, and the process itself became a lesson for him. Li always made Chan worry, but he finally did something useful. That was enough, so Li asked him to return to the gazebo. There they continued their conversation. We discussed whether Zhang had learned anything new and how it went. Li also handed him a black piece of paper, asking him to take something. These were the missing parts of his martial arts. And holding them in his hands, Chan was very surprised. Li went on to explain that his demon art was as good as the 10 great demon schools. But there were some problems because it was a new creation. This was supposed to help him. But meanwhile, Li was pouring himself his favorite drink again. He discovered weaknesses and the need for change in the dark shadow demonic art. Zhang had never even imagined something like this before. He never realized that Li could have such a side. It seemed to be the lesson he had been waiting for. The boy's mind stirred again. He clutched the paper tightly and thanked Li. But Li called it just the obvious reward that a student who has impressed his teacher should receive. Zhang could not believe that Li was saying such things. He just swallowed his saliva in silence, listening to these words. After that, Zhang promised that he would not let him down. Li replied that he would look forward to it. But he also understood that being interested in someone meant that they were still under the demon's power. Walking in the rain, Li thought, trying to remember how much time has passed since the last time someone pulled a sword on him. He saw the traces of the supreme blade which Chan had managed to master. It seemed that Zhang had grown up a lot. The legend of the mythical fox that brings war to the nation has always been in the memory. If this legend is true, then the one who causes war must dance with death. And Li understands the essence of death better than anyone else. Opening his eyes and feeling the raindrops running down his face, Li wondered if it was time. Sometime later, in the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, in the military department, there was a conversation about the third young lord. The first guard of the Guardian's court, Mudam, asked what this lord was like. His interlocutor, sitting across from him, looked upset and did not know what to say. In the end, he said that it is difficult to know everything about a person after one meeting. Mudam agreed and explained that this is why he turns to him as the person with the keenest understanding of the cult. This compliment pleased him, because the first guard praised him, although Mudam himself thought he was a bit strange, just as they said about him. However, it was unclear why the first guard was asking about him, but he nevertheless said that 2 days ago the third young lord had been summoned by the demon lord to the demon god palace. The fact that the lord of demons taught him for half a day surprised Mudam, because he knew that no other candidate for the heirship had ever received such teaching. It also impressed the bespectacled man himself. Then they talked about the fact that the third young lord had opened the heavenly demon weapon vault for the third young lord. It was true, because one could not stand by while the internal balance was being upset. However, the bespectacled man thought that Mudam was conducting this interrogation to reprimand him. He openly stated that he did not have enough authority to reprimand him, and explained that he was here as the head of the Guardian Court to express his concern about the person at the top of the cult's political activity. This meant only one thing when Mudam mentioned the third young lord. He asked if this lord was someone worth opening the heavenly demon's weapon vault for. The bespectacled man's response was negative, saying that there was no need to open the vault for him, for the one who has determined others does not need divine weapons. The bespectacled man did not think the third young lord was suitable for the peak of the cult's political activity, and could not say for sure who he really was. But after the conversation, he understood him a little better. He saw himself as someone who tries to understand and measure the differences between cult members in order to help the demon lord make the right assessment. After this conversation, Mudam realized that he had been misunderstanding the chief strategist all along. His eccentricities are not all there is to him. His devotion to the cult was genuine. However, the strategist had another question he wanted to ask Mudam. Was the discussion of the future of the divine cult with the first guardian the merit of the third young lord, even if they had only spoken a few times? Recently, life in the divine cult has become really interesting. Dongpil continued his training. He was helped by Chon, who constantly reminded him that he was suppressing his killer instinct too much. Jeong also noted that his vocation as a guardian probably pushes him to protect Jeong. On the positive side, it is responsibility. On the negative side, it is inflexibility, and this prevented him from realizing his full potential. Dongpil himself wondered if he was holding himself back. However, training was over for the day and Jeong offered him a snack. And at the same moment, he felt a powerful energy outside the gate. It seemed that a very interesting guest appeared there. It was the master of the criminal law hall, Guogu, from the heavenly demon divine cult. Jeong asked him what brought him here, as he didn't think they were close enough to meet casually. Guogu raised the issue of the Mara festival, which was already approaching. Jeong had never even heard of the festival. Gu immediately proposed to get down to business and asked the third young lord for help. He didn't understand why he should help a man he didn't even like. Guogu did not deny this and admitted that his attitude had not changed, but noted that they had a common enemy and that Jeong could help him. By common enemy, he meant that Jeong is a candidate for the post of heir, and the other candidates are his rivals, and at the Maragu festival, he plans to arrest and imprison one of his students. To put it mildly, this was a big shock to Chon. The Mara festival is an ancient ritual dedicated to the only god of the divine cult of heavenly demons and the ruler of the sixth heaven of the world of desires, Mara. In the past, they even made human sacrifices to Mara, and it was then that the heavenly demon cult gained notoriety as a demon cult. But today's Mara festival is different, although despite its doctrines and trials, the divine cult of heavenly demons still engages in abominable deeds. In the end, today's Mara festival is simply an ancient rite of passage, no different from the Muram celebrations held by the demon cult. After hearing about the festival, Jeong asked what the request for help had to do with Mara's festival. Gyu explained that during this year's Mara festival, they imprisoned one of the heirs in a prison of suspended sentence. Chon's face began to show surprise, and then he added that they would not touch the heirs or the other 6 unless they committed serious crimes. Guo also noted that another numbered heir will arrive during the festival. He is the eldest son of the Demon Sword family. The Demon Sword family is a representative of the most powerful families of the demon cult, considered the greatest in sword wielding. Shang realized that the eldest son of the Demon Sword family had become a candidate for the heir apparent, and this was news to him. Guo wanted to imprison him because he had robbed and killed 7 cult followers and framed an innocent half-demon. The real criminal is still alive and well, and the innocent half-demon who gave everything to the cult was executed by mistake. This was a disgrace to the cult, and Guo believed that they should capture this criminal, catch him, and bring him to the grieving family of the half-demon who died unjustly. Jeong did not see any lies in the other man's words, but Guo didn't know how to catch the scoundrel, and that's why he turned to Chong for help. The divine cult of the heavenly demon, a center of inner enlightenment. Jeong came to Seo, realizing that she might be busy, so he immediately apologized to her. He explained that he had come because of the unjust execution, although she did not understand what he was talking about at first. Jeong immediately asked if one of the maids had been killed 2 years ago who worked at the Center for Inner Enlightenment, and if so, he wanted information about the victim. His question shocked her. How could he know so much? After all, the real criminal was someone else. But she quickly realized that he had been approached for help from the criminal law department. Her eyes flashed, and she asked Chan if they had been able to identify the perpetrator. Her anger was so intense that the dishes began to crack under the pressure of the demonic energy emanating from her. This happened several years ago, but her rage has not subsided. In a short time, she laid out 5 scrolls in front of him with all the information about the victim. As she looked at him, she thought about the fact that the third young owner hadn't mentioned Mara's festival today and was probably hoping that she would be able to reveal the identity of the real culprit. But the fact that the criminal law department turned to one of the heirs for help made her surprised. This meant that even the staff of the criminal law department could not easily get close to the real criminal. It is likely that the real culprit is a high-ranking demi-demon official who participates in the Mara festival. So asked Il to bring a list of high-ranking officials who would be attending the festival, especially those who belong to families of demon worship. At this time, Chan grabbed a large book and exclaimed that he had a damn headache. He decided to do some reading about the law, as it was related to the capture of a criminal. Tired and with a burning headache, he fell onto the bed, thinking that perhaps he would have been better off spending this time finding a way to get out of here. It would have been more practical to realize my dream and get out as soon as possible, but it would have been wrong to ignore it. Although it's funny that a former hired killer talks about what's right, this aspect has always been second nature to him. On the one hand, He wasn't going to pose a threat. But on the other hand, you always have to remain human. When faced with such requests, people should at least share the indignation, even if they cannot help. And this is just one of those cases. Chan asked Dumpilya if he was ready, and he said yes. His condition was excellent, and he couldn't even believe that he had so much power. Donpil was ashamed to look into his master's eyes because he had previously suppressed his incredible potential. But Jong explained to him that he shouldn't be ashamed to make eye contact. He needed to change his way of thinking. After these words, Dongpil seemed completely dejected. So Jong hastened to explain that it was a joke. However, it was time to go and see the face of the criminal. And they went to the Mara festival. There was a lot of delicious food at the festival. Jong was happy with all these goodies, and he was enjoying the festival. No wonder Anhua was so excited to go out, and he was glad he had given her a vacation for the festival. But he was most impressed by the shish kebab he ate, because it was incredibly tasty. The traveling theater was also striking in its beauty, telling the story of the last surviving member of the deceased family who overcame all difficulties and became a hero, the strongest in Jiangsu. The plot was fascinating, albeit a bit cliched, but such stories are usually enjoyable. At that moment, Jong noticed Hong and started waving at her. It seemed that when someone calls you, you should answer. But she stood there without showing any reaction, as if she didn't hear anyone. She probably still resents the fact that he refused to come have a drink with her several times. When Jong came closer, he took her hand and asked if she was crying because of the play. But she shuddered when she saw him standing next to her and asked what he was doing here. Then he added that she had a rather sweet side, and this embarrassed her even more, and the flag of the Demon Sword family has already appeared on the horizon. Jong had been waiting for this moment for a long time. It was a ceremonial exit of the family to which the criminal belongs. The Demon Sword family is one of the 7 families of the demon cult, famous for its martial arts. Their leader is Ji Unhua. Their family hadn't attended the festival in 3 years, but this time even the elite unit of the Demon Sword family, the honorary sword unit, came. Dongpil was amazed that the martial arts of the Demon Sword family looked really impressive in reality. He felt the austere aura of a master who had reached the top and held himself with unwavering dignity. Dongpil wanted to tell the young master that the presence of the Demon Sword family lord was even more impressive than he thought, but he didn't see him there. Un's face was already expressing surprise at who he was seeing in front of him, but he couldn't figure out who it was. Jong stepped out in front of his horse and asked if he was the owner of the Demon Sword. Then Jong said that he had been seriously injured some time ago and lost his memory, and that they may have met before, but he didn't remember. Nevertheless, it was nice to meet him. Un replied that he didn't know who was in front of him, but he could already see the obvious disrespect. Jong, playing dumb, asked what kind of disrespect he was talking about, as if he didn't understand anything at all. Un called him a rude young man, but Jong continued to pretend not to understand. Un was most surprised when Jong called him an old man. The swordsman behind Un radiated powerful energy, but Chan was not intimidated by it. On the other hand, Jong noticed that the Demon Sword family's lord remained calm despite the provocation. Un then said that he did not understand this behavior, but preferred to let it slide. Jong just wanted to ask him one thing. How would he, as a father, react if he saw his child commit a heinous crime? At that moment, his sons listened attentively to every word. In response, Un said that his policy was to avoid meaningless discussions. He began to form energy around his hand. Since it was only the first day of the festival, he was not ready to allow such disrespect once again, and asked the boy to leave. A purple sword was already forming on his hand from the energy. The force of this energy was so powerful that it almost carried others away. It was even difficult for people to stay on their feet. The Demon Sword family lord's hand movement technique was so strong. It was amazing how powerful this technique was, considering that he was only using the energy of the sword to amplify the explosion in his hand. After touching his neck, Jong said that his neck was hurting even more from all these techniques and asked for a quick answer to his question. Un was even more shocked and didn't even realize if this guy was okay. He saw Jong begin to use martial arts techniques, and this confused him even more, and he asked him to respond even faster. Jong continued to ask if his question was so complicated that it was causing such a reaction, which Un could not understand at all. Suddenly, Jong kicked the ground so hard that the stones scattered and asked for an answer again. His incredible strength and power could not go unnoticed, and even Un was impressed. This made him think about the question, who is this young man? Un almost fell off his horse from the powerful energy with which Jong hit the ground. Using his aura, Un rose into the air, asking Jong how he was going to attack him. But in Chan's mind, he was not the one who attacked first. According to him, he was only repaying a debt. Un's face became even more filled with surprise when he heard this brazen statement from the boy. He looked at the crack in the ground that had formed in front of his horse's hooves, not understanding how this was possible. A young man of his age who was so in control of his inner energy impressed Un the most. He realized that the guy standing in front of him was a first-class expert. Un asked Zhong who he was, but received a similar question in response. Zhong demanded that Un say his name again. "I'm definitely not someone to talk to in that tone of voice," Zhong replied. After that, Un witnessed the words being spoken. "The divine teachings are unshakable. All demons fall down before you." Dongpil paid his respects to the third young lord of the divine cult by kneeling on one knee before Un and his sons. Un realized that he was facing a third young lord. "Ma's vassal Dongpil has arrived to escort the third young lord of the cult," Dongpil said. Dongpil actually introduced himself as Chan, in the criminal law hall of the heavenly demon cult. They discussed the report of a confrontation between the third young lord and the head of the demon sword family. They realized that an emergency could arise. Guo knew that the young lord was a double-edged sword, but he did not even suspect that the handle of this sword was also a blade. It was the first time Un had seen the young lord in person, and as rumors said, he was indeed very handsome, which was confirmed by his own eyes. His sons were also amazed by what they saw. Now that Un thought of him, he seemed familiar, and he began to recall what the young lord had been like before and what he was like now. The look Un gave Chan made the latter ask, "Is there something written on my face?" Everyone welcomed the third young lord, as did Un, along with those behind him. However, Zhong noticed that these quick and precise greetings did not demean the other person, but they also did not have much respect. Later, Un said that he did not know that he was facing a young lord and admitted his mistake. He immediately suggested that we act as if nothing had happened. Zhong agreed and explained that he had not come here to start a fight. But most of all, Zhong wanted Un to answer his questions again, and he was ready to repeat the question as many times as necessary. "As a parent, how would you react if you witnessed shameless crimes committed by your child?" asked Zhong. The purpose of Zhong's question was unclear at first, but everyone around him was watching closely, and Un realized that it was not the best option to prolong the conversation with a person of high status. Un replied that he would, of course, follow the law. Zhong continued by noting that the word law is quite ambiguous. Does it mean that Un will follow the laws of his family? This only added to the mystery in Un's mind. Un began to talk about his family's laws, emphasizing that they were stricter than others, and if the time ever came, he would not hesitate to prosecute his child for a crime. After that, Zhong asked about Un's son. Would he punish him even more severely? But, knowing that many people were watching, Un couldn't deny it and answered, "That's right." However, he added that he believes in his children and other members of the demonic cult who would never act shamelessly. If these words reflected the pride of the head of the demon sword family, then one could hear sincerity in them. Zhong apologized for detaining him and congratulated him on his arrival at the divine cult. Then Un, throwing in the phrase that it was nonsense, turned around and left. Zhong looked closely at Un's two sons. You could read a lot in their eyes. Dongpil noticed that the head of the demon sword family looked impressive, but the path of the eldest son Kang was also worthy, and he told Chong so, with which he agreed. Dongpil explained that this guy had the aura of a killer. He probably killed at least one person a day, if not every other day, and his victims were those who did not even resist. However, Zhong noted that it seems that the head did not notice this at all. But the one who aroused more suspicion was not Kang, but the third son, Hyun. As young as he was, Hyun concealed extraordinary strength. Part of his secret power could be felt through Lee Cho-hong-san's completed ninefold demonic art. Hyun's inner strength was equal to, and perhaps even greater than, Zhong's. Looking at these bastards, Chan became more and more curious. Dongpil, Hua, and Hong were sitting at the table talking. Hong was outraged that the Lord did not give her this sword. She cried and begged Dongpil to give it back to her, claiming that he had received it unjustly. Meanwhile, they were closely watched from the outside. Dongpil noticed that it was already dark outside and decided to return before the castle gates were closed. Hong continued to cry, falling face down on the table, begging the young lord to give her a weapon as well. She snorted with displeasure because she believed that the Lord did not like her. At the same time, however, I was looking around vigilantly. She noticed a man who had an extremely demonic and murderous aura about him. Guo was already outraged, even more so because of why he was invited when he was so busy. However, what Guo was most interested in was why he had acted that way that morning. Zhong wondered if Guo had heard that everything had been settled this morning. Guo explained that the fact that the swords had not yet been found did not mean that everything had really been settled. He particularly disliked that Zhang was too hasty, but Zhang acted deliberately and had a rationale for every step he took. He explained that this bastard would not stop killing and said that he demanded that the head of the group punish the children more severely than anyone else. Again, he began to explain his actions, telling us what the head would have done. His every action would be reasonable, as he would not lose face. Respect is the key to determining the ups and downs of a state. It's hard to believe that the head of the Demon Sword family is stupid enough to sacrifice his family for his eldest son. Go understood these considerations and said that this would only happen after the real culprit was arrested, but noted that there should be no pressure without evidence. Zhang waved him off and said that everything would work out somehow. Guo just looked at him but wanted to ask him another question. He was interested in what Zhang really wanted. At first, Zhang did not understand why Guo was asking him this so unexpectedly. Guo explained that when he first met Chong, it occurred to him that he had no interest in the divine cult. This seemed strange, because Chong had been chosen by the Demon Lord himself to be his disciple. How could he not have ambition? "You're overestimating me," Zhang replied. He asked if Guo's ambitions were too high. In response, Guo said that Zhang was speaking as a man from the righteous faction. "Isn't the desire to achieve a high position and the lust for power the essence of a demon?" added Guo, asking another question. To this, Zhang replied that ambition only makes life more difficult. Guo now wondered why Chong hadn't rejected his offer, because if he had refused right away, he wouldn't have found himself in this predicament. Guo went on to say, "Perhaps that is why I am behaving this way. I am beginning to understand why I find you dangerous and unspeakably disturbing. The third young lord is not the right person for this cult," Guo concluded. He indicated that Zhang may not realize what is going to happen tomorrow. High-ranking members of the demon-fighting factions will honor the Demon Lord, and after the ancestral rite, a tournament will be held to determine the future of Muram's demon factions. Reports on all recent unpleasant incidents will also be published. The reports will also describe an incident in which a great elder of the righteous Heavenly Alliance was killed. These words made Chong stop. He asked, "Why didn't you catch me if you already knew? Isn't it a big crime to leave the sect without permission?" In response, he was told that the Demon Lord did not want this. They added that the bishop looked at him nobly. He would not want Jiang to end up in prison. However, they reminded him that by releasing him, the bishop knew about the serious crime he had committed. And then there was an unexpected turn of events. Jiang was stunned when he heard the question. "Can I overlook one of your crimes?" More precisely, he was going to commit a crime now and, gathering energy around him, rapidly rushed at the guy. Under the lightning kick, Chan barely had time to substitute his sword. When he saw the counterattack, he realized that this guy was no longer the same as he had been during previous training sessions. Now Zhang could not only repel his attacks, the enemy's speed was incredible, and Chan barely had time to duck his sword under his blows. But punches were not all his opponent had in his arsenal. Zhang grabbed his sword, pulling it out of its sheath. He put his hand to the blade, pouring in his energy, which made the sword even sharper. They spun in battle like a dance, taking turns striking and dodging each other's attacks. This beautiful sword greatly impressed Chan, who fought against its owner. However, Guo realized that the third young lord had not yet shown his true martial art. Zhang replied that Guo spoke as if he knew something about him. This annoyed him, so he used the technique of 6 consecutive hell winds and swung his sword. A beam of energy shot out with incredible force. Even when Guo increased the energy of the core, Chan only lost strength, and his sword began to bend. The pressure from this sword was incredible. Suddenly, the Guo realized something and suggested that we end this night dance with swords. Holding the bent sword, Guo now realized why the Demon Lord was so interested in Chan. However, Zhang, who promised to ignore it, asked him to go and always be on the lookout. Turning around, he started to leave, but the Guo told him one more thing: to be careful with the Demon Lord. Its essence is so dark that there is no end in sight, and so bright that the human eye cannot discern it. Guo added, his soul is torn with anger and all-consuming resentment that has cooled down. But he is like a volcano ready to erupt. A person who finds entertainment in everything, but at the same time is afraid of it all. The one who went through hell, looking at the sky, did not have time to look back, but was already standing on a cloud, contemplating hell from above. The Lord of Demons is just such a person, Guo added after the story. Zhang could not understand the meaning of his words, but he did not expect to hear it from him. He asked me to memorize these words in case the time came. Guo created a lot of problems for Chang, including making him a leader in a case that he did not need. At that moment, Dongpil was walking home, reflecting on the fact that the third young lord was right. Then he said out loud, "Was it really you?" and a figure began to appear from behind the trees. She stopped right in front of Dongpil. It was the third son of the demon sword family, Ji Yong-hyun, and you could tell from his face that he was eager to kill someone. He uttered words that cut painfully to the soul. "Return to heaven." Dongpil tried to attack him, but in vain. Then he pleaded, "Pull yourself together!" However, Ji Yong-hyun had changed from the morning. He had been a healthy and conscious young man then, but now he was drooling at the mouth and demanding that Dongpil hand over the sword. He looked more like a demonic beast, rabid to the bone. Ji Yong-hyun instantly rushed into the attack, demonstrating incredible mystical sword techniques. It was more than just a technique. His hand was as steady as a precious weapon, although his martial arts were not particularly elegant. However, his inner energy was extraordinary in both quality and quantity. It seemed that he was absorbing more demonic and inner energy than he could handle. It was extremely difficult for Dongpil to repel his attacks, but suddenly words were heard. "Move, yellow frog!" Hong appeared and hit the berserker demon Hyun right in the stomach with her divine fist. Despite this stunning blow, Hyun still managed to stand up. Hong usually didn't like to fight against one person, but she made an exception for Dongpil, for which he thanked her. However, Hong asked to save the thanks, as she believed they would soon bleed together, realizing this after one of her blows. The enemy's body was as hard as millennia-old cold iron. It's hard to imagine how much internal energy he had, and he was like a man possessed, demanding that Dongpil give up his sword. He began to approach, and they concentrated, preparing for another attack. In a moment, the dust from their blows flew in all directions. With frantic speed, Hyun rushed at Dongpil, grabbing his sword with his hand. He began to absorb the demonic energy from the sword, as if he was excited by the taste of this energy. These words infuriated Dongpil. How can some idiot talk like that about the sword given to me by the third young lord? Dongpil hit him with his head so hard that his nose immediately bled. Meanwhile, Hong was already swinging her sword at Hyun from behind. She struck, but Hyun put up his hand to deflect the blow. Saying incomprehensible words, he still asked her to step back. Hong was amazed. A real monster was standing in front of her. He demanded that she get out of his way, and kept attacking her, forcing her to barely have time to defend herself with her weapon. His power was beyond enlightenment. Even if he's an expert a few levels higher, it's dangerous. But he's obviously far beyond that level. He could launch incredible attacks. Once Hong was unable to stay on her feet from one of the attacks. Together with Dongpil, they tried to come up with something to counter this powerful enemy. But the latter, using his energy, raised his blades and repeated his demands over and over again. He kept asking me to give him the sword. Suddenly, bright energy from a sword strike flashed in the air. Jong appeared and directed his attack at Hyun to protect his comrades. Chan was beginning to wonder if his friends were tired of being protected by the one they were supposed to be protecting. He plunged his sword into the ground. After that, he apologized, as he had been detained by an annoying young man before. However, the enemy continued to attack. Even Chan was amazed at the strength of the enemy. How can a man whose fighting skills are like a child swinging a wooden sword have such strength? It looked too easy. Saliva was flying out of Hyun's mouth, and he was screaming, "Demonic energy, I need more," and then growled. While dodging attacks, Jong realized that the enemy was overwhelmed by internal energy, which maximized his body's defense and reaction speed. He also had enough demonic energy to use as an additional weapon. There was no choice but to do what Jong did, magnetize Hyun's head to the sword that was stuck behind his back. He decided to kill him until he exhausted all his energy. The tired sword rang, and splashes of blood flew around. Hong and Dongpil were just watching Jong conducting experiments, wanting to see how long the enemy could hold out. Jong decided to use an attack called Chain Waterfall. At that moment, it seemed to him that he had been living a very boring life before. Putting all his fury into each blow, he felt incredible. It was a feeling of liberation or even pleasure. In a word, exhilarating. In case anyone hasn't realized, the protagonist has two personalities, and now the second one is waking up, the personality of a madman. Hyun's face looked like it had been stung by bees. Chan didn't understand why everyone was looking at him like that. What did he do wrong? Was it because he was too rude to Hyun? Or was it because he laughed when Ko asked him to just look at Hyun's face, but Jong said that even though he looked bad, it was still possible to recognize him. Go then hinted at suspicions about the first young lord, but asked why Jong had done this to Hyun. Jong replied, "We'll find out soon enough." Go did not understand what he meant. Jong asked only one question. Do you really think the suspect acted alone? Because of this, he hypothesized that he had an accomplice who was watching them. Jong added that he could say this for sure, The older brother, burdened with an aura of death acquired through constant murder, and the younger brother, who harbors a strange demonic energy, are the main criminal and his accomplice. Go realized that the case was not simple, and that the main criminal would deny everything. Next, Zhang took out a wrapped piece of paper with a powder that causes hallucinations, and with great difficulty extracted it from the Jobs family. It makes you obey someone else's will. Zhang told everyone that by using this powder, they would be able to get the truth out of the accused and unleash his demonic energy. The demonic energy in his body is undeniable and comes from the people he has killed. Go just listened to Zhang put everything on the shelves. And then he said that now he had to visit the last person who could solve this problem. He went to the place where the tea party was taking place. Over a cup of tea, he reflected on the fact that tomorrow his son would become a disciple of the Demon Lord. However, he could not calm his heart, even under the pleasant wind and the aroma of tea. As he took another sip, he felt someone's energy. Turning his head, he saw the third lord approaching him. Zhang apologized and asked, "Do you mind if I interrupt your vacation?" and received a reply, "Of course not." Afterward, Zhang explained why he had come. He told me directly to my face that his third son had been arrested. He added that he was thinking of doing the same with his first son, holding a scroll. Zhang asked what he thought about this. The scroll contained all the murders of cult members committed by Yun, as well as his own confession. He could not believe it and claimed that his son could not have done such a thing. However, Zhang explained that this was true, and the criminal law courtroom could be called to confirm it. He refused to believe it, and decided that Zhang was only doing it to eliminate his competitors. "I've already dealt with my fourth son," said Zhang. "He's at home for treatment, in a life-and-death situation. The fight for the inheritance has long since begun. As you can see, I can easily eliminate someone like you." Chan asked him not to dwell on useless things and asked Un a more important question. What would happen if his son, having become a disciple of a demon lord, started killing cult members again? And does he really want to shame his family because of this? Un could not contain his rage and called Zhang a bastard. Zhang tried to remind him of the words he had mentioned earlier, but Un was no longer listening to him, completely surrendering to the aggression that gripped him from head to toe. The holy god stepped back to pay his respects. Un stood in the middle of a crowd of Buddhist faithful. He saw Chan on top of one of the buildings. The young third lord watched him with a fox on his shoulder. Un immediately realized everything. At this point, Zhang continued the conversation, asking him to calm down, and explained that he had not come to fight. He expressed his understanding of the situation, adding that he knew Un could have easily covered up his son's sins through his influence, but he knew that he was not that kind of person. Next, Zhang offered to report Hyun's sins directly to the Demon Lord during tomorrow's Mara festival, believing that this confession would preserve the honor of the Demon Sword family in front of everyone present. The fate of generations depended on his conscience. However, Un did not know what was more important, his personal dignity or the honor of the Demon Sword family. All people welcomed the Demon Lord, and children were forced to worship the sacred god. They knelt before him. Un clenched his fist, eager to see his son recognized as a god in a place he himself had never been able to reach. He believed that his son, of whom he was so proud, would easily achieve this status. But there was one thing that bothered him. How could his son commit such an atrocity? The head of the Demon Sword family was still pondering this, under Chang's gaze. Suddenly, the fox that was sitting on Chan's shoulder jumped to the ground. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the head of the family recalled how he used to call this fox a jackal, although in fact the fox did not look like one. But now their views have met. The head watched them and noticed that the fox looked like a baby. However, the energy coming from the fox cub was incredible. By this energy, the head realized what the fox wanted to tell him. Despite its childlike appearance, the fox cub was as strong as ever. After that, the head addressed all those present and said that he did not like loud speeches, so he would end the meeting with a few words. "Starting today..." He stopped talking, as if he was weighing every word. Un looked at him and could not believe that this could happen without any problems. It was the only chance for the head of the Demon Sword family. He closed his eyes tightly, tensely awaiting further events. The head announced that he was accepting Hyun, the eldest son of the Demon Sword family, as a disciple. Un got up and asked to wait, saying that he had to speak out, even under the threat of death. These words came as a surprise to Chang, who had not expected such a turn of events. Summoning all his will, Un told the head with regret that he had to inform him that his son had committed a serious crime. An incredible energy began to radiate from the head, and he said briefly, "Stop!" This energy enveloped everything around, straining the air. He invited Un to come to the palace of the Demon Lord for further discussion. After that, His royal throne began to be carried in the other direction. He was surprised that the head really wanted to take Hyun as a disciple, no matter what. He invited Jeong to come back later to talk. Jeong entered the hall and greeted the Demon Lord. Un was sitting at a table right under the stairs leading to the throne where Lee was sitting. They were invited to sit down at the table, inviting Jeong as well. They were offered a glass, but Jeong politely declined. In Un's eyes, he seemed like someone divine because he managed to refuse the Demon Lord a glass of wine. The Demon Lord said, "You have shown courage." He understood that it was not easy to do such a thing in front of many people and recognized it as worthy of Un, who thanked him for the praise. Then Lee said he would ask a question. He asked, "What are you going to do?" Un replied that although Hyun was his son, now that he had become a disciple of the Demon Lord, it was no longer in his power. The Demon Lord once again addressed the head of the Demon Sword family. He asked, "Maybe you'll finally wake up, or do I have to ask you the same question for the second time?" The tension around us was growing. Lee wanted to hear what decision the head would make and asked him to give him an answer. The head of the family did not understand what the Demon Lord was thinking, but he knew that it was useless to guess his intentions. He said, "I confess my sin, but a son is still a son, and parents are the only ones who can forgive their child." However, he recognized that he was the head of the Demon Sword family. Because of this, he felt that this matter should be treated more strictly. He wanted to impose a punishment that would fit his son's crime. Lee asked, "Do you really think so?" The head replied, "Yes." Although it was difficult for him, he tried to approach the situation in a reasonable way. Lee did not want to ignore his words and said that he would look into the matter himself. He asked the head to drink a drink and said that he was grateful for his obedience to the Demon Lord. The head knelt before Lee as he began to rise and said that this humble man should step aside. Lee turned to the third lord, asking him to follow him, and asked if he had found the head of the Demon Sword family himself. The third lord stood up and nodded silently, which meant yes. Lee asked him, "What was the reason you decided to participate in this?" Chan was curious about what had sparked his interest in doing this work. He realized that he had no real reason to intervene, but he responded anyway. "I just had to solve this problem." The head asked a logical question. "Why?" "There's no reason," Jeong replied. "I just felt it was my job. To be honest, I was driven by instinct." Lee liked this answer. He would have been disappointed if Jeong had started making a bunch of excuses. Jeong also wanted to ask a question. "Why did you allow me to continue when you knew what I was doing?" Lee explained, "A member of a demonic cult died for a sin he didn't commit, and he prayed for others until his last breath." This was the answer to the question of why he did not intervene. It was in these actions that the whole truth was hidden. To be honest, Chan's main motive was just instinct. He was lucky that Lee did not seek approval from others. This also applied to that member of the demonic cult. Until his death, he prayed for Lee, and it remains a mystery whether he hoped for something in return or expected forgiveness. Most likely not. All he wanted was for the God he had served all his life not to forget about him. There was no hidden meaning in this. It is not fair to expect something in return for loyalty and devotion. He didn't care why he was betrayed. His thoughts were pure, driven by devotion. To be angry with him would be to destroy his faith. That is why Lee is considered a god. God does not resolve trivial issues, just awareness and understanding are enough. Lee had the same opinion of himself, and that's how he described himself in a conversation with Jeong, believing that he should behave like one of them. Listening to this, Jeong noticed that it didn't sound like Lee at all, as if he had been born with this faith. Jeong realized why Lee was refraining from action, but he wondered why Lee had accepted the first son of a demonic cult family as a disciple. He asked about it, and Lee replied that he had many reasons for taking him in. He was a necessary ingredient for the cult, by which Jeong did not immediately understand what Lee meant. Lee decided to explain since Jeong was also involved. He began to generate energy around them, which scattered in the air in small particles. Suddenly boxes appeared that Jeong should have recognized they were the same things he had confiscated during the delivery squad's mission. This meant that Lee knew all along about his plans, agreements with the cult, and its activities. Lee added that these herbs were not created to be destroyed, captured, or exterminated. He was going to try these herbs on himself. Lee wanted to test the strength of the core energy, the clarity of consciousness, and the degree of humanity of the chosen subject. If the experiment failed, he intended to destroy his humanity and leave him in oblivion. Even from the very beginning, Lee agreed to take him for this purpose, because it was the wish of the Demon Sword family patriarch. If the patriarch had asked Lee, he would have conducted the experiment on himself. But using a criminal burdened with grave sins as a test subject is not a bad choice. Zhang asked, "What will you do after the experiment is completed?" Li replied, "I'll decide then." However, Li doubted that the fish, once cooked, would be able to swim in the sea again. He even hoped that the experiment would fail. It was terrible that his only hope was death. Zhang first encountered his third son in the Demon Court Pavilion and sensed only death from him. He instinctively understood the concept of death after years of studying demonic nature, but he could not imagine returning from this encounter with a reality surrounded by death. But now Zhang was getting closer to understanding the demon. Previously, he had been the personification of death, but it was his growing cruelty and violence that mattered most. If he continues to move in this direction, his motives will eventually become insignificant, and he will become impulsive, cruel, and vicious without any justification. If Chan fails to reach the higher demon realm before this happens, he will become just a powerful but ordinary member of the demon cult. Lai believed that Chong had taken this on for a reason. The patriarch of the demon sword family should have been grateful to him because, thanks to his intervention, their legacy could at least be preserved. Li told Zhang that he would soon receive an assignment from him. It was like a breath of fresh air, and it suited him perfectly. Zhang was glad that Li hadn't paid attention to some of the details, but did he have to mention it? Finally, the moment came when Li told the protagonist that he could leave. It was done rather carelessly. Guo didn't even understand how the demon lord had taken care of the real culprit. But perhaps that was for the best. He believed that the real culprit would face a fate worse than imprisonment. In any case, Zhang wanted Guo to take care of Hyun himself, and he thought it was better for him to step away from the case now. Guo also realized that he owed Chong and told him so. "It's okay," Zhang said and started to walk out. At that moment, Li was looking at the jade in his hands, and did not even realize that such a thing still existed in Jiangsu. This subject aroused his great interest. The Jade of Misery absorbs a person's life force and original energy. Under the right conditions, it absorbs demonic essence, just like the arts that Kang and Hyun used to harm others. However, Jade's power far exceeds theirs. Its side effects are deadly, and so no one dared to possess it. That's why Kang forced his brother to study the demonic arts that absorb essence. His plan was supposedly to make Hyun absorb demonic energy, which Kang would then take for himself. However, the side effects of the art caused Hyun to lose control of his insatiable thirst for demonic energy. In the end, Hyun sought out the King's Sword, a repository of heavenly demon weapons, seeking to absorb the great demonic energy contained within it. Lai was also pleased that the Third Lord helped him in many matters. At that moment, Zhang was meditating on the roof. He thought about how his anger had almost blinded his judgment when he faced the Demon Lord. The same thing happened during the Battle of Haiyan. This condition increasingly took control of him. He was getting tougher and rougher. His rage did not want to subside. He made every effort to control this condition. It was the very essence of the demon. He would go out to meditate on the roof because his energy was incredibly strong, and after a while he felt better. His thoughts also kept returning to Li Zhongsang, who always exceeded his expectations. Li gave him a martial arts manuscript with 2,000 characters. Even though Chong could not fully comprehend the essence of the demonic arts, Li was able to recognize problems in the technique just by using the demonic energy Chong released and his show of strength. Li's insight was amazing. What's more, he even wrote down these observations to correct the flaws in the technique. Thanks to him, Zhang completed his demonic arts of the Dark Shadow. Completeness was not about adding or removing something else, but about making everything perfect. All that was left was for Zhang to raise his dignity to fully reflect the greatness of martial arts, which supposedly opens the gates to hell. The last words in the manuscript were, "Mastery of the Nine Depths." From then on, he decided to call his demonic arts the Art of the Nine Depths. After a while, the Demon Lord summoned the strategist to his office. He showed up and was surprised to see what the bishop was doing today. Li drew an orchid and told us that when a tiger hunts its prey, smaller cats often follow, hoping for the scraps. When asked about his plans for them, Li said he would just leave them alone. However, Li also emphasized that they should not be underestimated. Then the strategist suggested sending a tiger to kill all these small cats. Lai understood the point perfectly, but he also knew that the strategist might object. So he asked, "How about sending a few of the top 10 108 demon generals?" This was also impossible, as the generals had important assignments, and Li planned to send several to the North Sea in the near future. This impressed the strategist, as Li finally decided to take this step. He had never made such far-reaching plans before. But there was one other person. It has recently caused a great stir, while demonstrating considerable internal ability. Looking at each other, they both realized who we were talking about. Lee asked the strategist to hand him something and gave him a red piece of paper. He said he would entrust this task to the third young lord. On the roof, Zhang was fully committed to his training, not sparing himself. Opposite him stood another warrior, holding his sword at the ready. The fact that he didn't use his heart-slicing sword, or the return to heaven technique, and preferred stabbing to slashing, made Chan think he was a fast learner. The blows were honest, with no intention to deceive. He raised his sword high up, swinging it with all his might. This surprised Chan even more, because the enemy was swinging his sword from such a distance that he could not reach it. However, he struck harder and harder, and the energy flew away from him. He did not endow the sword with an aura, and his movements were slow. Zhang tried to contain the attack, but the pressure was too much, and he pressed his foot into the ground for stability. It seemed to weigh 600 kil. A simple punch like this would not have done any damage, and Chong managed to easily deflect it. But his eyes widened in surprise when he saw the next step. This time, the enemy moved much faster and aimed directly at Chan's solar plexus. Too late for a blade made of dragon scales. Chan decided to block the attack with his Blade of the Seven Knights. The dust from the hot battle rose high into the air. Donpil was so exhausted that his mouth began to bleed. Stepping back, he went down on one knee. Zhang held his sword in his hands, ready to continue repelling the attacks. He then explained to Dongpil that this result was the price for him to fully experience the power of the blade's impact. He also added that he would fill the blade with the demonic energy of the magnum and asked him to wait a bit. I wondered how he came up with this strategy. Zhang came closer and touched Donpil's body with 2 fingers. He held his shoulder, helping him to recover in this way. Donpil was grateful to his lord for supporting his martial art, his ancient technique of the resilient blade of misery. After the powerful storm of the blade comes the flame, followed by the icy wind. This is the pinnacle of martial arts, and what made this wind and snow even more terrifying was the extreme art Yang had used before. Zhang realized that Dongpil then used a brute force attack with speed. Donpil called himself an idiot when he heard Yang, that for the first time he didn't believe in his genius, which surprised Chan, who was impressed by his martial arts. Zhang emphasized that individual thinking is as important as the heart. Dongpil listened carefully to Zhang and continued to listen to his explanations. Zhang explained that this is called enlightenment. Enlightenment is not just a sudden insight. It's a gradual effort and continuous practice that also leads to enlightenment. He added that Donpil's body is not yet fully ready to perform such tactics. There were limitations, which were in the martial arts he studied. This whole conversation was very difficult for Donpil, and he barely understood the point. Zhang advised him to meditate for a while. Zhang himself took out a book on the demonic arts of Yaksha. It was a Buddhist concept, and in any case, it was a perfect fit for Donpil. Given his current level, he can learn this in a day, although replacing demonic energy with this one will take a little time. He decided to choose this book, and also take a few others. At that moment, a little girl entered the room. Donpil was so frightened that the book fell out of his hands. She was the 7th young mistress Ming of the Heavenly Demon Divine cult. When she addressed him as a brother, Chan realized that she was the youngest of them all. She used to seem like a weak and fragile child when he saw her in a secluded bamboo grove, and now she looked completely healthy. But why Lee took such a child under his wing was hard for Chan to understand. She immediately asked to come to his house. Of course, he did not refuse her and invited her. They sat down at the table and began to eat, discussing whether she was learning the demonic arts, which was strange, because she really studied it. And despite her young age, she immersed herself in the arts. It seemed that the demon lord believed in her abilities and gave her permission, which made her a true genius. When asked about this, Zhang did not know what else to say, as he had never interacted with children before. However, she spoke first and said, "Brother, thank you." Zhang even spat out his drink when she said, "Thank you for killing that son of a bitch, Hong Yui Moon." She explained that this scoundrel had poisoned her, and if not for him, she would have died. She had a rather rough tongue for such a small girl. At that moment, Chan heard a vibration. It seemed to be a carriage from the demon god's palace. The girl also noticed her and turned her head toward the window. The fact that she had also noticed the carriage impressed Chan even more. This child was truly extraordinary. The carriage had already entered the courtyard and was standing there waiting. Chan was handed a red note, which he held in his hands. A strategist brought her in and explained his new responsibilities. In the note, he was given a title and instructed to take on the role of deputy head of the Department of External Supervision on Special Assignments. It seemed to Chan that any such role could become problematic. The strategist would walk around the room looking at the paintings and discuss these issues with him. He was also worried about this, but explained that they should not let their worries prevent them from fulfilling their duties. To be honest, Jung was also worried because the strategist looked like he was having the time of his life. After the explanation, Chan understood everything, but this role seemed very troublesome to him. He continued to read the text and felt as if he was being deceived. The strategist noticed that Jung was surprisingly quick to grasp the point. He held the note in his hands and read it more and more carefully with each passing minute. He recalled Lee's words that he would soon receive an order. And I realized that this was exactly the order Lee was talking about. As the strategist has already explained, this position is about external supervision. That is, supervision outside the cult. This meant that he would be allowed to leave, and that was that. At least that's what Jung thought. But the strategist handed him another leaflet with an alleged explanation. Jung snatched it away, not entirely satisfied, because at first he thought that his task would be to eliminate bad people, and he decided to immediately start fulfilling this task, as this was his goal. The strategist got into the carriage, and they said goodbye. Jung looked at him, barely holding back the tears in his eyes. The fox was sitting on his shoulder, and Ming was standing next to him. She went up to him and asked what had happened. Jung picked her up and began to spin her around with joy. Meanwhile, as the strategist was leaving, he wondered how the young lord would cope with this task. After all, they are not the kind of people who easily submit to fate. Recently, the balance of power between the divine cult and the seven families has been unstable. For centuries, they had served the cult, but now some of them began to resist its power. The position of the Choksa and Kyogyong families at the Mara festival was proof of this. In addition, these two families offered their children as disciples to the demon lord. They sought to destroy what they feared, like a person afraid of ghosts hiring exorcists. They also tried to enlist others to remove the one they feared. This is what the strategist read in the letters he was holding, and he realized that it was time to stop the villains. The deity remained unmoved, and the superiors remained silent. They held back a hidden smile and secret bloodlust. The third young lord was ideally suited to the role of eliminating the threat. He felt fantastic circling Ming around him. Hua ran over and tried to calm him down, but he grabbed both her and Donpil and began to spin all three of them around. This time, he was really going, and he was very happy about it. He will leave on his own 2 feet, with a sense of dignity. And when he leaves, he will not see Anha or Donpil again. But he realized that this day would come. This feeling overwhelmed him. Vajrayaksha is a demonic art that allows you to use all your power to its fullest potential. This is a completely different level compared to the sword aura that Donpil used to use. The young master praised him for mastering this art. He wished him to use this power only with his permission, and not to do so without an order. After all, this power now belonged to him alone. He bowed his head, apologizing, and said that he could not do it. After all, every blade that wants to reach him must first pass through his body, as a faithful warrior. His dedication became immediately apparent. There were books on the table, and Jung reflected in this room on how Dongpil had saved his life on many occasions. Even in his past life, no one cared about him as much as Donpil. He asked himself, what would happen if Donpil decided to prevent him from leaving? But he hoped this would never happen. He could not understand whether he could really kill Donpil to escape from here. It is impossible to become a real warrior if your heart is burdened with concern for others. You need to sacrifice many things. As he was swirling in these thoughts, he asked himself when he had become so sentimental. But he also planned to teach Hu martial arts. It seemed unreal to him that all this was happening when suddenly a fox cub ran up to him. It jumped into his arms and made itself comfortable. Then it began to run over his shoulders, snuggling up to him. It wrapped its head around his fingers as he gently stroked it. He escaped from the divine cult he had dreamed of, but now felt unwell. In the midst of the battle, a giant man stood in a fighting stance, with a noticeable scar on his shoulder from previous battles. Opposite him stood Hong, confidently holding her sword on her shoulder. Immediately they began to spin in a deadly dance of battle. Her sword swung quickly in the air, and he barely had time to dodge her blows. Her confidence spread around her like an unrestrained ocean. Having scattered all the enemies, she decided that this was enough for today. The doctor stood behind her and warned her that she had received serious wounds, but she only replied that she was still fine. She felt like she couldn't stand all this madness anymore. However, she realized that she would not be able to reach the top here. That cursed third young lord should have cared more about her. When she opened the curtain of the tent, she came in and said she was bored and asked me to give her some assignment or something like that. The man was a master of the criminal law room, and he was pleased that she was bored. He already had a task that he was ready to entrust to her. When she heard the word task, Her eyes lit up, and she smiled broadly. At that time, the young master was already finishing all the preparations. Yunhua told him this, and he responded by handing her a notebook explaining what it was. He was in charge of martial arts, but he didn't have time to teach her. So, he decided that he would pass on the necessary knowledge to her in this way. She took the notebook in her hands, barely holding back her tears, and was even more moved when he complimented her, saying that she had talent. However, she had a question for the young master. She asked if it would be possible to entrust this task to someone else, and if he was not going to leave. Immediately, he felt a chill in his heart as he looked at her innocent and pleading face, and wondered if she knew he was leaving the sect. He patted her head and asked her not to skip meals, even if she had no one to cook for. But the time had come, and I had to go. Hong met him on the way out. Now she welcomed him as the deputy head of the External Supervision Department on special assignments. Behind her stood about 100 soldiers, who unanimously greeted him. This made him smile. He was already wearing a chevron, a symbol of the divine cult as Inspector General. In his new position, he ordered everyone to move forward. The horse-drawn carriages started to move, their horseshoes clattering loudly on the ground. Inside the carriage, a fox cub sat next to him, and Hong and Dongpil sat opposite him. But he was overwhelmed by completely different feelings. He was experiencing severe discomfort, and his heightened senses were on high alert. This feeling was even stronger than when he was trapped in the righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Steel Blood Fortress. He asked himself if there was something he might have overlooked. His friends asked if he was okay because he looked very strange. Outside, the sun was already setting. They had to prepare for the night. Dongpil approached Hong, assuming that the young master wanted to be alone. They couldn't figure out what was wrong with him, assuming that it was the pressure of the mission that was putting pressure on him. More and more stars appeared in the sky. Their excessive care began to irritate him so much that he could hardly contain his anger. He approached them unnoticed, and they did not expect to see him nearby, and began to reproach him for using a concealment technique. But there was no technique, they were just inattentive. However, a more serious problem arose. He was hungry, and fortunately they had already made a fire. The three of them sat down around the fire, listening to the logs crackling in the fire. He greedily ate the jerky, and Dongpil offered him a drink. And why would you refuse in such a pleasant atmosphere? After that, he talked about how Hong was so eager to complete this task that she even brought alcohol with her. She explained that the drink was meant to celebrate the completed mission and offered to take one sip. Dongpil also wanted a small sip, but she said there was nothing left for him. In his thoughts, Chan was confused, not knowing whether to run away or not, and decided to just enjoy the moment. The carriage with the Divine Cult Squad stopped in front of the Chalk's family gate. The second patriarch, Hong Sang-ho, stood at the gate and explained that they were currently undergoing a large construction project, so they could not receive all the guests, and ordered the guards to move to another place. He invited the inspector to go with him. Zhang stepped out of the carriage, stepping onto a wooden plank, and took the next step forward. He approached the patriarch and asked if he was really the patriarch. But he replied that he was only the second patriarch and explained his position. Zhang asked where the first patriarch was. He immediately noticed the lack of respect for him. So he said it was a waste of time, and suggested that we move to the Gyeongnyeon family. He also asked Hong to document everything carefully. Suddenly the word "stop" was heard behind him, and he was asked to calm down, addressing him informally. It seems that they refused to call him by his official title. The man behind them explained that Zhang had not even listened to their side of the story. Zhang calmly replied that he would do exactly as he had decided. He knew that Sanho was a disciple of the Demon Lord, and his eloquence could be dangerous. Sanho apologized and explained that they had just finished training and had no control over their energy. He added that this was the reason for the misunderstanding. Zhang directly told the second patriarch that he did not like his expression, and asked him to stop making excuses. He began to pull his sword from its sheath, and asked if the patriarch was undermining the authority of the Demon Lord. The patriarch was already sweating and could not understand how Zhang could suspect him of such a thing. "Who do you think I'm representing right now?" Zhang asked him. He looked at him with eyes filled with energy and demanded an immediate answer. Zhang almost lost control of himself and repeated loudly, "Answer me now!" The energy began to fill the entire space incredibly quickly. No one around me could understand how this was possible. Zhang suggested trying again, and first of all asked everyone to introduce themselves. Without hesitation, the second patriarch of the Choi family introduced himself and said that he was honored to be in the presence of Jiang, the Inspector General. After that, he apologized sincerely and said that a place for temporary rest had been prepared for them. Behind Jiang stood Hong, who was also the commander of the Berserker Demon Squad. He asked her if she would go to the temporary residence for a vacation. Then Sanho finally realized who she was. A blue aura began to shine around her, which soon turned to her sword. The second patriarch was almost trembling as he looked at those who stood opposite him. Jong ordered them to leave immediately. His energy smashed the door to pieces, shattering it into small pieces. He punched so hard that nothing remained of the door. The gate was destroyed with a single powerful blow in front of Sano and everyone else who was with him. And not just the gate. There was a deep mark on the ground from this attack, as if a meteorite had flown by. Chan turned to them and asked them to tell the demon lord to give him some money, because he did not have a single coin in his pocket. The Bow God Demon Palace had already reported that the third young lord had arrived at the Chokes family about half an hour ago. Lee sat on the throne, discussing the situation with his strategist. They talked about Chan and who accompanied him on this mission. As usual, Lee was sipping his favorite drink. They also discussed that the Chokes family would likely be unhappy with their visit. However, if it is possible to organize the murder of a disciple of the head of the cult, it will be a great relief for Lee in his further struggle against them. Lee believed that Jiang would defeat him, but he was not naive enough to trust someone he could not read through. However, it has not yet been possible to find out everything about the third young lord. The strategist had always believed that Lee could see through all things and people. But could he also see through the third young lord? It was this mission that was supposed to help Lee understand whether he could comprehend the true nature of Zhong. He wanted to see what the young lord was hiding. Lee asked the strategist if he trusted him in this matter. The strategist, of course, answered in the affirmative. The divine cult of the heavenly demon is the Choksa family. Sano came to the patriarch and said that people from the divine cult had arrived and were taken to the Dragon Contemplation Pavilion. Patriarch Hong Quan was outraged at how they were able to break in so easily. However, he realized that Zhong could be a very difficult opponent for Sangho. And the patriarch thought that there was no point in worrying about a guy like Zhong, until he found out that Zhong was a personally chosen disciple of the Demon Lord. The patriarch replied that he did not underestimate him, but that he did not seem to be someone worth worrying about. He asked me not to be nervous, because he believed that if someone is talented in martial arts, it necessarily means that they will be somewhat naive. The patriarch considered his insight to be so strong that even people with great experience would not be able to overcome it. After that, he asked that if anyone asked about Chan, they should say that he was officially inviting him to dinner. He was very interested in Zhong. Then a woman began to enter the room. She was extremely beautiful, with long hair, and asked him if he was too strict. He told her that he didn't want to hear about any idiot who lost a fight to his son. She pulled on a robe and said she was very cold. Her blood was as cold as a snake's, and he didn't want to take care of someone who was supposedly his son. She asked him when he would continue treatment, to which he replied that at any time, and asked him not to exceed the measure. She wanted to tell him something else, which she hinted at with her gesture. Zhong had already been here once before, when he had to kill the head of the Choi family's best squad. At first, he accidentally ran into that rascal Hong Yui Moon. Their relationship was rather unsuccessful. At that moment, a fox cub ran up to him. Zhong turned his head and looked at him. After that, another person approached him. "It's been a long time," the girl said, and offered to talk. They moved to another place and sat down at a table to talk. When she asked him who the fox was, he replied that it was his friend. She was curious that the third young lord of the divine cult of heavenly demons kept a fox as a friend. She saw him as someone who had changed significantly. In her opinion, he looked irritated, but it was not because of arrogance. In her eyes, he remained calm. She realized that her whole family was greatly underestimating this guy. He put the cup on the table and said he would leave if she had nothing more to say. The fox cub jumped on his shoulder, and he started to walk out. She spoke up, saying that she congratulated him because he had shown excellent results after returning from the bamboo grove. He wondered what she meant, so he turned his head and asked her about it. She just thanked him. When he told her that she was still very young, her face turned red. Then they started talking about her brother, and she said that for her he was nothing more than an obstacle in her way. But he thought differently, that her brother was a wall she couldn't climb over. When she called him a bastard, he calmly explained that although he was a bastard, he had not lost his skills as a martial artist. However, he could not say the same about her, and this made her very angry. He turned around and walked away, ignoring the hundreds of her words that were left behind as he walked in the other direction. The fox cub sitting on his shoulder only turned its head to watch her. He left, warning her that she should be brave before the next meeting. He asked me to tell my family to stop playing tricks on him. After that, he started stroking Goldie, and it seemed to him that the fox was sick. It had been sleeping so much since they arrived here, and it didn't even show any interest in eating. It really looked strange. The fox slept almost all the time. At that moment, Hong and Dongpil entered his room, telling him about the banquet that would take place tonight. They also said that high-ranking officials would be there. Zhang expected them to do something unexpected. However, he explained that there was no point in worrying and suggested that they just leave, because it was part of their mission. At the same time, he realized that there was no one who could create chaos better than Hong. In response to these words, she merely noted that he had a well-developed intuition. It's time to taste the snake meat. When they walked in, an amazing beauty unfolded before them that immediately took their breath away. They were amazed at how well everything was arranged and easily guessed that the Chalks family was a significant influence. A servant came out to meet them, telling them that the patriarch was waiting for them in the gazebo. He also suggested leaving weapons at the entrance. Hong immediately asked him if he wanted to try again, hinting menacingly at possible consequences. However, Zhang reassured her, and they handed over their weapons without further ado. Danpil reminded the guard of his duty to protect his master at all costs. The atmosphere was full of violet energy, and you could feel its saturation in the air. This immediately made it clear to Chan that the patriarch had incredible power. He clearly felt the presence of the patriarch and his threatening aura. As he climbed the stairs step by step, Zhang mentally warned himself not to underestimate him. In a moment they were inside, where the patriarch himself was waiting for them. "Welcome," said the patriarch. He introduced himself by saying his name. "I am Hong, the clan leader of the Choi family. It is a great honor to welcome you here." Zhang remained calm and introduced himself by giving his name. Zhang bowed before the patriarch, saying that he was honored to meet him. The patriarch noted the boy's politeness and even joked that he did not know how to behave properly. The conversation then turned to the fact that Zhang had arrived as an inspector general and should behave accordingly. The patriarch smiled back, but in reality he had completely different intentions than those he voiced. Zhang ordered to prepare a place for him, as he planned to stay here for a while. Dongpil immediately brought a pillow, which he placed on the floor, and Zhang sat down on it. Zhang told the patriarch that he would sit next to him when all the business was completed. This gesture impressed everyone present, as Zhang rejected the offer to sit next to the patriarch. The patriarch found this strange, because he did not expect such a young man to refuse such an honor. Zhang knew that the patriarch would look down on him. For the patriarch, it didn't matter how talented a person was. If they were younger than him, the older one always had the upper hand. He was a typical old man you could meet anywhere, but Zhang was not going to complain. He took out a scroll and put it in front of him. It was a report on the object of the inspection, and he asked the patriarch to look at it. The patriarch used force to lift the scroll into the air. After that, he sent it straight to his hands. Opening the scroll, the patriarch said that for hundreds of years this list had remained unknown, in accordance with their agreement. At that moment, the patriarch's face changed dramatically. He asked the inspector general if the document was true. It seems that what he read was very unpleasant news for him. Chung, remaining calm, asked if the patriarch was hinting that he had forged the document, and assured him that he would not have dared to do such a thing. The patriarch was also impressed by the way Zhang caught the cup with telekinesis without hesitation. He continued to behave confidently, not deviating from what was stated in the documents. The patriarch said that he was not going to approve of these actions, but Zhang replied that he should have raised his son better. Hong Yui Moon, using the privileges of the fourth young lord, abused his position, and what the Chokes family did while this was going on is the main question. When the patriarch heard this, he asked if Zhang really believed that he should take full responsibility. However, Zhang replied that if this were the case, the master of the Hall of Main Law would have come to them, not him. However, the patriarch tried to evade a direct answer. The tea in the cups began to boil from the energy that filled the air. The patriarch noticed this and realized that Zhang had incredible power, because he made the tea boil without even touching it. Zhang continued to ask why the patriarch thought that the master of the criminal law hall would not be able to do anything, and asked him to think it over again. The Choksa family and other demon cult families are part of the divine heavenly demon cult. The patriarch listened attentively to everything Zhang said. With each new word, his face became more and more tense. Zhang spoke to him directly, expressing hope that the patriarch would cooperate during the inspection. The patriarch put his hand on the scroll and admitted that Zhang was right. He explained his position, and did not retract what he had said. After that, the patriarch said he would contact the divine cult himself. Dongpil and Hong watched everything, closely monitoring his reaction. The patriarch smashed his glass against the table with a thud. He asked Zhang if he knew the reason why the fight against demons was entrusted to another person. He also asked why their family had been targeted for inspection. These words seemed too aggressive to the patriarch, and he asked Zhang if he had to be so serious. The patriarch's irritation grew, and he began to clench his teeth in anger. Behind him, another patriarch tried to calm him down. However, the cup thrown in anger flew past his face. It broke into small pieces, scattering all over the room. She even left a cut on the face of the second patriarch, from which blood immediately began to flow. Zhang concentrated his energy, stretched out his hand in the direction of the patriarch, and declared that he would destroy him by his own decision. He also said that he would check all the documents right here and now. Zhang told the patriarch that he would give him half an hour and asked him to order his subordinates to bring all the accounting books for the last 3 years. The young man looked incredibly confident, and the patriarch saw him as a politician who saw through everything. The patriarch realized that he had failed to take control of the situation because he had underestimated Chan. For Chan, it all turned out to be much easier than he expected. The Heavenly City's 6 power technique activated by itself again, warning him of the danger. However, because of this, the back of his head began to hurt, which indicated a real danger. The patriarch began to take off his outer clothing and admitted that he'd hidden one important thing. He was exhausted from training and needed treatment. So he needed the services of an acupuncturist every day. Chan didn't care what the old man was going to do, but he felt as if his ears were about to fall off. So they called Dr. Fang. The energy emanating from her seemed familiar to Chan. He had felt it before, especially in extremely traumatic circumstances. The patriarch went to the doctor, saying that the pain was growing and he urgently needed treatment. The doctor said that she would be grateful if the patriarch would forgive her for any inconvenience. Chan looked intently at this woman and felt an inexplicable sensation emanating from her. This woman possessed the spirit of the secret demon queen. The patriarch noticed Zhang's reaction and, smiling, said that he must have been struck by her beauty. Zhang was confident that he would not fall for this ruse and addressed her as the secret demon queen Kwak Sioke. The woman's face was filled with surprise. She was shocked that this guy knew her real name. Red energy enveloped Chan's body. It grew rapidly, and he smashed the table in front of him, asking her what she had to do with the secret demon queen. The second patriarch went to get books. Approaching the other members of the clan, he began to explain that this guy was looking down on them. They began to discuss the Inspector General and his connection to the divine cult. They were annoyed by his arrogance, and one of them said he would take care of it. Suddenly there was a loud explosion. They turned their heads in that direction, but could not understand what kind of explosion it was. Was it really the Inspector General? Thought the second patriarch. He ordered the overseer to gather all the clan's martial arts masters in the back garden near his room. Meanwhile, everything was already falling apart. Even the floor slabs were shattered into small pieces by the strong explosion. Hong received the sword that Dongpil threw to her, and he asked her to quickly summon a berserker squad. The Chok's family perceived the fact that the Inspector General had apparently attacked the patriarch as a declaration of war. Dongpil decided to stay close to his young master and protect him. Zhang held the woman's neck and sternly said that he would only ask her once. How is she connected to the secret demon queen? She pretended to know nothing. Zhang reminded her that he was only asking once and continued to hold her by the throat, lifting her even higher. The woman screamed loudly when the patriarch suddenly appeared. The patriarch, filled with rage, demanded that Zhang immediately release her. He tried to hit Zhang but missed. However, he managed to get Zhang to let go of her neck, and he stepped aside. The patriarch asked him, "Where do you think you are?" while the woman behind him held his neck. Zhang collected the energy on his hand and ordered him to get out of the way. At that moment, he magnetized the sword that came from the other side. Zhang warned the patriarch to move away if he did not want to die, overwhelmed by this energy. Meanwhile, the Dragon Contemplation Pavilion, where the security team was stationed, was already in full swing. Hong ran along one of the roofs. Raising her sword in the air, she shouted a command. When the guards appeared in front of her, Hong announced that from that moment on, the Choi clan was a code yellow enemy. She ordered them to immediately go with her to the back garden of the Patriarch's room to protect the Inspector General. Hong also addressed the demons, saying that they had insulted the Inspector General and thus challenged the dignity of the cult. The demonic berserkers were ready to bring only death to the enemy, leaving no other choice. Hong urged them to show the bastards of the Choksa clan why the Demon Berserker Squad is the most brutal unit of the cult. Dongpil waved his sword in front of him. It created an energetic flow that pushed the warriors of the Choksa clan back. This was necessary to prevent them from approaching the young owner. One of the warriors remarked that a young martial artist like Chan was on par with the four elders. Dongpil saw that they were approaching the highest peak of their capabilities, and he realized that if he showed even the slightest weakness, he would be dead. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that it would put the young master in even greater danger, so he decided to protect him, even if it cost him his life. Donpil was ready to defend his master at any cost, and waving his sword in a circle, recited the demonic art of enmity yaksha. At that moment, Jong attacked the patriarch, trying to get to the woman. She was amazed that this young man dared to confront the patriarch at all. She wondered even more how Jong knew about the master, and how he knew who she really was. He unraveled her art of illusion, which could mislead even a true martial artist of the highest degree. She realized that she had to leave immediately, but Jong was not going to let her go. Jong concentrated even more energy, and fish began to appear around him, floating in the air. When he stuck his sword into the ground, a funnel formed, and the fish continued to swim around. Jong warned her that he planned to capture her alive, but if necessary, he would not hesitate to kill her. He added that the Choksa clan will now be branded as traitors. That's because the secret demon queen used to train in the fortress of Steelblood. Chon also knew that the clan had sheltered someone connected to this fortress. Their betrayal has shaken the trust so much that they will now have to provide all the accounting books. Otherwise, the new government will expel them from Demon Murim forever. The patriarch could not understand how Jong knew she was a disciple of the secret demon queen. Even the patriarch himself had never heard of the queen's connection to the fortress of Steelblood. The patriarch mockingly asked Chon not to make him laugh with such nonsense, and gathering his energy, launched an attack on the boy. This attack resembled a tornado with a jelly-like consistency that could destroy all life in its path. The patriarch fully revealed his demonic art. This art was poisonous, but of a much higher level than Khan's. The patriarch released a deadly poison using the palm technique, and the only thing Jong could do was to concentrate the poison in one part of his body and then withdraw it. At this point, Dongpil called out to Hong and told her that he was there. She appeared, kicked each of the elders in the head, and said that it was unfair to fight 4 against 1. Hong was even more amazed at the thought of how Jong could lose with such an incredible sword. She threw the young owner his property. At the same moment, a fist attack from the patriarch flew near him. But Hong threw the sword in time, which Jong grabbed in midair. The patriarch was sure that Jong would not escape his attack. He directed a significant amount of poison toward the boy, but Jong cut it with his sword. The patriarch almost fainted from shock when he saw that Jong had destroyed his poison with just one blow. Jong warned him not to be forced to repeat it twice, and said that if anyone interfered, he would be dead. The patriarch held his hands out to the sides, deciding to give all his strength. He released so much poison that it could have covered the entire area, and Chon shouted to his comrades to retreat. The patriarch put his hands on the ground and released an incredibly thick stream of poison. Jong tried to avoid it by defending himself with his hands. Pangryong stood behind the patriarch, and it seemed that his poison did not affect her. However, it was not just that. It saturated the atmosphere with dark chi energy. When Jong saw her dark energy, he realized that his heightened sensitivity had not been warning him in vain. Jong began to understand why he felt so terrible after leaving the divine cult. At this point, the patriarch took on a completely different appearance. His hands were covered with scales, and the claws on his arms shone menacingly as he flew at Chon. That's why Jong felt so terrible. It wasn't that he couldn't leave the heavenly demon divine cult. It was that he didn't want to. The patriarch stabbed Chon right in the heart, thinking that it was the end for him. But Chon's real dream was freedom, hidden behind an unsolvable vendetta. His breathing was slowing down, but he kept his hand on the enemy's arm. The reason he didn't leave the cult was that he couldn't kill all the scum responsible for his death on his own. He would not feel true freedom until they were all destroyed. Jong squeezed the patriarch's hand even harder and asked him if this was their first time meeting so close. He then added that it would be easier for him to kill both the woman and the patriarch, cleansing the world of their clan. The demon that had been sleeping inside Chon woke up, and he told the patriarch that it was a pleasure to meet him, the poisonous snake. Using an explosive mountain wave, Jong delivered a powerful fist punch that went right through the patriarch, bidding him farewell forever. The blow was so strong that blood spurted from the patriarch's mouth. He flew back and fell, hitting his back on the ground. Jong ordered Dongpil to grab the woman and sat down next to the patriarch. However, she was not going to give up so easily. She used the technique of revealing the eye of the ghostly spirit, but in vain. When she put her hand out in front of her, Dongpil cut off her fingers with his sword. He began to demonstrate what he had learned by jumping around her and striking her. Her breathing became slow, and she couldn't understand why her technique didn't work. The second patriarch appeared and addressed Chon with the words, "How dare you attack the patriarch and cause such chaos here?" Jong just looked at him silently, not answering. With a frightened face, the second patriarch began to beg Jong to release the patriarch and immediately kneel down. However, the sword Hong pointed at him made it clear that this was no time for jokes. This only made him angrier, and he began to tremble with anger. Hong asked him to realize what a dangerous situation he was in. She continued to hold the sword pointed in his direction. Zhang decided to calm Hong down and asked to be allowed to explain everything. He explained that he only wanted this woman, but in response he heard that their hands were tied as well. The man said he wanted to resolve everything peacefully. So he asked Zhang to release the patriarch and provide an honest report, and in exchange they would be released. This man remained calm despite the difficult situation, trying to resolve everything peacefully. He was different from the hot-tempered second patriarch, but his tone irritated Chan a bit. Further, Zhang noted that he knows that the second patriarch takes command in the absence of the first patriarch. After that, he asked me to stop being arrogant and back off. Zhang didn't want to waste time talking to someone he didn't think was important. The second patriarch decided that he would personally talk to Zhang. His bodyguard told him that safety was the most important thing and asked him to be careful. The second patriarch could not stand it and warned Chan that if he crossed the line again, he would face his punishment. At that moment, the guard thought that his boss was acting like a complete idiot. The patriarch came closer to Zhang and commented on his appearance, saying that he did not look good. The second patriarch realized that the poison used by the first patriarch against him in battle was acting on Chan. The second patriarch offered to give Chan an antidote in exchange for the patriarch's release. However, Zhang, although in a terrible state, did not want to hear this and asked him to step aside. The second patriarch did not budge an inch, and again emphasized Chan's condition. They stood opposite each other, not finding common ground. When the second patriarch realized that Jiyoung was weakened, he decided to attack. Hong and Dongpil froze in anticipation of what would happen next. However, Chan stood calmly until two glowing purple eyes of the beast suddenly appeared. I heard the fearsome roar of a real jackal. It was a fox that instantly tore off the head of the second patriarch. He chewed it off bloody and held it in his teeth. After that, the fox just threw its head to the side, and its size was impressive. It was the size of a man. The fox approached Chan, and he patted him on the head and praised him for a job well done. At that moment, Chan's blood was mixed with poison. However, thanks to the spiritual energy of the fox, his body began to heal, and despite the sudden change in the situation, Chan felt good. Then he turned to his enemies and asked if they still wanted to do something. Zhang told them that they no longer had a chance. Since both patriarchs were dead, he turned to the one who remained in charge and asked why he was not making decisions. Zhang warned him that if he continued his arrogance, he would end his own life. This was the end of these events. An audit of the books revealed some discrepancies, but it appears that most of the branches were not tainted by Hong Yui Moon's corruption. Further investigation was complicated by the current circumstances. Zhang warned them not to try to hide what was left here. He told the one who remained in his right mind that he shouldn't hold personal grudges. They were both managers. He returned their patriarch to them, warning that without immediate treatment, the demonic energy that Zhang had inflicted would reach the core of his being. In other words, they shouldn't waste time chasing someone. Their priority is to treat the patriarch, and most importantly, to give way to Chiang. Chan's body recovered very quickly. Now he understands why the mythical creature uses the formless energy of Qi through spiritual bamboo. This bamboo was the nucleus of a secluded bamboo grove, and Zhang took possession of it. Goldie was not attracted to Chan himself, but to this particular bamboo core. It is not known when this will happen, but if Zhang finds a way, he will return this energy to Goldie. Sitting in meditation, Chan felt Goldie rubbing his nose against his shoulder. Hong watched from the sidelines, and Donpil offered her a drink, and it seemed like he was starting to flirt with her. She asked him about his injuries and condition, whether he was okay, and he replied in the affirmative. Indeed, his body proved to be very resilient, as he had suffered serious internal injuries. Donpil himself believed that he did not fight very hard. Hong partially agreed with this. However, she noticed that he looked depressed after leaving the snake's den. He explained that he was just curious to know what really happened. Does it make sense? This fox was no bigger than his forearm. But how it could grow so fast, Donpil did not understand, although he knew one thing. Their connection remained unchanged. He wondered if little Goldie was really the mythical guardian of a secluded bamboo grove. Donpil was sure that as long as the fox was with his owner, everything would be fine, and they would be safe. After that, they continued their conversation with Hong. We talked about the owner's safety. In the end, they came to the same conclusion. At this point, Zhang finished his meditation and approached them, asking how they were doing. He said there was something important he wanted to talk about, but added that it could be done later. Dongpil asked, "So we're going to the Kogan family?" "Yes, but I need to check something first," Zhang replied. He needed to understand why the creature had ended up in the Choi family, and where the secret demon queen is now. At that moment, the creature was tied up. She was lying in the carriage where Zhang had thrown her out. He stuck his sword right into the ground near her head and asked if she had slept well. Zhang was in no hurry, but he also didn't like to waste time. So he asked her to answer his questions as briefly as possible. "What links you to the secret demon queen?" he asked sternly. She couldn't understand how Zhang knew about the master, and began to think about how she could get out of here. But the sword was too close, right next to her ear. He swung his sword, and the ear left its owner. Zhang was ready to ask the next question, how she met the patriarch of the Choi family. She could not answer this question, and said so directly. Her severed fingers were lying on the ground, right under Chan's feet. Zhang guessed that there was a deal between her and the patriarch, since her sorcery and the patriarch's demonic arts were a perfect match. She replied that she had met Patriarch Chalks only on the orders of her master. Donpil watched this scene from the sidelines. He saw the cruelty that Zhang was showing. The woman's previous answer did not satisfy Chan, as he asked about something else entirely. Bloodied, she called him a son of a bitch, for which she received a sword directly into her chi flow. However, Zhang decided to spare her tongue, because he still needed answers to his questions. It seemed to him that she was beginning to understand her situation, so he suggested that she start from the beginning. Zhang ordered Hong to tie the woman up and load her into a carriage. During this, Hong loaded him with questions about when they would go to the Kogan family, but he asked her to rest and promised to answer later. Donpil noticed that something was wrong with the owner and came over to ask if he was okay. Zhang replied that all the internal injuries had healed, and he was sure that the rest of the injuries would heal quickly. But Donpil meant something else entirely. He noticed that the owner didn't look the same as usual, and it worried him. Zhang changed after this woman appeared, seemed unstable. Donpil did not dare to ask him about his thoughts and concerns, but his anxiety forced him to do so. Zhang couldn't explain everything to Donpil right now, but he said something important. He said he had chosen a new life path that would be dangerous and different from the past. And there will come a time when Donpil will have to be used as a foot soldier. But Donpil was ready to gladly carry out his orders, even in this case. His loyalty did not depend on Jeong's status in the cult or his martial arts skills. He was ready to follow him whichever way he chose to go. Zhang knew that Donpil would follow any order he gave, but he still wanted to give him a choice. His devotion even disappointed Zhang a bit, which may be why he lost his prejudice against the divine cult. At this point, Zhang asked Donpil to tell the squad leader that they were leaving in half a day, but not to visit the Kogan family. Instead, they head to one of the treasures that Chan hasn't visited in years, the closest one to those scattered across the central plains. They were heading to Hen, and Zhang asked him to tell the detachment commander to inform the patriarch of the Kogan family that a meeting was to take place in the valley of the Plain Village with all the necessary documents. Zhang added that he would consider it a refusal if the patriarch did not come. When this message was delivered to the Kogan family, they were outraged and felt that they could not accept such conditions. The man sitting at the table read this message, which was passed on to him word for word. The family's patriarch, Zhang Risan, personally reviewed the message. It was handed over by the patriarch's younger brother, Zhang Richan. Everyone felt like they were being looked down upon, and it was very annoying. The younger brother was of the opinion that others would also object to this attitude. However, the patriarch understood that they were in a position where they had to follow the orders of the divine cult. Everything happened slowly, but this was the essence of the relationship between the 7 families and the divine demon cult. The younger brother reminded the patriarch that he had tried to free them from these meaningless obligations and cut off the divine cult to ensure the autonomy of the families. The patriarch asked him to refrain from such dangerous statements. He believed that now we just needed to think about the situation. He found it strange that they were asked to bring accounting books. If they didn't bring the books, they would be labeled as failures, and the patriarch believed that this was the wrong procedure. He even thought about changing the records. In other words, the Inspector General didn't send this message to sincerely appreciate their Mount Hen. It was also nearby, and he realized that he had no choice but to go there. The patriarch was visited by another man whom he had summoned and told that tonight they were going to Mount Hen with the guards of the Sea King. The patriarch ordered to collect all the accounting books for the trip. Mount Hen is not a path that people usually take. When they reached a certain point, Zhang ordered the carriages and horses to be left behind with the Demon Berserker squad, as the entrance was narrow and there was enough room inside, but not for hundreds of people. Zhang told Hong that she should go with them too. He asked her to inform her team so that they would not take rash actions. If the patriarch was wise, he would arrive within 2 days, and by then they had to complete their task. The task was simple, and Han should have realized this as soon as they stepped inside. Zhang realized that it was these conditions that brought him here. He thought he would be worried when he arrived. Nevertheless, he believed that this place would mark the beginning of his second life, and yet he felt calm because he now had a clear goal. There was a narrow passage ahead, and neither Dongpil nor Hong really wanted to go through it. When they went in, it was very dark and they couldn't see anything. Zhang asked Hong how she could be so inattentive as the leader of a squad of berserker demons. She screamed because Zhang accidentally stepped on her foot. He expected this because he realized that in order to see inside, you need more than just inner energy. The array of dark aromas that formed at the entrance to this cave significantly impaired perception. Without Chan's hypersensitivity, they would have been lost here forever. They were almost there. The path seemed long, but in fact, they had been walking for less than 5 minutes. The radiance inside was blinding their eyes. That was so long ago, when Zhang had a better hideout in Hunan, set up during his time as a hitman. For Dongpil and Hong, the place was incredibly impressive. There were chests all around, and the crystals embedded in the cave rocks shone brightly. In fact, Chan did not need any of this. Dongpil noticed the biliousness of the runners and realized that they could live at least 5 years with their help. They were so impressed by everything around them that they just looked at and touched everything without permission. Finally, they asked Chan how he found out about the place. It was obvious that a lot of effort had been spent on the arrangement of this place. Even assassins do not make their hideouts so extravagant. They wondered what kind of careful person created this place. Zhang sat down on a rock in front of Hong and said, "Yui Hong Ren." He decided to be brief in his explanation. Then he said, "Work under me." When Zhang said this, he meant that he wanted her to become his person. She felt as if she was confessing her love to him. But she knew a lot of things about him. She also recognized that he knew just as much about her, and she was right. He may not have known much about her, but he knew one thing for sure. She was helpful. She didn't like feeling judged, but at the same time, hearing Zhang say it made her happy. She felt that something was wrong after they left the cult, but she didn't want to pry. Even when Zhang was beating up the Choi family, she thought he had his reasons. But hearing what he said now, she had to ask why he had changed so much. At that moment, Chan looked at her and realized that he had to go no matter what. Together with Dongpil, they repeatedly found themselves in life and death situations in the bamboo grove. And in fact, Dongpil saved him many times. But with Hong, it was different. They didn't have as deep a history as he and Dongpil, and she couldn't blindly trust him. However, she was the captain of a combat unit. If she moved, the entire demon berserker squad would follow. This is why Zhang wanted her as his subordinate, and why he needs to be more serious now. He explained to her that his dislike of the Steel Blood Fortress and the righteous Heavenly Alliance was based on the fact that they could not understand him. But it seemed to her that any member of the divine multiculture would hate these two organizations. However, Zhang did not just hate them. He hated them so much that he wanted to kill every single one of these orthodox scum from both organizations. Everyone listened attentively to every word that Zhang said. He explained that if the divine cult did not plan to destroy these two organizations, it would make sure that this happened by force. Yes, that's exactly what he had in mind, to become the successor to the Lord of Demons. That's why he wanted Hong to become his ally, because she didn't care who her enemy was. Whether it's a persecutor from the righteous Heavenly Alliance, the Fortress of Steel Blood, or even the divine cult, she will point her sword at anyone's throat if there's a reason to do so. He told her that he would give her freedom if she joined him. At the very least, he promised her real adrenaline. With a smile on her face, she asked him if he was sure he could do it. In response, Zhang said that they would have to risk their lives to do so. She liked this story very much. After that, he threw her a box, and she did not understand what it was. When she opened it, she saw inside a miraculous medicine of the highest level. It was both a bribe and an offer at the same time. At this point, she had to think about it, but she didn't like using her brain to make such decisions. But there was something else she wanted to say. She wanted a new sword. To this, Zhang replied that she was overestimating her merits, because the medicine he gave her was much more valuable. Dongpil stood and watched the commander of the Demon Berserker squad ask his commander for a sword, and it amazed him. Under the boxes were 2 swords. One of them was a tiger cannon sword known as the White Tiger Sword. It is a divine weapon, one of the 4 legendary divine swords, and he handed it to her. She was incredibly happy to receive it. Standing, she admired its brilliance, but for a lord it looked a little out of place. Zhang asked her to sit across from him, as they didn't have much time. He explained to her that they were going to concentrate all the QE energy in her energy core in one day, and so she needed to be careful not to waste the precious energy. Zhang placed his hand, filled with energy, on her body, However, he still wasn't sure that she would live at least a year, even with all the investment he had just put into her. However, she was comforted by the thought that she would be alive in a year when she thought about it. Sitting in a meditative position, she tried to concentrate. Meanwhile, people from the Kogen family had already approached the mountain. They approached a group of berserker demons. The Patriarch asked to be taken to the Inspector General. The captain of the second team, Gadok, introduced himself to the Patriarch and greeted him. He asked the Patriarch to wait a bit, saying that he would inform him of his arrival. The Patriarch realized that Chan was not here. He did not like this, and asked where the Inspector General was now. Doc felt these waves coming from the Patriarch, and they disturbed the atmosphere around him. The Patriarch and his men walked along a narrow path behind the detachment. He was very annoyed that Jong had called them, and now was keeping them waiting, and he asked what it all meant. He again asked to inform the Inspector General that he would be patient, only this time. Suddenly, a leg appeared on the mountain, enveloped in blue energy. It was Hong who asked the Patriarch how she should behave properly in front of the Inspector General in the presence of such a dangerous man. She asked what she should do this time, whether she should just ignore his insolent attitude. Jumping off the cliff, the demon berserkers greeted their leader. Hong stood in front of them, ready to carry out any order. The demonic energy of this girl exceeded the Patriarch's expectations. He called them all quite arrogant, and she replied that he shouldn't have been so arrogant from the start. The Patriarch said he could kill them with a single word. She replied that if she was afraid of death, she would not have become the commander of a demon berserker squad. He was annoyed by her audacity, and he took it as a desire to die, but she only said that he could try. Jong stopped both of them, calmed Hong down, and sent her to greet the guest because she almost started a fight. Jong came closer and asked the Patriarch if he was really the Patriarch. As he approached her, he lightly pushed her on the head. He told the Patriarch that his subordinate had been rude and apologized for her. The Patriarch was surprised that Jong had shown such kindness after summoning him here. Jong offered to skip all the unnecessary formalities, as he realized that they were busy anyway, and suggested that the case be resolved quickly. In front of him were the accounting books for the last 3 years. Jong approached them and set them on fire. He said that the books seemed real, and that he had already finished his work, but the Patriarch did not understand what it all meant. Jong explained that he had given them a fair assessment in his report and offered to move on to a conversation. Addressing the Patriarch, he said that he needed his cooperation for the good of the cult. The Patriarch asked Jong what he meant. Jong explained that there was an organization that needed to be destroyed, but they did not have enough people. He sought to destroy the demonic clan of the Battle King. The fact that Jong was going to destroy one of the families of the demon cult surprised the Patriarch. It also surprised everyone around. The Patriarch asked Chong what his reasons were for doing so, and he replied that he was simply following orders from his superiors. This angered the Patriarch, and he emphasized that the destruction of one of the 7 families requires a good reason. Jong said, "You're doing the same thing as Patriarch Choksa." He was disappointed by the lack of arguments from the divine cult. Jong decided to act seriously, and said that he was doing what he was told and had to obey the orders of the divine cult. These words were like a knife in the heart for the Patriarch. Jong continued, adding that the Inspector General can share the reasons if he wants to, but it is not his responsibility. He wondered how the Patriarch felt about the divine cult, whether he considered himself equal to the cult, how these orthodox fools thought about their allies. The Patriarch denied it and said it was not true. Jong continued to talk to him seriously, telling him what he had to do. He asked the Patriarch if he had lost his loyalty to the cult leaders. These words excited everyone around him, and it seemed that Jong was crossing the line. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and the ground shook underfoot as a red ribbon ran across the stones. Jong struck the ground under his feet with his sword, showing the Patriarch that he had no right to his patience. He warned them that if they showed any more insolence, without knowing their place, he would kill them all. After sticking his sword into the stone, Jong reminded us that he was a very busy man. That's why he asked them one last time if they would help him or just leave. He also asked if they were still faithful to the divine cult, or they have already renounced their allegiance to the cult. The outer wall areas usually refer to the northern areas from Zhongyuan, but are not used to refer to regions outside of it. In the outer regions, there are 4 representative races: the North Sea Ice Palace in the north, the Sword Palace in the east, the Heavenly Dragon Palace in the west, and the Beast Palace in the south. They are known as the 4 palaces of the outer wall. They are underestimated because of their regions and the overwhelming power of the Murim, but the history of Zhongyuan is long and complex. It was written in a letter that the strategist had just read. He was sitting at his desk, surrounded by a lot of papers, trying to figure it all out. At that moment, in the residence of the strategist of the divine cult of heavenly demons, Mudam, the first keeper of the heavenly demon divine cult, asked General Strategist if he remembered the incident when the delivery team of the Inner Enlightenment Center was ambushed by the Beast Palace forces. It was very difficult for Sun to forget this incident. Unknown martial artists were spotted near the northern regions of Guangdong Province. They have not yet been able to assemble a proper group for observation, so their origins and identities remain unknown. But the strategist was aware of this, given that the Guardian Court was assembling a surveillance team. It looks like there is someone in this region that Mudam has to protect. Mudam noted that the strategist remains as insightful as ever. As he drew this conclusion after only a short conversation, the strategist noted that this information was supposed to be a secret, but Mudam easily confirmed it to him. For Mudam, the strategist was not like himself, who used his smile as a shield for hidden attacks. Mudam realized that he would not achieve anything with empty talk. He explained that the first team moves toward the goal unnoticed, but you need to be prepared for any possible risks. While pouring tea, he noted that these experienced martial artists do not pursue random goals. To be more precise, their goal is different from that of others. Mudam then asked, "Do you know what our goal is?" The strategist replied that this was solely a matter for the Guardian Court. Mudam was surprised. "How can you be so sure?" The strategist simply knew who they were after. This was enough for him. Any more detailed information remained his personal business, and he did not want to disclose it. However, if Mudam insisted, the strategist could reveal their identities and purpose. Mudam noticed the strategist's loyalty to the cult. Mudam apologized and said that the strategist was right, and expressed his understanding that he did not need to know all the details. The strategist raised a cup of tea to his mouth. He noticed that Mudam had the instinct of a martial artist, for despite his age, he had once been the fiercest of beasts. Instinctively, Mudam felt the invisible signs of an approaching storm. Perhaps his subconscious already knew who was gathering the storm clouds, and who was at the center of the invisible tornado. Meanwhile, Zhang tried to put the Patriarch in his place. He told the Patriarch that this was the last time he would ask the question. Zhang continued to press, accusing the Patriarch of lack of loyalty to the cult. The Patriarch replied that he had not lost his loyalty, but that he was not going to help Chan in destroying the demonic clan of the Battle King. Zhang ordered to inform the sect that the Kagan family was considered traitors and requested reinforcements to replace their forces. Hong replied that she obeyed and would immediately execute the order. The Patriarch was outraged, but Zhang just turned around and began to walk away. The energy in the Patriarch's leg and his entire body began to increase. He said that he had shown respect for Zhang, but that he was beginning to reassess his values. Zhang decided to take these words as a challenge. The Patriarch did not mind either and took up his staff. He respected the divine cult, but it seemed to him that Zhang had made him a traitor and was organizing some kind of adventure. In fact, Zhang did not hide the fact that he had never been on their side. These words surprised the Patriarch even more. Zhang really decided to brand them as traitors. This happened because they refused to help destroy the clan of the Demon King Marshal. For the Patriarch, this seemed like complete nonsense, and he began to swing his staff at Chan. However, Chan repelled his attack with his sword. The Patriarch jumped back, but managed to stay on his feet. Zhang reminded him that he could still swear his allegiance. But the Patriarch replied that he could never do that. "Your desire for independence from the divine cult is a betrayal," Zhang emphasized. The Patriarch was even more impressed by his words. He explained that he was showing leniency to the cult for the sake of his family. The documents were not a problem for them. The main thing was his thinking. All the accounting books were genuine. If they were forged, the Patriarch would have been immediately declared a traitor. Because of this, Zhang concluded that the Patriarch wanted independence, but he was not going to deceive the cult. That is why Zhang gave him another chance. After explaining this, Zhang asked if the Patriarch really wanted to fight so badly. The demonic energy of the Inspector General exceeded anything the Patriarch could have imagined. He was thinking about how to answer the question. "It can't be," said the soldiers, who saw something unexpected. They saw a giant tiger appear next to them. The fox brought it in his teeth and threw it right in front of the Patriarch. Now the Patriarch is wondering if he was wrong in his judgment. The fox's paw stood on a giant tiger, and its body was enveloped in a shell of energy. The Doomsday Fox appeared right before his eyes and destroyed the tiger in one fell swoop. This dispelled all doubts. It was the same legendary fox in front of him. But why is she helping the Inspector General? Without looking him in the eye, Zhang asked the man if he had anything else he wanted to say. The man noted that the boy had once mentioned a divine cult that sought independence. Because of this, they sent an inspector general instead of an army to kill everyone. And the very fact that this guy was sent to them was already a chance. And then suddenly, this man throws down his weapon. Perhaps this means that he is ready to cooperate with the arrest. But no one else will ever know that he actually wanted to break free from the divine cult. He confided in no one with this wish. And now that it has happened, he proposes to end it on him. He was the only one who stained himself with this ignoble and dangerous ideal, and no one in the clan knows about it. The man asked the boy to kill him, sparing his clan. He felt responsible and realized that his life no longer mattered, hoping that the guy would take his request in the right way. But the young owner had one more question. They were on their way to eliminating the demonic clan of the Martial King, but they lacked strength. The young owner asked the man if he would help him in this fight. Hearing this question, the man felt uncomfortable, because he thought that the only way out of this situation was death. If he does not help the Inspector General, he will be in big trouble, and he will have no choice but to turn to the cult for divine help. And then the divine cult will not forgive them for this. There was only one way to save the situation. They made a deal. The man would help the young owner and prove his devotion to the divine cult, and the community would thank him for his kindness and help. Meanwhile, a girl we know well was training on one of the mountain ranges. Songyun honed her skills by cutting stones with a sword. She practiced every day to achieve perfection. But unexpectedly, her training was interrupted by Hoyo Sung, who said that she was incredible, and emphasized that she had pioneered a new style, which is impressive for her age. The girl, seeing such a distinguished guest, could not remain indifferent and asked why he was here. The general strategist brought her a message and noted that their affairs had recently affected the Hall of Iron Horses. Usually, this was assigned to other units, but this time there was a suspicion of a special force, and the strategist suspected that it might be the Court of Swords. Sang Young wanted someone else to be sent on the mission because she felt she was falling behind in her training and wanted to continue her studies. She was not allowed to make any changes. The strategist realized that the fifth young mistress was the most talented of all, but she was still too young. He suggested that she continue her training, and he would take care of worldly matters. The general strategist thought she was too obsessed with training. He asked her if she hadn't heard that obsession only creates distance between a person and their goal. In this sense, the third young lord impresses everyone with his achievements. However, the girl knows that the third lord never misses training and always completes tasks, even at times when he cannot fully devote himself to training. But this does not upset him. He develops all strategies with enthusiasm and confidently confronts the enemy. When necessary, he is fearless in his use of martial arts and survival strategies, in which he has excelled. The general strategist believes that the girl can learn many truths if she wants to. He advises her to go to the library and read books about wisdom and strength. He thought it was knowledge that helped the third lord become so powerful. Sang Yoon waited until the boy finished speaking and asked him to continue training. She felt a little uncomfortable when she realized that his advice was not very useful. In her mind, she thought it was strange that he had praised the third lord and then just left. However, the general wanted to motivate her to fight and act. In any case, he wondered how their chief inspector was doing. Despite the challenge, the general strategist was confident that he was wisely handling all the dangers associated with the Chalks family, and believed that he would get it right. However, there was one order from the demonic clan of the Battle King. The order was not to test them, but to completely destroy their clan. The disciples who have been most admired lately, though not fully trusted, may be the Demon Lord's way of testing the Third Lord's loyalty and strengthening his position in the cult. Or maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Let's return to the Warrior King of the Demon Clan. The young master, along with his fox and the head of the clan, have arrived at the territory and now have to go inside. When the head asked when, the young owner replied that the festival is always more fun at night. He offered the head an uncompromising plan: go first. It was so unpredictable that it was hard for the head to imagine. However, the aura of Shi demonstrated by the young master was incredible, and inherently resembled the level of a cult leader. The guy accurately predicted how Kagan's troops would act, taking into account the influence of the war demon and the balance of power. He was a clever tactician and a capable warrior. However, he was less knowledgeable in other areas. He could become a martial arts master, but not a leader. He was a rather strange man, and there was always the question of whether he could really be trusted. Soon, they reached the demonic clan of the Warrior King, and no one wanted to wait for the patriarch to finish his training. They went to his training camp and watched him train. It was Cho Kwan, the patriarch of the demon clan. Honrin decided to draw attention and appealed to the inspector general, saying that he should hurry to congratulate the patriarch, despite the fact that he wanted to be in bed with his wife. However, according to Jian, no one has the right to interrupt the Patriarch's training, not even the Demon Lord himself. And all of them will have to wait until he finishes training because that's their fate. However, this did not make any sense, because they were under the direction of the Inspector General. The head offered to call the Demon Lord, but the servant assured him that it was none of their business. The Patriarch would not finish the training for them. They understood the kind of person they were dealing with, but that was not a good reason to ignore the Inspector General. However, everything this guy did was just following the orders of the Patriarch. The young owner stopped, sat down, and said that everything was fine and there was no need to do anything. He immediately got down to business, activating his aura, and ordered us to move forward. He did not ask the servant his name, but emphasized that his work was diligent. But when Zhong approached the servant, the demonic energy from him was extremely strong. He ignored the servant's words and simply jumped over him, not paying attention. He stopped right on the training ground. The owner's fist almost hit his face. It was so brave that even the Patriarch, watching this, emphasized the boy's courage and was impressed. But if he had not restrained himself, Jong Hyun would have been dead by now. The young owner noticed that the Patriarch had long known about his presence and wondered how long he was going to stay in this state. The Patriarch decided to continue the training until he was satisfied and asked for permission to complete it. But suddenly a smile appeared on the young owner's face. The Patriarch could not stand it when the boy emphasized that using training as an excuse to refuse the test was simply ridiculous. He added that he had heard that the demon clan was supposed to have the best chi. But it seems that people mistake pure stupidity for chi. The Patriarch, outraged by these words, remarked that the boy must have lost his mind because of his arrogance. But the young master replied that he now understood why he had been sent to destroy the clan. The Patriarch was stunned to hear these words and could not understand what the boy meant. Filling his sword with chi energy, the boy said that he could explain everything to him if they just talked. But the Patriarch insisted that everything be explained right now. However, the young owner did not need to think anymore. The inspection was completed. He struck with his sword, and a huge storm swirled around the Patriarch. The Patriarch will not allow his clan to be destroyed and is ready to fight for it to the last. From the outside, they watched the commander attack the Patriarch, and without wasting any time, Hai gathered his forces and rushed into the attack without hesitation. The young owner said he was ready to kill anyone who tried to resist him. His words sounded like a bolt from the blue. Looking into his eyes, Jong Hujin noticed that the Patriarch was busy with meaningless things, and it seemed that he did not even know how to fight. He challenged the Patriarch to show him what a real fight looks like. The young master was ready to demonstrate where arrogance comes from and activated the 9 depths of demonic art. The Patriarch ordered his soldiers to launch an attack. However, they were unable to complete the task because they lacked strength. The young host's team was much stronger physically, and they didn't care about this handful of losers. The young master's friend skillfully chopped his enemies to pieces while continuing to deftly maneuver his new sword. Their power was much more powerful than the clan of this scoundrel. Even the head, hitting the ground with his staff, ordered everyone to flee immediately. The ground beneath them began to crack and everything around them began to fall into the abyss. The head also reminded the Sea King to pass on the order to Group 3. Meanwhile, the battle between Heijin and the Patriarch of the Divine Sect continued. The Patriarch could not catch up with the boy's speed, and his level of strength was much higher. The rumors about the defeat of Chief Patriarch Chalks turned out to be true, and this became evident when the young man broke the Patriarch's arms with a powerful kick. He broke them at once, despite the fact that the Patriarch had concentrated all his inner energy to defend himself. The power of this young man was so incredible that he could not even fully control it. All family patriarchs have reached the level of the higher peak, but this guy just took them and destroyed them without hesitation. He skillfully changed the trajectory of the sword, delivering precise and quick blows, and seemed absolutely invincible. This art of combat is available only to those who have a high level of skill with heavy weapons. A cold sword passed through the Patriarch's chest, and he felt his blood begin to flow. Realizing that he was approaching the realm of the Supreme Demon, the Patriarch realized that today's confrontation would become legendary. He soon found himself on the ground when the young master approached him and boldly said that the Patriarch probably did not understand what he was talking about, so he would repeat it again. The fact of refusal to be tested was reported to the Demon Lord, and he still has to explain the consequences, doesn't he? Looking back, the Chalks and Kagan families faced the same situation, and he offered them a choice then, as he is now offering him. Does he want his clan to be destroyed or completely eliminated? Holding a cold sword to the Patriarch's head, he demanded that he make a choice here and now. Meanwhile, the Chief Lord was finishing listening to his advisor's report on the inspection of all the families. However, the Lord was more interested in how the third young master would cope with the situation that had suddenly fallen on his shoulders. The chief strategist had no doubts about him, as he was sure he would find a way out. He watched him for a long time, and although his approach was aggressive, the result was quite impressive. Unusually, he managed to subdue the demonic martial arts king with the help of the Kagan family's powers. The strategist's point of view was quite positive, but Patriarch Kagan is not easy to deal with, because he is incredibly strong and such forces are not easy to make obey. Convincing this man to surrender and convert the demonic clan of the Warrior King is a guy who deserves praise. However, his warrior skills were combined with incredible wisdom, and the Lord realized that he had not even suspected how brilliant this young man was. It seemed to him that the guy was much more than just a warrior, hiding a deeper meaning. The general strategist fully agreed with this opinion. The Lord began to suspect that the guy who was now acting under his command could be extremely dangerous. From the general's point of view, he is not just dangerous, but can become a real threat. But what is the reason? The fact is that even the strategist could not predict his goals, or understand what exactly he was planning. He had already seen many people and cults. Some acted spontaneously, while others clearly defined their goals. The third young owner, however, did not fit into any of these categories, and this was undeniable. The general strategist was a great judge of character, but he couldn't figure this guy out. Lord suggested that the strategist take a walk in the neighborhood, perhaps to discuss further plans. Since the case was extremely serious, even if the strategist could not understand it, it meant that he could be underestimated. Finally, Commander-in-Chief Lord made a decision, otherwise he would not have fulfilled his mission as well as those who came before him. Lord wasn't sure, but he assumed that the boy was finally ready to admit that he belonged to the same cult. In his thoughts, the chief strategist guessed what the Lord was talking about, but could not fully comprehend it. When asked by the Lord whether the third young master would return, the strategist replied that he would go back after the inspection was completed, although no exact time frame was given for his return. But what about the people who were in the Court of the Sword? They are located in its western region of Huan and have not done anything recently, but this will soon change. Luckily, the third young owner did not meet them during his trip. Otherwise, it could have had serious consequences if he had encountered those people. The general strategist was stunned by the Lord's words. The Lord said that when the third young master completed his work, he just needed to... And then there was a pause when asked if this was not what the general strategist was thinking about. After all, if this is the case, you need to immediately inform everyone that he is returning, if you don't want to have to fight with that bastard after the inspection is over. However, in the Lord's opinion, it is better to leave it to fate. If the young man encounters them, he will fight, and if not, he will return without any trouble. But it was extremely dangerous because the third young lord is currently the Inspector General and acts as his official representative. If he engages in combat, it could provoke a full-fledged war. The Lord did not give any answer, just silently pondering. It was then that the strategist realized that this was what the Lord really wanted. However, this was not necessary. He was not going to avoid such an outcome. It was their fate. The strategist could not understand what kind of fate the Lord was talking about, and the Lord gave permission for the master of the criminal law hall to leave the sect. Since this is his right, and he can do what he wants, the general strategist simply apologized and asked to leave. He understood that this man was extremely dangerous, and he didn't care that the master of the criminal law hall was leaving, which was contrary to what he called fate. Watching the strategist leave, the Lord began to be disturbed by strange thoughts that were arising in his mind. However, he still trusts the strategist. The Lord shouted after the strategist so that he would not be afraid of the outcome. Soon we returned to the place where the young master successfully dealt with the demon sword family. The test was completed, and it was a great job. But the young owner did not expect everyone to be friendly to him. He is confident that the medicine has worked. Hong Ryong asked him not to be so sincere and not to piss her off, but the guy was already too kind and emphasized that they were all good. The inspection was completed, but the young owner knew that this was only the beginning. But what to do with the hostage of the Chalks family? Their condition may deteriorate. They will need to visit the branch and consult a doctor to check if everything is fine. He addressed Hong Ren, expressing his gratitude for her work. For accepting his proposal, she now had to wait for him to return to finalize everything. This meant that the guy did not plan to return with them, but was going to stop by one important place. When asked where exactly he was going, he did not answer. But deep down he understood his goal: to become the heir to the divine cult, regardless of the price he would have to pay for the title of leader, although this role did not suit him. As he was leaving, he decided to ask the Patriarch for help in one important matter. The Patriarch agreed to accompany him wherever he went. The young owner hinted that they would go to the Chuk's family together. At this time, someone outside a restaurant was vomiting very brutally. All that was left of the family was a mess because of one monster. The guy was drunk because he believed that this life situation was the result of the influence of the Choi family's curator, Jang Uhui. He was heartbroken and drunk with grief. Turning to the people who were looking at him, he ordered them to move away. He couldn't believe he was doing this. It was disgusting. He needed to pull himself together. The time was not right for such behavior. He had to pull himself together and act. Soon, a young man appeared from the shadows and asked if this drunken guy was the head of the Chalks family. Although he was very drunk, the guy realized that he was a scoundrel and asked who he was. The young man who emerged from the shadows raised his sword, which glowed with a blue aura. An incredible force burst out of him and tore the head of the family to pieces. It was the deputy master of the sword court, Mok Gang Ying. Sheathing his sword, he began to think about what to do with the rest. The informant said that they are on standby about 20 kilometers away from the Chalks family because the security system has weakened. This shouldn't be a problem, although reinforcements may be coming, but the news has not yet spread. Mok Gang-in was interested in the guys from the demonic cult, but nothing was known about them. Perhaps they had already intervened. But it didn't matter much, we had to act immediately. They had come for a reason. The plan was to capture the Chalks family before dawn tomorrow. Taking Donpin with them, the boys decided to stay in the forest for the night, and his friend offered to cook. Donpin lit a fire and thought that he had achieved great success in life, realizing that he had gone through many dangers. He lived an extraordinary life, knowing full well that the life of a martial artist is always under threat. Looking at the fire, he wondered if his life would be at least a little more interesting in the future, expecting new challenges. In his reflections, he realized that the young master wanted to destroy the Heavenly Union and the Fortress of Steelblood, and as the one responsible for security, he would have to face many obstacles. Heejin was out hunting and, having brought back dinner, suddenly scared his friend when he suddenly appeared. When they saw that the master had brought a deer, it was incredible, because although they had not eaten meat for a long time, their fire was lit up to perfection. They quickly set about cutting the prey to make the steaks really tasty. When he noticed that the master wanted to use a red blade, he initially thought it was not suitable for the job, but the blade turned out to be sharp enough for the task. Donpin realized it was a triple strike, which he had seen in the bamboo cut technique, but had never seen the precious weapon used to cut meat before. At first glance, it might seem silly, but there was no reason to laugh, because the master used every opportunity. He invested his energy in Qinggong even while performing everyday tasks. His movements were quick and precise, even when he was cleaning the room. He saw every moment as an opportunity for training. Because of this, the martial art was integrated into every aspect of his life. The meat was extremely tasty, and we had to eat it as soon as possible. Donpin asked the master why they were returning to the Chalks family, since they had already completed the inspection. However, the young master was not going there for an inspection. He even removed the marks, as it was not relevant to the audit. He planned to make the Chalks family his subordinates. Donpin did not immediately understand why the young master needed subordinates, but it was because the patriarch's wound would take about 6 months to heal, and this left the second patriarch's seat vacant, creating a power vacuum. Now was the perfect time to take control of the situation, because a family like the Choksa would be very useful in the struggle for succession to the throne. Donpin doubted whether the patriarch would allow it, but the young master saw no obstacles. The patriarch, of course, can try to patch up all the gaps, but he will convince him not to do so. The young master also intended to take over the Kagan family, and this was amazing news. Donpin couldn't understand how this was possible, and asked if the master was sure of it. But he didn't act because he knew it was impossible. He just believed that it would happen, and he would try. If something didn't work out, he would adjust his strategy. But until then, he would give it his all. And then his loyal friend Donpin will help him in any way he can. Of course, this guy was supposed to serve him for the rest of his life for everything he had given him. But he didn't have to worry. In his mind, Heejin realized that the Kagan and Choi families could create a big problem. But suddenly he had an unpleasant feeling. A woman suddenly appeared out of the bushes and ran right at them, and they were amazed. Who is this terrible creature walking around here? It was Hong Yiren, but the question remained, why was she here? She was holding a sword and tears were streaming down her face. Looking at the master, she was already cursing him, saying that it was all his work. Heejin had absolutely no idea what they were talking about. However, she raised her sword and tried to kill him. For Heejin, this was not a threat. He simply hit her in the face with a stream of air. It was obvious that the girl had lost her mind, because what was she doing here? A single blow of air from the master was enough to make her faint. It was clear that her body was covered with sword wounds. The young master felt that 5 people were rapidly approaching them. All of them were armed with sharp swords, and it became clear that we had to act. Soon, people started coming up from all sides, and his friend also felt it, although there was no demonic energy. Then these people abruptly landed near them and began to surround them. They had a rather interesting aura, and they decided to ask our hero and Dongping who they were. The young master stood behind Dongping, analyzing the situation. But after a long silence on their part, these guys decided to kill them because they noticed an unfamiliar woman. However, an incredibly strong blow hit one of the attackers, and his legs were cut off as if with scissors. Of course, he did not expect such a greeting, and before his soldiers, he fell down, already without legs. In the hands of the young master, a sword glowed, burning with hellish energy. He ordered his warrior Dongping to kill everyone who was at this place. The warriors, who arrived incredibly quickly, radiated light energy but also prepared for battle. Dongpil, always loyal to his young master, was ready to fulfill his order. He took his sword, started circulating energy, and used demonic art. He rushed at these scoundrels and began to scatter them one by one. The soldiers who arrived realized that this guy was extremely strong, and every time they received a blow, they felt it on themselves. It was obvious that he was an experienced martial artist, and had already reached the level of the higher peak. He was incredibly effective in destroying his opponents, leaving them no chance. Without even allowing them to gather, he simply cut them down with his sword. In a few minutes, the job was done, and the master praised his bodyguard for his excellent performance. Only their leader was left alive, lying without legs, asking who they were. But Heijin also had a question. How did they get that sword? Their skills were not bad, but they couldn't just break into the righteous Heavenly Alliance and steal it. Judging by the ki energy, all these guys belonged to the righteous Heavenly Alliance. But where did they get the heavenly blade? The young master pointed his sword at the rascal and asked him again where he had gotten the sword. The warrior gritted his teeth in pain, but he wondered how this demon bastard knew about the blade if he didn't belong to a faction. However, there was no answer to the young master's question. He simply continued to torment the rascal. Leaving him alive, the young master asked a second question. Why should they die just because they saw a woman? It looks like he'll have to take it back. If this scoundrel had ever picked up this bright sword, his fate was already sealed. Hyejin had always felt disgusted with the righteous Heavenly Alliance and could almost physically feel their presence. Soon, the young master completed the massacre. To better punish the villain, he hung him from a tree. When the girl woke up, she saw that her offenders had been killed. She began to tell me that the Chalks family had been captured by villains who had destroyed the main house overnight, but that the Chalks family was not that weak. She was trying to figure out how many of them there were. In his reflections, Hyejin realized that the demon cult was as powerful as the 5 great clans of the Orthodox Murim. It is difficult to find people who surpass the power of the demon cult families. The girl was scared, in severe shock, and lost her mind. Hyejin didn't think he could get any useful information out of her. Dongping could not believe that these attackers belonged to the Righteous Alliance. When asked why he thought this, Dongping replied that martial artists of the Righteous Heavenly Union are trained in completely different methods, especially those focused on defense, while these scoundrels are more like hired killers. No orthodox sect studies such deadly methods, and it was an interesting question. Who created these killers? The guys insisted that the Fortress of Steel Blood and the Righteous Heavenly Alliance encourage cooperation and fighting for a common goal, particularly regarding the Fortress of Steel Blood. They put power above everything else, and in this sense, they resemble a demonic cult. The Fortress of Steel Blood resembled a huge force. Their martial art was extremely practical and deadly, time-tested and created by several generations. It is likely that these guys are not local, they are not from Zongyuan. They most likely belong to the Court of Swords. But the question remained. Where did the Court of Swords get the courage to do such things? The only way out for them is to go north, but what can they do in the north? It turned out that the Righteous Heavenly Alliance had a presence here, but it didn't matter at that point. Back to the Chalks family. Today the family was covered in blood. All the people who represented this family were killed. A man came to the deputy head of the court and said that the patriarch's room had already been cleared. He will be going there soon. It was the deputy master of the sword court, Mok Gang Inn. The young master realized that a real problem had just arisen. Some random guy had just stolen Hyejin's loot. It was impossible to draw hasty conclusions, because an organization like the Celestial Alliance would have difficulty working with a structure like the Court of Swords. When asked what this girl's supervisor was doing, she only knew that he had been on the show before the attack, and they had not seen each other since. It was clear that he was most likely already dead, and Hyejin had planned to leave the Choi family in his hands. But now, this was ruining his plans. Donpin offered to contact the cult, but there was no need. Moreover, this rascal arrived on time, and suddenly a rather familiar face emerges from the forest. He greeted the Inspector General with a mesmerizing look. The young owner welcomed him and began to ask him for details. When he learned about the fate of the Chokes family, he realized that he had to free them and destroy the villains. Hyejin realized that his first steps toward becoming an heir had been thwarted by a man he didn't even know. They have clearly messed with the wrong person, and he will definitely take them all down. Let's go back to the man who captured the Chokes family. When he entered the Patriarch's room, he was ready for a real fight. He had heard that the Patriarch had rare talents. He could not even think that the Patriarch would be ill. And he thought that, in his attempts to break through to the kingdom, the Patriarch could be useful. After all, the wall leading to the realm of creation and transformation is right in front of him. But to overcome it, he needs to do much more than he has done before. Meanwhile, the commander asked where the group that had been chasing the girl had gone, but there was no information. They had lost contact. The commander ordered a new group to be sent, but warned that if the young master of the court found out, he would be furious. However, when the commander turned to him with his stern gaze, it was clear that he did not care. He quickly passed the order for immediate execution. After the deed was done, he poured himself a glass of alcohol. The leader of the righteous Heavenly Alliance was undoubtedly an extraordinary man, and his plan to seize power over the Choi family was carefully thought out. He then decided to use the mighty forces of the Tang clan to exterminate all members who were associated with the demonic cult. What was surprising was that the Sword Court carried out this mission instead of using appropriate forces. He offered to include his agents in the alliance so that they would no longer be considered enemies, and to give them secret technology that would increase the power of the righteous Heavenly Alliance. There was no reason to refuse, because their goal was to increase their influence. Dam Sa-en, a master of politics, knew how to manipulate other courts. He had no choice but to cooperate with this dangerous man, which made him always be on his guard. Suddenly, a soldier appeared in his room and told him, "Deputy Courtmaster, all preparations are complete. We have also received word from the righteous Heavenly Alliance that they will be sending a guide in 2 days." He put down his glass and tapped it on the table. "Order the news to be spread throughout Murim. The Chokes family is defeated." Soon the soldiers began to search for their colleagues and found bloody footprints. They assumed that their comrades had followed in their footsteps, but several hours passed, and they still hadn't found them. When they saw someone coming out of the woods, the tension grew even greater. They thought it might be the same girl and shouted, "Who is walking there?" The young master felt that their words were rude, but most martial artists would not have stood a chance against them. Drawing their swords, they tensed up even more because this guy was invulnerable to their senses. The worst part was that he seemed extremely strong, and then his friend showed up. This only increased their anxiety, and some began to flee out of fear. However, they felt the presence of a completely different force. They were surrounded by 100 people, and now they had nowhere to run. The young master answered the question, "Who are you?" with a stroke of his sword. The aura was so strong that it cut through everyone with a single movement. In a few seconds, the smell of blood spread throughout the forest. Only one survivor remained at the site. All the others were killed. If this guy was able to repel the attack, then he holds a fairly influential position. If he doesn't want a quick execution, he'd better answer all the questions. And if he doesn't understand, the conversation will be completely different. Without any compromises, the guy followed the order and was going to answer all the questions. Soon after, the foreman brought the news that some unknown guy had destroyed their gate. The enemy was very experienced and strong, and the head was going to go and sort it out. In addition, the enemy had hostages, a young master of the court. When he heard the news, it aroused great interest because Siohu was taken hostage. The young master, entering the fortress, left a significant dent in the gate, and addressing the enemies, introduced himself as the Inspector General who had come to restore order. Dongpil noticed that his master had become much stronger, and he was sure that it was due to his tests. Perhaps he was approaching the demonic ascension realm. This realm is beyond human capabilities, and many consider it a dangerous trap. The wall in front of him was higher than any fortress and stronger than any steel, and the master stood before it like an absolute demon. He felt that he had almost reached the goal and would soon break through the barrier. It would be great if he could encounter a master so strong that he could give him a boost. And suddenly he felt an incredible power in front of him. It came out of the glorious Chokes family building. Everything began to collapse. Pieces of walls and debris were flying in the air. This energy of chi was simply incredible and amazed the master himself. This combination of powerful, sharp energy felt ominous, as if someone was trying to declare this place their kingdom. This power belonged to a martial arts master of the highest level, and he was the guy who seized power. He had this power and presence that indicated that he was probably a vice master of the sword court. Approaching the center of the chaos, he approached a young owner who called himself the Inspector General and said that he had Soha. He offered to come closer and discuss the situation. The young master saw this rascal and everything became clear. He had heard that the Court of Swords was an organization of people who had lived their entire lives with only a sword in their hand, and he thought he understood their honor and martial arts ethics. But now they had thrown away their honor and were playing with poison, and the master was ashamed to deal with them because they had fallen so low. The commander realized that the boy's words were quite hostile, and he did not seem to know about the secret use of poison to destroy deities with the help of the seven-sealed powder that destroys souls. The commander didn't understand who the Inspector General was, but if this guy spoke so boldly, he decided to test his martial arts. Heejin scoffed. "Your boyfriend has come all this way, and now he's afraid to come down to see me? And since this has happened, let him test it in battle and feel its full power for himself." When the young master saw this aura, he was amazed. The path of the shapeless sword went in his direction like a laser beam. Donpil began to worry about his master, because the blow was incredibly powerful. The explosion was so powerful that everything around was plunged into chaos. Donpil managed to dodge the blow, but he was wondering how his master was doing. However, when the commander looked at the place where the attack hit him, he saw that the young master calmly stopped him. The owner was pleased to have met such a strong opponent on his way. Although it would not be easy for him in this battle, he was ready to resist. The young master's counterattack was directed at the commander. The commander could not believe that it was possible to survive his attack, so he prepared to defend himself. Their forces merged with each other, and no one knew who would emerge victorious. Incredible strokes of energy were disintegrating and repulsed from both sides. The family, which had never seen any battles before, was now experiencing the power of strangers. The young master felt blood on his lips after the commander's blow. He asked the commander if the response was strong enough. The commander was amazed at the strength of his enemy. It was exactly what he was looking for, quite a good force. The news quickly reached the main court, and they sent reinforcements. The large army carried flags, but the soldiers did not understand what they were doing. If these people are so powerful that they were able to destroy the Chalks family, then the third young master may be in danger. They were racing as fast as they could, but they didn't have enough speed, and they might arrive too late. The commander jumped forward and ordered everyone to stop and dismount. They need to reach the Chalks family today, no matter what. The rest of the way they will run. Those who lag behind will be executed, their heads will fly. The soldiers rushed forward because they moved much faster on foot. The young master looked at his opponent carefully, keeping his feet on the ground. He explained to his opponent that he is usually very patient, but the only thing that pisses him off is people who take his loot. The opponent asked what the young master meant by prey, and he replied that he would cut everyone into pieces so they shouldn't think about escaping. The patriarch, standing on the mountain, looked at the Chalks family and saw that half of them had died of poison, and the other half had been killed by the sword. He ordered the troops to be put on alert. However, one thing was unclear. What exactly was Heijin planning to do? The young master called Goldie and decided to leave the rascal behind, not paying any more attention to him. Soon, incredibly strong energy began to be felt nearby. The boy felt that it was not just a beast, but not quite a human being either. Definitely something much stronger. He and his partner rushed forward, preparing for the fight. The commander ordered everyone to prepare for battle, even though he knew the place was filled with poison. The poison destroys even deities, and he may remain disabled for life, unless this guy knows the antidote. His swordsmen have already taken a dose, and Dongpil and Heijin must lose their inner energy and fall to the ground. The young master ordered Donpil to stay 6 meters away. The commander thought they were going straight to their grave. No one could even imagine what they were thinking. It looked like they were just doomed to die. An incredibly powerful blow was aimed at our hero, and it seemed that he was trapped. But the young master's counterattack came instantly, full of strength and determination. The blast wave destroyed the ground, leaving behind a huge mushroom of dust. When the commander looked at it, he saw that the poison had dissipated due to the blast wave. It turned out that this guy had provoked him, using the explosion of the collision of their attacks to scatter the poison everywhere. Suddenly, the young master spat out a large amount of blood. It was hellishly painful to take the blow, and the loss of internal energy due to the poison was significant. However, this did not stop him. He calmed down the agitated demonic energy, and he gripped his sword tightly, preparing for the next blow. The young master filled his body with incredible energy. He combined it with the 4th level infinity technique. After a while, it was clear that the guy had gone through the gate. He managed to survive the attack of the divine poison of destruction. And now he will meet face to face with an even more formidable enemy. Poisonous clouds rose into the sky from different places, raising the question, what kind of sacrament is going on here? It was Goldie in person who dispelled the clouds of poison and destruction of the deities. Looking at this, it became clear that everything is just beginning. He ordered the guards of the sea route to attack the Chokes family. An incredibly powerful explosion rang out around us. Chaos filled the entire area, and the entrance was open. The young owner and his partner broke in. Now they need to confront the most terrible technique, the soul-splitting powder. Dongpil pointed his sword to perform an important maneuver, and the power of his sword was directed at his enemies. Our hero pushed off the ground, preparing to land on the roof of the building, and stand in front of your opponent to finally talk to him. The commander announced that, in the end, not everyone would die if they received even a small scratch. But all this is empty talk because the commander's experienced soldiers will not dare to engage in combat unless they are suicidal. The Patriarch's soldiers began to enter the courtyard, holding their spears tightly and confidently moved forward. The commander saw forces moving from the north and south, but it was unclear whether they were allies or enemies. And for the young master, the battle was becoming more and more interesting, and his excitement was growing with each passing moment. The commander noticed that Hyejin was quite intelligent, but decided that it had to be ended immediately because he didn't want to die. He suggested that both of them retreat so that they could both stay alive, but Hyejin pulled ahead, storming into the fight as if he had been in control from the start. Even though his opponent was strong, it didn't seem to be a problem. The commander realized that Hyejin was pressing him with such force that he was not just an ordinary swordsman, as it seemed at first. In addition, the opponent said he would strangle and stab him, having no other thought in his head but to kill him. Indeed, the young master saw no other goal than to kill his opponent. Their swords clashed, and an incredible explosive blow resounded on the battlefield. He threw Hyejin so hard that he had to push on the roof of the building to stop. The commander decided to play along with this dangerous enemy. If he does not want to retreat, then so be it. The battle will continue, but the commander still plans to defeat him and tear him to pieces. There was a mysterious energy around the guy, but he also saw incredible strength on the part of the commander. He is about to draw his lightsaber, recognized as the main first sword of brilliant enlightenment. When Hyejin saw this, he was amazed. A powerful hollow blow sliced through space, heading straight for him. The light, like a laser, passed from top to bottom, destroying everything in its path. The Lord was in his residence, resting, and it seemed strange to him that he had never come to the Demon Court Pavilion before. He did not understand what the pavilion wanted to show him. At that moment, there was no one to show him anything more. Perhaps it was a manifestation of his own conscience. But when the sakura petal fell to the ground, it turned red like blood. Everything around began to turn bloody, and blood filled the entire space. The Lord watched as a flower grew out of the cherry tree, completely covered in blood. What could this mean? Is it possible that evil lives deep in his heart? Looking at this flower, he could not believe that it was him. Maybe it was something else. Something unknown. A new demon blooms, and this one is growing fast. He was on the verge of achieving a breakthrough into the higher realm of demonic art before the age of 30, despite everything that had happened in the past. After losing all his chi blockages, he simplified his path to breakthrough by joining a Buddhist clan's martial arts. With incredible speed, he filled each vessel with demonic energy. The leader felt this incredible power of a blossoming flower. He saw that this guy was going to become a real monster and decided to support him. And then the demon himself incarnated in this flower, looking at the leader. The leader realized that he would never be disappointed in him again. The guy is no longer someone you just have to watch out for. He's strong enough to cooperate with 9 great demonic elders. Now all that remains is to see the result. The only question is whether he will come back alive or die after crossing this wall. Lord is excited to see if Hyejin can survive this incredible battle, overcome himself, and become incredibly strong. A laser beam passed through Hyejin and almost destroyed him. He managed to dodge it, but the beam destroyed the building and made an incredible gap between them. His opponent, the commander, was looking at the result of his efforts. He saw something incredible at the moment when his powerful equipment rushed past our hero. Donpil, looking at his master, already thought that he was dead, but everything turned out to be much more interesting. At the moment when everyone squinted their eyes, it seemed that the guy was on the verge of death, but it was just an illusion. a technique of displacement. It was one of the most advanced kicking techniques, and the guy ended up behind the commander. He asked the commander if he was ready to deal with his attack now. The commander did not even believe that this guy had managed to avoid his last attack. It was a complete surprise to him, and he recognized that this guy's footwork was perfect. However, this maneuver undoubtedly required a lot of energy. The boy, swinging his sword, attacked the commander from the air, sending a stone fragment at him. Incredible explosive energy hit the building where the commander was standing. The commander took this blow, but managed to dodge its full force. He did not expect that now it would be the young master's turn to attack. With a huge sword, the young master attacked him from the air. The point where the young master's chi energy was directed exploded, creating a huge mushroom. The soldiers watched in horror as their commander suffered from this attack. They could not believe that their commander was not capable of resisting this guy, and the shame of retreating did not seem so terrible to them. The poisonous vapors around them continued to fill the space, and the soldiers realized that if they were wounded, they would be immediately sent to the back. They looked at their opponents and realized that it would be extremely difficult to start a fight now. They lost their advantage, because if their commander was wounded, it would determine the outcome of the duel. The commander decided that he needed to take the situation into his own hands, as he had a great responsibility. The young master noted that his opponent was not counterattacking, only defending. But as soon as he raised his sword, Heijin began to respond with attacks. His blows resembled a cascading chain blow. The commander realized that Heijin had already figured out his technique, which requires a significant amount of internal energy. Heijin looked at him like a predator cornering its prey, and this guy easily proved his predatory nature. The commander said that he could no longer predict this guy's attacks. The patriarch watched the legendary battle and ordered to open a retreat route just in case. But it is unclear why he gave this order. The patriarch would have gladly joined the battle to the death, but he had more important things to do. As they were talking in the forest, the young master warned him that if he laid down his arms, they will have to withdraw their troops from this place. If the patriarch does not do this, there will be a big problem. After all, they were not acting on their own orders, but because the young master personally asked them to do so. He will have to do it for him personally, otherwise they will have no chance of revenge. The young master was sure he would not lose, because he was not so stupid as to get involved in a fight he could not win. However, he asked the patriarch to promise him this. The third young master was incredibly strong, but the patriarch could not accept the fact that he might have to retreat. He prayed for the boy's victory. The commander felt the strength of his enemy, so great that it did not correspond to his age. In terms of his power, he could be compared to the deputy of the court, and perhaps he was even stronger. And the longer this fight lasted, the harder it was to predict this guy's blows. The commander gathered all his energy into his sword, deciding to finish off this enemy as quickly as possible. He raised his shining sword, recognized as the second sword, and under the pressure of his energy, even the floor began to crack. The young owner did not know what kind of equipment it was, but he realized that it was extremely dangerous. When the commander raised his shining sword, everything around him was blinded by its aura. The warriors, who were a kilometer away, could feel this power, and the patriarch could not even believe that such a quantity of ki could be released at all. Dawnpill was very worried about his master. After all, the destruction of the spirit that the commander directed at the young master was incredible. And then, when the young master met this man face to face, thousands of plasma strikes were aimed directly at him, and he did not know where to hide. 1 second could have turned him into a cutlet. After the smoke began to dissipate over the place where the strikes hit, everyone held their breath. The commander could not even believe that this guy survived such a blow. Not only that, but he still had all his limbs and was still holding onto his sword. Although his body was heavily torn and cut, it looked horrific. The young master thought that he might even die. He stopped the bleeding, but it was not his merit, and soon the poison began to penetrate his body through the wounds. The patriarch realized that his blood would soon become completely infected, and he would no longer be able to fight. But something incredible happened to his body. He hit the ground with his foot and started moving it. Blood began to flow from all his wounds, and he felt the soul-dividing powder begin to affect his body. The commander saw the demonic energy on his body and realized that it was pushing out poison that was destroying his soul. The guy, looking at his opponent, promised that he would share what was beneficial to him. He threw his sword as if it were a throwing weapon, even though it was very heavy. The commander deflected it, and the sword spun in the air like a spiral. But why the young master threw away his blade remained unclear. However, as soon as he threw away the sword, he began to rise. Along with it, a bunch of other swords began to rise into the air, spinning around it. He controlled the swords with his energy, or rather, his thoughts, and he was getting stronger and stronger, fired up from the battle. The commander did not have time to think because his enemy was getting stronger and had to be killed. But something strange began to happen behind us. The commander noticed that his legs stopped moving. He could no longer feel them. The young master advised him not to try to move because it was impossible now. The young master prepared to use the fourth formation stability blade technique. The explosion of energy began to destroy everything around, even those who stood at a great distance and did not understand what kind of power it was. The soldiers who were a kilometer away from the young master began to feel the demonic power. The commander could not understand what was happening. He was awake. The world was not slowing down. But why couldn't he move? He saw something incredible beneath his feet. The ground was heating up like magma, and the cold Arctic Sea enveloped his legs, freezing them and burning them at the same time. A force field formed above him, which grabbed his legs and held them tight. He felt like a criminal tied up in the middle of hell. The guy made it so that the commander could no longer move. He couldn't even make the next attack. The incredible force was swirling in space, not letting you know how powerful this guy was. The commander noticed this strength and did not understand how this guy could be the very embodiment of hell. He tried to break these chains with his energy, but when the guy pointed the guided blades at him, his face changed from confident to fearful. His soul trembled and the blades flew straight at him. The sharpened demonic weapon was filled with destructive power. It could wipe anything off the face of the earth in an instant, and the explosion was heard all around the perimeter. The young master radiated incredible energy. His actions were so frantic that it seemed he had lost his mind while using these techniques. Donpil looked at his master and did not recognize his face, and the soldiers did not believe that the deputy of the court could die so easily. But what had just happened was far from simple. The blades were manipulated and flew straight into the young master's hands as if he were the devil himself. The patriarch saw how the boy used chi energy to control swords, and realized that only a martial arts god could possess such a technique. But the guy skillfully manipulated them, controlling them with incredible skill and strength. Again and again, he pointed his blades in the direction of his opponent. In the area where the commander was standing, incredible explosions were heard incessantly. The blades rose up and came back down with renewed vigor. The young master once again sent his blades into attack. A sphere of explosive energy unfolded over the place where the commander once stood. And when the blades hit the ground, an incredibly deep crater was formed, penetrating far into the ground. After the incredible blow sounded, everything around was quiet. The young man's eyes were bloodshot. Large clots of blood were flowing from his mouth and nose, and he spat out a significant amount. He felt that he had reached the absolute realm of demons, but his body and inner energy could not catch up. This was a real curse. Everything he did was not perfect, but this commander survived. The young master was shocked to see him. The bastard looked like he had gone mad. He no longer saw in him the intelligence of the swordsman he had seen before. He survived because his inner energy and martial art were perfectly balanced. This guy had come a long way, but he still shouted, "Commander! Who else can use sword control like him?" It seemed that this could not be tolerated, but the commander attacked him anyway. He realized that if the boy did not stand up, he would die from the blow of his sword, so he took his sword in his hands. He realizes that he has to kill this scoundrel, but the commander is not going to give up, even though his body is partially burned. He is ready to see it through, despite the pain. They merged in an incredible dance of battle, showing what people are capable of. Neither of them wanted to give in. It was either death or victory for one of them, or both would die. Kicking the ground made it crack. The force was extraordinary. The young master struck his opponent with such power that it seemed the ground would not hold. The commander had never seen such a worthless enemy fight him on equal terms. The battle was so fierce that the commander could barely withstand the pressure. The young master realized that his strength was coming to an end and he might die. He was bleeding like a river, and the enemy's blow wounded him even more. Blood flowed from every part of his body like juice from a broken fruit. Even in the air, the young man felt incredible pain throughout his body. When asked what he was doing, the answer was clear. He was fighting with the sole intention of killing the man in front of him. When the commander rushed at him, the young man realized that the main thing now was to protect himself. The realization that survival was his main goal came suddenly. His life was the most important thing, and he began to ask himself why he was continuing this fight. The commander inflicted a deep wound on the young man, cutting his body. For a moment, the battle slowed down. The commander was confident that his enemy would no longer be able to move, and he could already taste victory. In his mind, the young gentleman recalled how he fought with his abuser. All he wanted was to be left alone. He dreamed about how he could stop those who were taking his prey. He did not address his true self, trying to suppress it. But this thought imperceptibly filled his consciousness. Our hero called for Goldie to appear, and at that moment, covered in blood, he fell to the ground in front of the commander. Goldie's incredible strength began to manifest itself in the midst of the battle. Everything that was happening around eclipsed the radiance of this infernal force. When reinforcements arrived, they could not understand where the light came from. He ordered me to look for a third young master. Goldie's paw radiated an infernal aura that merged with the world around it. Its fangs became huge, and it was extremely hungry. The fox's eyes blazed with blue-pink light. When Goldie stepped on the ground, all the soldiers were stunned by her appearance. No one could stop her. She rushed to the young master. When the soldiers saw this fox, they could not understand what kind of creature it was. All this time, Goldie was moving in a circle, looking for her owner. She watched the victims intently, and her light was directed into their eyes. From this light, everyone felt as if they were blind. Their eyes flashed with an unusual radiance. Everything around us, under the cover of the dark night, was literally blinded by this radiance. The soldiers clenched their teeth, not understanding what was happening, as if someone was controlling them. Don Pill looked at all this, and could not believe his eyes that he was seeing such a scene. It was as if a solar eclipse had passed this moment. The stars were falling from the sky, and the rain was pouring down like tears, and everyone around them began to kill each other and themselves. The commander looked at his soldiers and asked them in despair, "What the hell are you doing?" And the rain began to drip on him too, when he felt the presence of an incredibly strong fox appearing behind him. The power that had been attributed only to fairy tales was embodied in this beast. It was something unreal. He is the embodiment of the catastrophe itself, and everything he did was described in legends. The commander looked the beast in the eye. He realized that the young master was calling for Goldie. An incredible aura burst out of him, and he clawed at the ground, telling the commander about the appearance of a mythical creature that lived in a bamboo grove. The commander saw the young gentleman start to rise and thought, "What the hell is going on?" Despite his life-threatening injuries, this guy not only survived, but also put his equipment into the ground. He got to his feet, his body began to grow, and his wounds began to heal. The blood stopped. The commander saw an expression of ecstasy on his face. His wounds began to disappear, healing before our eyes, as if drying up from the heat. The body began to regenerate like a hydra. The commander could not even swallow. He realized that he could not stay with him. It was impossible to fight him anymore, under any circumstances. The power of this scoundrel was simply unrivaled. A hurricane of dark, explosive energy came out of the young master's body, rising high up. Incredibly powerful chi began to radiate from him, overshadowing all life. The boy rose into the air. His energy lifted him up, and the daggers began to circle above him in space. He took his sword, and when he touched it, he felt its incredible power. At first, the martial art he used disappointed the commander a bit, and he even thought he was superior. But now the ground around him has shifted and has begun to be controlled by his power. He raised his sword, and other swords levitated around him. With a swing, he aimed a blow at his victim. Its purpose was to showcase the legendary technique, a real hell's wind. When the commander heard these words, he realized that he was going to die. An incredibly powerful blow flew in his direction, destroying everything in its path. The temperature in the air rose so high that it could melt everything around. The commander began to decompose into molecules, literally disappearing into the dust. When the strike reached the place where the commander was, nothing remained of him. Only dust particles were floating in the air. Donpul and everyone around him looked at their master. At that moment, when the reinforcements arrived, they saw the full power of this crazy force. The guy has not just surpassed himself, he has become incredibly strong. He created the lotus flower. The devil blossomed in the midst of bloody waters on this vast continent. The soldiers were numb with surprise. Their thoughts were clouded. They could not understand how it happened. What happened was so incredible that it simply defied comprehension. A new demon king was born before their eyes. At that moment, everything fell silent, and the world seemed to turn upside down. The commander of one of the elite units of the demon troops saw this with his own eyes. He witnessed a lotus blossom in the midst of bloody water. A new demon king has been born, ushering in a new era in history. At that moment, the divine teaching became indisputable, and all the demons fell to their knees before the young master. The master of the criminal law hall greeted the young lord. They welcomed the third young lord, worshipping his greatness. The guy was amazed by their appearance, not expecting to see them here. Our hero did not foresee this meeting, but they were sent by the chief strategist. They apologized for being late and asked to be punished, but the guy just asked them to stand up because it was embarrassing for him. When asked if he was okay, the guy replied that it was the best thing that had ever happened to him. After numerous injuries, only scars remained on his body, without any bruises or serious injuries. He learned to regenerate so quickly that it became part of his kingdom. The guy is now able to use his innate core energy to accelerate healing, making the impossible possible by entering a new realm. The commander of the Supreme Court congratulated the young gentleman on his achievement, admitting that he was just lucky. However, the commander noted that he is now closer to becoming the heir to the cult. The guy, smiling, replied that it was funny to hear him say that, since he didn't even like him. The chairman of the court said that this was a misunderstanding, but the guy replied that he was not interested in his opinion at all. All those who attacked the Chalk's family are now dead, and none of the heirs to the Sword Palace are left alive. The guy ordered him to send the young man back to the cult, as he still had a task to do. At this point, he announced that he would be going to the Patriarch to rest for a while in a nearby branch, asking if he would join him. It was quite strange to hear this because he did not plan to return to the residence, but the Patriarch agreed with him. The head of the court realized that the third young master was an exceptional genius who had reached the Supreme Demon Realm at the age of 20. Although he started out in the same way as the head of the court, their stories were completely different, and now he was different from him in his youth. We return to the location, the divine cult of the Heavenly Branch. The guy has been cultivating energy all this time, entering a new martial realm, and now he needs to learn how to control this power. The absolute realm of the demon is not an easy achievement. The Patriarch watched the young master and spoke to his assistant Don Pill, asking how long he had known him. It turned out to be only 2 years. The Patriarch was surprised because he thought they had known each other for much longer. But Donpil admitted that the Third Lord had done a lot for him. The Patriarch looked at Donpil and saw him as a faithful bodyguard. They had gone through the war together. He was a reliable guy. Donpil suggested that the Patriarch warm up a bit. This was good news for the Patriarch because he had been waiting for this offer. He needed to warm up before lunch. Donpil stood before the Patriarch, grateful for everything. He always considered the Spear of the Sea Dragon to be an excellent weapon, although not as perfect as Donpil's sword. However, Donpil believed that he had not yet realized the full potential of his sword, although it was more than just a sharp and strong weapon. The Patriarch did not quite understand the point of such a weapon. Even if it was the sword of the Silent King, it was still just a tool. The true potential of the weapon lies in its skillful use. All you need is to swing the sword skillfully. From the point of view of a martial artist, there was no need for additional abilities. But the Patriarch decided to clarify whether Donpil agreed that his sword could be a replacement for the Master of the Sword Palace. Donpil's sword was not a divine or legendary weapon, but with it he was able to fight with dignity against the Third Young Lord, which meant that not only weapons decide the outcome of a battle. Even the greatest martial artist will die if his heart is struck. The outcome is always the same, regardless of whether the wound is inflicted by a divine weapon or a simple blow with a stick. If the heart is cut, the person will die. Donpil couldn't concentrate, as if everything around him was pressuring him. He was even ashamed of himself. Picking up the sword, he began to focus his energy and decided to launch an attack. The Patriarch, seeing this, noted that the energy had increased and said that he was ready. Donpil rushed forward like an arrow, but the Patriarch blocked the blow with his staff. The guy was impressive. He was fulfilling his duties as a soldier, and at the same time training in martial arts. It wasn't a natural talent, but his attitude to the martial art was something that few people could boast of. Their sparring was incredible, and afterwards they decided to grab a bite to eat. It was raining outside, and they were looking for a cozy place to rest. They raised a glass of alcohol, celebrating a job well done, and now they could have a good time. The master did not even notice how time had passed, and the fact that the boy had reached the kingdom seemed incredible to him. Hijina drew attention to the Patriarch and asked him an important question, noting that he would now be open about everything. He offered the Patriarch to become his ally. The Patriarch asked if he was really sure that he wanted to become his subordinate. After drinking another glass, the Patriarch thought about this question. He thought for a long time and did not answer. But in the end, I decided to ask 2 questions. What would happen if he rejected the offer? The young gentleman noted that most people ask what they will receive. But the Patriarch is interested in a completely different question. The guy offered him 2 options. If he accepted the offer, he would be asking a lot of him. If he wants to, he can ask for anything. But their relationship will not be that of master and servant. They will use each other's strength. Roughly speaking, this is exactly the case. But what happens if he accepts another offer? The young man replied that nothing would happen. They would just have a rest and leave. This really interested the Patriarch. But why does he think that Hejin will influence his decision? The fact is that there is no neutrality in the struggle for the succession to the throne. There are only enemies and allies. If the Patriarch does not become his enemy, then refusal will not make him an enemy. However, if the Patriarch starts working with someone else and betrays the young master, then when the time comes, he will consider him his enemy. The Patriarch heard his answer, noticed the patience in his words, but would not call it wisdom. The boy emphasized that he was sure that he could be considered a fool. The guy poured another glass and said that he was not going to let the Patriarch go because he was a strong opponent. At this point, he spoke about the attack on the Righteous Alliance and the Steel Blood Fortress, two organizations that intend to start a war. He predicts that this may happen soon enough. The young master plans to take an even more terrible step. He intends to eliminate them all. Its ultimate goal remains a mystery. But one thing is clear. The guy wants to expand his influence as a patriarch and protect his status in order to live in peace. The Patriarch did not think that the war would begin at the front, but if a guy is determined to unleash it, there is no neutrality in the struggle for power, and this was emphasized by the Patriarch himself. If you accept his offer, you will have to go through all the difficulties with him. Having studied all the pros and cons of this situation, the responsibility and tension disappeared from the Patriarch's shoulders, and the boy waited for his second question. But the young gentleman emphasized that he had already answered it. The Patriarch asked what goals he was pursuing. The guy replied that his goal was to destroy the Righteous Heavenly Alliance. The Patriarch realized that the boy would have to shed a lot of blood before he could become the heir. For now, they are simply supporting the father of the sixth young lord, one of the candidates. To this question, the guy replied that he was aware of the matter. He asked the Patriarch to pour another glass. The guy wants another drink, please. He noted that his son was not suitable for the role of cult leader. The Patriarch does not believe that his son will be able to defeat the first and second young lords. If something bloody happens during the battle for the heir, and his son is there, the Patriarch will kill the young lord no matter what. But Hejin promised him that this would not happen. Then they touched glasses and got down to business. Patriarch Kagan swore that the young master would now be his lord. He bowed to him, expressing his respect. And now he decided to serve him as his master. He was looking forward to working with Patriarch Kagan. After much effort, the report before the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult in the majestic Demon God Palace was finally successfully completed, causing relief among those present. The Lord, as was his habit, poured himself a glass of exquisite liquor, enjoying its deep flavor after a busy day. He realized that the third young Lord Saurian had already reached the higher demon realm, opening up new horizons of power and influence. 10 days ago, the Demon Court Pavilion contacted him with this question, hoping to get confirmation of Saurian's progress. After they told him this news, it became clear that the Demon Lord was already aware of the situation, which added to the intrigue. But how much time has passed since the Supreme Court last saw this young man? A full 26 years, a long time in which a lot could have changed. For 10 years, the judge has been in charge of the Criminal Law Hall, working tirelessly to maintain order and justice. One day, the Lord visited the underground prisons of the hall, which resembled an impregnable fortress hidden from prying eyes. However, he had no personal feelings for this place. The prison remained just a prison, cold and soulless. The Lord emphasized that the judge makes excellent use of his talents, and that is why he highly values him, showing trust and respect. The judge felt incredibly afraid and did not know how to react. A tear rolled down his face unnoticed. From that moment on, he was released, and the Lord promised to always remember his service. Lord advised him not to dwell on failures and not to give in to disappointment. By calling him a dear martyr, the Lord was alluding to the young man from the court who died in the hall. The young master cultivated his energy by plunging into the depths of meditation. After a while, he noticed that, in principle, this should be enough. After completing the test of demonic arts, he felt inner peace. When he stuck his sword into the ground, he realized that everything had changed after reaching the higher demon realm. The demonic art of the 9 depths completely transformed his body. Only 3 of the 5 gates of hell remain to be passed. The gate of the spirit guardians and the gate of heaven and earth are only paths leading to the realm of the higher demons. Once this level is reached, they will no longer open. The beginning of the new gate contains the technique of the terrible king. It torments the world of those who enter it. When the 9 depths of the arts are fully revealed, it will seem on the same level as in the previous life before death. It will happen soon, if he can continue to train as hard as he does. There was only one problem. He directed his energy toward the bamboo grove. But he destroyed the ground and bamboo around him too much, not realizing where his precision and detail had disappeared. He realized that after studying the demonic arts, his technique of exaltation of heaven had become destructive and violent. He was sure that he would not be able to use it the way he used to. Now, he is in great shape, and although his speed has become much higher, the divine steps of the Nine Heavens reduction remain as powerful as ever. But the technique and the demonic energy contradict each other, and all the muscles in his body reject the technique. He needs more time. His body has changed since reaching the new realm. The reason why he could use that technique so freely was because of his experience as an assassin. But now it's different. His body is craving new martial arts. He also realizes that his mind was not aware of this. His instinct was only for destruction. At that moment, he realized that body and mind are one. He seemed to be facing himself, and he had no choice. The technique of raising the heavens, divine level of compression of the heavens. He needs to forget about it and move on to the next level. This technique helped him when he was a hired killer. But now he has taken a different path. Without looking back at the past and saying goodbye to it, he saw it disappear before him. Returning to the Yanzhu branch, the Lord is greeted with all honors. They did not expect to see him in such a state. Kyum Ranhwa congratulates him on the great achievement he has made, but the young master still has a long way to go, and he kindly greets her. This woman is one of the strongest among the 10 martial arts families. She never comes without a reason, and this time she came to see him after the injection was over. But the boy asks why she is accompanied by a fool behind her. The woman emphasizes that Chox's family was destroyed, and she could not help but go to visit them. After all, they are all members of one big family. And the woman had heard that the boy was going to head the Chox family. It was pretty straightforward. It was exactly as she said, the Lord is going to do it. The boy realized that the woman had realized his penchant for short and direct conversations. Her communication tactics changed dramatically, adapting to his style. When Lord asked if she had decided to support the family financially, the woman looked at him carefully. She emphasized that the young man picks up everything very quickly on the fly, showing great intelligence and insight. But when he asked why she made this decision, the answer was no less interesting. The mother replied that, for the sake of her child, she was determined to restore the family to its former glory. Moreover, she is the next patriarch, although she does not have sufficient leadership experience. Perhaps that is why this woman takes responsibility for her family, making difficult decisions. This made the situation quite interesting, because he was going to take over what was left of the family anyway. But now he was sure that it wasn't just leftovers if she took care of everything. Dompel and the patriarch stood outside the door, waiting for the Lord to come out. They could not even imagine the purpose of this woman's visit. But the Thousand Treasures family is very well known, even outside the cult. If it takes their side in the future, it will be useful to the young lord. Soon the chariot left with this woman, leaving a trail of mystery behind it. It was a very successful meeting, and it was impossible not to emphasize its significance. The patriarch again put the boy in an awkward position, asking him to call him simply young lord. But the patriarch understood that the Lord is the Lord forever, and he should not resist. The conversation with the matriarch went well, and she promised to support them. She is going to take over a third of the family's shares, which opens up new opportunities. She wanted to get everything in its entirety, but she failed because of those damned scoundrels from the Sword Palace, devil dogs, as the young master emphasized. He was sure that the woman would not pose a threat in the future, and the patriarch will serve him as his lord, showing loyalty and devotion. In the negotiations with the woman, it was discussed that the agreement would be in effect until he became an heir, and the promise of the Thousand Treasures family needed to be fulfilled now. The guy said that now he would have to go a long way to achieve his goal. The patriarch's reaction when he heard about the boy's loyalty to the end showed that they would have to go a long way together. But he has to do something else to get another third. He needs an antidote. He has to heal all the members of the Chox family. If he can't eliminate the effects of the poison, he won't be able to get the third part. In any case, this is a fair deal with the head of the family. If he does not do this, then all that will be left is to take what is left of the sick people. What he needs to do is to heal those who are left. But the patriarch offers to simply abandon the Chox family if he needs more people on his side. However, the boyfriend can no longer interfere in the family's affairs. It is more than just a matter of money and competition. The patriarch asks what he is going to do then, and the guy plans to try something interesting while he is treating these people. Because of this, he is forced to ask the patriarch for a delay. This is not an order. He assumes that the Sea King's guards have had enough rest. Soon after, news comes that the Dark Trio Squad, the Countryside Society, and the Pavilion were the deputies of the Hao sect. Pavilion, different organizations of hired killers operating in Zhonggan districts. They have always been prominent. Why couldn't they achieve their goal? About 10 years ago, there was a killer who was recognized as the best in the South, and he was trained in the Pavilion. And even if the Rizni Pavilion was destroyed overnight, the question remains, who could have done this, since that pavilion did so much for them? If they were destroyed, it was most likely by beggars who hated them. It would be a real curse. They spent a lot of money on the pavilion, and he did not bring them any benefit by his death. The leader asks for a list of all the participants in the victory over the king 2 years ago. Soon he had the list in his hands, and everything happened as he had suspected. Exactly as he thought, 3 organizations participated in the chase for the king. Chasing the king is a battle that takes place during the pursuit of the king. The king was the best assassin among the top 10 martial artists of the time. The chase lasted for 7 days and 7 nights, and there were many rumors that almost 700 people died. Therefore, the guy managed to kill 7 people in 7 days, which showed his danger. That incident proved how strong one person can be with experience in martial arts. And now the organizations involved in the incident are doing everything they can to get rid of the witnesses. But a lot has happened since then, and a lot has happened. None of this made any sense. The influence of the demonic cult in the South is too strong to be easily countered. It is logical to assume that the Assassin King was resurrected and took revenge. Soon after, the servant appeared before the master with urgent news that required immediate attention. His face reflected a concern that left no doubt about the importance of the message. When the master unfolded the piece of paper, an incredible story was revealed to his eyes that could change everything he had known up to that point. It turned out that all this was the work of the demonic sect. The news was so incredible that the master could not immediately believe what he had heard. But how could they have reached such a level? The master thought, and sweat began to drip down his forehead, reflecting his growing anxiety. Suddenly, they felt a presence behind them. Turning around, they saw the figure of a stranger they had never met before, which added even more tension to the situation. The young man slowly approached them, and, sitting down on the windowsill with a relaxed look, made it clear that he knew that he was facing members of the house sect. The young master was sure that their headquarters were hidden somewhere in the narrow alleys or in the bustling market, so finding them in the valley was a real surprise that left a deep impression on him. He approached Hedgen with a proposal for cooperation. He had an important issue that required their participation, and he was convinced that they would be interested in his idea. Hedgen showed up unexpectedly at the sect's branch, which no one expected to see in this place. The sect leader realized that this was dangerous, but did not ask who the young man was, or whether he was from the Veliki Hori. The young gentleman emphasized that the leader had guessed correctly the first time, and asked him to identify himself. Our hero introduced himself as Saurian. In his thoughts, the sect leader Hao realized that Saurian came from the demonic cult. Suddenly, something unexpectedly caught his attention. He said, "I am the deputy head of Hao. I welcome the 3rd young master of the divine cult." Our hero was amazed by the man's knowledge. He knew who he was, as expected from the 2nd most powerful after Tahao, who had information about the whole world on par with the beggar's sect. He said that they are not close enough to have tea together, so he will get straight to the point. If they are connected to the fortress of Steelblood, their roots are unorthodox. Moreover, they are likely to have connections to the Pavilion of the Different. The guy's not here to blackmail the deputy or anyone else, so let him relax. He just wants them to find someone who knows the art of poison among the Sichuan Tang masters closest to this place. Most likely he is referring to the Tang clan, throwing a bag of gold on the floor as an advance payment. He promised a generous reward if they completed the task. "You have 5 days," he set the deadline. "Do you doubt your abilities?" The deputy leader took the bag of gold but could not accept the request. "There are a few organizations that we don't touch," he said. "The Sichuan Tan clan is one of them, and we have never sold their information." However, the amount offered by the young master was very significant. In his mind, the deputy realized that the Hao sect would be finished if the Tang clan's betrayal became known, because they were more cruel than the demonic cult itself. Then the young master asked, "Are you afraid of the Tang clan's revenge?" The expression on the deputy's face made it clear that this was the case. But a young master was certain that the Bloodsteel Fortress would not protect them. "If you call it training, you know that everyone is treated like an errand boy," he added. He seemed to be attracting a lot of new people to his side lately. But he lacked information power. A lack of data limited him. He stretched out his hand, promising to protect their clan from enemies, even if they were stronger than him. And he offered the Hao sect to work for him. But the deputy apologized, which irritated the young master. "The stubborn rascal has already got to me. He neither wants to fulfill requests nor cooperate. It's hard to deal with him." The deputy only said that he could not lie, because he was a guest from the Veliki Hori, and asked to be understood. Nevertheless, the young master accepted his point of view. It was not bad, but there was no choice. "For the information, I offer a gift that you will definitely like," he said with a subtle smile. With a snap of his fingers, he materialized a list of the deals he'd gotten in the miscellaneous pavilion. These guys were in it too. He opened the list and began to read. An intelligence organization that collaborates with murderers in a scheme. The young man emphasized that if the righteous Heavenly Alliance found out about this, it would be of great interest. You know what kind of beasts these righteous people can be. They will try to destroy the house sect when they find out, he added, making a real blackmail. Now the young master gave them 4 days instead of 5. "You'd better hurry, or this list will get to the Righteous Alliance." Back to Heaven's Angle. The Chooks family, yes. 3 organizations of hired killers in the south have been eliminated. Then they sent requests to others to block the exit, threatened the house sect, and kidnapped the man. The woman doesn't understand why this guy behaves like a wild dog. She realizes that the young master has chosen the path that requires the least amount of time to achieve results. However, she draws attention to a man who is an unusual member of the Tang clan. He is the master of the Poison Dragon Pavilion. In the young master's opinion, this is even better. If someone knows about it, they know how to create an antidote to the deity destruction poison. But the woman exclaimed, "He is the brother of the patriarch of the Tang clan." She sounded more concerned about the kidnapping, but she was missing the point. The Tang clan is the same clan that harbors animosity. They even passed poison to the villains in the Sword Palace to deal maximum damage, he explained. The scoundrels of the Tang clan have a motto: 10 times as much. But the young master is not like everyone else. He may not pay for the service, but there are people who treat him badly and must repay him twice as much. "I wouldn't be satisfied even if I cut off his limbs and fed them to dogs." "And you're worried about the consequences?" he said, looking at the woman. He said that he was more cruel than all the demonic clans. But his thinking was completely in line with the ideals of the cult. Kicking the villain, he warned him not to look at him. The woman admitted that she had been the same way on the path of the divine cult and apologized, but he replied that there was no need to apologize. What was important was what they were doing now. "Now we need to make this man talk," the boy decided. "We just have to beat him up." "But you know what the Tang clan is like. They have a strong will. Most torture and threats will not make them talk," she said. However, the guy had exotic methods. He had never seen anyone survive his torture. After these words, the man from the Tang clan tensed up, realizing the seriousness of the situation. A few days soon passed, and events began to unfold even more rapidly. The young master, covered in blood, brought a letter with an antidote, which was also stained with blood. But it achieved its goal. He saved that man's life just in case, but the antidote must be completed. The matriarch cannot even predict his actions. She is amazed by his logic and the speed with which he is improving. Soon, Donpil brought the news that they had cleaned the rust from the weapons of the martial arts masters. But why was there rust? It's because they were forced to keep to bed rest. Even if they regain their internal energy, it will be difficult for them to move as before, and they will have to train with training weapons for rehabilitation. These people require a lot of care, and this directly affects their recovery. The woman was struck by the mystery of this young man. At one moment he was so rude, and at another he was completely different. However, she thanked him for everything he had done, and the young master replied that he had only done what he had to do. Although the woman noted that this contradicted what he had said earlier, because they had gone through a lot together since then. The young gentleman emphasized that everything was fine, and asked me not to pay attention to it. It was obvious that he was a little embarrassed and felt uncomfortable. The woman heard that he had many unpleasant situations with the Chalks family, but he helps them, although he uses them for his own benefit. All this in order not to be defeated. He sighed with relief, as if he were talking to his mother. A lot has happened since then, and the woman has already created a wonderful antidote. He invited her to his place to taste delicious food. Although it was tempting, she said she would come back some other time. Soon the young master left her with his companion, Donpil. She made a respectful bow to him along with her soldiers. Because of this young man in the matriarch's life, it is difficult to determine who belongs to the Orthodox faction and who belongs to the demonic cult. Soon the servants returned to their places, reporting that the third young lord had returned. It had been 3 months since he had. They said that his inspection mission was quite brilliant, and most of all, he taught a huge lesson to the patriarchs who resisted. He showed a worthy manifestation of the divine cult. In any case, people were impressed. One of the soldiers felt sorry for the other students. When asked what he meant, the warrior emphasized that the first lord always succeeded. But no one but the third lord made such an impression. The other warriors advised him to shut up, because such things should not be said, but he continued. The second young lord never even received an order from the master. The next phrase from his colleagues was that he should just shut up because he would die before his time, but he did not pay attention and continued. Suddenly, one of the guys came around the corner and shouted, "Hey, you scoundrels! These bastards have spoken ill of you, young lord, and now I will tear their mouths open," he said. But this young man, the second young lord, said that there was no need to respond to people's outside words. There are always critics, and lately everyone has been talking about Sorian. People say this because they consider it a crime to speak ill of the emperor behind his back. In order to get to know his enemy, the second young lord came to the palace for the first time in a year, and he suggested that we not pay attention to Sorian, even though it is the palace of the demon god. It is not bright and dazzling, but noble, large and quiet, he added. This is a perfect building for God. It's impressive no matter how many times I look at it. The second master liked it there very much, but I want to see the world. And isn't that strange? He said as he approached the gate. He asked me to tell the Lord that he would like to see him for the first time. But today the Lord's visit is forbidden. When asked what happened, the soldiers did not answer. Meanwhile, Lord was in the room pouring a glass of alcohol for himself and his new friend. It was Sorian's heir who came to him personally. They had a lot to talk about, and no one should have interrupted them. When the guard told him that the third young lord and the demon lord were talking in private, the second young lord was simply amazed.